can see the insights, the analysts. You can also follow the players. If there are some interviews, you can watch them there. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be going around all of these different important matches, and we're going to be we're going to be obviously covering all of the important moments and reacting to it and talking about a few things.
Exactly. But for this multi-stream, specifically for today, we want to talk to you about the schedule of what we will be seeing specifically. The day is going to start with MOBA PC Dota 2. We're going to have the double elimination playoffs, and then we have Digital Basketball 3-on-3 freestyle brought to you by M42. What else do we have, Hakeem?
Also at 2 o'clock, obviously all these dates, all these timings are Abu Dhabi time. At 2 o'clock, we also have Digital Football powered by ADNOC. We'll talk a little bit more on that. Then later in the afternoon, we're going to have the boys, Normal and Cooch, talking about the Battle Royale featuring Fortnite and also Battle of the Robots. Should be really cool.
Yes, I'm really, really looking forward. And I just want to remind our viewers who are like, maybe this is the first time they're watching this. I just want to let you all know that this is not the first edition of Digital Games of the Future. This is the third edition, and we're so happy and lucky to have this here in Abu Dhabi. And I want to again remind you that yes, you will see players play, like for example, football. We have them play UFL, like a video game, and then they have to go and play in the pitch.
Yeah, and it all counts as one match. So
yes.
the half of the match is going to be played online, and half the other match is going to be played on the pitch, which is amazing.
With the same players. It's the same players.
Yes. Not all games are going to be like exactly 5 players or 4 players. So there's different formats.
Yes,
for each and every one of them.
And for example, Dota, we don't have yet a physical game. How would you imagine a physical game for Dota?
Does it have to be like weapons and guns or do you want to choose like a sport or something like that? Because there are weapons, guns, and magic in Dota.
Okay.
But the closest, if I wanted to explain Dota to a player that was never explained before.
No, you should let me do that. I can explain Dota 2 in 1 minute.
When did you become an expert in Dota?
Last night, I watched a 10-minute video about Dota.
Nice.
So I play League of Legends, so I got you guys. I will explain to you Dota 2 in less than 1 minute. I'll try my best.
Sure, let's not listen to the guy that's been playing it for 20 years.
No,
but never, you go ahead. I'll be the judge.
Yeah, I'll make it easy for you guys. So it's a MOBA game. It's 5v5. You have 5 people playing versus other 5 people. You have 2 sides. So if you're familiar with League of Legends, you know you have blue side, red side. But on Dota, you have Radiant and Dire. And the whole point is to destroy the enemy base, which is ancient instead of Nexus. And if you don't play video games, it's like you need to destroy the castle of that different country. But it's, different bases. Okay, I am taking too much time.
No country castles are going to be
okay,
destroyed.
so we're going to go to another skill that's very interesting in Dota, and it's called Denying, where you kill your own creep, so you deny the enemy from golden XP. That is interesting. Also, we have High Ground. The concept of high ground, where I believe if you're on high ground, you have more chances for the enemy who's on lower ground to miss skill shots?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And then we have buyback, where you can literally, when you die, instead of waiting for a timer to respawn, you just buy it, so you respawn instantly.
Yes. Obviously, there are certain conditions to this.
Okay.
You have to have a certain amount of gold that's remaining for you, so you need to be saving and preparing for that.
Okay.
And also, there's a timer, so you can't really abuse that more than once. But we are going to go take a look at the schedule now for the MOBA.
Yep.
We have the loser finals that are happening today.
Mm-hmm.
As you can see now, we are in the double elimination playoffs, and there's the loser finals that are going to be played today with
yes.
And then following, obviously, tomorrow and the day after, we're going to be going through the loser finals and the grand final at 2 o'clock and 6:30, respectively, Abu Dhabi time.
And all of this are best of 3s. Even the final is going to be a best of 3. And I believe whoever is going to lose today is going to leave us, right?
Yes. In the loser brackets, if you're out or you get eliminated, you're out of the whole tournament. Yep.
All right. Now, I'm going to continue the Dota 2 explanation later, because now we have a very, very cool thing happening. So as we mentioned, all of this is, virtual plus physical. And this is where Games of the Future is happening on the virtual world. Hakeem, this is so incredible.
Yeah, so it looks like it's... So the center part is where the studio is, our actual studio and the stadium. And it also feels like a mothership more than anything. We spoke to the designer designer that worked on this world and was the inspiration that came behind it.
Yeah.
And you can actually see each and every one of the disciplines all the way around it. And we are on now. We're now moving towards Dota, the MOBA PC discipline, and
Wow.
it's a small
Wow.
idea of like the 3 different lanes that you have with like the connecting
Yeah.
river. You can see the towers on the sides and everything over
And the
there.
jungle.
Yep. It looks really good. So,
Big shout out.
big pop quiz for you. Shout out
Okay. Shout out to whoever designed this. This is so incredible, and I'm
That
pretty
is-
sure it took so much time to be able to create this like multiverse, you know?
to. That is very impressive. Pop quiz.
Okay.
How many neutral camps
10.
are there? Wow, that was fast.
30.
Okay. No, you're close.
35.
Sure, around 38.
What's
between
the
30
question?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. You asked what the question was. It was mainly about the difference between the games that you were talking about. So
Okay.
League versus Dota, for example, it has a much bigger neutral camp or a bigger jungle,
Okay.
right? And we are going to be seeing a lot of differences in gameplay, especially in Dota, because you can have a support in every lane.
Oh wow.
Right,
Okay.
especially the top lane and the bot lane, but sometimes supports actually go and support the mid laners.
Wow.
What you're used to seeing is just the solo top lane, solo mid,
Yeah.
and then 2 guys in the bot with the jungler. There's no jungler here,
Okay.
right? So this allows a lot of dictating of the XP and the gold distribution,
Mm-hmm.
the economy, how it works. You can literally have 2 supports. One of them is his job or their job
Is to make your life hell.
is to be absolutely poor.
Okay.
Right? He doesn't need to get any XP, so he actually steps back, keeps you safe, goes to the jungle, stacks some camps for you, and you're just chilling, being the VIP, being babysit the whole time.
So talking about being poor, one other mechanic I wanted to talk about to finish my 1 minute explanation that it like went into more than 1 minute was creep blocking and pulling. And I
Yes.
feel like that's such a hard mechanic where you can literally control the wave.
Yeah.
So who does that? Is it the support or whoever is in the lane?
So normally, anyone that is leading the lane would be blocking it
Okay.
because they would want to stop the lane wherever they need the equilibrium to happen, right? So if they want the lane to be a bit closer to the tower, then they need to start blocking it further. And almost every single laner needs to know how to block properly because the other person is going to do it. So if I don't block good enough or well
Okay.
enough at least,
Yeah.
I'm going to be a lot closer to the tower. But if I don't block at all, I'm completely at a disadvantage.
Okay.
Right? So I have to at least try and compete when it comes to this. And it creates a lot of different dynamics to how you play. You actually might find some lanes where there are 3 different players or heroes in the same lane. So you
Wow.
have top solo, mid solo, for example, and then a hard lane or an
I
easy
have
lane
to
or
ask.
tri lane. Yeah.
I have to
Tell
ask.
me.
Because every game has a broken hero or champion or agent.
Yeah.
Who is the most broken hero in Dota right now?
So the beautiful thing about the game is that it's actually quite balanced, and even when there's someone that's overpowered or extremely fed and like very, very, very heavy in net worth and advanced, there are comeback mechanics and there are certain items in the game that you can choose and build that can counter that.
Okay.
So it's the comeback mechanics in Dota is what makes the game amazing, right?
So even if I am very, very much behind and I entered the
You
entire
can't 1v9.
game,
You cannot 1v9.
so I can't come back.
At a pro level, no, you can come back. Coming back is a very possible thing to happen. Now, if you are in the lead, it's actually a very difficult thing in the lead. Even if you win in the early game or you dominate in the laning phase, that doesn't mean that you can just go high ground, tier 3, take down the towers and go to the base.
So you always have a chance, right?
100%.
And I want to say this to you teams and players. If you're playing Dota 2 right now, you're competing and you feel down, you're like, oh my God, we're so behind. You still have a chance, so don't give up.
Yeah.
Right? This is the same thing that happens in life, guys. This is the same message.
Yeah.
Don't give up.
I like how she uses this platform to give everyone motivation at 9:56 in the morning.
It's early. No,
we're
everyone
like,
is
yeah, I'm
away.
listening to you right now.
They're probably playing video games right now.
Sure. No.
Okay.
Maybe not. I don't think so.
They probably have jobs.
Yeah. Do you want to see the team lineups?
Yes, I do. Let's see which team are going to be playing today games.
I want to see how you're going to pronounce the first team's name.
I'm going to get it right.
Don't get the easy ones first, okay? Start with
Sure,
the
sure.
start with the
Habla
difficult one.
espagnol, je parle français, tu vois. All right.
Okay, there we go.
All right, so what? Excuse me, Hakim, can you say that again?
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I heard something.
Je parle français?
All right.
No, that is what I said. See, that's how confusing the name of the team
Okay,
was.
so we have TPA Bow Team. The roster is made of Bashka, TPA Bomar, DF Dikfogas, Immersion, and 633. See,
Yes,
I think I pronounced it
so
right.
Immersion and 633 are the ones that we really know how to read. I'm not sure if it's TPA Bow Team.
It is TPA Bow Team.
Is it pronounced TPA Bow Team?
Tpabo Team.
Babo Team. Okay.
All right.
Let's move on to the next team and see who's going to be playing against them in the
I believe
finals.
it's Paper Tigers.
All right. So this is a very, 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 very close to my heart team.
Really?
Because they have a player called Burning. This guy, in my opinion, is the legend. He is the GOAT of 80 carries.
Wow.
All right. Obviously, I cannot say 80 carries anymore. That's the last time I use a term that you would be able to understand.
Okay, thank you so
All right.
much.
I'm going to say the position 1 carry. So position
Okay.
1, he is. He always has the highest GPM, which is goal per minute, XP per minute. The way he plays Luna, the way he controls the laning phase, the way his team is created or diversifies their strategies in order to create space for him early on.
Yep.
There is no one better than Burning behind a Terror Blade or a Luna or some of the heaviest carries in the game.
And to explain that to our viewers, it's just someone who deals a lot of damage in the team. So if basically they're the one
He's
who...
literally position 1.
Yeah.
He's literally the main character.
the main source
carry,
damage
100%.
for the team.
Yeah.
So what are you feeling about this versus? I feel like it's going to be very, very close. What do you think?
So one good thing about the multi-stream is that we are not expected to know much about the games. So we're not going to act like we do know.
Okay.
Like that's what the analysts and the guys
Yeah,
actually
that's
are going to
true.
be doing at
I
the
just
Dota
have a
panel, which we're
feeling.
going to be throwing to them in a bit.
Yes,
But
I have a feeling, though.
But we do like to react to them as fans, as lovers of the MOBA.
Yeah.
And it should be a very good opportunity for us to actually enjoy the game as enthusiasts, as people learning the game, as someone that became an expert in thermonuclear dynamics last night, apparently. Sorry, Tony Stark.
It's okay, but I'm so excited. We're going to see our first game here in day 1 of Games of the Future in Abu Dhabi. I hope you guys are going to have as much fun as we are. I'm really looking forward to watch this first game, and it's going to be best of 3, reminding you. So whoever is going to win 2 first games is going to win, like 2 games.
Yeah,
so
first to 2. Best of 3, yes,
first
yes,
two.
yes.
Exactly.
First to 2 games is going to be winning. And obviously, those that lose the game are going to be eliminated. We have 30 seconds left before we throw this to the Dota panel. What do you think is going to be? Give me a prediction without even having an
I
educated guess.
want it to be 2-1 because I just always like to
For
see.
who? The Poba?
No, for whoever deserves it. That's how life works.
All right, okay, so I'm not going to even entertain that concept. May the best team win. Best of luck to you, Burning. We're big fans, and now we're going to throw it over to the talent pool at the panel in the Dota stage. We'll see you right after this match.
Let's go!
Wow, what a way to kick off the Games of the Future right here in Abu Dhabi 2025. The suspense is building up nicely and we're all set and ready to go to introduce the first two teams right here on stage. So Abu Dhabi, make some noise to the first team. Give it up to Team Tavo. Let's hear it for their opponents, Abu Dhabi. Give it up to Team Paper Tigers. And now, teams, please take your seat as we're about to start the competition.
And we are back here with the panel. We talked about the tournament, we talked about Abu Dhabi, we talked about Games of the Future, but now we're going to be talking about these two teams and the heroes that they're going to be picking throughout it. Bravo Team Paper Tigers, they already played once in this tournament. They played versus each other and Bravo Team won with a score of 2-0. It was on the new patch. 2 days have passed. Are we going to be seeing similar heroes? Or are there going to be some changes, especially from Paper Tigers who lost that series?
I think they're going to make adjustments for sure. Every time you lose, we watch these games, they're sort of close, but I think they're going to be adapting to the new meta, pick some maybe more scaling draft, because I think that was their issue. They just got outscaled in these games, so they're going to make something like that.
And it was like 3 days already passed. Like this is like 3rd day, I think, of the patch, so you get like something new, you know, you play some pubs, maybe some scrims, so like every day matters a lot in this, like when you receive new patch, like literally meta can change in 1, 2, 3 days, like somebody figure out something new, maybe there is something super OP and broken. So yeah, I think Paper Tigers, they need to do something cheesy a bit, you know, something surprise. Maybe they see some strategy on some TikTok, you know, or some YouTube. Somebody like invented something, you know, so and surprise the Bravo team.
Yeah, you, LeBron, you had a... When we talked about it, you had a little bit more faith in Paper Tigers. You kind of thought they're the ones that should be taking it, maybe with a score of 2-1, right? And is there any reason for that? Is there maybe some hero that you think has buffed them in the last couple of days? Maybe you watched some of their pubs?
I mean, I didn't watch some of them their pubs, but I think Paper Tigers, they have like experienced players. They used to play on the stage, and on the Bravo team, we said they played some like a lot of these show matches. There is like immersion with experience, and BZZ is like one of the most unluckiest players, I think, because he lost like multiple qualifiers for the TI, 4 or 5 he lost in the last round. So yeah, like there is like also experienced players there, but on Paper Tigers we have like Burning, OP, Freeze. They have like CTY as well. Like they had like amazing career, you know.
Yeah, I mean they're like legendary players, and the Bravo team is like streamers and some like stable plus upcoming. Like Immersion has been in tier 2 scene for a while. He's very high ranked. I think he's one of the most stable players on the whole tournament, and he's gonna be definitely one of the best in this upcoming series.
Are we gonna see an Immersion Phoenix?
Oh, that's not impossible. Also, Phoenix got kind of nerfed just a tiny bit, but I think we're gonna see him more on the playmaking heroes, as we saw him on a Dark Willow versus Paper Tigers. He was 15 something. He dominated games, so I think he will want to play like Wind Ranger, Dark Willow, heroes that he can make like a big difference.
If you're the best player in your team, and he is for sure, you should play some hero that can kill like people and get a lot of like network, like Wind Ranger, like you say, Dark Willow, anything like that have so much impact in the fights.
Also, I mean, you guys mentioned pubs and how much they can impact the meta, especially in the early stages of the patch. Paper Tigers, we know that the Chinese teams right now, they're playing the Southeast Asia pubs that aren't pubs anybody praises, really. And then we've got Travel Team who practice versus the European players, right? Currently the best in the world. Does that make a huge difference here?
It does. I mean, Southeast Asia pubs are not the worst. They're just okay, but it just European pubs are superior.
Yeah.
They are just the king. Like, oh, it just, you will never get that level of like improvement, that level of like high skill games unless you're playing European pubs.
Yeah.
We see even players from Southeast Asia queue the European pub. Just doesn't matter that they're lagging. They value the experience more.
Yeah, that's what I want to say. And there is like also people who are willing to like invest, pay with their own money to come and play on, like just relocate, pay for like 1, 2, 3 months of bootcamp individually just to play these pubs. I know a few of the players, like they just want to improve, get into the shape so they can find a team and just play European pubs.
Yeah, we'll see. Chinese pubs, though, back in the day, you mentioned Milan today, like MVP Phoenix and their run 2016, 2017. Chinese pubs used to be regarded as like the pubs. They played random draft there, right? And then they knew all of the heroes. Their hero pools were amazing. What happened?
These pubs are very special. Like you would have some guy first pick Shadowfin every game going mid. Like I'm the best, doesn't matter. Like these pubs are like crazy fun. I mean, what happened? I mean, China just kind of like the servers, the regulations of whatnot. They just fall behind. It's just unfortunate because I really think Chinese players are one of the best at this game in history.
And there was a lot of griefers, I believe. Like if you're like popular, like all of these players, for example, any one of them like streams, like they have like super huge number of viewers, and like people will stream snipe these games and like grief and do a lot of bad things. So yeah, that's why I think this server like died.
When you guys stream, do you cover your minimap? Because when I watch a stream and I see a covered minimap, I pretty much cannot follow the game at all, right? So I try to find streamers who do not cover it. But how do you approach it?
I think it's very rare that the streamer doesn't cover minimap. I think it's like 10% doesn't.
Yeah, I cover it, but
I mean, I do too, depending. It just, yeah, it's fun for you, but it just, people are shameless sometimes and they just grief your game, like by stream sniping, and it just feels terrible to experience this.
I just see all my words are getting rewarded, and I'm like thinking, oh, am I so bad? Or this guy is stream sniping? And you're always gonna say like, oh, this guy is stream sniping for sure.
Yeah,
Never my fault.
Yeah, I remember when I was streaming, I never did it, and when they would deward a couple of our wards, I'd get flamed by my own team.
Yeah, your team would be like, can you please stop griefing us? Just covering minimap.
Stream sniping.
Yeah, unfortunate. That was how it was. But overall, at the moment, you can see that the players are preparing to play right now. What's going through their heads, right? When you're preparing for a tournament, is the first map on the stage, so obviously some things need to be put into place, and that takes some time. Does this add to the pressure, or are you just chilling?
Depending on the player, I think everybody just trying to get in their comfort zone. You know, just try to build up the concentration, the focus. I always tell my players, like, just the focus is the most important thing in the game. Like, as long as you're focused, the problems that will come at you, you will be able to solve them. Like, just don't get distracted, don't be cold, don't be hot, don't be like sweat. Like, just
wash your face.
Yeah,
but everyone
in
should.
some cases.
They have this. Everyone. They have like their own thing, right? So somebody loves to listen to music. Somebody loves to have silence. Maybe somebody loves to like click something in Demo Hero or
Vocal
talk with
spells?
some. Yeah, or talk
Demo
with
Hero.
someone.
Maybe they can play.
soon. LeBron, I know you are a big Jakiro fan. Is anybody gonna be letting that hero through?
I mean, if you wanna lose, you're gonna let it through, you know, because this hero, like, the power of the hero was like the strong lane. Like you hit like level 1, you're spamming your E, like your liquid fire, you're harassing without any mana usage.
And without drawing the aggro.
Yes,
like
yes,
you're just
exactly.
in the middle of the wave, hitting the enemy hero, and there's nothing they can do back. It's crazy.
Yeah, and then when you hit level 2, level 3, this is like spikes. But usually like level 3, level 5, this is like spikes when you're super strong, especially level 3. Probably there is like, you're gonna die on the lane, you know? And like the hero is still strong. It gets nerfed in like some talents, level 10 and 15. The talents got swapped, but still, hero is super strong. And as we see, it's already banned.
They don't want to lose. Paper Tigers, they don't want to
they're
lose.
smart guys.
There's they banned 3 supports. I mean, we spoke about the Immersion Dark Willow, of course. Like, get out of it. They already got destroyed by it.
Before we start focusing on the heroes, just real quickly, the nerf to the first pick. Was it necessary?
I think it was. I think the stats also backed it, and it just we said it before. We talked about the rain in Abu Dhabi, the rain for the draft phase. You need some refreshments every now and then, every year. I like the tweaks. Like say maybe if these are professionals, Harry. They
Trained professionals.
They test it before they implement the game. So there is a bunch of nerds testing the draft, and then they figure out, okay, this is fine.
I think they stole this hero from the Burning. You know, Burning played like 2 or 3 games in the new patch.
They also played on mid lane for Travaman, the Travo team captain, leader, inventor, founder.
So Travo team is like playing
Dude,
Viper,
just BZZ is the
Venom.
captain. I don't know what.
He's pressing the button, you know, but the real man is like hiding behind. Like
Okay.
he's like
He's his
control.
right hand. Like,
Yeah.
No, he's just like, you know how the like the rulers they just don't want to do any physical part. He just like pick the Venom.
Shadow government, they don't have anybody to drain the swamp, it seems. The Travo is still behind. But we got an Nature's Prophet. These are similar heroes to what they played in their first series, so I don't see any changes. So when are these gonna start happening? Is it the second phase where Paper Tigers are maybe gonna be trying to pull it to a different direction?
Yeah, I think this time we will not see the Dragon Knight. That will be the change. 2 times they picked it against the Travo team. Paper Tigers lost, so I think they will go against that hero, and we might see some of the spirits, some of the guys that can be elusive versus Venom, because that is one of his problems. He doesn't have any lockdown.
Weaver is also actually good, I think, right now.
And Beaver is good in like chaotic games.
Yeah.
Like he's one of the most active carries, and he kind of if game gets chaotic, eventually he just pops out and kills everybody.
Yeah, what I want to say is like we are sitting draft, but it's not like you need to also account like it's the morning, first game. You know, some players first game of the day they are playing bad. You know, so you need to pick some simple.
It's a famous legend.
Yeah.
Every time you lose, you just it's the first game of the day, guys. It's okay. I didn't have my coffee. Like
So, you know, I suggest picking some Ogre Magi.
Warlock.
Yeah, some simple heroes, you know.
Yeah,
Easy
I
to
mean,
like, you know, if Booktop is playing, he's coaching here, he will just pick Undying, you know. But I will always ban this hero for him. So.
We will see. We'll see here. Like I think they will. We are now expected to see supports coming out. So maybe Warlock, maybe Ogre, like something along these lines.
Maybe they're gonna fight for some melee supports right
Paper
now.
Tigers banned the Pudge we talked about.
Maybe there is like Clock Tusker right now. Clock win rate go a bit down. I don't know why.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if they go that route. But without the Pudge, without the Slardar, that is kind of the heroes that they picked for DK Focus in the second phase quite a lot. Now he doesn't have either of them. Who's the third one?
He might go back to like something like similar team fighters, like a Tide Hunter, I would say. But now I will expect Paper Tigers to pick up this task. Like that will be Wind Ranger. They banned they banned the Dark Willow and pick up the Wind Ranger. They kind of nullify the best player on Trauman's team, the Immersion. The 2 heroes he plays very, very well.
I think Ringmaster is still a strong hero, but if Veno is core, you will need some melee. It's gonna be a bit weird to have Veno, Ring plus some more range heroes. I would love to see Trent Protector. I don't know if, but I guess BZZ he can play it like.
Yeah, he used to play it quite a lot, if I remember correctly. It was one of his like go-to heroes. But yeah, it's the morning, as LeBron said. Milan thinks it's only an excuse, but it seems that simple heroes are the way to go.
The Warlock got a bit modified. I would not say nerfed or buffed. I think he's weaker super late game, but now his timing comes even faster at level 20.
So I'd say probably buffed, right?
Because he tends to. I mean, I play a lot of Warlock. He tends to finish games around level 20, if they go even that late. So I think it's you can never go wrong with Warlock. It doesn't stuck with Venom no stuns, but they will pick now the task. So they already have one clear stun initiation, and they will probably pick up another one for DK Fogos. So we'll see. Now the paper targets needs to respond. They need to respond. They need to show another core of theirs.
Yeah, they used to pick the DK. It would probably be already picked, or they would get it right now. So now there needs to be a substitute for that hero. Reading through the patch notes, is there a clear favorite that you would recommend?
I think past patch we could see like a Pango here. They need like a position 2-3 flex. They're gonna go with the Spirit Breaker, and maybe we see.
I would love to see Weaver, but I don't think they're gonna lose the flex with the Furion carry and mid, right? So you wanna pick offlane. Maybe Darkseer. What do you think about Darkseer? It's not ideal into Warlock, but you can buy Crimson is buffed. You have like, okay, now there is nothing physical too much on the Trout team, but you have like Veno and Warlock pipe is already good.
I think I would like to see Tidehunter for them, because I think this is like most likely like a Wind Ranger plus Bara safe lane, right? With the Prophet mid.
Okay.
I think like that. I really like the Darkseer though, right? He also builds the pipe, which is amazing versus Travel team, and then he goes really well with the Spirit Breaker.
Or just another support from them is also fine. Like,
I'm actually surprised that Wind Ranger got buffed, right?
she already was like popping out.
Some players like Natsumi, he played a lot and started winning a lot. Like he carried me one game in the pub. Thank you for MMR, Natsumi.
Yeah, I don't know, and also from what I saw, some of the purges, I mean, not connected to the Wind Ranger, but are not as strong as they used to be. So maybe that's an indirect buff to the Wind Ranger as well. But
yeah, definitely. They're like, for example, Shadow Demon, which could have been picked by Travelman's team. It would just, it is not as effective against the Wind Ranger. They're taking a lot. They're taking a lot of time. I don't think they're gonna pick support, because you don't take so much time to pick a support. And yeah, they go with a beast, yeah. So
it can still flex, right? Carry.
It can be a Wind support, it can be a Nature's Prophet support. Like for now, we are only sure that the Bara also can be 4 and 5. Everything is up in the mix. And are we just gonna see Gyro is banned? What's the next on the line? Troll Warlord. Bashka really likes the Troll.
Oh yeah, he
Warlord.
really loved Troll.
It's very good with the Warlock. It's
Weaver is also
Weaver
not the
or
ideal
Troll.
against Bara, but yeah.
I mean, Weaver against Bara goes both ways. It's one of the few natural Lincoln buys.
Oh yeah, that's true. There is also Drow Ranger that got buffed, but into Bara, Furion, maybe you can get pressure
Draw
early.
into Bara is actually okay. You have a silence, you have
Yeah, but every time I see Draw, like, I'm super happy. Like, I feel like this guy dies 10 times every game. So I would say Troll Warlord and Beaver second.
Yeah, I like the Troll. I think Troll is amazing with a line. You got saves, you got heroes that stand behind, you got
Or
AoE.
they can go back to like a Tidehunter, because he rounds up their draft perfectly. So if they have Troll, Weaver +1, another carry, they can just take Tide now and see what's up
probably
for
talking
the
about how much heroes do you have on your carry, how much I have on offlane.
But I'm sure there's another carry. So, but anyway, it's like more of a value pick too. Like maybe, like for example, Troll is just too good, or Kaz.
Oh, Bashka spam Kaz like.
I mean,
last
they already
3-4 games,
played
right?
Kaz versus them one game in the.
But yesterday they lost 2 games in a row with Kaz against Win, right? So.
Yeah, I also, the more I'm looking at it, the more that you were kind of recommending Troll, and then I saw 2 heroes that really hate playing versus the Purge, both the Wind Ranger and the Spirit Breaker. So I was kind of hoping that we see a Purge for them, but Kaz doesn't really contribute that to the.
Did you guys play against Kaz much in pubs? Like,
yeah.
you just die. Like if you play as Boy, you just explode. You don't even know what happened. You're like, what? You're just you're just like sitting there in the darkness, and you're like, what?
Yeah. a lot of interviews with pro players and their coaches were like, yeah, I don't know what this hero does, but people die. Do you think it's still like that, or have people figured him out more in depthly at the
Maybe
moment?
it's 50-50.
I mean, like for me, example, I'll be honest, you kind of know what the hero does. You know, he marks you, he makes the next kid hit on you. The ultis are pretty simple, but like the whole 6 other spells that he has, they're about in between. When he like starts running at you, hitting you like every second. Like,
you know what hero is doing, but you don't know exactly how much.
Yeah.
What like I'm just opening patch notes and I'm like seeing like 2 pages of it and like, oh, some spell from 7.8 seconds to 7.75. I'm like, what? I'm just gonna go next hero, you know.
I don't see a lot of lockdown on either of the teams. Does that mean we're gonna be seeing some mobile heroes? Paper Tigers, they might need a mid laner.
I mean, Paper Tigers probably gonna last pick mid, right? In this case, like they're just gonna put Furion or Wind on the carry with the Bara, and they're gonna see the matchup. Like they need to shut down Trauma in a way.
Oh, Weaver is banned. And
They're expecting them to
pick.
pick carry from the Trauma team.
Yeah, I also expect.
So what they mean, Nature's Prophet mid, Wind Ranger and Spirit Breaker supports, and Beastmaster off, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the Trauma team, they need the DK Focus hero. They need, I would say, some team fighter to round up their draft.
Is Centaur good enough?
You know how they say with Centaur, it's always solid. It's always solid. You can always pick the Centaur. But overall, I'm looking for a hero more similar to Mars and Tide that are banned. Like some team fight.
Maybe they can also go for the Darkseer.
Bigger AoE, maybe Primal Beast? I don't know.
Image in the pool.
Darkseer would be okay. Primal Beast would be...
Primal is this.
I think Primal is perfect. Like
Primal is this.
whoever is the carry, Wind or the Furion, they rely on the BKB to do damage, and Primal is perfect as this. The AoE works perfectly with the Warlock too, so be pretty happy. The DK Focus pulls out the Primal.
Crimson got buff.
That's cool. That's an interesting one. We weren't talking about him, but I'm thinking Centaur or Primal, especially DK Focus. I feel like those are his types of heroes that he can play.
Did you see the Brew patch notes? It's like a whole book on its own. I just skipped it.
You saw it and you skipped it. Yeah.
Oh, Primal.
Primal, nice call. Let's go. And what do they need?
Easy for carry. I mean,
I think it's just this Furion support. I'm not sure how much they play it. I think like a Furion support is a kind of a specialty thing right now. Not everybody pulls it out, so I think Furion
maybe Dragonite?
Furion is just gonna be mid, and they're gonna last pick a carry into Kaz Primal. DK works fine. A carry with the stun.
Yeah, carry with the stun with a lot of armor against
What
Kaz
about
as well.
what about a Morphling? I feel like a Morphling here, like
Morphling is okay, but it's kind of free lane for Primal. Venoba is Vessel. He has the minus healing talent.
Face this way.
Troll.
Oh, okay.
okay, that is a hero that can beat up a Kez. That is one of the heroes that you do not get beat up by a Kez.
We talked about it in the pre-draft. We wanted them to have a better scaling, like to not get outscaled, and they did exactly that. They last picking their carry. He sees the matchup in the lane, he sees the matchup in the game, and he says, CTY says, eat the troll. And if the game goes late enough, he can definitely win this game.
I like Paper Tigers draft, but Trao team with this Venom and Warlock early game on, I think they can pressure them and stomp them super easy. But it depends on the lane, right? It depends a lot on the lanes.
Yeah. Okay, so are these close drafts? Is this no clear favorite?
I mean, I cannot go against the Warlock, so I'll side with him, but I really like the Nature's Prophet mid, and every time I see him, there is a clear chance for him to pop out. Like, he can literally demolish the lane, take the Wisdom Rune, and like just break it apart.
LeBron, there was a change to an urn. Do you think we're going to be seeing 2 urns from Paper Tigers? Because you pretty much got 3 heroes that can get it.
Yeah, maybe you can buy it on like Burning Wind Ranger and Nature's Prophet on mid for sure you want to buy it. Yeah, I mean, you know, I see Burning Wind Ranger, you know, this guy want to have fun, you know, this is the tournament for the fun, right? So I'm gonna go with the Paper Tigers, you know, let's go Burning.
Yeah, I mean, you've been kind of on their side from since we started talking about this series, until you saw that the Team Travo that actually beat them 2-0, you were quite certain that the Chinese team was going to be having the advantage here. So we definitely have a split panel here. I think I'm going to be siding with Travo a bit, but either way, it's not me who we're going to be asking about this game and who is going to be talking about it throughout it all. It is going to be our lovely casters. So boys, take it away.
Games of the future.
Be a lot safer, but remember, Legends Reborn actually, or rebooted,
Games of the future.
Something like it, they make it work. Paper Tigers has one of the strongest mid laners in the entire tournament in 7E. You've talked a lot about him, Teltros, but in cases people who are just tuning in into the playoffs, why is 7E so impressive compared to the rest of the field?
most recently, he was in the Blast Slam 5 main tournament. He qualified through with his squad tier limits through the Chinese closed qualifiers. And that is why I think, because it was, he had the experience coming in with going at it against some of the best tier teams out there in the world, which is why I think 7E is going to be a focal point. And it is surprising that Paper Tigers are not going to be in the upper brackets, because I would have thought with a kind of experience 7E brings in that he would have been able to keep his team in contention for the upper brackets. But let's see if they can find their bootstraps. And this is something that you have to consider. Paper Tigers, with the kind of renowned names that they come in with, they can keep up with the pressure a whole lot better than Trauma Team can. They are no strangers to this kind of pressure when one match separates you from being able to go further ahead and separates you from elimination.
Absolutely, and Trava Team, I mean, yesterday they got kind of blown out by the win side, Teltros. I think that win is probably I think realistically Win is probably the best team in the tournament right now. We've seen some amazing things from Rostek in particular on the mid lane, but that's where, again, mid versus mid, that's the exploitation coming through, and I'm really worried about how that actually fades out of here. So for me, if you're establishing a win condition, does that end up coming in through the Kez? Does that coming in through predominantly a carry versus carry matchup? Then if you don't have focuses or reliables, you don't have, maybe necessarily the mid advantage straight up, are we just looking at the safe lanes?
It could be that way, but you have to consider that the Kez falls off a cliff as the mid to late game transition happens. I think Bashka will be a force to contend with in the early to mid game, while he can have that damage output as soon as he has that Desolator, and Travama is coming in with those slows and the kind of poison necessary to deter Paper Tigers. But in a late game scenario, when you are playing against the Roar and the Troll Warlord, the Kez is not going to be able to stand up. It does still come down to DK Focus's shoulders, where he will have to be that transitionary line or that buffer for Trava team if they are to have success in this first game. He's going to need to play the role of a tank and the role of a playmaker, because there is no other initiator on their side. Sure, Problema can come in with a few slows, you have the chaotic offering, you may even have Immersion go in with the Blink Dagger Walrus Punch, but at the end of the day, none of those heroes can hold the front line like DK Focus can.
Absolutely, and this is where I do think that the single hero initiation could end up being a serious problem, right? Primal Beast, as much as you're going in and you are the only initiator, here's what you have to remember. It's a single target initiator. This isn't a stun coming out from a Centaur. This isn't a call from an Axe. This isn't, anything like that. This is very much, hey, I'm going to go in and grab one hero. And if you have to put a name to that hero, if you have to make it like this highest priority list, who from the Chinese side ends up being that? I feel like it just has to be the Nature's Prophet.
I think it's either going to be the Nature's Prophet or the Troll Warlord, depending on the kind of damage output and Trava team can come in with. If they're confident that they can burst his Troll down and disable his Battle Trance, then 100% of the time they will be initiating on CTY. However, 7E is definitely the easier target to go on, but you always have to consider that the Nature's Prophet may not ever be your first point of contact. He's going to be teleporting into a fight, but may not necessarily be there visible on the map, because most of the time in the mid game, he's going to be on the outskirts farming up those jungle camps, just continue to farming up the safe zones that his territory possesses, as opposed to being, shown. And then you have to keep in mind the counter initiation that can come into play. You're playing into a Spirit Breaker and the Nature's Prophet, so when whoever you go on, irrespective of whether it's the carry or the mid lane from Paper Tigers, that charge is going to come in, that Nature's Prophet is going to teleport in, Wind Ranger has a max movement speed spell in the Wind Run, Beastmaster will have a Blink Dagger, so the counter initiation is going to be there quick.
Especially if you consider even the idea that with the counter initiation, Nature's Prophet can go directly for those weaker supports in the back lines, right? You're not going to get the double Shadow Words out. You're not going to be able to get the full wall of Plague Wards that you sort of want to have there either. This becomes increasingly difficult if Focus doesn't play it to perfection. So, as always, there's going to be a lot of focus over there. As a reminder, we have Trava team coming out of the Radiant side, and the Paper Tigers on the Dire side will be consisting of predominantly Chinese legends along with some of the young blood of the future.
Is certainly an interesting matchup, but you have to consider that Paper Tigers and Trava team did go at it against each other in the group stage, where Trava team came out with a 2-0 win. Sure, they were in stomps because they did go past that 30-minute mark, but it was Trava team who came out ahead. At the same time, you have to consider the fact that the Chinese teams were shaky at the very start of the tournament, but there has been some consistent improvement coming through in terms of playstyle. They're now playing quick, matching the tempo of their opponents, of their Western counterparts. And I expect a much different Paper Tigers here today.
DK Focus could be in some trouble. That's a good timing on the charge. OP is able to find him out, and Focus will be falling. Or was that just the Bash Tultras? It might have just been. Regardless, Focus should be falling, and that is CTY to get the first blood. CTY, of course, one of the players who is the most farm-dependent player perhaps left in the tournament in terms of his style of play and whatnot, but even he has shown some hyperactivity. Venomancer, as a reminder, of course, is going to be playing down in the middle lane, and I'm not sure how that should be faring.
Don't want the first blood to be going to the other side, though, particularly because you have that farm-dependent carry on Paper Tigers, the Troll Warlord. Not to mention, one of the key requirements for Trauma Team is your Primal Beast, so you want to make sure DK Focus has a good game. Mid lane matchup, or rather, DK Focus, again in a bit of trouble.
I mean, the fact that Dusk is going out and about to try and distract the creeps becomes a real problem. Burning, I like what he's going for over here, but he has to be careful. He only has a power shot, right? No wind run, so it could be a little bit troublesome. We'll have the creeps interrupt each other, so CTY can still have some slightly safer farming opportunities. And honestly, a lot of farm potentially denied away as well, but he will be missing out a little bit. Bot lane, much of the same.
OP is going to be able to get the pull, but I think Paper Tigers are going to be happy with the state of the game. I think they're correct in their strategy to apply pressure on DK Focus. They realize that there's not too much initiation. Meanwhile, Frapama on the mid lane. 7E will be able to teleport back, but that was troublesome.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
You have to consider that 7E, as long as you can make sure he's teleporting back to the base, you can deter his teleportations to those side lanes where you want to play for the global teleport, those pickoffs that you can create for your team. It's kind of a hard requirement for the Nature's Prophet.
I think it's also really important to remember that even if the Nature's Prophet is going to be TPing away for the early levels, Veno's kind of like a Dragon Knight in the sense that he's going to get a lot of tower damage done, and if the Plague Ward wall is built, then your lane just becomes impossible, because that's going to be infinitely renewable as long as you're picking up the water. So it does become a very difficult lane matchup for the Nature's Prophet. What it can do outside of the lane is a separate question. 633, some decent damage coming through, as Bashka is also just trying to make sure that the Fatal Bonds can be fully utilized, but it is the Kez who is still topping out the last hit charge.
And it's the Beastmaster who is struggling, and when I say struggling, he's actually even behind there. Spirit Breaker Freeze just has about only 3 lost hits to his name, and this isn't the kind of start you want on your Beastmaster. Kez has been renowned as such a powerhouse as in the laning phase. It's so difficult to trade against the Kez. He literally has a spell that dishes out 2 hits, and he has the parry. He has so much to mean that you can't trade against him, even if you do have additional units that Freeze does. You know, the boars, while those are traditional counters to melee cores, it's not a counter to Kez in the same way.
I mean, we also have to remember, as Freeze will end up going down, Touchless, Freeze hasn't really played competitively in about 2 years or so, right? And that's fine, he's still an incredibly high level player. We've seen some amazing things from him, especially when you look back to that, like that Slardar performance we had earlier on. But you also have to remember, there's a Kez being played against him, which even current pro players are saying, hey, you know, we kind of get it. We're not really fully there.
A few teams do understand, but one important contrast that I will have to point out is that, well, we may have to wait because DK Focus is in a bit of trouble.
He should be able to live over here. CTY doesn't have that much mana, and Burning can't charge out the full power shot. 70 comes in just in case, and will be able to pick up the last hit. That makes it very worth it for him. OP giving vision on the Tusk as well should mean it's kill number 2 to come through. Immersion, very difficult to stay alive with a charge channeled up on him. He won't be able to get away at all. Can't steal the bounty rune either. Maybe he can. Immersion slowed up by the blood grenades. Shards come through over here as well. Gets denied by the neutral creeps. 3 heroes have just had a lot of time wasted.
It is time wasted, but you have to remember that they did take DK Focus down. So it's not exactly space created for Trauma Team. They did end up getting the short end of the stick there. Great deny though by Immersion. You know, he created space. Their offlane hero died. It's not that bad for Trauma Team. The only thing you have to consider is that they are applying quite a bit of pressure. 7E is playing off the charts here. Trauma ends up going down. Paper Tigers, the only thing that isn't working out too well for them is their Beastmaster, but even he has decided to go for that plan B and just farm up the jungle, abandon the lane because he can't do much to Bashka.
Bashka's really having a good time.
Radiant's middle tower is under
And that is very concerning because it does feel like the Kez should activate earlier than the Troll Warlord is able to. And with the amount of mobility that the Kez has, with the ability to go invis as well, it does feel like naturally a very good hero versus a Troll Warlord. CTY though caught away from the Charizard inside them. Burning is going to be in trouble instead, and that's a trade-off you take any day. But the Wind Ranger will still have some tricks up his sleeve. Snowball will bring DK Focus forward. It's a two-man charge, and with 70 coming in, DK Focus will end up going down again. Axes give vision inside the pit, but while Burning is pursued, there's a Fatal Bonds as the real problem. Travelma coming over, and with another Poisonous Gale, it's going to be the death of Nature's Prophet. Maybe even in the fountain if they can do enough damage through the Fatal Bonds, but that's just not the case. Nature's Prophet stays alive, and it's a 2-for-1. And what looked like it would be a dead Wind Ranger ends up being a very good trade for Paper Tigers. CTY though has to make sure it doesn't go badly. Teleportation can come through. He knows there isn't quite the Walrus Punch yet.
Very nice.
And they're okay.
You'll be able to teleport back. 7E, I think he registered the damage output, or rather registered Venomancer's position a bit too late. Perhaps he could have disengaged too, but overall, a good set of kills for Trava team. However, they're still losing DK Focus too many times, and even their mid lane.
You'll have to see it. Burning and 7E putting their minds together to get that shackle shot onto Travama as well. That's a fantastic catch. And Touchless, we were talking about this off air. This is one of the most improved teams, with CTY has to make sure that he is also a part of it as well. There will not be TP support coming in, but with the Wrath of Nature, he might still have a turnaround. Now you can have the global teleport activate, as well as Burning having walked over. Again and again, everything that Trava team are going for, they are having it turned around on their head.
Yeah, it's really not a good look for DK Focus. Even when they had those two heroes on top of CTY, they had quite a lot of time to be able to get the kill down, but DK Focus is just too under-leveled. He doesn't have any items either. He's too far behind in the laning phase, to, quite frankly, to do anything. Even the Venomancer, you have the Noxious Plague up, but you have to be so careful of OP who can charge at you at any time.
Radiant structures are fortified.
They'll place an Observer Ward behind the tier 1 tower and are applying nice pressure on this tier 1. If they can open up the map with some early tower kills, perhaps Trava team will have some avenues to recover on their offlane. Meanwhile, the carry-to-carry matchup is going well for the moment for Paper Tigers, but you will have to consider that timing where the Kez Bashka will eventually activate. There isn't too much they can do about it, but they're still going to try.
He's gone Invis for now, but the charge coming over, it might be the real problem. That's what they're waiting for. They might want to bash him down. The shield is put up, and Bashka, with the help of the Shadow Word, should be relatively safe. The question is, do they still want to pursue? They realize there shouldn't be TP support without the ultimate of the Primal Beast being available, but Freeze has overestimated himself. Now Primal Beast will TP anyway, but can he get much done? DK Focus comes over with the trample. CTY caught out as well. Needs to use his Battle Trance, will do so, but he's still stunned up. He won't be able to stay alive in this team fight, but at the very least he does get another kill. Keeps the roots going on to Focus, and with a follow-up Shackle Shot as well, it's 633 who might end up being the only person who survives of a Immersion, and 633 rather, the two supports will be moving back with their tails between their legs.
That still ended up being a more favorable fight for Paper Tigers, and it's still not over. 7E, a triple kill at the very end of it all. And they're still gonna bring teleports in. Bashka is here.
He's trying to come through with a couple of body blocks as well, and with OP having the charge, it's going to be the Kez once again in a lot of trouble. There's nothing to stop the Sprout into the Shackle Shot, and Burning keeps on having the easiest stuns he's had in his entire life. Level 6 on this Wind Ranger, level 5, soon to be 6 on the Spirit Breaker as well at 9.5 minutes. This is the perfect start.
It's a bit of a disaster for Trava team though. Bashka dying twice in a row on a carry hero as soon as he respawned. Paper Tigers, their Nature's Prophet is doing so well. He already has the vessel up, so you know he's going to be looking for any kill they can find on the map. They have a roar that cannot be dispelled in this game. They have the Wind Ranger Shackle, which is guaranteed, mind you, because of 7E Sprout. And that's one of the classical synergistic combinations you always have to consider. Sprout plus Shackle Shot, you don't have to position yourself correctly for the Shackle. All you have to do is throw it out.
Regeneration.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And right now, Trava team, I'm not sure what their avenues are other than just to fall back, be a bit patient, and continue farming up on the Kez for his Desolator. Quite frankly, DK Focus, he isn't going to be that factor in the game that can turn things around for quite a while. Maybe past that 17 to 18 minute mark, but right now he barely has a soul ring.
OP just initiates all on his own. You've got the chaotic offering to try and turn this around, and if 70 ends up going down, that's a very high value kill to get. And that seems to be a foregone conclusion, but with the amount of support that's coming over, Freeze's roar on the Tusk as well. Tusk should be going down, and it does immediately to Burning. And still more where that came from. Freeze will be caught out and brought down by Travelma's slow and his Venomous Gale. It's still pursuit from CTY, making sure that if there's a kill to be found, he will find it. 633 picked up on the way out, and CTY is even considering pursuing after Travelma. And with a slow from the axes, Burning will be able to come over with another power shot as well. Should that land, Travelma is dead, but it goes completely wild. It's a good shackle, and it will be leading to the death of the Venomancer. No, the tag team backwards, Travelma is kept alive, and CTY instead is the one under a whole lot of pressure. Taken down, Burning's up next. This is going to be a save, all coming out from Immersion. He is the reason why this fight ends up being maybe even slightly salvageable.
He went for the drinking buddies, and great recognition by him where he saw that he could save his Venomancer Travelma. And for Paper Tigers, that was a misplaced teleportation in for the Nature's Prophet. He's always has to not be the first point of contact, but that shaky teleport made him out to be the first point. And Burning got a bit too greedy there. He saw Travelma. He thought CTY would be able to secure the kill, so Burning essentially attempted a power shot on the Primal Beast on TK Focus so that they could secure even more kills in this fight. However, what resulted in happening was that they couldn't even get the kill on the Venomancer. So they essentially lost both the opportunity to take the Venomancer as well as DK Focus down because of their greed.
Bird in the hand, worth two in the bush, and all that good stuff.
And they were really exotic birds. The mid laner, the Primal Beast, the offlane hero, you want those kills. And in the early game, you don't have to be, getting as much as you can. You don't want to get your hands on everything. You just, one core kill can get you the advantage.
Burning keeps on getting shackles on shackles, but the problem is he might be biting off more than he can chew. It's a 1-for-1, and considering it's mid going down, that's fine. Maybe not the 1-for-1. Immersion is pursued up, but there's really no follow-up. CTY and 70 can't catch up to him until there's another bash and the Nether Strike used. Teleportation will come through though, and Immersion knows that there's no way for them to interrupt his TP. So he does get out of there.
It's still a trade the Burning made, and I think he's going to be happy with that trade, giving up your life as a position 4 in exchange for the mid lane hero for Trava team. That is a trade that you take any day of the week. But right now, it is Bashka still farming away, and Trava team are doing a good job at trading despite of that early game start, that shaky start, mind you. But they will eventually have their time. Bashka just needs about 120 gold to have his Desolator. Meanwhile, CTY has completed his Battle Fury, but the big contrast there is between these two carries is that Bashka may now be looking for fights, while CTY wants to accelerate his farm. There's going to be a bit of a window where Paper Tigers are going to be a bit weaker than Trava team.
Daltros, the problem is that even though you're right about the carry versus carry, Travelma just feels very weak. I mean, he's level 9 only. His farm has fallen behind just a little bit. These last 2 minutes farming up the triangle have helped, but while Bashka is hitting his timing, I don't know if Travelma will be. 633 caught out underneath an observer ward, and he will be taken down, so that smoke is immediately coming out into a disadvantage. OP will be spotted out, but getting a kill on the Spirit Breaker is not worth it. The full pulverize will be used as well, and if Burning can get a good shackle shot, CTY is looking to get engaged. There's nothing to shackle to though. DK Focus will end up going down regardless, unless his trample can come back off of cooldown. It will not.
Not worth it for Trava team. And while I was speaking about the contrast, Paper Tigers proved me wrong. You see Bashka farming away towards their safe lane, while Trava team essentially went in, or rather doubled down on a 3-man smoke gank. But Paper Tigers, they actually brought CTY in, despite of him not being able to contribute much. At the end of the day, the Battle Fury does give you around plus 60 physical damage, and they did not hesitate to bring in the numbers. I think Trava team, they need to pick up the pace. If you want to farm up for Bashka's Scepter before you go in for fights, you might as well farm up for the BKB, because by that time, the Paper Tigers will be able to fight back against you. The Nature's Prophet will have his next few key items. Perhaps he's going for the Blade Mill, perhaps a Troll Warlord will be going for that Manta Style or Sanj and Yasha, or maybe even a BKB. earlier than normally he would like to.
Doctors, the other problem is also that I just think that this Venomancer has run its course and it's how useful it was. We talked about how it's a good matchup versus the Nature's Prophet in middle lane, but now that's no longer a factor. We've already lost a mid-tier 1. That's really all the Veno could have hoped to do, and you need to snowball off of that to maintain a good lead. Now 7E is going ham around the entire map. There's a roar being used as well. Now with a charge, sure, one of the tag team, they're going to be able to get out of there and maybe even turn things around. The Raptor dance used. Bashka gets a double and a third kill on top from 63. That should not have been such an easy turnaround.
Immersion, once again, the MVP for the fight for Trauma Team. Earlier, he came up with a save using his drinking buddies on the Venomancer, displacing him. This time around, we saw Bashka getting gone on. They couldn't finish him in the duration of that roar because of that Pavis coming out by BCZ, and that snowball from Immersion enabled the turnaround because Bashka has the Raptor stance. That lifesteal coming out by him that cannot be countered or stopped. Paper Tigers, they got hit hard by that. That was a gank that they were guaranteed. And they did not expect Immersion to come up with a save. Pretty soon, he's going to be able to reliably save his allies because he's only about 500 gold away from that Blink Dagger.
And he's already doing such a good job. Immersion's already turned around 2 fights for them. The one out towards the top lane, tier 1, of course. Now, over here, when the initiation of the Bashka is coming in, Bashka should have been able to just bomb up that Aghanim Scepter slowly, but now with those extra kills coming in as well, this will be heavily accelerated. He's already 1200 gold ahead of the Troll Warlord.
And he'll have
his ads by 18.
Soon. Yeah. It's despite of him not contributing, by the way, despite of him not actually joining the fight was brought to him, and he ended up with a double kill. So really, that's the ideal position for a carry, right? That's a carry's dream, that you don't have to
I think it's called home delivery, right?
Expedited home delivery.
Yeah. This is the best service you've ever had. At its finest.
DK Focus does have the Blink Dagger, so Trauma Team actually have a lot of options right now. Paper Tigers, they may have to be careful, but I hope they're not going to be too careful in the sense that they just fall back to farming up on all of their heroes, because they can't do that. And T-Time, I would like to point out that I really do not like to see a Hand of Midas on a Spirit Breaker. I did not like it pre-patch, but now that the Hand of Midas has been nerfed to the ground, I really do not appreciate it.
I actually think the Hand of Midas is completely useless on every hero now.
You need,
maybe the
I believe someone did the maths on it, and I think you need about 20 minutes or so before the Hand of Midas gives you that return on investment, and that's just the goal.
Yep.
Previously, the Hand of Midas was that great item for that experience multiplier so that you could level up a lot faster, but now it doesn't even have that value going for it.
It's a particularly poor item, but it might be a particularly poorly fated burning. Wow, look at the damage from Focus.
He's online. They did a great job at shutting him down earlier, but because they're playing so passive, Trauma Team can literally go for any move they want. And if Paper Tigers are the one responding, it's going to be a bit difficult for them.
Look at these smoke scouts. OP is a man unleashed, and he is out and about. Immersion cannot catch up to him. OP, even if he ends up going down of the hay, he knows he's more than done his job. Everyone spotted out, but the problem is, Teltrus, you know what the problem is, Teltrus? The problem is, everyone is clustered around the dire side jungle for Paper Tigers. There's no one setting up wards. There's no one split pushing. There's no one farming up the enemy jungle. There's no one using the space made by the Spirit Breaker.
And that is trouble, right? Maybe Paper Tigers have decided that they want to play for the mid to late game. Maybe they've decided that they perhaps need a BKB on CTY before they come for a fight. They do have some vision on the cliff, but you're right. They've essentially decided to play a game of cat and mouse against Trauma Team, abandon that top side, but we do see them positioning here now. OP is moving in with the charge.
Focus, they've gone in on him, but by the time Nature's Prophet comes in, the roar is going to finish off. There's an offering on 3, Pulverize on Freeze, and with 7, he just slowed down to Oblivion and beyond. His teleportation is a futile exercise.
2 quick kills, and again, that was Paper Tiger's initiation. and they couldn't make it work because they're not coming in with enough damage. Immersion, just all he has to do is come in with a snowball save. That play was never going to work on the tankiest target available on Trauma Team. Look at the snowball save that is going to come in from Immersion just now after the Pulverize has done its work, and Freeze could not fight back.
This might be one of the worst initiations I've ever seen, actually. Considering that the roar goes out, which is not a full 3-second stun or anything at this point either. Nature's Prophet TP comes in afterwards, and Nature's Prophet isn't hyper farmed either. You've already spotted out 5 people in their jungle because of OP's initial scouting report. And because you have Dire side, Radiant side jungle rather, you also know they haven't come back.
They're going in with the Nature's Prophet that just has a vessel to offer. Even if you were to activate your Blade Mail, if they don't target you, then you're not going to be reflecting any damage, are you? So
The thing is that Nature's Prophet doesn't have the Southeast Asian vessel, which is the guy who plays Made in My Games who says that he's got a vessel that's going to carry all the animals like Noah.
It's a 5,000 lead up now for Bravo Team. Freeze may have a Pipe of Insight, but I'm afraid for Paper Tigers, their only game plan is to now hedge their bets with their carry, their Troll Warlord that has to be the difference maker for their team, or it's just not going to work out.
Oh my god, the silence coming out onto OP as well. OP is just going to end up going down where he was once a magnificent scout, now he is a magnificent meal.
It's the Falcon, you know. You haven't you seen a Falcon swoop down and pick up a cow? Just run.
Yeah, the astronaut cow being taken down by a falcon. Burning, I appreciate the fact that you are still alive.
It's still Bravo Team that have a lot of options. You know, they can play fast or they can play slow. I think there is a big window, at least until the 35 to 37 minute mark, until their lineup is going to start to skill off. Until then, it will be the team fights that decided. You do now have a BKB up for CTY. Paper Tigers can go for a move, and I would like to see them actually fight back. Roshan is being taken down by Bravo Team. Bashka is inside of the pit, and you can actually fight inside of the Roche pit. You have the Wind Ranger, you have everything at the ready, but they're just not going to. I am seeing the will to fight from Paper Tigers with their away time.
Toppers, look at their vision. The only ward they have past the river is one to seize the tier 1 tower in middle, which they haven't even come close to in so long. They can't fight for that Roche pit, and that might have been the right decision to stay back, but if CTY dies here, that would have been disastrous. Immersion, he fails out on the shards, and CTY has only his good fortune to thank that he stays alive.
Great use of the Tumbler Soy there by CTY, great reaction time as well, but wouldn't want to see him go back to the ancient camp just after it.
Hey man, CTY knows his farm. I'll let you know about that.
Bashka is creating a Lincoln Sphere. After he has that, there are 2 really good spells to dodge out. You can make sure that you can be anywhere on the map and the charge isn't going to be a threat against you. In the team fight, that Lincoln Sphere may just be blocking off that roar or the shackle shot coming in for the Wind Ranger. It is actually a pretty good item this game, especially when you stack up a BKB on top of it.
Goodbye, Burning. You will be sorely missed.
Tier 2 tower
I think one of the weirdest
by undefended T-time. They're giving up every single objective around the map. And you have to consider, if you're not fighting with your carry who has gotten the BKB, what exactly is in your mind going to be the turning point? When are you going to decide enough is enough or draw the line?
Cultures, I think one of the weirdest interactions we're going to see as if 70 cannot die. 70 cannot die here! As a Nature's Prophet, you're supposed to be leading the network, you're supposed to be split pushing, you're supposed to be taking over the map, but right now all that's being taken over is his hopes and dreams in the lower bracket. Freeze on the top lane in pursuit of Travel Ma, and Travel Ma's extra movement speed, survivability, and teammates mean that they just get 2 of the most important heroes on the map down immediately.
I would like to see Bravo Team are playing a game of divide and conquer, but unfortunately it's Paper Tigers playing a game of separate and lose. That's not really a good strategy. Because
I
again,
think any strategy that has and lose in the end isn't a good strategy, Teltras.
but you take a look at their lineup, right? Where exactly was Freeze positioned? How far out was 7A? Sure, you're going to be in those pockets that you consider safe farming spaces because your own farming spaces are being run over. But you're not fighting back. You're just playing the farming game where only one of your heroes can effectively farm up. And you're allowing Travel Team to do everything, anything they want around the map. Sure, they have the Aegis, but you have a Roar and an Aegis Prophet. Surely you can go for some pickoffs.
Travelma has also had a wonderful recovery on the Venoman, so he's really itemized effectively to just make sure that the waves are constantly pushed out. His Manta Cell, sure, it gives you extra damage, movement speed, etc., but the fact of the matter is these waves will never go in the way of the Paper Tigers, and there's also almost no way to actually punish the Venomancer because all he has to do is just put the wards down there for 40 seconds or so. Bashka's diving the tier 3, he's going in onto Freeze, and now he has to be careful that it's not too much. The Lincoln Sphere is what's keeping him alive, and he's going to be able to just walk out of there. And Doctor, this is why I was saying that this is the weird thing that actually the Paper Tigers lineup makes Kez even more deadly because he has to go for a Lincoln Sphere and it's already a low cooldown hero when you get the Agnum Scepter. Oh, CTY, they're going in on him. CTY is pushed out of the shard. It shouldn't matter. The Pulverize will still hold him in place. He's down and out for 75 seconds. Freeze needs to be careful.
No response by Paper Tigers to lose their carry that has been their big difference maker, or rather that was supposed to be the chosen one, the promised hero that turned the tides in their favor.
But like I was saying, Touches, Kez now becomes doubly as powerful because he doesn't need to go for a BKB because everything already versus it. He just goes in and out consistently, and you just see that over here again. Onto the tier 3 towers he goes. He knows that his Lincoln Sphere is giving him absolute protection versus basically every stun he could hope for.
And this is the big improvement that we are seeing from Bravo team. DK Focus getting shut down repeatedly over on his offlane, but you see Bashka stepping up quite a lot. 16 Desolator charges, 8, 2, and 6 on that Kez. Hasn't exactly missed the mark. As soon as he got Deso and the Aghanim Scepter, he went for those fights.
And all of it has been set up by Immersion and his Dusk, right? Immersion has helped out so massively in just keeping him alive in a couple of these key team fights. If not for that, we could be looking at a very different game right now. Aegis will expire, 5 seconds left on it, and they've got the barracks out of it. This is more than anything you could ask for.
Immersion has been critical in their ability to fight back because the saves that he came up with on that top side where essentially Trava team were able to take out 3 or 4 heroes from Paper Tigers, even on that bot lane where he was able to save Bashka. Absolutely key for their team's survival in this first game. We may actually see Paper Tigers being fed up of just being bullied around and actually take a fight pretty soon. I mean, they are huddled up together. And I hope that they are posturing towards the fight, but surely they can't actually fight against Bashka, who has the amplified damage. It will be interesting to see how Travel Team plays now without the Aegis. Do they still look to chase on that high ground? Do they look for a pick-off? Does seem like Bashka is hankering for a fight right now.
He just wants to see how much damage he deals. Grappling hook forward. Freeze doesn't even realize what happens to him. His body was dead before it hit the ground.
Oh. Second in a barracks now, under threat.
Freeze has to use his buyback. The Glyph just doesn't do very much versus the Venomancer because the wards will continually be zoning away anyone who wants to come over. If Travelma is able to get his wards established between the barracks especially, anyone who wants to use his Blink Dagger etc. becomes a whole lot more difficult. 70 now just walks up, but he's already lost a pair of barracks, and CTY is still doing that CTY thing.
Lincoln has been popped, but essentially Paper Tigers just decide to abandon their barracks. And now it just comes down to that last lane of defense. This is what Legends Rebooted tried to go for, with Hal farming up until the very last moment. This is what Paper Tigers will go for. This is what Ame tried to go for in the grand finals of TI. But we all know how the story unfolded for Legends Rebooted for Ame, and I'm afraid with the kind of game that Paper Tigers are having, the story is only going to be a repeat. as Robert team have gotten enough of an advantage to just now patiently wait for that next Roshan. Paper Tigers, though, they are going to go for a smoke of deceit. This may be one of those desperate plays because it doesn't really look too reassuring. They aren't even in position to take anyone down. They don't have a read on where Robert team is.
Scanning.
Things are going from worse to even more worse.
Robert team, they have seen where Paper Tigers are because of that burst. OP is just going to get bursted down at the very start.
Bashka is just unstoppable. There's nothing you can do about this at all. Freeze will not be able to get his war off. Look at the damage from the slash. 70's about to experience the first hand of a hair as well. He's got no chance. He called GG before he even dies. Paper Tigers will bow out. They give themselves a really good advantage initially. They focus down on focus, but they just can't finish what they started. A couple of failed team fights, a couple of poorly executed ganks, and a few really bad initiations means you can forget about that lead.
Paper Tigers had such a great start to the game, though. They identified the real threat, which was DK Focus, managed to shut him down. But it really seemed like ever since the first one or two team fights didn't go their way, it seemed like they just lost the will to fight back. It just seemed like they gave up from that point.
And honestly, I'd sort of given up on what the Venomancer would be able to do. And it doesn't feel like he was a big contributor, right? Because Bashka, Focus and Immersion look like they're just standing out massively. But what the Venom manages keeping the lanes pushed in consistently, he does more than his job to make sure that the Kez can just assist in terms of getting a couple of kills here and there, picking up his farm constantly, and never having to worry about the split push threat or the global threat of a Beastmaster, of a Spirit Breaker, of a Nature's Prophet. Heroes that are inherently based on running around and picking off heroes like Kez, killing those tiny blue birds. Of course, we've got our analysts on board as well, so they're going to be sending it over to the Harry boys to tell us more.
Happened in this game because LeBron, I mean, it started off really well for the Chinese team.
Yeah, I really like this combination of Nature's Prophet using the Sprout and Windranger using Shackle Shot. They get so many kills early on. It was like in minute 13, it was like
12 to 3, I think.
Yeah.
Oh no, I mean 13 was like all 25 kills overall, as we see in the highlights.
Everything was really good for the Tigers, but minute 15, there was like this fight where Bashka survived on like literally 1 HP. It was Golem save from BZZ and then Snowball from the Immersion, and they saved him.
Right here. This is amazing.
This was the fight where they turned around the game, I feel like.
This is why we all love Dota.
He literally survived on 50 HP and he used his dance. He got healed with the pool and like 3-4-0, and he should be just dead there. And after this I feel like there was like no fight where like Paper Tigers had any like...
It was a similar thing where Warlock, their support pretty much dominated everybody. I feel like after that save on Bashka, we kind of felt that he's just gonna dominate the game. Like he's gonna be unstoppable, which actually like from that point there was no coming back for Paper Tigers.
I feel like Paper Tigers should think about banning this Kez, because Kez hero is, especially for us, older players, we don't really know how to deal with it. And Bashka is fun. Just ban it.
I don't know, man. Just ban Tusk and Warlock, right? Is that kind of the thing that you need to get rid of? I mean, they're picking it every single game.
Definitely top tier supports in the patch. I would say A tier supports in the patch, and like it's hard to play. And maybe again, we spoke how Troll can maybe play the late game, but it seems like Paper Tigers again play the time ticking game. Like they were just on the timer, and like as soon as they didn't snowball the game with the Spirit Breaker, Nature's Prophet, like it felt impossible.
7A had really amazing start on the mid laner as well in the CS. He was like doubling CS from Trawaman. He was getting like so many kills, and like you are playing Van on the mid, you wanna crush your mid lane, but enemy mid laner is just killing your side lanes. But yeah, in the end they lost.
Yeah,
still.
much more structured drafts from the side of Trauman team, and I think they just understand how to build this draft better. So definitely the change from the paper tigers has to come from a drawing board, Just
Whenever there's a LAN in our country, right, in the country of Serbia, there is people usually go for bigger team fights, and that is what wins you the games. Is this in a show match tournament or something more of these lines that you should go for, or do you like the draft of Paper Tigers that they went for? Okay, let's get this show really strong, really fast.
Yeah, usually we will do that, like get some team fight.
Maybe some heroes, the Darkseid and the Snapper, and just team fight it out. Yeah, that would be the Serbian or Balkan way. But overall, it depends on the team. I think overall. You should go with what suits you, what your team is best at. But when we speak about the LAN and pressure, like people tend to turtle, it tends to go 5v5 late game. So it helps having these primal bees that can control everything. This Kaz that is just unstoppable force, it seems.
Indeed, you need to have as well like super strong lanes, like team fight, and maybe hero that can scale, like to be stable. But in this game they have troll, but at one point of the game they have no chance. Like
we didn't see many long games, right? Are we gonna start seeing them?
There will be a long game here and there, but overall I think the 35-minute average will be the case in the tournament type of this. And I think the big thing for me in these games that Trauman and Paper Tigers play is that Trauman team has like a clear identity. Especially like they all play their own signature heroes, where they on the side of Paper Tigers they try to go more with meta, with countering, and it really shows. It really shows that the Travo team is much more comfortable. Like they're just chilling and playing. The Paper Tigers are trying to like do something like it's supposed to be done.
Yeah, I agree with you. Maybe Paper Tigers should just go for some signatures.
Just pick the anti-mage for burning. I mean, I know burning is the legend of the anti-mage. Everybody knows, but CTY is also a legendary anti-mage, but not at the same level. But anyway, anyhow, if we see this hero on their team and they need scaling, it's kind of all coming together.
So what is the support for burning that he's gonna be supporting the anti-mage with?
Warlock.
Anti-mage.
They had a chance. The Venomancer, I don't know, Pagna, just pick a guy that doesn't really lose a lane and get the anti-mage to the game. Does anti-mage still buy Helm of Dominator?
I mean, Helm of Dominator was good because you can stay on the lane, but if you have Warlock on the lane, then you don't need this like extra regen armor.
I mean, they nerfed the gold of the helm, right?
Yeah, by 50%. It's a pretty big nerf, but the build-up is still the same as he says. You buy the Helm of Iron Veil, it really helps you like overcome the biggest struggle, the biggest obstacle as you have as a hero. Like some Faceless Void, some Anti-Mage.
Yeah, same, yeah.
That's their obstacle, the biggest. So maybe they'll still do it. And I hope we see it, Never know.
And Travo, they kind of played the same game in all three of the games that they played versus Paper Tigers so far. Are we going to see changes or stick with what's...
They're going to stick.
I mean, why fix something that's not broken,
Yeah.
They're just going to definitely go with the same signature. Like they banned Mars, Pudge, Tide, the Primal was left for DK Focus. Just if they ban Primal, they're gonna take one or the other. And like Travelman also has he picks his hero early. He knows what he wants to play, and I think the only guy that we're gonna see some variety from is the Bashka, because he's gonna have the late pick in the draft. He's gonna see a lot of heroes, and he is the one to carry the game. And he's a versatile player.
Yeah. And he's one of the highest MMR player on the tournament. I think top 100, and you wanna give him hero to carry, If I am playing mid lane, I will just first pick my hero and I'm gonna do fine, Trawan is he have his heroes and he's probably lowest MMR in his team, right? So he's
he's enabling. That's what LeBron does in pubs when he plays with the higher carry players. He does the same thing as Trawan. You just enable your carry player. You give him the space, you give him the support, you give him the space in the draft to pick a really good hero, and it does work.
Really smart way to say, please carry me.
Yeah. I'm just gonna first pick. I mean, there's some impact and you carry me,
We are talking about legendary tournament, and we have to mention the TI7 Liquid Run, where Matumbaman literally created space, and he said in some of the interview that he had to create miracles for miracle, just anything. He played Venomid, He played Viper, Necro. He just did anything in his power to create a space. I think the carrying is 50-50 in this situation. Like he's creating the space, he's carrying the early game. So Miracle, or in this case Bashka, without the Miracle, I would really want to see him in next iteration of this tournament.
Exactly, right?
That would be my dream. If Miracle was here, I'll be I'll definitely be going for an autograph or a picture.
We're getting to a point where there's just so many of the old school people still watching Dota here and there, but if Miracle would come, everybody would.
I think everybody would come.
Exactly, everybody would come to watch something like that. Of course, we are getting closer and closer to our break into the second game. In general, more team fights from the side of. Let's not be serious, right? So no anti-mage talk and stuff like that. So let's talk about it. Is there going to be more team fight on the Paper Tiger side?
You should, for sure, definitely. In this game you had like Wind Ranger and Bara, so, and on the opposite time the team, it was like Warlock, one of the best team fighters, especially early on. If you fight 5 versus 5, right? There is no this there is like no BKB, Slotus, you don't dispel. There is Q, and yeah, let's see.
I mean, we're getting closer to that game too, so we're gonna allow our viewers to go and take some drinks, kind of stop talking here from our side, and then come back in around 5 minutes with game number 2.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous robotics and many other activities. Welcome back, everyone. This was game 1 from game Team Tuboba versus Paper Tigers.
Yes.
And the game went towards the Russian team,
Yep.
Team Tuboba, in a very dominating fashion, actually. I want to talk to you a little bit about what you thought about the game first,
Well,
and then we'll see how we
I
can
want to
analyze
ask you, the Dota expert, what just happened this game, because in the beginning of the game, Paper Tigers, they were winning.
Yes.
And they were 3,000 gold ahead for such a long time.
Yes.
And then suddenly I see that, oh, the game is about to end and the Russian team is winning. What happened?
So what I can tell you is the lineup that they picked early on had a very specific winning condition. They needed to snowball
So
early
this
on.
is for Paper Tigers.
This is for Paper Tigers.
Okay.
So they had the Nature's Prophet, they had Spirit Breaker, so they had a lot of global presence, and they want to create space for the Troll Warlord. They even had to protect him in the tri-lane, which is something that you do in order to secure as much farm as possible. But on the other side, and they were actually dominating very well. They
Yeah.
were not dominating, but they were doing exactly what they were expected
Yeah.
to do. They were winning some of the pickoffs, they were getting some of the team fights. Then by the 10-minute mark, things started changing a little bit.
Yeah.
Tuboba started punishing a lot of this, and this is because the Primal Beast became a little bit more tanky. He was doing a lot of big trades, so anytime there was a rotation or anytime there was a gank, they would pay the price with 1 or 2 of their heroes in exchange for at least the Primal Beast, which is an offlaner that really doesn't have the biggest impact in the game.
Okay. I think they're showing us here some of the highlights that
Yeah.
happened during the game. And you can walk me through what exactly is happening here and
Right.
what
So I
we need
didn't
to
have a
prepare
lot
them
of high
better.
hopes for Ken's,
Okay.
which is the main carry that is on the Toboba's team.
Uh-huh.
However, the MVP of this game has to be the Warlock, which is the main support that they have. He's a very strong support. He's a very high tier support that is being picked in recent pro matches. And as you can see, every single time they have an opportunity to attack, before Tusk is being taken down, before anyone else is being taken
Yeah.
down, there's a cost that comes to this. Now, this was one of the early fights. You can see the 3K, 4K, even 2K lead. That's not very high in Dota, by the way, but the net worth was going where it was supposed to be.
Okay.
And this was one of the fights where things started going around. So Venomancer was about to go down. They managed to save him, and they started making it a bit more difficult for them to earn the point or to get the kill that they actually started the gank with. And that's something that, if you manage to do that, you're disrupting the winning conditions that the team based on. And that's why there
Okay.
was an early GG, if you noticed, is because they knew after a certain point, there was no way for them to try and come back since they weren't snowballing the way they
All
wanted.
right. Now, all this sounds great. So, what do you think Paper Tigers can do now? It's a best of 3, so there is pressure. Any words to them so they can come back?
Yeah. So forget fast Dota. If they're making a quick adjustment, forget fast Dota, which is what they wanted to do because they know how to counter it. Toboba's very comfortable with what they're doing. Go for signature heroes. Let's get Burning on the position 1. He was supporting this time. Let's get something that works for him. Anti-Mage, Terrorblade, Luna, whatever it is that needs, and then let's play their comfort picks and see how that goes for them.
All right. Well, we only have 20 seconds left before we can go into the second game, which could be the last game of this best of 3 if Paper Tigers lose. I'm very excited. Enjoy the show, guys, and I hope it's actually 2-1. Take it away.
And welcome back to the Games of the Future 2025 here in Abu Dhabi. We are on the MOBA stage watching Dota 2. I'm Ari, joining me of course still, and like throughout the rest of the event, it's going to be Milan and LeBron, our famous former Dota 2 professionals. Milan maybe still recent, and as we do have some former Dota 2 professionals on the stage as well. It is Team Travo versus Paper Tigers. If you haven't been watching this and just joining in now, Team Travo are 1 game ahead, and this is the 3rd game in a row that they have won versus Paper Tigers in this tournament. But that's why I have my analysts to ask them, does this change right now?
I mean, it will be more pressure for the Paper Tigers because this is the elimination on the line.
Yeah.
Like if they lose this, they have to go home. They don't get to fight out for this big prize pool that we have further in the tournament. And I think it's going to be a show of character. Like, does this pressure get to them and they play even worse, or do they like say, oh, this is the time to show up?
Yeah, and you come here to enjoy, play more Dota in more games, you know. It's new patch, everyone would love to play till the end, if possible. So yeah, they need to adjust, they need to adapt. Try to pick more, like, they had like really a good early game, but at some point, when there was like bigger team fights, like they didn't have a tools. So
now we spoke in between games how they have to make adjustments, and they're gonna have to make adjustments by the nature of this draft because they have the first pick now. Last game they had the second pick, so they're gonna ban the signature Dark Willow, Viper for Trauman, I suppose, and of course another signature DK Focus patch. It seems like we're not gonna see DK Focus play patch today. And with the first pick, like maybe they go for the Warlock, maybe they go for something else.
now first pick is change in order like bans. You cannot like just ban the hero and you pick your hero next. Like you cannot protect like this. So basically enemy can think what you wanna pick with your bans, but because it's signature bans, nothing like it's hidden, right? So
yeah, they don't show much with the signature ban. And Warlock is gonna be banned. I think Trauman team just doing very well in the draft stage. Trauman he's a very smart guy.
Yeah.
He's a streamer, he's a content maker, but overall about Dota, I also talked to him sometimes personally in the past. He knows his stuff, like he thinks about the game from a bigger perspective. And Burning takes the puck.
Yeah, what about the you always talk about Travo being a smart guy, and what about the Chinese players? We don't know much about them because we are not really that connected to the scene because of the language barrier, but do you have like some Chinese players that you know are considered like geniuses?
X Nova for me, I think.
Xnoa is like.
But he can speak English, so we
yeah,
know what he's thinking.
He's Malaysian. He played in OG. He's kind of very connected to the West. But from the original Chinese players, I think it's definitely like the director, like Xiao 8. He comes first to the mind. He's the mastermind behind the new BTI victory, and behind many of the high placements from LGD. And then I think the second one would be ROTK.
Yeah, probably.
I think he comes to mind as also won the TI4 and also a guy that like kind of was on top while Chinese dominated.
Remember his GOTF interview with Casey on TI where he's trying to speak English? That was awesome. I'm gonna assume that like now, I think it's been 10 years since then, that now his English is probably really, really good. But there he really wanted to speak in English, not to have a translator, and it was a solid interview. Yeah. We heard some of his thoughts. But we talked about team fight, and again, it's Travo team with a hero that kind of provides more team fight in the first phase. Is that just something they want to go for?
I mean, I think they just, as we said, they have like a system where they have to have like a number of lockdown or heroes that catch, and like they just check that box
yeah,
out.
they have like these roles and jobs for the team. Your role and job in this team is this, and like they just want to feel it, like you said.
Could this be Enigma mid? Like it's a very early Enigma pick. Like yes, they banned Gyra, so you know maybe they're just protecting him for offlane, but
BZZ 63 used to be offlaner, and it can probably play it on position 5, right?
We'll see.
So it's a flex probably.
Definitely another good systematic approach from the second pick is just kind of leaving everything open and putting like a ball in a paper tiger squad, and they now have to show one core with a support that they're probably gonna end up picking a task plus.
Is Pagna nerfed? I think numbers got a bit down on some spells and stuff, but I feel like they pick it because it's strong lane, and maybe they had like lack of tower damage in the first game.
Now they definitely need, they need a Mars type of hero. Like after you pick a Sky with a Pagna, these two heroes provide 0 lockdown. They need to combine it something. They go for the like, this is sort of a classic. They fixing the team fight issue problem, and like they just like I think this is also like somewhat signature too for Freeze. So yeah.
What is in your mind when you see like these 2 week support, like Glass Canyon,
Of
Pagna,
course,
Sky?
it's like the minions.
Yeah, Lycan, but okay, Mars is good against Lycan.
I mean, Enigma already has the Eidolons plus he can buy the Dominator. So
You need some hero that can go on this backline and kill them. Like usually it's like these spirit heroes or Storm, but they're not great. I mean, there is Skyrat, Silence. Shadow Demon can be decent, but then you're gonna have Shadow Demon, Disruptor, Enigma, kind of weird.
No, I think they will grab Task themselves since it wasn't taken by Beto Tigers. The Immersion really showed the strength of the hero last game. It's a good lane with Enigma. It's like it's another layer for lockdown.
What about Clockwork? It used to be good against.
It's always fine.
Good. No? They go for the SD.
The SD.
I like it, but I said it's weird for me, like to have it like with Enigma and Disruptor. But let's see.
Is this for Shadow Demon or for Disruptor? Because we've been seeing a lot of for Disruptor lately.
I think by the players it will be the BZZ Disruptor.
Yeah.
I think he doesn't play much Shadow Demon. And the core pick is the one that interests me.
He needs to be a killer, right?
Is it gonna be like a Juggernaut? Or
do you wanna leave last pick for Bashka or go for Trauman? I guess you wanna go for the Trauman, something safe, you know?
I mean, I would definitely leave last pick for Bashka, even though that he sees his lane. So this is always like a ongoing debate and draft. Like, okay, you see your lane, should you pick your hero? But maybe you can just save the carry to see the matchup too in the game.
Oh, nice,
It's gonna be the Juggernaut.
The last pick for Trauman, you know?
Hey, Juggernaut is overall very solid hero, and now you already see 3 heroes that he's good at, that's not gonna really threaten him.
Yeah, I mean, one hero that is like great versus the Juggernaut is an Ursa, but kind of unplayable Enigma and the Shadow.
This can be tricky. I played a couple of Mars into Jugger. Like, you can like start a fight with Spear into Arena on him. Okay, they're gonna be safe from Disruptor. Usually now with Mars, you're not going for this Arena that enemy cannot see. So
I mean, even if he goes for arena, the enemy Shadow Demon can still do the
still
poison.
Yeah.
He can play around it.
And you're on the LAN environment, like you can see at each other monitor and see where he is.
That takes a lot of time.
Yeah.
How much, when you're playing in a LAN, how much do you watch in your teammates' monitor?
Sometimes. You know. If you're lazy to move camera, you know, like you're next to your mid laner, you can just check what is the situation on the mid lane. You know?
But one thing I have a problem with Travelman's lineup is they kind of lacking damage early game.
Yeah, insta stuns, right?
It's like
like zero.
the supports don't really do damage. I mean, the Simulate build that we are seeing more often on the Shadow Demon is kind of,
but nobody to finish it off anyway, right?
You
Even
don't
if
have
you
burst,
get low.
yeah. You don't have burst. Yeah.
Like
Maybe if you can get some auras, but Mars don't want to buy auras for sure.
It's going to be very interesting to see what's the last pick for Travelman to fix all of this issue. Is it the Travelman Enigma mid? Is it a new hero on offlane?
Maybe
We'll see.
But is it too much to ask for Travelman? He's like, to fix your all problems, he's like the lowest MMR in the team, no flame, but you know, you are putting the guy into a bad situation.
Just put him on
too much pressure.
Attack his man. Just give him attack his man. He's gonna do just fine. Let's see. And Paper Tigers, they need a mid laner too, perhaps.
I really like the Primal Beast band though. Built BKB, a lot of magical damage, that's definitely something that you need. Is there a killer maybe from the DK focus side that you can go for here for Trow team, as you mentioned, put the Enigma in the mid lane?
I mean,
something
they are banning the offlaners, right? They're expecting Enigma to be mid.
I think Paper Tigers need some hero that can go on backline, kill this SD first. Like they need someone to, like Mars don't want to be maybe the first one who jumps, you know. You need someone to start the fight, to break their positioning, to show them, and then Mars can react better with arena and stuff.
Like a bug?
So something like any mobile hero on the mid lane.
Oh, they banned the Pang, but I was thinking Pang.
Yeah, Spirit.
I don't know if Pack is a hero anymore. Like with the recent nerf, they removed they basically removed his innate ability.
And this abuse.
Yeah, the package, you still get the mana from dodging hits from heroes, but the mid laner, the laning phase was all about dodging tower hits. And the Pangolier, I thought also is like maybe a pick, maybe it's also turner, but Earthspirit, like Earthspirit got buffed and he does everything that LeBron says. He's a perfect pick, and now I think they're still gonna pick offlane. 10 seconds, make a call, LeBron.
Yeah, you know what is the issue now? You hero pool, you know? Like maybe you need, but yeah, I want to say you need a hero.
That's a crazy pick.
That can fix the lineup, but if you don't have it in hero pool, it's hard.
I'm not really the biggest fan of this Trow team lineup. I really see damage issues unless the Juggernaut and the LC have really good lanes. I feel like they could struggle, and they did have a problem in laning in the previous game.
Yeah, they kind of are losing like 2 out of 3 lanes.
Yeah, they need to play stable and to be smart. Like the first 15-20 minutes, you will not like lose hard, so they can play the game. If they survive, it's like the first 20 minutes. I think they can win this game. But still, in the first game, Paper Tigers they played really good 15 minutes till this fight on the bottom. So I think I like more again Paper Tigers draft. Right now they fixed with the team fight stuff we talked about. They have like physical, magical, they have like literally good lanes, tower push. I think like all these boxes got checked.
Perhaps objectively they pro the draft a lot and they have some edges, but I still think their draft has to be like executed. Their Travelman team, they got a signature hero on every player again. They got their identity style, and I think that just by the player nature they'll prevail.
This time around though, Milan, I think I'm gonna have to side with LeBron. I think Paper Tigers can do it this time. Last time I really didn't have faith. Right now, when I see a lineup with a Disruptor that doesn't have any kill potential early on, I'm not really the biggest fan of that one. But overall, we are getting close to our casters here, so they're gonna be taken away. D-Time Toltras, it's your game now.
Thank you very much to Harry and the boys over there. It is going to be a great old time in the server. We have a lot of very interesting heroes coming out. Earth Spirit and Terrorblade is a combination that you're very excited about.
I definitely am. There have been quite a few buffs to the Earth Spirit. Now he gets
attack damage amplification for every unused charge, and an interesting change which makes this Earth Spirit plus Terror Blade combo so deadly is the fact that the Earth Spirit Geomagnetic Grip increases the targeted ally's cost and quite a bit, 800 at that level 1 mark. So that means the cost range for that Sunder is going to be absolutely massive. Not to mention the cost range for the Silence, the cost range for that Life Drain, Decrepify. It's a great change. Now we have the Earth Spirit joining the League of the Spirits that have enjoyed that spotlight for so long. We've seen the meta have the Ember, Storm Boy. Now we have the
CTY will almost definitely be going down, and for Victory 3 and the gang, BZZ is going to be incredibly happy with that one burning. Running away with his tail tucked between his legs. You dare pick the Pugna versus Mr. BZZ?
It is, again, in a bit of a contrast. This is now Travel Team coming out with the First Blood. And the analysts, they mentioned how Travel Team had the weaker lanes, but now with this First Blood, maybe they'll have an easier time. Interesting to see the Legion Commander being picked up in a competitive game, and actually, Enigma on the mid lane. This can go either way, I think. The Earth Spirit can just dominate that Enigma because he doesn't really care about the Eidolons all that much. Isn't going to be taking the attack damage from those. Can just dive the Enigma if there's a rotation coming in by OT. Juggernaut and Disruptor. Glimpse into the Blade Fury could be a decent combination to actually play with. Meanwhile, over on the bot lane, it does seem like Travel Team are going to be stronger. Because the Legion Commander is just straight up too good against the Terror Blade. You create illusions to try and stack up against DK Focus, he will just burst those illusions down. Meanwhile, Burning can't actually do much. You're not going to be decrepifying anyone, but it's a great defensive mechanism against that view until DK Focus gets that Aghanim Scepter. I think if he comes out with a view, one decrepify, and that is going to be a missed play by Trauma Team. But let's see how much farm CTY will be able to get, because that is, at the end of the day, the determining factor for Paper Tigers. They are playing a 4 Protect 1 draft. Earth Spirit buff, Mars being that ever strong, or rather ever green offering hero, doesn't really matter if you can't get that big Juggernaut against the Juggernaut. Troublema actually only has 2 CS. This is not the start that you would want for Travel Team. This Earth Spirit is just dominating the Enigma at this point. And even on that top side, Bashka just has 6 CS to his name. So it does seem like Paper Tigers are off to a good start in this early stage.
Yeah, trying to really make up for that initial loss coming out at the very least. CTY may be the only person who's suffering a little bit more, Touches. That's perhaps the concern. Touches, we have ourselves an Earth Spirit out in mid versus an Enigma out in mid. Look, man, what does the world come to? Pavoma, you have to be careful over here. There's a lot of damage for 70. You cannot underestimate what the Earth Spirit can do.
Definitely not. It's going to be really difficult for you. And one thing you have to consider is if you're playing for the black hole, then there is a Silence on the other side. There is the Mars that can come in for the counter initiation, the Earth Spirit who can come in with a boulder run. So you need a BKB to be able to get off those black holes.
And while Bashka might need himself a longer lease on life, at the very least he will have stayed alive long enough. The BZZ will assist him with the experience on freeze. Now, not just assist him, actually gets away immersion. Perhaps the MVP of the last game, and as far as Travelmar's support duo is concerned, will be going down. Focus gets himself one very least, still fighting back, looking for the overwhelming odds as well, and the Lotus goes his way, so CTY is suddenly underneath threat. By the moment of courage going his way, overwhelming odds will be coming back off of cooldown very soon as well.
CTY does not want to. There's no. Well, mid lane, it's your Spirit in danger.
And it's not just him in danger, it might be him in the grave. They need a few more right clicks. 70, he's out of here. And Dodgers, it might be Abu Dhabi, but I know what's playing in his head right now. It's I just wonder if you know how to live it. You know, something like that.
He has too much HP. That's what the Earth Spirit has always had. 3 minutes in, he has 956 max HP. Too much for Trava team to come in with, because one of the other things that, Harry taking on and LeBron mentioned was the fact that Trava team don't actually have too much early game damage.
No, they're making do, Tultrus. They're getting courier kills, they're getting maybe even a mid laner kill. Travama right now is being chased down and kept nice and honest. 7E is feeling good about himself. And Travama with the full set of items will be hard to go on. I say that and he dies. I'm really not very good at this predictive analysis.
Well, I mean, 7E predicted that down to a T. He had a great first game as well, and he looks to create a repeat of that, but one of the things to consider is that 7E did essentially flame out. Paper Tiger started playing a lot slower, but here's hoping they can change that as well.
Focus is going to be gone on right now. Immersion is the first one to fall. Focus is inevitably going to die as well. And double kill for 7E. And you know what? He did have a good start in the previous one. Ended up throwing some of it away. I think this start feels very hard to throw it away.
DK Focus. And again, that he is supposed to be the big target, but you have to remember the big power spike, or rather the big opportunity to snowball for the Legion Commander is going to be there when he has the duel up. What I'm afraid of is the fact that Trava team, they don't have too many lost hits. Everyone on their lineup is suffering in terms of those. They're losing core heroes too. So this is a great opportunity for Paper Tigers to continue amping up the tempo while they can. Burning is playing a hero that can actually effectively capture a lot of objectives early on. Those tier 1 towers should start going down, and 7E should start to look for more rotations. It might be hard on Bashka because he has that Blade Fury, but it's going to be a whole lot easier on that Legion Commander, on that Enigma, and the squishy supports the Trava team are playing with. Disruptor is coming in towards the mid lane.
Well, I mean, he's washing out for the 6-minute rune more than anything else. Immersion nearby as well. They're so worried about what could be done to Travama, and they might be right to be worried. OP is coming over. Immersion can't do anything. BZZ is just playing zoning, and Travama is not doing much at all. Disruption onto the... Disruptor will save him for a while. Hey, Disruption on the Disruptor. There you go, baby. And that's not a while that's long enough. They'll still end up losing not just the hero, but a lot of damage out onto this mid lane tier 1 as well, courtesy of Bugnar Travama. All in the meanwhile, he can only just bring creeps back to himself. He can't really put up a defense.
And while Enigma is a great hero for pushing out the lane, that's true for him on the off lane. But not really true so much on the mid lane, because he really can't do much to this Earth Spirit. 7E is having a grand old time. Even learning to keep himself safe with the disruption, or rather with the Decrepify. And there's the Geomagnetic Grip coming in. It's not going to be enough though to save his life. Travama will get the last off and be able to apply some pressure on this tier 1 tower while burning his down.
I don't know if we're going to call it the last laugh. I think we're calling it more like the only smile that he's going to have in the entirety of this laning phase. It's still 3,500 net worth and 70. He is rocking and rolling.
Went for, I think he's going for the drums rather than aggressive, but 70 does need to be careful. There's the black hole.
And then with 3 heroes here, you and the black hole, you have to be able to finish off this kill, barely just managing to do so. It was a rolling boulder, otherwise you were thinking that maybe there'd be a bit of Tokyo drifting once again. To be honest, I guess it's not really Tokyo Drift because he doesn't actually move in directions. That would be more like the Primal Beast.
It's more like, I can't actually think of a good reference. Not a
just
fan of, you know.
Just Fast and the Furious in general. Family.
Yeah.
Family. Family.
It's still Paper Tigers able to hold on to their tier 1 tower though. That's what you always have to consider. This kind of pressure built Enigma may not be most suited for the mid lane, but good first black hole use, although it is a really long cooldown, so there might be a tier 1 tower.
Bashka makes his way over and the Omni Slash is going to net him a kill as well. This is fantastic ulti usage coming out from the Travelmoss side, and a 7E will be glimpsed back over. BZZ is manhandling him basically alone. Burning has to come through to try and save him, and now not just saving, 7E's reinitiated. That might be a mistake. Is there any support coming over? You'd wish that DK Focus was here. He does have his duo online, but unfortunately he's too busy harassing up the Terrorblade. Still, both supports are able to take down the Earthshaker, and now Immersion even feels confident enough to go forward. He knows that Travelma will be TPing back in, but there's no way they can actually chase up onto this Pug. Now, not without the glimpse. Why chase when you can call him right back into your waiting arms? BZZ's early level 5 is paying off in spades.
I think for 7E, if he got that boulder smash on those boards, he would have been able to find the kill, but he went for a risky play, although it did come with, or rather it did also come with high reward, but he ended up losing his life. And because the Disruptor has been planted on that mid lane to counter out the pressure the Paper Tigers are coming in, this is a very highly leveled up Disruptor. Level 5 means that you have a 3 level levels.
At the very least, Enigma is able to find the kill on tower, right? This was always going to be a race with an Enigma on one side and Pugna on the other, even if Pugna is a support. But all while being down the lane, there's been an attack attempts going on at other sides in the map. OP's Arcane Seal will be running out soon, and Bashka tries to keep you away. That TP is going to cost him extra. He'll have it on cooldown for the longest time when he respawns as well.
Great return kill being found by Paper Tigers. You want to disable Bashka early on, keep your Terrorblade from forming, as it is going to be a carry versus carry matchup. Just a straight up head-to-head versus a Terrorblade. As Bashka quite literally walked right into that one, and you always have to consider these kind of paper carries that can't actually dispel the silence up until you have that Manta style are going to be pretty vulnerable to what rather both sides are going to be coming in with. You have the silence on the other side too with the Disruptor, and that's actually a great spell, or Static Storm is a great spell against the Terrorblade. So I think both Paper Tigers and Bravo team have to keep that in mind, especially now that BZZ has hit his 6.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Even OP being level 6 over here, though, Totos, the Mystic Flare is going to be giving a lot more kill potential to any 170 actually managed to get roll on 6-3-3. He doesn't need to be disrupted. Immersion is putting himself in the perfect position every single time, and with the ultimate use from the Earth Spirit, they'll only be able to settle for a Disruptor. Now, it's a juicy Disruptor, right? He's high leveled, not doing the worst in the game so far, but it still feels like so much commitment with 3 heroes now rotating to the block.
They did take the tier 1 tower as well down with the Disruptor, so it's not all that bad for Paper Tigers. They also come out with 2 bounty rooms that were just laying there waiting for them. So it was a more favorable exchange, especially when you consider the fact that Brava team also brought in their heroes. You had the Enigma position there, but they just weren't able to fight back effectively enough. So I think that Paper Tigers do come out ahead, but now the Bravo team making a response. They're coming in with level 6 strategy with 2. So this could work out for them. Immersion.
Involvement. Now, look, the man we haven't talked about is the man who died at the beginning of the game. CTY is comfy. Sure, he's lost his tower, but he is farming away.
That is always going to be a factor, and unfortunately in this game, normally when you have a Terrorblade, right, when you get to that Eye of Scotty timing, that is going to be the point where you hit critical loss. Most carries cannot fight back against the Terrorblade when you have the Scotty. However, in this game, there's a Juggernaut, and Juggernaut is one of those very few carries that can actually fight back against CTY. You have the Swift Blast and the Omni Blast, the Healing Ward, a great toolkit to actually take the Terrorblade down if you can lock him down. And I think that's going to come down to DK Focus as well as Straboma on whether or not they can actually catch Paper Tigers as heroes.
Radiant are scanning.
One of the win conditions right now out for Travis. He'll stay alive long enough to survive the duel, but dies immediately after a focus. Can he survive this exchange? No, he can't. OP won't settle for just a double kill. 70 when his rolling boulder comes off of cooldown, goes in again. The black hole completely useless, silencing up Gravelma, and that is as disastrous of an exchange as you could imagine. 7E is rolling over them in every way imaginable.
They did come in with what was intended to be a good rotation.
This fight is an overtouches. BZC's even respawned, and if you can get a glimpse on OP, there's still about 20 seconds on that army of Eidolons. OP managed to juke out for a while, but now he's surrounded on all sides by tiny Enigma toddlers! And as everyone knows, you don't die to toddlers very easily.
It's still not that bad for Paper Tigers, right? Sure, they lost their Terrorblade, they lost Burning, but at the end, they managed to not get hit by that duel in the sense that there was no duel damage being received for that Legion Commander. And everything collapsed for Drama Team, because almost that is not going to work out for Bashka. First duel of the game not working out, and even that black hole is again going to be on a cooldown, and they got nothing for that black hole apart from that Pugna kill. Really, Paper Tigers are playing this strong. They have the Blade Mill for 7E, but the really crucial thing, the most important thing now for Paper Tigers is not to let up the pressure. They need to continue with the tempo that they have worked so hard for and constantly keep the fight, keep bringing the fight to Bravo Team. That's good. Done.
Oh, okay. Samus doesn't come out in time for my hero. Bashka's spin will keep him.
No lockdown, right? That boulder smash from the Earthquake, even if he were to ram Bashka with it, that's a miniature stun. It's not going to hold Bashka in place for long enough for him to just walk out of the AoE of the Mystic Flare. They need a lot more than that. And that's a very important point that the desk panel brought up. There's only the Mars's lockdown for that Mystic Flare, so it's not all that reliable of an ability this game as it normally would.
This is one of the other things out there. We don't get the chance to talk, Ultras. We only get a chance to fight. OP sending out wild Mystic Flares. That's a warning sign if I've ever seen one. More like the bat signal asking for help, but unfortunately, this ain't Gotham, baby. This is Dota 2.
CTY gets a... what? He got a solo kill on DK Focus. I think the duel was used. As DK Focus thought he had enough damage to take the Terrorblade down, but I think he just ended up getting hit by a counter with that Sunder. And that solo kill should never happen. Even if you now take CTY down, it's still great for Paper Tigers.
Oh, that's right. It is fantastic. Doctors, I was very concerned about the fact that we don't have anything that can stop the enemy of that goal. I genuinely thought that could be. If you have 0 duel damage on DK Focus, 18 minutes into the game when he's going to get his Blink Dagger, that kind of makes up for it.
Well, they're not in the red right now, I would say, because DK Focus is about to get a Blink Dagger. And you have to remember that the dual damage you receive past the level 12 when you have your ultimate skills up to its 2nd or 3rd point, that is truly when you can stack up the most concentration of your damage with the duel. The level 1 duel is quite weak in terms of how much damage you actually get. So this is the point where they have to fight. Now that you have the Blade Mill, have the level 2 duel, and you have the Enigma's Black Hole up again, I expect them to make a play on CTY. Or to be fair, really, at this point, on anyone they can find. But they have to make a good play.
They've been trying, Touches, I'll give them that much. But the Observer Ward is underneath the sentry. So, if there's anything that's gonna give up the jig, it's, oh, there's a fresh Observer planted in the mid lane where I was about to walk. Gee, I wonder what that could be doing there. Jinkies, Scooby.
Bashka does have his Yasha. He has his diadem as well. You know the difference between a diadem and a tiara, Tita?
Yeah.
I was hoping you'd say no. But there's a fight, so I don't have to explain.
Emergence trying to go forward with Disruption. It's a blink forward. That's the target you need. Earth Spear will be kept alive with the Sunder. And the stun means it's another Fuel without a kill. Freeze absorbing a lot of the damage with God's Reveal that Omni Slash was giving out. Bashka now ends up being bashed down. Aeroplane will force him to disengage. Freeze will not allow that to happen. He uses the spear to push the Juggernaut away from the Kitty, and as GK Focus re-engaging with the amplified damage boost, it's running out soon. 70 going in, Black Hole on 2, but where is your damage? DK Focus doesn't provide it. Immersion is the one actually picking up kills, and now as DK Focus come through again, he's getting kills. Everything is still, regardless of the offering situation, that ends up being a surprisingly good fight out there from Gravity.
Overextensions by Paper Tigers, considering the fact that the Black Hole was not used the first time around. And so it naturally had to come in at some point as they were simply chasing into a great kill found on Bashka, but they had simply just ran out of fuel at this point. No Sunder to protect them, no Mystic Flare, Earth Spirit, no charges for additional uses of spells meant that that was an easy counter initiation for Brava team. And we saw a surprisingly good counter to the duel coming out. The Sunder. That's not really seen all that often, mostly because Legion Commander isn't really a hero picked up all that often. But the Sunder actually kept the Earth Spirit alive, otherwise that would have been the first successful duel of the game.
Maybe it's time. DK Focus will believe. That's this one goal. So literally the first deal of the game comes in at the 20-minute mark, right as the sun comes out for the fourth base cycle.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Now, don't get me wrong, getting dual kills is great, getting damage on your Legion Commander is great, but I think in a competitive scenario you have to think of the duel in a different light. It's not to stack up damage and feel good about the ever-increasing number of your attack damage. The duel, at the end of the day, is a great initiation and disabling tool. You can make sure CTY is defenseless against your lineup for the first 3 to 4 seconds while you just attempt to take him down. You, with the
glimpse that it's Storm as well. CTY, you might not need to deal this time because they've got plenty of weapons. They've just taken down the 2 highest value targets in the game for the Radiant side in succession.
And, you know, there we have the perfect example of that. They have so much to lock the Terrorblade down with. Static Storm to silence him, even if he has a Manta style, he can't exactly do anything. He can't use his Thunder unless he has a BKB. If he gets Duel, there he dies. If he gets Black Hole, there he dies. And Paper Tigers do not exactly have the same kind of save mechanism that Brava team do. Brava team have a Shadow Demon. They have that disruption that effectively takes you out of the game and makes you invulnerable for that 1 or 2 seconds. Meanwhile, Paper Tigers, they come in with a puck down. They have the Decrepify to stop the physical sources of damage, but there is significant magical damage in that Static Storm and Black Hole when it is used.
Unfortunately, we're also getting to see something very similar to that last game where 7E has a really good start to things, and now suddenly you're looking in the net worth chart and thinking, well, he is an Earth Spirit, he's not going to be farming up that much, he's not where he should be to be able to help this game. Juggernaut is almost a full 2,000 gold ahead of the Terrorblade as well in the game. So you're starting to see a gap get built that will only widen unless something is done about it and soon.
And this is the big focal point that you have to talk about, or rather that we have to talk about Paper Tigers, right? At this point in the game, last time around, they decided to play passive, and I am afraid, I am actually really afraid because they have been playing passive for the past few minutes. They have been allowing Travel Team to come in with their initiations, and they just have not been fighting back. And you talk about the ever-increasing gap between these two carries, and that's only going to increase unless they make a move. Their Terrorblade is always going to be targeted by constant smoke ganks, constant rotations, constantly Travel Team are just going to be waiting for them just to be able to prowl on this TV. And you're playing an Earth Spirit time. There is no version of an Earth Spirit that plays passive.
But the problem is the Black Hole, BKB there now for Enigma as well. Terrorblade will not be able to save away the Earth Spirit. It ends up going down. It's a trade-off though, as Travelma is pushed out of the fight. Not killed, but is pushed out. The question is, where's the engagement is going to come in? Is it going to come in? A glimpse on the burning makes it maybe possible, but at the end of the day, the buyback from Mars will dissuade them from fighting further. He's coming back. It does change things, but they could potentially still have to fight on the dark side.
They will, because they know there's no arena. There's no Earth Spirit, there's no Mystic Flare, they have nothing. Paper Tigers, in fact, they're just going to tuck tails and run. Their Terrorblade is going to abandon his position and just go back to farm, giving a free tier 2 cover. And the reason why all of this transpired the way that it did was because Paper Tigers, essentially, their offlaner had to trade his ultimate for the Static Storm. So it was a trade of a support using his ultimate for the arena. And you have to consider the fact that the Mars is one of their only real sources of lockdown, their only real sources of encapsulating and capturing property. It was a really easy black hole for them when the Mars just could not fight back.
Smoke up and so much. Even if he goes out, he'll make it annoying. This might be enough. Vasca goes in. It comes the duel. Who will save you now, my friend? Oh, actually, very nice. He's saving him all right. CPY still doesn't get on the slash up. There's a whole lot of damage. Juggernaut, but they're able to divert the army slash away. Double buyback comes in, and where the last fight was a failed buyback for the Mars, this might be the case now for the Travel Team side as well. BZZ is the core player for this, so if he can get a first back on anyone, literally anyone, this fight is go time. It's still a 4 versus 5, and 17 now realizes that zero magnetic drift is flying, silence and up the Enigma, even in harm's way, but immersion disrupts it immediately. The kind of saves coming up from him are enough to activate the BKB. Now, it's just about making sure there isn't that dieback, but we can't forget tactical turning when you get double buyback.
It is very surprising that Trava team chose to take a fight without having their black hole. I think they got a bit too overconfident. They let the earlier wins get to their head because they thought they could actually take down the Terrorblade with that Static Storm and the duel. Sure, it's a good idea, but when the other side knows you don't have a black hole, that means it's a very simple save on that TB. We saw a full duration Decrepify coming out from Paper Tigers that effectively disabled Trava team from being able to take CTY down. And as soon as he was able to withstand that entire Static Storm duration, that meant the fight was already lost for Trava team. Omni Slash or no Omni Slash, Vasca wasn't ever going to be able to be the difference maker there. (18-21) right now, as you now do have the black hole. Perhaps they look for a fight as you have your ultimates. Now the only problem is you're so hyper reliant, or at least in this phase of the game, on that black hole to be that big disabling mechanism. They quite literally do not have any other stun. Apart from the duel, I don't consider the duel that sure shot stun. I consider it a great disabling tool, but not necessarily a stun in the same way, because you want to duel a priority target. And dueling a Bugna on that back line is just too difficult to get to.
The thing is, at the same time, I know you're talking about the duel as you all, as it's so I don't think you need to think that as being the case in this. Because normally, most games almost always have something that can stop the black hole even if that's not the case over there. As long as these focus get the Enigma or the Mars, or maybe even the Earth Spirit, it's Enigma's job to then keep the Targo.
That is a good point. There are multiple avenues that Trava team can take to take this fight, but I think the key factor is always going to be being able to disable Burning from coming in with a save. It really seems like Burning is more of a threat than the Terrorblade is.
Well, they go. They have to have a million situations of. Oh. is the
I
gem
don't-
right there.
It is.
You see the vision in the
Yeah, there's Warrior heading for the gem as we speak. But, I mean, sometimes you miss the gem, you know. 10 or 12 years ago, we missed the Aegis.
Yeah, fair enough. You know, life gets better. How about, 6 years ago you missed about your life choices, but hey, you're fine.
Bashka picks up the Aegis as this is for the next 5 minutes. It's so risky to now go on this Juggernaut because Juggernaut is one of those heroes that when he comes back with his second life, he has an Omni Slash. So he actually has a lot of ways to survive and is quite a threat with his second life just in terms of how much damage he's able to dish out.
He is hitting critical mass. There is a very real possibility that with this Aegis, Force would win everything on the bounce. They're just so far away. Herbert is even surprised. He's like decided that he's going to do that thing he does, where he's off farming for his next item. Might have to end up giving up buyback as well if he ends up going for it there, but Bashka is just going to be able to continue hitting these buildings uninterrupted. Look at how far the rest of the team is. How do you initiate? It has to be freeze, but it doesn't matter. Mars going in onto the Juggernaut feels like it just doesn't do anything unless you have a silence already there.
Yeah, you use your only disable against a Juggernaut, and the rest of the Trava team can come in with a Black Hole, with a duel, with a Static Storm. It just seems that punishment will be too hard to make any kind of a play there, as CTY is back with his team. But I wonder if this is the right idea. Trava team are in possession of the high ground right now.
He's wondering that. That's why
he does see Trabama though. They have vision of the Black Hole. As 7E will also.
The Black Hole, but these will be visible as well. They found Burning, and if they can take him down, that's all they need. Now, with the TPB used, Trabama has the option of interrupting the TPB. Besides against it, you'll be able to find. Skyrap, no, Vincent, really? Only use that, I guess.
He used the clip for the Skyrad and then dropped his stuff down. But that's enough of an opening to go for your second barracks. 30 seconds without the Ulta. You still have the Aegis and your Black Hole is online. Even the duel is going to be back up soon. They didn't really expect all that much, and he does.
I'm surprised they're not going for the top lane of every barracks just to be sure, but Bashka right now wants to take care of the tower first and foremost. Trabama playing this close to him is a risk though. What they're relying on is the lack of arena, not the lack of burning. And that's a pretty big lack of it. We've already talked about how it's the only disabled they have.
Scepter up for Bashka, which means he's so much more of a threat. These supports can't go near. OP has to keep the distance. And there are only a few heroes that can stack up against that kind of damage.
Not wrong, but 70's gone in regardless. BKB up, Omni Slash is used. The duel on the Earth Spirit, and while CTY looks for a target, all he'll find is an Omni Slash on his bomb. Freeze will be pushing back Bashka, but don't forget the Aegis. He's happy to die. He's happy to see the 3-man Black Hole, but it comes with Trabama getting every single kill. The Midnight Pulse is taking them apart. Rip your shreds as buybacks come in, and now Trabama is watching CTY get stripped away. The Manta Dodge will be missed. 7E just trying his best to take down one lonely Enigma, but maybe there's a chance to fight back now that the Juggernaut will die for the second time. Immersion's death is guaranteed, and the only player who might be able to escape should be DK Focus, but he's the one they prioritize. A spare being missed, but with the blink cancelled, it doesn't matter. It's a good back on the Earth Spirit to give them a shot. With the fact that BCC sticking around, that means it's a turnaround with the BKB. It's not enough. Legion will still fall. Winner of the duel is Mars, and it feels like Freeze is getting just as much damage as Focus is, but it's at the cost of his barracks.
It's also at the cost of CTY's buyback. 7E's buyback burning, also bought back for that one. Paper Tigers did fight long and hard. They did get that nerf network advantage, at least slight bits of it going back in their favor, but the damage dealt to their high ground is massive. And Trauma Team, they bided their time. Juggernaut in at the very forefront of their siege with the Enigma, Trauma waiting patiently for his time for the black hole because he knew that he would end up receiving it. Just a perfect execution coming in by Trauma Team, and sure, once you go that far deep, T-Time, you are going to get punished in response. Paper Tigers weren't able to do it.
Let's not forget that.
Yeah.
This means that you effectively can't if you die on any one of those heroes, there and then.
You're going to have to fight. If you don't fight, what's going to happen is Trauma Team are going to pick you apart across the map. Someone has to farm.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
When I say someone has to farm, I don't mean Fees should be farming here. You know?
Hey, your instructions were very unclear, I'll have you know.
That is true. You know, you farm safer. And right now you haven't dewarded your triangle, so you might want to make that a priority too. She was almost up for 7E, and CTY does hit hard. He has that Daedalus, no butterfly though that Bashka possesses, so the 1-to-1 carry matchup doesn't favor CTY, especially because CTY is playing an illusion-based hero. Interesting that Bashka didn't go for the Disperser. So one of the things that the Dispersion now does is that it dispels your target alongside yourself. So it's actually better for heroes like the Juggernaut against heroes like the Pugna, because you can break the Equipify. You don't have to necessarily go for the Nullifier.
It's a high damage dealing nullifier sort of.
Yeah.
Item.
More expensive, but it's a natural transition, right? It's an Agi based item, so the Juggernaut doesn't mind.
Give you the extra movement speed?
Yeah.
So if you perk someone, you're also getting the extra movement speed.
Yeah. That's why it's so good on heroes like Juggernaut. He also gets movement speed based on his passive, right? We always have to consider that. So Juggernaut charging in at you is a lot more dangerous now.
They have an amplified damage room. It might not be on the right hero.
Or they might just be waiting for an opening. One is good. I'm afraid with the fact that BZZ now having the Scepter, it's so risky right now. You get caught with that Static Storm, you can't fight back, you can't activate your BKBs, you can't even activate your Shivas, can't use your spells, can't use your Sunder.
BCZ has had an unreal game so far, by the way. He's been so impactful in the early stage of the game, and you can see that he's level 17, having a level 18 Aghanim Static Storm. This game is already looking a little bit over. That would count.
We did speak about how Trauma Team, would need to step up on the rest of their players, because for a lot of the early days of the tournament, it was DK Focus doing the heavy lifting. In game number 1, Immersion, the other support player from Trauma Team, came out with a phenomenal game with the Tusk saves that actually kept Trauma Team in the game for much of those early fights. In this one, it has been that disruptor. BCZ has played out of his mind. And it's always, this is something that you have to consider about lower bracket elimination runs. It's one of your players, since the pressure is on everyone, one of your players is going to outperform the pressure on them. And to be fair for Paper Tigers, that has been 7E. Phenomenal game in that game number 1. That game number 2, this game number 2 was also great by him. He has found many opening kills on the Enigma. He has pushed back at Trauma Team. Unfortunately, it's the rest of Paper Tigers that do need to come together, and you have a double arena up for freeze.
Yeah, I actually think this game might have been better than game number 1. It fell off much faster, but now it's a fight to the high ground. You know what's going in. 7E will find the sun. Is there a follow-up? Is there anything? Oh no, there's only an Omni Slash and a duel. And now with the Static Storm on the burning, there's disable number 2. But Freeze comes in with a double arena. Bashka forces spin inwards to the the arena itself, and Focus is using his BKB defensively, but a Swift Slash to the low ground, and Bashka chases down CTY. He finds himself on an island, while Freeze finds a second kill. CTY doesn't think he can fight this one, and Bashka is now in pursuit of the Pokemon. CTY is giving up the call. No, we're disengaged, but BZT and company, they might be entering some trouble. Freeze is re-engaging the BKB. The Black Hole catches no one, but the charge pulls him back in. He's disabled now on CTY. Bashka's taking down Freeze, but he himself is falling low. He can't keep getting away with this, and this time he won't. The absolute performance that Freeze has to put up in that fight, but my god, he does it.
It's not over, he died.
Focus will be making it over.
Yeah, I thought he would go for the duel on Freeze, but what a team fight coming in by Paper Tigers despite of that shaky start. 7E got annihilated at the very start of that team fight, but it was the Mars that turned things around for them. A great arena catching both supports from Bravo team. Freeze did the heavy lifting there, captured them, and actually his second arena also captured a Juggernaut. And this time around, CTY played that to perfection too, because he was always wary of that black hole. We saw it come out, but it did not do a single thing. It did not capture anyone inside of it, and Paper Tigers brought the gravity to Trava team instead.
It's also the fact that 70 died having taken the Omnislash away from each other. Right? All of the Omnislash were used on the Earth Sphere and an illusion of the Terrorblade. Then the static storm with the Aghanim, remember what I was thinking of? It's using just a Pokemon. That Pokemon wasn't even killed.
I do think that Trava team, again, it wasn't getting ahead of themselves. I think they got a bit too greedy, because they saw a lone Earth Spirit, and they saw the lone Earth Spirit, they knew he didn't have a buyback, and they realized that that was their opening. They thought they could have just killed the Earth Spirit 7E and just won the game after that. They thought they would have broken Paper Tigers' spirits by taking 7E down, but man oh man, they were in for a shock.
I think they were shocked just by the fact that, oh my god, are they initiating upgrading to us to a choke point? What's going on? They're losing the game. That might not be the case anymore, coach. Now listen, a lane and half of barracks down is a problem. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's not bad.
Not 40 minutes into the game. Your Terrorblade is farmed. Your Mars has a refresher, and because you just won an entire team fight and the Mars stayed alive for all of it, I'm assuming he'll have a Hex soon. The Sight of Vice isn't too far away for him, and with that Sight of Vice, he could potentially disable the Juggernaut before he gets his Omnislash off. This is great for Paper Tigers right now, and they're not going to be in that worrisome position because their buybacks are about to come off of cooldown soon.
I see a lot of TVs coming out. I got scared for a second. Am I missing something? Is there a base race going on?
No, they've gotten the memo. They're gonna fight on that bot lane. And perhaps use CTY as bait.
How close is he to his level 25? That is my question. So that makes a big difference.
Very close to it. He's actually only about 500 experience.
Oh, BZZ, my brother. How have you managed to get away? How is there no spear? How is there no disable? Freeze is having to play so far behind because he realizes that he's really their only team fight.
Freeze went for the Lincoln Sphere instead of the Sight of Vice.
Again, touches. He knows he's their only fight. He can't be Grims. That's why the Lincolns is there.
And you can't duel him either, but I would have preferred the Hex. I think the Lincoln suggests that you want to play defensive, you need to take the fight to Bravo team before they get their perfect jump on you. Because
I believe in actions, not items. They don't look like they want to play defensive.
Well, that's because they have the Aegis. They have the advantage for the next few minutes or so. They may even want to poke on that high ground because I think their buybacks are now available. Apart from 7E, he doesn't have the gold for it. Well, a lot of them
one's
actually
limited by
have
time. No one's limited by time, though, is the thing. Yeah, he's got 3 buybacks available on the Radiant side, and OP might need to use this pretty soon. Focus is in. The Terrorblade is caught, but you can't finish him. Even with the black hole on dude, it's Freeze who goes down. CTY says goodbye. It's only an Aegis, but the refresher black hole is now over, and the big bad is in the business. 3 for 1, and Freeze says salute, as he will be removing himself for the cause.
Bravo team may have to come in for the buyback for that one, but they don't have too many. Only the Disruptor has it, and Paper Tigers see their openings. They know that they can come back, even the series out, if they just go for the throw in 50 seconds without a black hole, without an Omni Slash. Even BZZ does not have the Static Storm, and CTY knows what he can get. For Bravo team, they went in, use a duel on an Aegis. You can't be doing that.
Back into that blind, but he can't finish off the foot, he can't finish off OP over here either. Dashka knows he's dead already. CTY just does too much damage, and now the drone is about to find that out firsthand as well. Buyback from Dashka will not be helping him the slightest. 7E knocking down on those drones all alone. CTY gets in that Sunder, and that's all he needed to guarantee a game 3. What a comeback coming out for the Paper Tigers. The Chinese aren't out of it just quite yet.
Great return being found by Paper Tigers, taking a risky team fight that ended up working out for them despite of them having lost their mid laner. They were able to pick up the Aegis, even out the game, and Bravo team took a very dubious team fight, initiating on the Terrorblade with the Aegis first, using everything they had, trying to take CTY down, but it just did not end up working out.
We were looking at that game, boys, there, and for the majority of it, we're like, yeah, Paper Tigers are not gonna win this, but in the end, they pulled it through. So what happened?
We prepared 10 minutes ago to go live for the Travelman victory, for the 2-0. We were here ready to commentate on it, to explain it why it happened, but now we have to explain why Paper Tigers won. What happened, LeBron?
I think Bravo team, they thought they already won, you know. This is like young players, you know, they got relaxed. It's 1-0, we are winning, like, yeah, it's easy game, 20k lead, but suddenly these Paper Tigers, they are like all experienced players, played multiple international events, placing like really high, like, they don't give up, you know.
I mean, they also were fighting for their life.
Yeah, of course.
At the end of the day, they were fighting for their life in this tournament. This was possibly their last game. The next game will also be possibly their last game, and they gave it all, and at the end it was enough. It took some, you know how they say, when someone throws, you have to be there to catch. And definitely, our team had some epic throws, especially in the last fight. But props to Paper Tigers, they were there to catch, and now we're going to get through.
Yeah, nice.
I think that, this is one of those black holes we were talking about it. Like he pretty much caught nobody. You have Mars on the right, you have Terrorblade on the left, and he goes right in the middle. It doesn't get the connection, right? At this point, did they start panicking? Because here we also see a duel onto a Aegis Terrorblade. I mean, really backfired.
I mean, they also just don't have solution for the Fire from Fagna, and this made zero sense. I mean, no offense to them, it looked like they really choked out at the end. Like there was a fourth possible way to take a fight, and they tried to do it. And Burning and the squad, the Paper Tigers, they're gonna use it. They're probably both tanky. We'll just finish you off.
Burning did a lot in this game with heals. Like, he did so much healing, like nobody was touching him. He was like, don't.
We see on the reactions, right? Immersion, they were laughing, as you said. While they were winning, the emotions were high, they were so happy, hee hee ha ha. But in the end, there was hands on their heads. They were very, very sad about it.
Just got cool, super relaxed.
So, if you were on Trawa team, let's say in your career, and you lose a game like this in mid of series, like you basically the game was won, right?
Yeah.
And you lose. Like, what goes through your head? How does it affect next game?
I mean, I played with a lot of Eastern European players in my career, and I know they are super emotional, and I don't think they're gonna be able to calm down like pretty fast, you know. So you need someone like that everyone expects, you know, someone like Solo, for example, that can calm down the players. I don't know if they have a guy like this in team to calm them. Maybe like you work with Immersion, is this kind of guy. I think BZZ is like kind of this guy. Like, he's super cool, chill, and he's not like kind of casual, like super emotional. Like, guys, relax. It was our game.
Maybe Trauma, he's their captain, but he also played the poorest on their team. So like, I've been in this situation maybe where maybe I know the solution for the problem, but I was the worst player in the game.
Yeah, and you
like I think he will just say, like, the best thing to do is to say like, okay guys, I screwed up. I messed up a couple of black calls. I'm sorry. Let's go move on to the other game, and they just need to forget about it. And somebody needs to take responsibility, and who better than the captain? I think this would be the perfect approach.
Yeah, but still, this is 4 games in a row that you could say Travel Team was winning versus them, right?
Yeah.
And maybe the 5th one is going to be the one where you don't have to throw, where actually Burning Steam wins.
The rule of big numbers, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, is this a problem, right? That you threw a game that was definitely yours? Or is this like Travel Team is just better, they're winning every game, and they should be able to close out the 5th one?
I think Travel is definitely going to be a favorite coming into the 5th game, but there is big number rule. There is like this karma, but not, you know, if you throw like this, it can go around. The morale
emotions,
depends. Emotions depends how they answer to this screw up, and they need to stay stable, and it's gonna be more of like a mental test for them than like a skill wise.
And Paper Tigers like now are on the top, you know, like they're feeling really good. They won, you know. It's like going game 3, you know, they're still in the tournament.
They finally broke them as well.
Yeah. After like 3 games, right? It should be like 4-0, but now it's 3-1 for them. But it doesn't matter. It's 1-1 in this series. You lose, you're going home, you know. This is like the most important game for both teams.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay, so looking into the next game, Travel, as we mentioned, they won 3 games in a row in this tournament versus them. They didn't really change much in terms of how they drafted. They always went for some solid team fight. Their lanes may be weaker. Is that something they should change? Maybe pick stronger lanes?
They should not go for the LC route again. That's the first thing that comes to my mind. The lanes, whatnot, but what stands out when I look at this game, this draft, like, don't pick this LC, pick the teamfight hero, maybe even like save the last pick for Bashka. Although he played okay, his hero was good. Like, maybe just make sure he has the last pick. But overall, no LCs, they were just, as you said, won 3 games in a row against them, pretty stumpy way. 4 game was like, they were just feeling this. I just pick the LC. You know, we had 0 stuns, 0 follow-up. I'll pick LC anyway. No, like, keep it stable, keep it smart, give Travelman like whatever hero you want to play mid. Offlane is teamfight, and Bashka carries the game. I think it's pretty simple.
I mean, Travelman hero pool probably is a bit smaller.
Yeah, it's tiny.
And like, if you give him like last pick and you try to like, you need to fix the draft with his hero, it's not gonna work, you know, in my opinion. Even though like this game was winning their book, but in the end, you should go like.
Okay. So instead of the LC, let's just put it hypothetical. What was the other solution?
Not sure what was banned, what was not, but something like it's always similar, like a Tide Hunter or whatnot, the hero that will just like or maybe some Zoo hero that will screw the supports up.
Like maybe, huh?
Yeah, it could be either this way or like a huge team fighter that I can do. Maybe even Darks here.
Okay.
I felt like they didn't have like any burst damage, and like you had like burning healing so much like in these fights. It was insane. Like you cannot kill a hero later on, like so much heals. Even though you have like Shadow Demon that can purge the creep and everything, he's still healing.
Or even like they should have had an adaptation. Like he went for the no nullifier build on LC, which he cannot kill anyone. Like if whoever he jumps, he can only hit. With the blade mail reflection, the guy gets the Cripified, he's instantly saved. It's not something nuclear science. You just press one button on the guy, he's saved. So this can be avoided by changing the item build, but mostly like if you're a Tide Hunter and you have a Refresher versus Mars Refresher, like you just match up the team fight and Bashka will win the fight. Or yeah, they did it from mid somewhat with Enigma, but overall I like it more from offline.
But you know, maybe they're thinking, oh, game is over. You know, like I had some games. Oh, I think game is over, and I'm buying something to troll, like any item, you know, I can buy right now, and suddenly game become harder because some team fight, and suddenly
yeah, we saw in the emotions.
Yeah.
They were like they were
like,
so happy. They were so loose down, and then you saw the.
But this is the aura, you know, like big ups and big downs.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about Eastern European players sometimes getting a little bit emotional. Did those tips help Do you think that was a smart move from the Tigers?
Yeah, freeze tip the Trauman, right? And he go directly to the captain, you know? He's tipping the captain and maybe...
Go for the head.
I've taken the hint.
Depends on the player. Some players get, I think everybody knows, like, you shouldn't tip Amar. You should never tip Amar. Like
that's a bad idea.
That's a very bad idea. He's gonna make you pay for it. You know, there's some players you don't tip, and overall there was like even strategies that teams are involved around tipping a certain player because he just couldn't take it. It's basically a way of trash talking in a Dota 2 game. It's our physical part. You know, it's like a basketball where they trash talk. It's like they trash talk each other throughout the tips, and we saw even early in this tournament with. Admiral Bulldog and MC, it could get spicy. So you know, I like the banter as long as it's like not too unfriendly. You know?
I mean, Dota is a friendly game. Even though it's 5 players killing the other 5 players, but we still end up being friends. With that being said, we still got a game 3 to go to, so we're gonna take a short break and we'll be right back.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous robotics and many other activities.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Paper Tigers secure the win in this best of 3, their first win. So currently we have the same score for both teams, which means this third game is going to be decisive, and the first team who's going to lose it is going to leave.
Absolutely. It was an amazing game. PT did such a great job sticking to the game plan. We also saw the Chalman team try their best that they can.
Yeah.
They had the lead for the most part. They had a very good game plan. Unfortunately, it didn't really go their way in the end. If we want to go a little bit into the game, but we'll talk about it.
Yeah, let's go into the game and tell you how much I am terrorized by this hero called Terrorblade. Oh my God! What was that?
Yeah, so Terrorblade is one of the oldest. Yeah,
this is the exact play that terrorized me. Look at the champion; he's dealing so much damage.
I'm so happy you're impressed with this, but there's a real MVP in this picture.
Okay, tell me.
That is not Terrorblade; it's Mars.
Okay.
So Mars creates an arena around him that controls everyone within it. And what he did was he actually controlled all of the supports and the offlaner. That was giving Terrorblade the hardest time in the game. Right, so every single time they would do what they would do, they were doing a good job early on. Why? Because they were controlling him. As we talked about his ultimate, he swaps HPs, right? And what happened is that they were doing such a good job, either making him taunted by the Legion commander, or he was silenced, or whatever it was that was happening. He was always controlled. Later after that, Mars stepped up in the play that you just saw, and he was just doing such an amazing job to keep him alive. Pugna, which is Burning, actually playing his support, was doing such an amazing job at keeping Terrorblade alive, decrifying whenever he can, whatever it is that he needed to do. And on top of all that, when things started going their way and they broke the base and they took the first and second barracks, they couldn't get another win because Terrorblade gets out of it with every single situation. And if you look at the numbers here, we're looking at the total number of kills on the left and right, 30 and 31.
It's so close.
Yeah, it is so close.
So
Even
close.
the net worth, that's a 3,000 gold difference. That is nothing compared to
Yeah.
how the game actually looked.
Yep.
The good thing about this is that PT stuck to their plan. They knew that they were going to come back. They needed to make sure TB stays alive.
Yeah.
The Legion commander tried to taunt him in front of the Roshan pit, but that didn't work out for him. And then when they finally managed to get him in a good team fight, they were not able to do anything because he had the Aegis, remember? So he came back to life.
Absolutely.
And he's tanked all the damage, he's tanked all the abilities, all the cooldowns. The black hole from Enigma, he just woke up and he's like, it is my time. Game over. And then they went straight to the tier 4 towers and took down the Ancient.
Well, now, Hakim, we're going to have a quick look at the schedule right in front of us about, what's happening today.
Sure.
After this, we're going to have Phygital Football powered by AdNoc, and then Phygital Basketball 3-on-3 freestyle brought to you by M42, and then Battle Royale featuring Fortnite, and last, we will have Battle of Robots. We don't have much time left. It is very important for both teams to focus, as whoever wins this goes on, but whoever loses will have to say goodbye. Any last words, Hakim?
PT, stick to your guns, stick to your game plan. Don't change anything. This is game 3. It doesn't matter if you guys lost 4 times against Chaban. You guys can actually do this. I'm very, very excited that we're actually seeing a game 3. First game wasn't fair. So best of luck to both of them and enjoy the match.
Let's go.
And we are back here with the Games of the Future, Paper Tigers versus Travel Team, game number 3. We thought it was not going to get to this point, but we are here in the deciding game. One of these teams is going through, and one of these teams is going to be going home after this series. But, even if they go through the series, they're not done for today because they're going to have one more to play. So, definitely a hard day for them. Of course, I still got Milan and LeBron with me, and we've got a draft on our hands. Deciding game. Kind of all agreed in these 2 games that Paper Tigers had a slightly better draft both of the times. Is that gonna happen again?
First, I want to say, Harry, like you said, we didn't thought we're gonna be here, but me and you actually thought we're gonna be here. We said Paper Tigers gonna win second game, So, yeah, game 3.
You guys are so smart. I'm gonna get you a medal next time. I'm gonna ask production to give me a medal to take out for the predicting one game correctly. But we see a bit of a switch up here. Travo team has the first pick again, like in the first game. And instead of picking up a Venom that we would kind of all predicted, they take the Slardar. Like they value this core pick early.
I think it was banned in both games.
Yep.
And now it went through.
Yeah, it was banned in both games, and now it went through and they didn't take it. I think also Paper Tigers probably expect them to take it. Maybe they take it themselves, yeah. Exactly. Like this hero seems, at least in this series, as a most contested hero.
Yeah, Burning played it. You said like also Trauman plays it, right? So, yeah, I contested with both teams.
Is this 100% a Burning Venom?
No, I don't think so.
It's flex, yeah. I really like Slardar. I think it's one of the strongest heroes. I pick it like 20 times in a pubs on a position 5, and I won like 15-16 games. Basically, you're just marking them with ulti. You're annoying, tanky, like non-stop, super fast. It's hard for them to kill you. I don't think they're gonna play it on support, but they can for sure. I mean, offlane, and I don't know if Trauman can play it on mid. Maybe they pick it early because Trauman can play it as well.
Is there a chance, Milan? You're a big Trauman fan, so
I'm not entirely sure. I think depending on the matchup, he can take it out. They're probably gonna next phase just pick 2 supports, and they're gonna judge on what's left. Like they're gonna end up picking core on a 23, like mid or offlane.
Oh, this is a good ban. Kez with Slardar is really strong, plus Bashka is spamming the Kez, so...
is there a chance we see like a Bristleback or something along these lines that is historically very strong with Slardar?
I think Weaver on 18 can be really strong.
Weaver, Bristleback, yeah.
Bristol... I don't think Bashka is a guy who wanna play Bristol carry, I think he's like he wanna carry the team like... something like this with Weaver,
he's gonna
Troll.
see 4 heroes of Paper Tiger, so he's gonna decide, and that's why I like Travo team taking the first pick, because they're gonna have this sweet spot for Bashka, so he can take the best hero in the game.
Does that mean that we get to see last pick for Travo probably, if now it's the 2 supports that you go for?
Yeah, we're gonna see a 23.
I mean, 23, it's not like really last
It's not really last pick, it's kind of a... It's also sort of a sweet spot, because you see a lot of other heroes probably not your matchup on your lane, but you can pick a really good hero for the game.
But banning order is changed now, so you cannot really protect it like ban the hero and then pick on 23 heroes. So basically now enemy can.
What's the
understand what
support
you
they're
wanna
gonna take? Shadow Demon again, and we need Pulse 5, Disruptor is banned, Pugna is banned, what, Warlock is banned, what's left for BZZ?
I mean, BZZ legendary Pugna set, just give him, but Pugna
No,
is
it's
banned,
banned,
they
it's
know,
banned,
they know.
Do they go for Tusk maybe?
Ogre, just go Ogre, It's casual hero,
No, I would like it. Ogre, good with Slardar, good with the potential Weaver that you mentioned.
Yeah, like, if you want some range hero, like, second spell Ignite is so annoying for weak support. Just go for Fury.
I mean, this could also possibly be a mid lane for you. So this is the case when you have a first pick also. Sometimes you want to pick all your cores in first 4 heroes. So if they, for example, just picked a support, Furion could still be support, but if they picked a plus 5, they would have to choose between picking a mid or a carry. And like the other role would be banned, let's face it. This way around, they get both that they want. Because I think Furion is just a perfect hero for this position. You can pick it any time, any game, and he's gonna have his impact. And he's already good laner versus fine laner versus Venom.
Do you have an answer for the Nature's Prophet split push on the side of Tigers? Okay, now you do, I guess.
Yeah, you have a decent lane shove and you have a catch. These are two pretty good heroes. Like we see TB answer to Slarda. Like this is why I think this is some exploit that Slarda has. He really does do anything against TB.
Yeah, and Storm is also really good against Ladder on the mid lane.
On the mid lane, he's high armor in the lane. He's perfect hero against the Shadow Demon. Nature's Prophet also has a 0 stun. I mean, Paper Tigers, I think, responding perfectly.
Yeah. If this Ladder is mid, Storm is like one of the best counters to Slarda.
So what's Bashka playing? What's left?
Maybe this Weaver can still work against TB. It's okay.
It's pretty tough Weaver game, I would say. He needs a. Was that him? Like holding hands on his head, he's struggling to find a hero. What's the TB answer? So you see TB just
PL. It's always PL, but
oh man, this is a good PL game.
Yeah, besides the Shivas and stuff, but the Shivas got nerfed, the Radiance got nerfed, all the illusion damage got nerfed. So I think it's 0 stun gameplay, but you know.
You know, last week when I played pubs, like in my like 15 pubs in a row, there was like PL. Like
they're gonna do more fun, which is okay.
Okay.
It's like a legendary matchup, TB versus Morph.
I think it's Bashka one of the best heroes, Morphling. Like, he loves to play this hero.
Every Eastern European carry, like when he's growing up at 5 years old, the parents come to him and say, "This is Morphling. You learn how to play it."
Is that how it goes?
Only Otakir. Otakir cannot play Morphling. Maybe he started playing, I think.
Not all of them, not 100%.
He's a pretty specific Nautica, right? He has some interesting heroes that he plays. Carry Underlord would be one of them. Speaking of which, we are approaching to the last phase of the draft. Paper Tigers, they probably need an offlaner. Travel team. What do you reckon? This Nature's Prophet going to the mid lane or it being the support?
I think Nature's Prophet just mid, like Vessel into Orchid. And they need like a hard lockdown on 5 or 4, and they're gonna ban Lion, maybe Shaman too. What's gonna be left? Sky is taken. Like we spoke about it backstage like yesterday. Like there's just such limited amount of stuns and support.
Ogre is an instant stun, I guess.
Ogre.
What about a CM? We've talked a little bit about a CM. It can be annoying to a Storm.
CM is fine, but Sky plus last pick offlane can just farm the CM. I would be happy seeing Ogre.
Oh, they ban Viper. I mean, Slardar is also stun, Slardar can be position 5. I mean, just pick offlane.
Slardar
like Darkseer,
is just not enough. They need more.
Imagine you pick Darkseer.
You mentioned that Clockwork a couple of times. I actually love a Clockwork here. Versus Vano, versus Sky, Solid versus Storm.
Yeah, it's insta-stun if you hit it. Not long, but yeah. I love Darkseer, but I don't know if they can play Slardar position 5. Or maybe Slardar mid, Fury on 5.
It's a rough one.
Maybe Bane can also be okay for a lockdown.
Yeah, that's an instant lockdown with
like,
your ulti.
We just have like super limited amount left on the post 5. Like Shaman and Bane. On offlane, like if you pick Darkseer, you're really playing with 0 stuns.
Can you maybe put a Nature's Prophet in a 5 and maybe like get a Quap to make sure that your lane goes well versus the Storm?
Not for Travel Man. I think for a regular player, yes, but he's very
specific, right?
specific player. So if he's gonna play something mid,
Furin is fine,
So-
it's easy for us. I can play it as well.
yeah, I mean, all the support players when they play pub and they have to go mid, they will go Furion, they will go Keeper of the Light, they will go Earth Spirit, like the
Phoenix.
heroes that just go and gang. But this might be a Traveling hero. Why didn't we mention this as a classic Storm counter? And Travelman plays Silencer mid, so after they see all the heroes, they're gonna decide.
This is a killer Tide game, though.
I mean, can't lie, like Paper Tigers, they really got the bell around the draft. Like that's what we spoke after game one. What they need to do, they need this team fight. They need to have a good carry matchup.
Yeah.
And
I like Paper Tigers draft. And now you have these Greaves that is cheaper to buy, right? It's really good to dispel
Yep.
Global. You can dispel Slaughter Ultimate, Vessel, whatever. Like so.
So he's gonna be an. I mean, the Travel team, they need to press the gas pedal this game. They need to play fast. They need to gank with the Nature's Prophet Slaughter, cause like if this game goes like stalemate and TB and Storm get to farm and get their kills with the Skywrath Mage, Tide scaling, like it's gonna be rough. Like I think this is by far biggest outdraft.
Yeah,
So
I
between
think the
these
same.
two teams, and still the Travel team, they need to play better than ever to win this.
In both games, Travoman struggled mid in CS, and like with Furion, it doesn't matter because you're gonna get a lot of kills on side lanes. But this Storm gonna pop, like he's gonna be full free fire.
Yeah, he also doesn't need BK with this game. He's definitely just gonna go buy Manta and he's gonna be almost immortal.
Yeah, that does look like it's a pretty rough one for the side of Travel. Can they at least win lanes this time around?
I mean, they definitely can. They have Nature's Power. It's a cheat. Like he gets level 6, he can gank any lane, kill anyone. So it's like a cheat code. So and they have to do it. And then hope to snowball. Bashka playing Morph, his signature. Like definitely there are angles for them.
Yeah, but when I see them on camera, you know, like
They're not. Yeah.
body language doesn't give me like some.
They don't
confidence.
believe.
Yeah, they don't believe.
Yeah.
And with that being said, the casters are ready. They're ready to take us through the last game of this series. Who's going to be home? We're going to be finding out with them.
Thank you very much, Harry and the boys. Fantastic analysis as always. Tultrus, we have ourselves a Nature's Prophet being picked without a lot of kill potential in a couple of these lanes. I'm a bit concerned about Travel Team, but maybe the concern has to be about this level 1. Their ships in the night as they're going back and forth.
There might be a clash, however, it seems like coincidentally both teams have just ran past each other. However, Travel Team currently possess the high ground, which will be where Paper Tigers disengage to. All Travel Team need to do is hold on this position, but DK Focus, he has spotted them out because of the North lane.
Well, now Bashka is in a world of trouble, but only for a little while. That's a good thing about, being in North lane. You die very quickly.
And you have to use your first skill point on your adaptation. Because getting the level 1 waveform is not really ideal. You want to stack up on your base damage. But they are also waiting for CTY.
Well, the contested shot goes out, and now the fight will continue. 70 will be able to pick up, at the very least, a little bit of gold out for burning as well, some experience being distributed. I'm surprised CTY wants to continue pushing forward. Immersion is going to be able to TP. You don't have any way of interrupting this. A couple of extra right clicks, I suppose, is never going to hurt anyone but the person receiving them. So.
What I am concerned about for Travel Team is their lack of follow-up.
Well, while your concern is there, it is Burning who is demonstrating that concern. Immersion, however, is going to be in a spot of worry. 70 is having some packet loss. Immersion should be going down over here. Maybe a deny available. And DK Focus definitely has enough time to think about it.
I think he can find the deny. I think he will be able to, especially with the pause coming out. Maybe if the pause wasn't there, Immersion would have ended up going down. But it's still 50-50. At the end of the day, Travel Team made that play. And there is a stark lack of follow-up for their side. If we calculate how much damage they actually come in with, Slardar's Crush, his Bash of the Deep, and say one more hit, Nature's Prophet's ultimate, his Wrath of Nature. At the end of it all, even with all of the ultimates, all of their damage combined, they can only dish out 500 to 600 damage at the start of their initiation. That isn't a whole lot. Now, sure, they do have a bit of counterplay because you take a look on Paper Tiger's side, they come in with that Ravage, they have that Mystic Flare, the Storm Spirit's going to be zapping back and forth. And you have the Global Silence to counter all of that out. But what good is a Global Silence if you can't talk loud from your own side, right? It does seem like this Global Silence here is a bit of a mechanism just to allow them to disengage, but they don't have the tools necessary to be able to re-engage back onto Paper Tigers.
Yeah, that's a problem. I think the lack of any sort of big damage, not just burst damage, but even just damage in general across the course of a couple of seconds, as we are going to see the deny coming out on immersion. DK Focus will be able to back off. You are going to have a lot of problems, not just with the Global Silence touches. I'm just going to go back to the same thing as I said in the last game. This game does feel kind of completely dependent on DK Focus to me, because DK Focus is the only person who can enable this Nature's Prophet from getting anything done.
Yeah, it really feels like they're not playing with the same kind of follow-up, and there's going to be a lot more pressure on DK Focus. I think they have less options than they did in the previous game. I think in the previous game, at least they had that late game potential with that Enigma, with their Juggernaut. In this game, once you hit that Eye of Starting Timing, even DK Focus, who's playing a hero that does naturally scale off, isn't going to be able to do too much to CTY. Even Bashka is playing a hero that I would favor the Juggernaut's odds against a TB compared to a Morphling.
Well, they've got a good start on the CTY over here, but unfortunately the slow on the DK Focus means that he won't be able to follow up with more damage. Burning has played a lot of Venomancer so far in the tournament, and Tultras, it feels like every time we see Burning play a Venomancer, either they lose catastrophically, which has happened once or twice, or Burning ends up being more farmed than the enemy offlaner.
Yeah, it does feel like his
fallback.
fallback...
Morphling. Oh, never mind. He's just healing up. All right. Bashka was getting a little bit harassed out onto him, wanted to use the Magic Wand as well. Thank you for the observers for listening to me, even when maybe they shouldn't. I love you guys.
Burning, it does seem like his fallback strategy is to start farming up. He is sure that he can with the farm, but I'm wondering what he'll actually make with it. Is he going to enable CTY, or is he going to be going for some aggressive utility? We'll have to see, because going for defensive utility may actually be a great setup for this game. They're playing with a Storm Spirit who naturally wants to be really aggressive. But the big question for me isn't necessarily the follow-up damage that Trava team will have, is how they'll plan on keeping Bashka alive. There's so much that can actually disable him down. The Tide Hunter's Ravage, the Skywrath Mage's Silent Storm Spirit that can zap on towards him, Venomancer, who with his Gale, his Noxious Plague, all of his debuffs, makes this strength, or rather agility, more dangerous for Bashka.
I don't know. Look, I do think the Morphling's going to have a tough time, but when we get to the point where it's 30 minutes into the game, as long as they have maybe one tier 2 tower still alive, I think Trava team's not in a bad position to utilize Bashka. I really do think that the problem is really much more about, hey, how much farm have you let the Storm Spirit have? How much have you let the Storm Spirit put himself in a position where he's still relevant? Because Storm is one of those heroes that can drop off a cliff, massively so, and 70 showed that to be the case every single game he played. But Burning in the bottom lane is going to fall as a rotation from Travama is going to find himself a couple of gold bags on the ground.
And they have to be careful about this, considering the fact that in game 1 they actually play the Nature's Prophet on their own side. So I hope they didn't forget the kind of game that 7E, or the kind of advantage that 7E was able to build for their own team, and just recognize that the potential for Trava team to do just the same is available.
This would be big if Freeze ends up going down. He is, of course, incredibly tanky, and with the Magic Wand and the Lotus, he should be fine, but Immersion is now the one who's being slowed up. Concussive shot to follow up. It's been dodged out, but it's up from there. Focus considering closing the distance, but with the reflections as well, he's been silenced. He can't get out the stun in time. Now Immersion would love to be denied, but one more take from the Plague Ward should mean he might go down in the back lines, and Focus definitely will, even if Immersion doesn't. Travelma comes in. It's a good kill, but these are some dangerous supports early on into the game. Travelma could very well still end up dying, and losing a mid for this trouble isn't worth it. OP still continues to fight away, and with the extra poison damage takes, OP would be only needing one spell. The problem is he doesn't have a stick.
Yeah, he won't be able to get the kill on Trapama, although there is a Gale on this Nature's Prophet, and the Plague Wards are actually planted down, so Trapama might actually end up being dead.
Our observer's pointing out something very important. The Wrath of Nature has also been used on the other side of the map by Trapama just now.
Ooh.
And it's going to do a lot of damage to OP, but the thing is, OP also has his shield right now.
It's not that big of a shield, though. The shield is dependent on how much damage you deal. Yeah. It may not be enough to keep him alive. It's really going to come down to the wire.
300 HP, though. And the Nature's Prophet can't really walk over to fight back.
He can't even overcome the distance because the Skywrath Mage has much more movement speed. The Nature's Prophet is too slowed down because the effects of the Gale are still on him. I think it will very much come down to the wire, and I'm not too optimistic about Trapama's chances to survive there either. I think DK Focus also massively overextended. He could have stayed alive, particularly if they wanted to come in with the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, Mr. Observer, I knew that too. I'm wrong again.
Everyone stays alive. OP can't exactly do much. The Skywrath Mage is surprisingly a lot closer to a support Zeus in the sense that when you don't have enough mana, you can't really do much. So you'll just have to go back to the fountain. And that will mean CTY is going to be vulnerable because even Burning is walking back to the lane, and that is a pretty slow walk back. Now,
what do you go for in terms of itemization of the Nature's Prophet Doctors? Because this does feel like one of those games where an Orchid would do really well.
Orchid would be pretty good, but I think he's going to stick to the same kind of itemization build up, the Vessel into Blade Mill, because going for aggressive farm-based items when you already have a Morphling could end up being a little bit too greedy.
Who do you kill with a Vessel? Well, who do you kill with a Skywrath and a Storm Spirit, I suppose, is the real question. 7E will not be able to kill anyone. Backs off, and that Vessel will be used to really push him back. And not just that, Trapama wants to commit. An Observer were down, they found 7E, a Blood Grenade to slow, and Trapama with a long-range Sprout will just come through, give him a couple more bags of gold. Why not? OP? I have a couple for you as well.
7E thought that he was safe, so he was walking back in a very linear trajectory. Little did he know it was just a calm before the storm as Strava team came in with a relocation teleport.
You got yourself a very low Tidal Hunter over here. Wrath of Nature's been used as well. Freeze is going to stay alive for a little while thanks to his Kraken Shell, but it does feel like his death is guaranteed. Still so much damage block on this Tide Hunter. Bashka doesn't want to overcommit, but the right click from Immersion will give them just enough to finish them off and move in from the Shrine of Wisdom. Now, all in the meanwhile, DK Focus will be losing his own Shrine and maybe even his own life as well. Focus caught out. Immersion can go for the disruption, will not be able to do so as he ran out of mana TPing, and Trapama is now trying to commit in for the Wisdom, will be able to get both, and that's a massive win despite the death on the Slardar, even more so when you consider Trapama just got gold spawning out of nowhere.
That is a huge win for Trava team. Sure, DK Focus ends up going down, but you have to consider that may as well have been a very worth it sacrifice because, again, you got both Shrines of Wisdom. You took the opposing side's offlaner down. Freeze died to just the Morphling as well as that Shadow Beam, and I feel that shouldn't happen that easily. Tidehunter is a very tanky hero, so they gave up so much for the little play that they made and only got one kill out of that. Now, despite of that, they will have the advantage, but you have to also think about the fact that you're playing with a Skywrath Mage and a Venomancer. You want your level 6. And the fact of the matter is, because you have a Silencer on Trava team, getting both of Shrines of Wisdom will enable his earlier global silence, which will mean the Storm Spirit is going to be pressured with those pickoffs every single time he goes in. You'll have that earlier global silence. One of the things that I would like to point out is that the Storm Spirit has been buffed.
Right, yes, of course.
The amount of Remnant charges or Galvanized charges he would lose when he would die has been reduced from 3 to 2. Which means if the Storm Spirit snowballs, it's harder to actually punish him from that point onwards.
Pasca almost gets sniped accidentally. Of course he's going to be fine. That's exactly what he was going in for. He had the magic wand and the
But can he stay alive with 70 coming through? He's already got the strength adaptive coming in. Bashka will be silenced up as well. His death is guaranteed. There's no one ready to TP in. Even if the Shadow Demon thought about it, it would be another situation where he wouldn't have enough mana for the disruption.
And they can settle this for a tier 1 tower too. Great kill to be found. Paper Tigers once again realizing who they need to take down because they also are playing a 4 protect 1 brawl. So take down Bashka, enable your own carry CTY, and that is a recipe built for success. You see Kraba team trying to trade towers, but their tower trading capacity isn't really that good. They are going to lose their tier 1 first. And the bot side tower can still be defended if they want to go for it. But I think they'll just abandon that. It's actually very healthy, Deet. I would defend this tower if I were Paper Tigers. They have enough mana to do so, but they will just give it up.
A little bit surprising, and I think maybe just a lot of respect coming out towards the Dire side. And I understand why. Telchus, again, I'm going to remind everyone, 70 in both games played so far, both the win and the loss, had a really, really good start in the first 10 minutes of the game. And then did very little from 15 to 30 minutes. Right, be it because of some bad engagements, be it because of some different initiations. And his heroes were the kinds that could still have impact even if they didn't have farm in terms of when the Earth Spirit was there. That's one of the reasons why he still got the win. Storm's not one of those heroes. So he has to keep up with what Travelman is coming through with. And he needs to continue to provide the same global presence that Nature's Prophet is giving, if not more.
And there haven't been too many of those global plays once you have had the Nature's Wrath come online. There was one towards that bot lane that did not end up working out as intended. Yeah. But you need to make those plays. You're playing into a TB and you have a Morphling on your side. He's a very slow farmer. Bashka may have the Vladimir's up, but he is the 4th place position in terms of net worth. The Terrorblade is farming up a lot faster comparatively, because quite frankly his team is doing a whole lot better. And right now Trapper team, they're not being punishing enough.
Burning's also doing the thing he does on his Venomancer, where he does just manage to sneak out 1,000 gold extra, just net worth-wise.
Yeah, he's just gonna farm. You know, he prefers the game to be passive because then he can continue farming up. But the question is, I think Trava team are waiting for their Blink Dagger for this Sword. He is pretty far away from it. DK Focus hasn't had a great laning phase, just has, he has 2 deaths, only 2 assists, no kills. But he has had a difficult laning phase because a lot of pressure did come out in response from Paper Tigers. They did focus a kind of defensive strategy for their safe lane.
It's ultras, but at the same time, doing just as well as the Tidehunter is, but the problem is going to be the differences in carries. Bashka's going to be found by CTY, an immediate Sunder to start off this gang, and he might have been able to find a lot of HP, but he's still going to end up being in a difficult situation to live. Stun on the Stormspear will last quite a while, and Storm is going to still have full mana, so he re-engages onto focus, will be going out, but they've lost OP in the middle of it all. Staying alive on the Morphling, he even picks up some gold bags out from the Tree of Gold that Nature's Prophet dropped from this game onto OP. So ends up being a pretty big win, and CTY without that Sunder, don't forget, that's how they started off the gang. CTY's in a whole lot of trouble, tries to turn around, but this is fighting in high ground. Good disruption will save out DK Focus from the Rabbit, so he looks to reinitiate with the Corrosive Haze. 6-3-3's already found kill number 2, and now it's number 3. 4 in total so far. It's going to be a full team wipe if Burning dies as well, and that extra 1,000 gold of net worth Burning had just made it an extra few bites for Bashka to enjoy.
That was unfortunately a really bad position to be in. The Terrorblade started off by running into the Morphling where you did not want the TV to be there because you wanted the surprise initiation on that Morphling. You wanted that silence before he was able to convert his strength in his agility strength. That Mystic Flare would have been a guaranteed kill before that Global Silence came out. And that Global Silence does a lot. It disables whatever you want to do. And without a Sunder available and the other side knowing that you don't have a Sunder, they will chase you down. And Paper Tigers were just too deep into behind enemy that they couldn't disengage.
It's places like these, cultures, where we are going to have maybe a little bit of a tough time on the rating side. They can't start picking up the pieces. It's an important kill for Storm Spirit again, not because of the net worth or anything. You just need to galvanize Douglas. Even if Storm was buffed significantly, you don't want to be losing 2 charges. And another Shrine of Wisdom stolen. So far, 100% of the Shrine of Wisdoms have gone the way of Gravity.
The supports are level 9. I think the Silencer is actually level 9. Compared to the level 7 of the other. In fact, the support Silencer on Bravo team has as many levels as the cores from Paper Tigers do. That is the discrepancy. And that was before DK Focus picked up his Shrine of Wisdom currently. This is not looking good for Paper Tigers. Their initiations haven't worked out. They've effectively been team wiped, and they've lost, what, 4 Shrines of Wisdom? 1120 experience from the first set of Shrines of Wisdom, and I believe this one gave about 2000, so it's not good. This is the point where you want your Storm Spirit to be able to snowball, but you've lost that snowballing capacity. Bashka is going to be able to create that Manta style, and talk about Mystic Flare and Silence and being able to take Bashka down isn't worth a thing when he has that Manta, because he can just pop the Manta and waveform away, and then you're going to have a choice on the Storm. For 7E, he's going to be thinking, do I want to go in deeper? Chase off in the muscle?
Burning to continue to find the farm up is just going to be giving more XP and more gold away, and with the help of the tree of gold as well, it's just really stacking up touches. CTY has been engaging in fights, and that feels like a mistake at this point, because he's so far behind where the Northling is, and that shouldn't be happening. Slardar is doing very well for himself as well, and burning all of that extra farm. They're trying to go towards a mechanism, which is really good versus teams that have burst damage and are trying to take down a hero quickly. Behind of a Bravo team. Now, burst damage completely forces Skyrim back, but what they're looking for is a Ravage, and there is a 3-man available, but where's the fall-off going to come from? There's no Storm Spirit.
There's no Skywrath either. So you have Burning there, but you need the Skywrath for the majority of your magical damage. He is the big burst damage available on your side. And now with DK Focus having that Bling Dagger, he's going to be going for those constant initiations, those constant pokes that your support cannot survive against. In fact, the only one that can actually survive some kind of initiation is Freeze, as he's been forced to plant himself towards the mid lane, bide his time as his Terror Blade as CTY continues to farm up. As Probably has gone for that mixed build, right? He requested an Orchid, and he has delivered. As a Vessel too.
This is fantastic, actually. Sorry, could we take a look at the items again? I just wanted to check out what's going on with the Storm Spirit as well. Thank you. Yeah, so Storm's gone for the Yasha and Kaya, so he's not actually very survivable at all. He's going to be very good offensively. He's sorry, Sanj and Kaya, which does definitely help out, but at the end of the day, it's still going to be an almost guaranteed kill if we have a Spirit Vessel.
Yeah. Particularly with the global silence, right? Where is he really going to run off to? So in terms of survivability, an Eels or even an early BKB helped him out quite a bit. But I think they didn't expect the kind of responses that have come out. They didn't expect that you're not going to be playing for the fact that you lose every single Shrine of Wisdom up until the 21-minute mark. You lose you lose a 3-man surprise initiation that you have on a Morphling that cannot fight back, and you lose 4 of your heroes for it. Those are just blunders, disasters. Yeah,
someone had respawned by the time Benno died as well, which is quite
and it makes me wonder if this Nature's Prophet actually switched up to this Orchid build, this hyper-aggressive build, because he realized that they may have gotten a lot more than what they were hoping for.
I think you might be right, but also at the same time, he is Padawan, and I think he likes his aggressive builds.
Yeah. Burning has gone for the mech. Can't imagine he has, he's been too eager of wanting to go for that build.
I mean, he's been given a lot of farm priority is the thing. So the mech really needs to prevent DK Focus from getting a kill. That's the only objective it has.
And one of the things is that, Paper Tigers, they're not that bad, they're not in that bad of a spot. Their Terror Blade is farming up, and he is doing so in dangerous places, but thanks to his map recognition, he's able to farm up safely. You can see that Trauma team, they are trying to hunt him down. They came in with 3 or 4 heroes here, but CTY isn't present. He's on the other part of the map.
I do just think that regardless of whether the Terrorblade is farming or not, the real problem is going to be that so is Bashka. And it's not just Bashka. Bashka, like a Morphling and an Nature's Prophet 30 minutes in after having a good game is undoubtedly better than a Terrorblade and a Stormstorm having a good game.
I think the X factor is always going to be that you have a lot of catch. You have the Storm that can zap in with a Vortex, and if you grab up the Morphling, or rather, I think if you grab up the Nature's Prophet and come in with a follow-up Ravage, you can win the fight with a farmed up Terrorblade. I think that is the key requirement.
No way he lives.
Yeah. 3 seconds for a teleport didn't even come in time. As the money back will be left, no! Do you really want to leave? I would never. I would see money bags and I would lose my team before I gave those up.
This is why Teltris isn't a pro Dota player, guys.
Yeah.
All they care about
they're
is the
seeing
money.
him. They don't have their Skywrath. In fact, Trauma team may actually have the jump.
They see 70. Ogus goes in, he's got the prediction. They've got themselves a silence as well. Bashka finishes off, and now he's going to look for Freeze. Freeze will be silenced up initially, immediately burst off. A second silence coming through with the global, but the Nature's Prophet is in trouble. Disruption will save him for now, but CTY should be able to finish him off. Ravage onto 4 heroes. Is this their turnaround point? Remember, buyback is available, but he won't have the PP for another 20 seconds, so they're just going to have to say goodbye to their silencer. Bashka now looking to just get a bit more information, but as he's going to be caught out, it's a waveform to assist. Immersion nearby in case they need a disruption, but focus will be needed for Bashka to escape. They will be able to chase him down. Manta style initially, but the silence goes out onto the illusion accidentally, and that's why Bashka can get away without having to sacrifice focus, but still, what a turnaround coming through from Freeze.
I think Bravo team really overextended, really overplayed their hand. They thought that they were going to be just stronger in the team fight once the Storm Thread went down, but you still have to always account for that Ravage and Metamorphosis turnaround. Not to mention, Bashka chose to convert into the Storm Thread of all heroes. I would imagine that converting into the Terrorblade or even the Tidehunter is so much better, because you can essentially convert into the Metamorphosis yourself, or you can even have the Anchor Smash going for yourself to negate a lot of the physical damage coming out from Paper Tigers.
Spirit Vessel,
the bigger benefit isn't getting the kill, it's actually being able to secure Roshan, because now Paper Tigers can't actually success.
I mean, he might have actually died anyway, but he's bought the plate for the Shiva's guard instead of going for the BKB or anything like that. So the extra armor helps out a lot.
I have mixed feelings about not building up any kind of survivability against the global silence.
First of all, you find it relatable because that's what you do every time you play Storm Spirit.
Because it is a very high risk, high reward play. Because you don't go for survivability, you can jump on the other side, and if you are able to overwhelm them in the first few seconds, you straight up win the fight. It is interesting to see, a Chinese team, a region that is known for just playing a lot more consolidated, a lot more stable Dota, go for a version of chaotic Dota. I suppose it's the threat of elimination that forces you to adapt, go for strategies that you may not otherwise go for.
Yes, I like the meter hammer on the Skyrath layout. One of the things Skyrath was able to do in the last fight is that because Nature's Prophet is also going for a little bit of a glass cannon build, if Nature's Prophet goes in out of the back line, Skyrath's concussive flare, concussive shot of the Mystic Flare is enough to always put him in really heavy harm's way. So having a meteor hammer on top of it all in case there's a disruption or anything like this does actually force the Nature's Prophet to play a lot more control.
Not to mention the Meteor Hammer stun is actually now a proper stun. It's gone up from 0.5 seconds to 0.75 seconds with the recent patch. And 0.75 seconds is a decent amount of time, especially when you're looking to dish out your silences and your ravages and, your spells from burning.
Delay for a while,
Yeah. It's good, I suppose. I would imagine that going for roots or maybe even going for a glimmer cape or a solar crest, those items are really good, but Tyreth mages do not like to build defensive. Going for aggressive items naturally scales up because a lot of your spells are dependent on mana, and a lot of your arcane bolt is dependent on your intelligence, which items like the Kaya, Meteor Hammer help you out with.
Now, 663 has gone very defensive. He's going to be picking up a Glimmer Cape. Well, he already has a Glimmer Cape. He's going to be picking up 4 stuff to go with the Glimmer Cape over here as well. And that's going to be useful predominantly to keep himself out of harm's way. What Global Silence has been mostly an anti-Storm Spirit maneuver and maybe an anti-Terrorblade, but I am curious to see whether or not they can actually learning backs off these items.
Is he though? They seem like they want to chase him down.
Immersion blinks forward, finds CTY, and just has a Mystic Flare fully blown out on him. 2-man crush from DK Focus, but now comes in the big bad Tidehunter. There's a silence on him, and because they don't focus him down, it's a full duration Arcane Curse. Rather, last word.
Crimson Guard is there for freeze, which makes, chasing in deep unreliable, and Bravo team certainly recognizing what went wrong for them in the last team fight where they overextended and Freeze was able to come in with the Ravage. I think Freeze is that showstopper. He is the one person that is going to make Bravo team think twice before they dive in deep. However, they still came out with a support duo. One support being lost is okay. Both your support duos being sniped out is definitely, something that they will register.
I mean, you say that, but also at the same time, I don't know if that's true. Because that's also another minute that you're wasting on the Aegis. Now the Aegis only has a minute left on it. What have they accomplished with this Aegis? It's just a little bit more farm. Both teams are going even in that department. It doesn't feel like they've been able to really put it to good use. By the way, Lotus Orb coming through. It wasn't the Shivas, it is the Lotus Orb, so I was wrong about that one. I was bringing that defensive element that we were talking about, but it got a good catch onto the Storm. They had a follow-up silence. That would have been fantastic if Global already used. And now 7E goes back out onto Focus. Needs to be careful. Corrosive Haze on him will continue to give them vision.
It's a poke back. At this stage of the tournament, when someone pokes you, you poke them back. But this Lotus is a pretty good item. I'm surprised it's on the Storm Spirit rather than on a Tidehunter. I think a BKB for 7E and a Lotus Orb for the Tidehunter would have been much better. But at the same time, the Tide Freeze has gone for a crucial item, the Crimson Guard. Paper Tigers recognize the fact that Trava team don't come in with too much physical damage follow-up currently. So this Crimson Guard will mean that their support duo have a shot at surviving.
They're going for a double Lotus, which will mean that they have a very good high ground siege with the Terrorblade while the Metamorphosis goes on. Being able to pop that out on him one by one, that's really hard to actually counter.
I think the Lotus that Freeze is making is for himself, because when that Global Silence comes out, he can use the Lotus on himself and always has a threat of that Ravage.
There's always that on the sidelines, right? That's a primary consideration, but then even just the idea of pushing with the TB does become a lot easier.
Yeah. It's Paper Tigers that will have to huddle up together and play as a team, because the threat from these pickoffs is just simply too high from Trava team. This Slaughter initiation coupled up with the Nature's Prophet teleportation means that your supports are going to be easy pickings, easy targets to go in on. So they have to stick by their core side. BZZ, he's being pinged here. He did reveal his position by using the Arcane Curse on the creep wave, as Bashka is going for that BKB.
I like it. You really need it versus the Tidehunter Freeze, which is so much less significant when a Morphling gets out of BKB. And what you have to remember is there aren't that many other spells that you need to care about right now on the Radiant side outside of Ravage that are affected by the BKB. Monta kind of deals with everything else.
Maybe a Lincoln Sphere would have been better, but I suppose BKB helps him to fight. Well, I mean, if the Lincoln gets popped, you can instantly waveform away, or pop the Manta and waveform away. So he has that safety net with the Lincolns, but the BKB is obviously as for
the Arcane. Is it just the Arcane Seal? Because you've got a Manta for that.
It's also the Dead in the Water facet that the Tidehunter now has. It's also the Vortex.
I guess. Yeah.
And the Sunder,
I mean, I suppose. BKB does just still feel like it gives you the ability to save the rest of your team as well, because you're actually fighting back in the duration of the battle.
It certainly adds a lot more oomph to your team fight, you know. It's an overall better item for team fighting. I think the Lincoln would be a defensive item, but he does have a butterfly. Now I'm wondering when the big point is going to arrive and both of these carries decide to go at it against each other, and who is actually going to survive. I think this game is going to come down to who gets just that overall better team fight. It will come down to a team wipe. I'm just trying to figure out who's going to get the wipe on the other, because it feels like the initiation is going to determine a lot about this.
That initiation is starting. They can't go on the freeze because of the Lotus. Shavama uses his Manta style immediately just to be able to get away from the damage coming out from OP, and that has been OP's job consistently, just making Travama's life difficult. Can we get eyes on the Terrorblade for a second? Thank you very much. He is going for the Scotty, so CTY will have the advantage of being able to prioritize an MKB Butterfly if he wants to, because right now Morphling is going for a Daedalus. So if Morph does end up actually picking up the components of a Daedalus as well, he won't have the item slots available for an MKB, so Terrorblade could end up coming out in a pretty big advantage in that man versus man fight.
At the same time, it's going to be a while before CTY has that MKB, right? So right now, perhaps maybe Trauma Team are going to be stronger just because their Morphling can survive with the BKB and Butterfly. But Paper Tigers, they are hunting, and they'll actually be able to catch out Trabama unless he teleports away. He can't anymore.
Burning finds him as well, and Travama is wondering whether that Manta style comes within his. Yes, he actually ends up sprouting himself out of his own trees as well as by using the Manta with that. Unfortunately, because of the wards inside, but that's a big kill to find. Another inch that Paper Tigers is slowly clawing back. Remember that net worth disadvantage is basically insignificant.
Both teams know Roshan is up T timing. That is the big decisive factor. 40 seconds without your Nature's Prophet means that Paper Tigers really need to realize that this is their prime opportunity to acquire that Aegis. And it was the Aegis that won them that second game. That is how they have forged through this comeback. Still 20 seconds, plenty of time to be able to take this Aegis down. You have the Metamorphosis up. The outpost is going to be captured by Freeze, and they're going to start poking Roshan. Now the question is, there's only 10 seconds left for the Nature's Prophet, so Trauma Team may actually go for the wraparound and start a fight, burning the first point of contact.
No way to stay alive. Bashka needs to use the BKB, but Freeze can just wait it out. This is the full 9 seconds. CTY, it's his job to fight up against Bashka, and Bashka doesn't have the range to be able to fight back. BKB now wearing off. Freeze has survived. This is all they needed, but with the Storm Spirit buyback, Travama coming in behind. He's asking for trouble, and he's about to receive it. Still no Ravage used.
It was 70 who had to come in with the buyback though, as well as it burning. And Trauma Team, they may actually fight the Storm.
Global Silence is back, they've used it, but with the Lotus Orb immediately used, it's DK Focus who's the only one with reliable lockdown. A Ravage that catches out 3 heroes right at the very edge of it. Immersion with a disruption. Why is he going back in? He thinks he has a chance of it, but Travama, his buyback is only going to end up being punished more so. The back line, 70 is found. Bashka with the haste rune is wreaking havoc. They will be able to finish off the Skyrock as well, and now they've got advantage for fighting for the Aegis somehow. It works out for them.
Bashka ended up getting a haste rune. The perfect rune to actually capture the backlines with. All he had to do was walk in there. The Storm Spirit, not only with his second life, but also with his first, playing so incredibly aggressive, but just not having the reaction time to back it up. You had Burning, who was your first point of contact. There was no way, or rather, it is inexcusable for your Storm to get captured first.
Speaking of unexcusable, CTY with a quick Hurricane Pike will continue to make sure Nature's Prophet has to be kept honest at the very least.
And now the Aegis is in the hands of Bashka, who will have that Daedalus. And if you thought the support were dying quick before, they're not even going to have that second of life before Bashka can take them down. They no longer have to rely on DK Focus making the initiation. This waveform and auto attack coming in by Bashka is plenty of damage to be able to take him down. He also went for the plus 250 waveform range, so he has essentially a Blink Dagger AoE.
15 seconds before the Storm Spirit comes back. The banner has been planted. And Bashka is fighting, but he's not really doing much to Freeze. Freeze is barely being tickled right now.
I think Trauma Team realized that they need to hold their horses. Now they do have the Aegis, so they can buy their time. They have about 4 minutes. It's still plenty healthy of a duration. And they have a Daedalus that Bashka is actually keeping in his inventory. I think he needs to swap it out with the BKB. Because he has the Aegis, so he can use the BKB after his first life. But CTY, it's going to be up to CTY to create that buffer, right? He needs to be dishing out the damage, but unfortunately, Paper Tigers haven't been good at actually catching anyone. It's always been their Storm Spirit getting caught out in those crucial moments. The Storm getting caught is the very reason why Trauma Team have ended up with the Aegis, and because the Storm has no buyback, because Burning has no buyback, Trauma Team are going to be feeling extremely confident and going to be feeling extremely safe. Maybe Immersion feels a bit too safe. Because, well, this isn't the place where I expect the Shadow Demon to farm.
They don't expect it either, Dodgers. That's why it's so good. As a support, you need to find resources. Oh my god, he's so annoying. He is going to then make out the Terrorblade illusions, push out the wave as well, and just continue to be a menace.
Yeah. Freeze does have the Blink Dagger up, is going for that refresher. He needs a really good Ravage to be able to make it work. But now that CTY has a Butterfly too, there is a lot of survivability. Both of these two carries have nearly equalized on their, I would say, carry potential, with the Morphling being slightly stronger because he has a Daedalus and the Aegis, mind you. So Paper Tigers, they're gonna have to think really hard about whether or not they really want to make a smoke play. No buyback on 7E or Burning, but DK Focus, his smoke is going to break. OP has a Cyber Whites. If you can use it on Bashka, remember, he went with the BKB instead of the Lincoln Sphere, so you can use the Hex on him, and Bashka is going to be extremely vulnerable, and just use the Mystic Flare, burst the Bashka down at the very start of the fight.
OP's been a menace anyway. And now, I mean, you're talking about the Morphling. I'm thinking about the Nature's Prophet as well, who has also gone for a BKB, and OP's consistently put Prophet in a position where, you know, Travelman, who's piloting it, always has to just move back, remaneuver around, because he had half of his HP taken out just by the Mystic Flare.
He doesn't have a BKB either. Or rather, sorry, he doesn't have a buyback either.
Yes.
Travelman. So that could be a good target to go in on.
A minute left on the Aegis.
Yeah, again, the first Aegis, it went by. I didn't think too much of it. This Aegis going by, I am expecting, if, you know, they need to go in for the advantage. This time around, Bashka will actually convert to the right target. A metamorphosized Morphling.
40 seconds left, and he knows he's got one priority target alone, but maybe he's biting off more than he can chew. Silencer is not there, even if he does have a global silence. Fantastic Ravage timing. They get the Morphling before the BKB can be used. That's 4,000 gold in the bin, and right there with it is one watery boy.
Unfortunately, most of their lanes are pushed out, and CTY did use the Metamorphosis, so when Paper Tigers inevitably go for their own push, they won't have the Metamorphosis, and you can effectively defend your barracks. But this was Freeze as the MVP insane for this fight. Near perfect, or rather perfect initiation with the Ravage. And the Morphling, who didn't stash his BKB, by the way. The Morphling always, Bashka had his BKB at the ready. He was probably spamming it as hard as he could, but it wasn't a spam of the Ravage that came in place. It was Freeze with that one finger, and he got the timing just right.
Freeze is so good, dude. Like, the Slardar performance in the earlier stages of the tournament, right now this Tidehunter performance that we're getting to see, previous game to Mars, I mean, Freeze has had so many MVP performances.
It was a one-finger punch, you know.
Yeah, basically the largest Bruce Lee lookalike you've ever seen.
Yeah. And we even have a LeBron here.
Well, there you go. LeBron, you're not the most famous person in the city right now, and no, it's not burning. It's apparently Watermelon Bruce Lee.
This could be anyone's game. 40 minutes in means that you have, or rather, will now effectively reach that late game point. Both teams will be farmed up. It's not as if any one of these cores are severely under-farmed. I think, sure, Trava team do have one barracks of an advantage, but it's barely an advantage. Who cares about the barracks at this point? That you have a terribly Storm or Tidehunter, any one of them will clear it out. Not to mention, Burning would love to clear out those creeps there. Just plant down 15 Plague Wards.
Yeah. Well, there's the thing. They're going on a freeze, and they will finish him off. No questions asked. Boy, that was quick. The power of the BKBs when they're used.
Shadow Demon's Demonic Purge, its immersion. Just too much damage for the Tidehunter to get caught with, and I think that's going to be key. I think Paper Tigers need to reconcile with the fact that one of their heroes has to die at the start of the initiation. The only question then becomes, who is the one they will have to give up? And it cannot be the Terrorblade, it cannot be 7E, and it sure as hell cannot be the Tidehunter. It will have to either be Burning or the Skywrath Mage. They will have to be the first point of contact. Otherwise, you're not going to have that counter initiation. The TB brings in that damage, the Storm brings in that tempo, and the Tidehunter is essentially the glue that is holding this lineup together.
Yeah, he brings in the love.
Glue and love, yeah, I get
Yeah.
similar words.
Yeah.
Sometimes when I say I love someone, I use glue on them.
That's true, you gotta make them stick to you forever. Just in case they try to leave. Morphling being able to continually pick up the Terrorblade is also just becoming really, really useful. The further on this game goes, just in terms of keeping things pushed out, having that Metamorphosis as well. It's sort of the big advantages that the Morphling does have, and now he's going in for a Swift Blink. Satanic's already there, so he's not going for the MKB at all. 4,000 gold on the Terrorblade. It's a smoke into the Roche Pit. They are not going to find it. There's a minute and 40 seconds before it spawns. Bad luck for the Paper Tigers.
But they do see BCZ. You take him out and there's no more global silence.
But have you heard of the Glimmer Cape problems?
I can't believe CTY sent his illusion down there when they saw the silencer. That effectively forced BZZ to use his Glimmer Cape. But I suppose they don't know who's behind BZZ anyway, right? You see a support, the other side maybe using their support as bait.
To be fair, if you're using a silencer as bait, that does feel like you're asking for trouble. DK Focus could be a blink on a 2. Instead, it's an early global silence just for prevention of a fight. They've realized they've had really bad positioning over here. They do not want to go in. And now there's 2 minutes without the global silence, and Roshan spawns in just 1.
Could be anyone's fight. Outlaw CT White has used his Metamorphosis. Sure, the global silence is on cooldown, but right now, the carry firepower from this Morphling, from Bashka, is a lot more. T-time, CTY has 670 lost hits 40 minutes, and do you think Burning is proud right now?
I think he might be jealous. Like, you could be proud if it was like a young player. CTY is from Burning's generation, dude.
Why does he have to have all the fun?
We're just as old as each other, man. Come on.
Burning has a Scythe of Ice too. They have essentially 2 hexes up. Simultaneous disables on both the Morphling and the Nature's Prophet or the Slardar. They can disable 2 out of 3 cores.
Like, that's all fine and well, but they don't have to. Scout out on to Roshan. Disarm on Bashka. But the
call is clear. They need to engage. It's vision to be given by the Terrorblade onto DK Focus, preventing the Blink Dagger from coming through as well. The Aegis will be picked up by Bashka. The steal attempt is just not sufficient. Bashka with the Metamorphosis used is now going to have the firepower advantage. Focus goes in. They've got the stuns. They've got the silences. Tidehunter will again not be able to pull off the Ravage. And now, while burning his ethereal, it's Immersion to pick him up as well. Put him in his pocket and say goodbye.
Just a millisecond too late with that zap in. They had a shot to steal the Aegis, and it was a shot worth taking. Unfortunately, Paper Tigers, despite holding that high ground, Roshan just falls so quick with the corrosive haze applied by the Slaughter and Bashka, who has so much damage from the Morphling, and the Metamorphosis that was stolen. It was just such a difficult steal to go for, just a difficult Roshan contest, and right now you don't have Burning up. Freeze has just used his Aegis, and Prava team have demonstrated that they really don't have any difficulties in taking Freeze down at this point in the game.
Yeah, Freeze
it is going to be an inevitable high ground push.
Scythe of Vice has been used. Ravage onto 4. You might have saved the Morphling, but here's another one. Back lines have been breached. DK Focus has been found, and Bashka now will be using his Aegis as well. He will respawn into a lonely, lonely world. Welcome to the point of place where he still fights. The problem is they've lost out too much on the Radiant side, and now that the Metamorphosis is looking a little bit insufficient, Paper Tigers will falter and fall. The double Ravage, I thought it would give them the advantage. Instead, all it gives them is false hope.
No buybacks on their side, and the reason why that fight did not work out for Paper Tigers was the fact that the outpost was controlled by Trauma Team. They had a second life, they had an outpost, they could buy back and come into that fight in Immersion once again. That wasn't a double Ravage on Bashka, T-Time. That was only one, because Immersion once again, similar to that game number 1, came in with the save of the century. A save on Bashka, using the disruption to cancel out that Ravage on their Morphling, kept them going in the fight. And when they did die, they knew Burning did not have a buyback. They knew Freeze, or rather, they knew Freeze did not have a buyback, so they could come in with the outpost, no refresher, no more Ravages available, all the gas in the tank used up, and now advancement in the air. And for Paper Tigers, they'll need to come up with a miracle to continue on in this series.
They just don't have one. They just don't have one. 8 gold to the buyback, 5 gold to the buyback. Terrorblade will buy back very soon, but he knows it's already over. GG was called. Paper Tigers will be eliminated. Immersion continues to show up while Bashka flexes his carry muscle.
Great series, eliminating Paper Tigers. Paper Tigers, the Chinese team showed promise. They did adapt, they did readjust coming into the playoff stage, but Trava team, that was the second series in which they took Paper Tigers down. Everyone, not just DK Focus, but even Immersion, even BZZ came in clutch for their team. Immersion coming in clutch for 2 games. In that game number 1, in that game number 3, certainly. Trava team with this kind of support, save duo style, do find their stride in them.
Now we have to find out what they have in store for them up ahead. They did have their struggles. They did, have their issues dealing with Freeze, but the second that was unlocked, the second the only key to the castle was taken away from the Paper Tigers, it felt like they could do no wrong on the dire side. Trava team, Bashka just coming out ahead repeatedly, despite not going for MKB, this, that, the other. It is a fantastic performance, and I need to hear more from Harry and the boys. What do you make of it?
Pretty cool game to end this series. In the end, it is going to be Trava team that are going to be going through the previous game. It might have rattled them, but didn't rattle them enough. Boys, we talked about it, Paper Tigers, they had the draft, and there were moments in this game where they looked okay, but Trava team was better, right?
Yeah, the Trava team kind of clutched it off. I think the Paper Tigers on paper were the favorites from this draft. But I think at the end, the Bashka and Immersion players we praised before the series in introduction. They Immersion with the epic saves, Bashka with just just carrying the game. I think Morphling in this game definitely the MVP. He had to take a lot to fight against, but he prevailed, got every Aegis almost, and he was just good enough.
For me, the real MVP is Trauman, because he had like the highest damage in the game, and like his score was like 10-3, 14 assists, and like we are talking like he is like the lowest MMR in the team, and this game he performed really well. Like surprisingly, like I think he was MVP if we look like these circumstances.
Yeah, it was definitely not an easy game, like a Storm Spirit. Like, we expected this performance from the 70. Like I think what Trauman did and the KDA and Impact, we definitely expected at least same or more from 70, and he didn't have, like, he tried for some Aegis steals, some clutch fights, some buybacks, but it all came back to bite him. And yeah,
I feel like
go ahead.
Feel like he was losing so much mana, like he had like some pretty bad jumps, and like he couldn't fight in the end very well.
Yeah, but let's talk a little bit about the losers, right? Yeah, winners, they went through Travo. We're going to be seeing them at the end of the day. They're going to be playing another series. And that's another thing. It's going to be a really long day for them. But Paper Tigers, they had some solid performances. They had solid drafts. But what were they missing? Why aren't they going through?
What do you think?
I think team fights, they did very bad. In second game,
and the nerves. It felt at the end of this game, like, I mean, closer up to 30 to 40 minute mark, the second rush fight, the nerves started kicking in. Some unexpected buybacks, I would say pretty bad buybacks, and like they're going in the pit, rush is going low. You know, these are tense moments. Whoever played Dota even for a few games, like, you know, when it starts, like, it's very chaotic. You need to stay calm. You need to make a right decision. And it seems like they were just like, they got lost, they choked a bit, and yeah, they go out.
Trau team had like big lead in the kills, but network was always like kind of the same, you know, like whole game, and it was balanced. Like it was like even game till this Rosh, I feel like.
Yeah.
With Storm buyback, right?
Is this the Nature's Prophet effect? Is it just a hero that you cannot play too well against if you're not a well-oiled machine?
Yes, I mean, I had experience talking to like some premier teams like Liquid. Like, they would have a strategy where they would pick just, they know if they, I mean, they're like kind of go-to foreign team, but if they get Nature's Prophet, they know that if enemy team is not Falcons or Spirit, like, they cannot play map against them. The macro just gets fixed 24/7, and they just know, okay, these guys are not good enough macro to play against our Nature's Prophet. And when we have a lower tier game like this, quote unquote, like, the Nature's Prophet just fixed so many issues.
Yeah, but LeBron, you know, we grew up, as you mentioned, you grew up watching some of these players that have lost now, and Paper Tigers going home, but are you happy that you got to see them?
Yeah, of course. I'm happy. I play with some of them in some events, so yeah, it's always a pleasure to see them, you know.
Yeah, shout out to all of them, but the big god, basically. Burning is one of the OG players, one of the guys that will be remembered for a long time, and it was a pleasure, like, being on the same event with him and seeing him compete again.
Yeah, that's awesome. But of course, we're gonna focus on the winners a little bit here as well. They're gonna play after they need to wait now for 2 best-of-3s. So put yourself in a captain position, in a manager position, or whatever. Are you forcing your players to go and sleep right now? Is that the play?
Depends. Like, I think after everything I have been through, I would just ask them to be ready for the next series, and whatever it works for them works, you know. If they need to eat, sleep, whatever, rest, play 5 pubs, like, just be ready for the next opponent.
Yeah, so for me it will be 50-50, you know, like a bit chill, a bit play, you know. Like, but if you just play, it will be bad. But if you just chill, also it's gonna be bad. You're gonna be a bit sleepy, maybe tired, not like full focused. So yeah, you need like to balance, but it's individual, you know.
Yeah. With that being said, we do have an interview ready, so let's hear what the winning team has to say.
What a way to kick off Games of the Future right here in Abu Dhabi. The first win of the day. Team Tavo, congratulations. A big round of applause, everybody. Wow, what a huge win. Congratulations. Listen, you guys kind of took the lead in the first round, and you fell through and you came back stronger in the third round. Walk me through the gameplay, and how was the experience like at the Games of Future?
Well, the experience overall is great. We like being here. It's an interesting tournament with huge surprise for Dota so much. And about the match we actually had a second game too in our favor, but we just threw it at some point late game. So overall, I would say that all three maps were under our dominance, and it's like to be expected that we win.
Now, who out of all the team members you feel like stepped up the most when you guys really needed it?
I would say I did best. In Decider map, I was playing on my signature hero. I don't know why they let me do it, so I just fly around, do the action.
Amazing. Now, out of the game, out of the competition, I don't know if you guys have been to Abu Dhabi before. How's your experience been like in Abu Dhabi so far?
To be honest, not that much time to have a look at the city. I've been in Abu Dhabi before, but while you're participating in a tournament, you're all the time training, eating, sleeping, training. So at some point, teams that lost first on this tournament, I think, are in better shape considering results in Abu Dhabi.
Amazing. Now, listen, this is the first of many kind of games that you guys are going to take on throughout the competition. Any final words to any of your competing teams or any of your fans that are watching right now?
Thanks for fans, like everybody who is watching and willing us to win, and for enemies, we are coming for you.
Well, listen, well done, congratulations, and best of luck for the future games.
That was game from Team Chabo. Big win for them. Congratulations on coming up on top at the end of the best of three.
Absolutely.
It was quite a roller coaster for them. They kind of threw it in game two, and they admittedly said that as well. So what do you think of the matches so far?
It really was. I had such a great time watching these two teams play against each other, and really hard luck for Paper Tigers, but they gave us a show, and that's what matters.
Yeah, it was a very interesting series to watch. I was very happy to see the performance from Paper Tigers, even while they were trying to come back in game three. They had a solid plan, a very solid draft.
Yeah, absolutely.
But they were countered extremely hard. I don't know if you know this, but Morphling is one of the best counters for any of the bigger carries, because literally he can turn into that hero. So he became Terrorblade for a little bit, and he was terrorizing everyone.
That is broken.
On every side, yes.
That
yes,
is broken.
Absolutely.
But overall, the day just started. Okay,
Yes.
this was Dota 2, this was MOBA, but we have a day full of many disciplines, and I'm so excited for the two disciplines that we have ahead of us.
What's coming up next?
It's gonna be Phygital Football and Phygital Basketball. And now we're gonna have to see them compete in an actual stage and not just a video game. How excited to see that.
I'm pretty excited to see athletes that do things that I can't personally do anymore.
I thought you played basketball.
I do, but I still can't do things that I used to do back in the day.
Fair enough.
So
Fair enough.
it's very hard to accept, but it's also something nice to see, because I love the fact that you're bringing two worlds together.
Yeah.
Back in the day, when you had an idea about esports athletes or gamers, they were always out of shape. They were very antisocial. They weren't strong enough. They were spending most of their time indoors. They wouldn't touch grass. All of these things. But now, obviously, that stigma has changed.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
We've seen a lot of
really strong
absolutely
biceps, muscles.
That's for you,
gamers,
Pasha biceps, my friend. I love you.
healthy.
Yeah.
And that is it. Healthy mind, healthy body, healthy performance.
Healthy mind.
I think I just know the code in Arabic. Do you know the code in English?
I don't want to know the code at all.
So basically, if you are healthy in your body, you're gonna perform better. It's just medical stuff. I'm a pharmacist.
Okay. All right. Well, so it's healthy body first, and then healthy mind.
Yes, absolutely. That's actually the code.
All right. I think it's the opposite. Maybe.
It doesn't matter. So
No. You get excited when we talk about health. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you that.
Thank
but at the
you.
same time, have you noticed that a lot of esports organizations have started having not only like a psychotherapist in the
Absolutely.
team, but also like a dietitian,
Yes,
a nutritionist. They have their own chef.
could even have a coach, because
Yeah.
it's very important. When you play so many hours practicing those games, it takes a lot of dedications, and those esport players that you see compete, they are athletes, and it takes as much mental preparation as physical preparation to be able to play for 12 hours a day without harming your health and still performing at the best.
Yeah, and what we're seeing right now with Phygital Games is something that gives an opportunity for all these esports players to also prove that they are actual sports athletes.
Yep.
Or at least merge the bridge, or like bridge the gap between the two of them. This is an opportunity for us to see this and to see who those that know how to play online can also play the real game.
You know, watching the digital arena, it is so beautiful.
Yes.
Because also, I'm not sure if you saw the details. It's very inspired of the Abu Dhabi culture, like the mosaic they have, the Arabic art.
Yep.
It's beautiful. I like when people care about those details, as you can see.
I by the way, I'm calling this the mothership. I don't know what it's actually called. It is the mothership as far as I'm concerned.
All right.
It's like the headquarters and the stadium's happening. The studio's also there.
Yeah.
And all the disciplines, we're going to be
trophies.
visiting the disciplines very soon. I think we're going to the football one starting 2 p.m. Abu Dhabi time. We have some interesting matches going on there. We're going to be talking about that. But until we get into this, let's talk a bit about the format.
Absolutely.
Let's start with football.
Yes, I can explain to you the Phygital football. It's going to be a $600,000 cash prize total. So that is great for the players. So it's Phygital football powered by ADNOC. Each team has to have minimum of 5 athletes and maximum to 8 athletes. So it's played first in the digital stage. They're going to be playing UFL, difficulty legendary. You're going to have 4 players in each club. 2 compete in the first half and then 2 in the second half. So each half is about 4 minutes long.
Okay.
And then you will go to the physical stage where you have that score add up. So say you finished 2-1. Okay, now you're going to the physical stage. And the team that kicked off in the digital stage, it will be the same one kicking off on the pitch.
Okay.
Yes. And in the pitch, you will have 4 players plus the portero.
Portero. What the portero is that?
It's the goalkeeper in Spanish.
They call it portero?
I'm not sure. At least in my country, they call it portero. It's cool.
Okay,
Sounds
I'm
better.
actually surprised they didn't say like a goalkeeper in French or something like that.
All right. Well, before we talk more about the portero, let's see the actual schedule for the Phygital
show me the
football, and then
portero,
we can
please.
talk more about portero and the format.
So I know that we have our first match starting at 2 o'clock. As you can see, so the matches, the group stage day 1 starts today. It's going to keep going on all the way to the 23rd of September. So day 1 all the way to day 6 of this multi-stream will also be available covering this for you. The group stage 2 is going to be tomorrow, and then on the 20th is going to be the round of 12, which I believe is like the top teams or the top 3 teams from every group, or top 2 teams from every group.
Yes.
Then we have the quarterfinals, semis, and then the bronze match, as well as the grand finals happening on the 23rd. All of these
Exciting.
timings are Abu Dhabi timing for you to check out,
Absolutely.
which is local time for us.
Yes.
And in addition to this specific channel, there is also a Phygital football channel brought to you by
Yes.
ADNOC, powered by ADNOC, for you to see. You're going to have also the interviews as well as the analysts.
Yep.
They're going to be there, and it's a very good vibe for them also for us to follow.
And here we have the group stage. Group A, we have 4 groups. Basically, we have 4 teams in each group. We're going to have UEL versus GC, I believe. There are so many. Z10? That team in Group B actually has multiple games. They're participating in multiple games. Overall,
okay, so it's a club that's going around different disciplines.
I actually saw them have a team fight tactics. It's a completely different game roster. Yeah, and they also had like in League of Legends, so they're pretty active.
Yeah. You're just happy they support the games you like.
Yeah. Also, I just want to let you guys know, out of all these teams, the one that you should keep in mind are CMS Stars and RFCSO, Locomotio, and Mexico Quetzales.
Quetzales. Do they have a good portero?
I believe so. I mean, we're going to have to find out. So let me finish back the physical stage for football. It will be 5 minutes each half. And of clean time, of course.
Okay.
And then you have up to 3 subs total for each team.
So let's take it from the top one more time, just so that I don't. So you have 2 players from each. So four on the top team, on the whole team, right? 4 players for the online, for the digital version.
Yes.
2 of them are going to be playing half one. 2 of them are going to be playing
Absolutely.
the second half.
Yes.
And then all 4 of these are going to be joining a goalkeeper, portero,
Yes.
on the field.
Yes.
Or on the pitch.
So 5 players if you count the goalkeeper.
Yes.
Yes, but you have subs, so you can change players. You have up to 3 subs, and you have 2 halves of 5 minutes, and yeah, that's it basically. That's all
and
you
this
need
all
to
counts
know.
as one match only, right? Because they're going to be playing the online or the digital version first and then the physical. So the score continues, is still just one game. Are they going to be playing multiple games against the same team, or is it just one game and then they move on to the next round?
So just one game.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just one game, but you have to keep in mind, like even if you score 2-0, right? You played amazing in the digital stage. That does not mean anything because you need to keep that advantage in a physical stage. So you cannot celebrate too soon. You can only celebrate after the digital stage and the physical stage is done.
Yeah, it's going to be requiring a very big balance of players that know how to play online or how to play the game digitally, as well as obviously their coordination with each other.
Yeah.
So it's a very different dynamic when you're playing on the pitch. You can talk to each other. You've played with each other. It's very different when
I
you
have a question, Hakim.
Yeah, tell me.
Do you think someone who's really good at football is good as well in the video game of football? Or no relationship whatsoever?
No, actually, it helps a lot because your know-how and your in-game knowledge can actually translate well into the game. But you'll need to play the game often so that the controls are something that you can easily do, and it's a second nature thing. You know what I mean? So they mainly need you to make sure that even if I know that I want to pass the ball to this side, or I like counterattacks, or I like to control the right strategies and the management of the team, I still need to know if I push this button in this specific way, is it going to perform the way I want it to?
Yeah.
Is it going to reach the pass or have the accuracy? If I wanted to score the goal, even if Ronaldo's shooting, if he hasn't held a joystick in his life before, he's not going to be able to make that shot.
Absolutely.
So you might actually find, and I would love to see this, I don't know if everyone is equally athletic and everyone is equally good.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to see someone that is like so good at the game, but
and
so
also so
terrible
good.
at
so terrible?
the pitch. No, I'm here for the lols. I'm not here for serious analysts. Any of the, we're here for
the trolls.
For the trolls.
I love that.
Yeah, for moments that we're never gonna forget, Yani. So
Yeah.
it'll be fun to see.
Yeah.
Are you expecting any specific teams you want to see now?
I'd love to see which 2 teams are going to be playing right now. It's going to give us an idea maybe on what we can expect if we are familiar with the teams, of course. But I do think that you can abuse the substitutes part. And these are the 2 teams that we're going to see in this first game, which is UEL team. I have no idea why I'm having such a hard time pronouncing that.
It's called Loyalty. UAE. Let's go.
Oh, yeah. So it's called Loyalty. And Granny Smith. I love that logo, Granny Smith. Is that an apple?
I know who's my favorite team now.
Granny Smith.
Granny Smith.
Angry Apple. I love it. So yeah, it's gonna be an interesting match to see. But back to my point, I think that you could have a really, really good player digitally, like he's gonna perform very well on the digital stage, right? And then he kicks off in the physical stage, and then right away you substitute him with someone better on the physical one.
Yeah, that's the strategy.
That's the strategy.
So managing the roster basically.
Yeah.
But obviously, even if you have someone that's extremely good at the game, he's only gonna play for one half.
True.
Right? So he's still gonna have to jump off and have 2 other guys jump in and play, and then he's gonna have to join them on the pitch. So it can be a liability. Yeah. So simultaneously, we also have basketball happening with the digital basketball 3-on-3 freestyle, brought to you by M42. I know it's a mouthful, but it's also something that we're very happy to see.
Yes.
So basketball is my game.
Yep.
I would love to consider it.
Wow! Look at the trophy. I love it. It has wings.
I like how it's actually digital in the middle, and
it's such a beautiful
cool.
mix between like digital and physical. This is gonna be so exciting, you guys. Like all the arenas from football, basketball. It's just so exciting. I think you guys should all come and see this yourselves, honestly.
Yeah. I would love to actually cover this today. Like if we're lucky and some matches finish early, we can jump to that.
Yeah.
And we'll also talk about the formats as well for the 3-on-3 as well and the game. It should be a lot of fun. Right now, what we have is UEL going against Granny Smith.
Yeah, Granny
I know my vote is on Granny
Apple.
Smith for life. No matter what,
For
we
life.
love you. Best of luck, and let's jump to the game.
enjoy the vibes, enjoy the show.
Experience also the fan experience all over ahead of ADNIC. All the halls are waiting for you. We have phygital football, phygital basketball, phygital dancing, and much more. What a week full of futuristic games awaiting for all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is powered by ADNOC. Performance and ambition come together on one stage, fueling athletes, creators, and we are living now the community year, but we are ahead of the family year. So these games bring all of us together in one stage. Are we ready to count down? Ladies and gentlemen, count with me. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Phygital football, let's go! Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has come. The moment to show the hard work and the training of our athletes. Let's welcome UEL team. Please put your hands together all the way from Kazakhstan. This team presenting skill, strategy, and competition spirit. They are ready to dominate two worlds, the physical world and the digital world. Abu Dhabi, let's hear it for both teams. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to hashtag us, GOTF Abu Dhabi 2025. And now, the next team is, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Jamie Smith team. The vibe here is intense. Be ready for a battle of digital world. Two worlds, one stage. Welcome to the Games of the Future, Abu Dhabi. Here are the teams getting ready for the digital warm-up, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, we have a digital warm-up like the physical world.
UEL versus Granny Smith is gonna be our opening match for the phygital football powered by ADNOC. Games of the Future finally kicking off in the digital arena. So obviously, guys, we're gonna start off with the digital. We're gonna start off with the UFL. Let's talk a little bit about the rules. So each team is gonna have two players representing them, 2 versus 2, 5-minute halves, short games. What do we want to see?
So what happens is with the 5 minutes, we need them to deliver 5 minutes back to back. Good thing is before the phygital, before you go to the phygital, the pitch, they give you at least 5 minutes of break time so you can, reset again.
So we're talking about the UFL, the digital aspect.
Yeah.
So I don't understand. Do you ever play like
I do.
Okay.
Actually, I played that game before.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how is it? What do you think like these players are gonna perform? Is it the type of game that's very hard to score goals, or is it like easy goal after goal?
It's not easy goals. It's not very hard. It's mainly about the tactics, about the forwarding, and about the shooting at the end.
So they need to know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, as we see here, the lineup for Team UAL, and I hope to God I do not butcher their names. Zenon, Amangere, Ongarbek, and Jelkibayev. That was the most difficult thing I had to do in my life. Good luck to these players. You talked a bit about Ish, about UEL, their preparation. You saw them practicing. You kind of believe in them. That's in the physical. What about in the digital?
In the digital world, they'll have to come and bring whatever they have on the line, but at the end of the day, they need to perform. On their physical part, they looked more than ready to me.
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about body language. Looking at these players right now, who, like obviously there's going to be nerves. They're on stage. There's a lot of stuff happening. There's a lot of money on the line. Who do you think looks more loose, more relaxed, more ready to deliver?
I think the Bosnian, if you go through the Bosnian, you will see that they are
mysterious.
You will see that the Bosnian club, which is Granny Smith, they're a bit chill, and they were laughing, by the way, when they're coming on the stage. The other team, the UAL, was a bit of moving.
Tense.
Yeah, but this team, look, they're only sitting, they're doing their controls. Yeah, it should be good. Look.
Not gonna lie to me, he looks like he's sweating.
But guys, at the end of the day, it comes down to preparation.
Yeah.
Whoever's nervous or not, if you've been preparing all these months, today's the day for you to show us what you can do.
But I think tension plays a huge role in this.
Yep. And you know what's like super exciting about this whole thing? So the guys who are going to be playing the physical one right now, they're just sitting and watching and cheering for their teammates to give them an advantage, starting on the physical. So that concept is for me very new, very fresh,
it's
very
amazing.
exciting.
At least you know by the time you go to the digital part, you already have a score to deal with.
Yeah.
So if your team scores and maybe they win in the first game, it's not done. It's just half time. Take the break, rest, recover, get up, pick yourself up. We continue to the round two.
Yeah, and obviously there's like the teamwork aspect of it, excuse me, because you can look at it in different ways. Let's say I'm the physical guy. I'm watching my teammates playing and they're down 0-2. They lost 0-2. There's a difference between going, dabbing them up, hey guys, it's okay, we got you on the field, don't worry about it. Or you can have like negative energy, be like, oh, they lost us the game. That's gonna create another unneeded tension and kind of a path to be losing. So that's another aspect of teamwork that the coaches have to be focused on.
I think that you're saying the right thing, but I think that the team, it's about the teamwork.
Yeah.
You lost, I will make you win.
Yeah.
You lost, it's not about you made us lose. No,
yeah, exactly.
All together, we should support each other. And especially it's the same score in the physical and in the digital. So like...
No, but it's all a competition. You need to have the shortest memory ever. Meaning, if you've lost the game, ignore that, forget you lost, start the round two like you haven't done anything. Because if you come in affected by the first results, you are in trouble for the next one.
Yeah, and we can see the ref now giving them the rules, making sure they know everything that they need to know. Tell me, As, you wanted to say something?
I wanted to say that for sure, both of the teams, they have tension. But if you see the team wearing white, which is UEL, they're a bit
tense, the Bosnians.
Yeah, I think so.
Guys, anybody would be tense at this game.
But he
look
said,
at the lights, look at the pitch, look at the fans.
But
everything is so real right now.
Cool System just said that they are cheering their other friends or mates to win, which is a really good factor. Like, please get us goals so we can have an advantage on the pitch.
We need that. Yeah, every team needs that at the moment.
Yeah, honestly, what I'm seeing, looking at these players, listening to the referee, I'm seeing a lot of tension from both sides. I think they will look at them, like, you know what I mean? They're sweating. It's normal. I think after they start playing a little bit in the digital, you know, first half, second half, people are going to loosen up a bit. They get to show us more of their skills. Obviously, good luck to both of the teams. A lot on the line here. And I'm just excited to see what happens.
Very excited. Thank you to ADNOC for this amazing opportunity. Hope they can get what they came for.
Yes, sir, man. Digital football. I never in my life thought that I'm going to be like experiencing something like this. Games of the future. The name truly represents what we're seeing in front of us. Man, I'm sitting here looking at the camera and I have a drone flying over my head while I'm indoors.
You are in Abu Dhabi. You are living in the future right now.
It's crazy, man. It is crazy.
But it's a beautiful setting. We're more than happy at least. They're yet to start this amazing game.
Match 1, by the way, the players are still receiving instructions from the referee. We will shortly be getting into the first game, the digital one, in the world of UFL. And by the way, just to broaden up the space, zoom out a bit, what we're talking about, it's not just digital football. There's a lot of games here. And can I tell you my favorite one? And I'm sorry if it's not football, I love football, but there is one where there are robots fighting each other to the death.
Yeah,
that is just insane. Like, that's insane.
So you guys haven't seen the basketball setting?
No.
Oh my God! And then you're saying you've seen everything.
I mean,
it's amazing.
what
If
did
you
you
love
see?
lights, trust me. I said basketball, but it's nothing you've seen before. Advanced technology.
Really?
Advanced technology.
Actually, I agree also with him because while coming to here, I saw the other studio, they're having the thing for the robot.
Yes.
I remember when I was like young watching and eating and getting these. So basically you have to kill the other machine to win.
There's going to be pieces of metal flying around and whatnot.
Now, at the end of the day, it comes down to Abu Dhabi. This is the future and everything is here.
Yeah, we see now the players are getting seated. Hydration. Yeah, they're nervous. Look, it's normal, man. Like, especially when you come from the digital world, right? Like, what are you doing with your time? It's like you said. I'm sitting at home. I'm vibing. I'm eating.
No one's looking
I'm on
at
my
you.
Exactly. No one's looking at you. And then suddenly, okay, you have a competition. Will you join? Yes, we train for it indoors. And now, you come here, and you're just like, you walked into a time machine and there's like eyes on you, hundreds, thousands of people looking at you, a lot of money on the line, expectations from your management, from the coach, all that.
Also from the country. Some people are representing their countries, you know.
But speaking of the money, it's a lot of money.
A lot of money.
It's a big gun prize. For that kind of money.
Hundreds of thousands.
Of dollars.
Yes,
of dollars,
sir.
actually. For that kind of money, I'll do anything to make sure my kids come up on top. Honestly, I'll do that.
Yeah. Match 1, ladies and gentlemen, is shortly going to begin while the players are finishing up their final touches, their settings on the controller and all that. We're going to go ahead and toss it to the casters to find out what's going on the field. Take it away, boys.
All right, first and foremost, thank you from the hosting table. Thank you, Cool System, Yaso, and also Ish. And ladies and gentlemen, this is your big man, Decipher, and also my good buddy, Matthews Isaac, as your official commentator for Digital Games of the Future, Abu Dhabi 2025, powered by AdNoc. Matt, how are you doing, Matt?
I'm doing great, man, and I'm really looking forward to this amazing match that's going to be coming up between a UL team and also Granny Smith. And I just can't wait to get things started because we saw lots of things that the host actually talked about. So it just got me excited right now.
Yes, indeed. And in fact, I mean, throughout our more than 10 years of football, e-football, and also real football commentary between you and me, Matt, across the globe, this is the first time ever that we see a digital and also physical football mash into one tournament. That is absolutely new to me, Matt.
Yeah, it's absolutely new to me as well because, you know, it's something new and we're moving forward towards the future where we're going to be having, you know, digital games together with physical games. You know, it's kind of like balance the stuff actually. So you just like what one of our hosts said there, you know, you just don't have to sit there for a couple of hours and stuff. So you just got to, you know, you battle it out for a few hours and then you go on the pitch and you got to show what you got on the pitch, of course. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. And looking at the players, I mean, some will be asking, is it easier to score on the console or is it going to be easier on the field? Well, if you ask me personally, both have challenges because, for example, I mean, you yourself, Matt, I mean, more proficient on the field. Among the challenges that if you're playing on the console, if you're 2v2, the switching of players, if both players decide to press the switch button at the same time, the switcher cursor will sometimes switch to a different player than intended. So that is where the difficulty and communication needs to be very, very acute or attuned between these two players. And scoring on digital console, sometimes it may be difficult. How about on the field, Matt? What is your opinion?
Yeah, like what you said, you know, you got to have the proper chemistry. I'm very sure that all of these players are already having their trainings and stuff. So when you go on the pitch there, of course, it's going to be a whole different thing. You know, you can't adjust your stamina and stuff. So you got to give it with what you got. So I think the biggest challenge is when they go into the field, into the pitch, you know. Over here, maybe, you know, you might have the techniques, you might have the strategy, because maybe one of these players, they might have a really good chemistry playing among each other for a couple of years or something. But on the pitch is a whole different game, man. So I'm really looking forward for the pitch over here.
Yes, and as you can see, the two teams are currently drafting their team players. I mean, and before that, if you're watching from Kazakhstan, how are you? I hope you are having a very good day. Don't forget to support your team. And if you're watching from Bosnia and Herzegovina, don't forget to give a shout out to your team. As mentioned, we see like Haaland, we see like Messi. They have the full range, Matt, to select who they want to be on their team.
Yeah, and also one more thing, the Decipher. I think it's our first time commentating into UFL actually, because we have been commentating for a different platform of games before this. So I'm really excited to see how the system works over here. And me personally, I've played UFL before, especially when they came up with the demo and then the beta version and stuff. So it's pretty amazing game. And right now, I'm really looking forward to see how these players actually, you know, mold into the game, because it's not easy. They might be coming from different backgrounds and stuff, but this is going to be the biggest challenge.
So if you're watching live, who is going to win this game? Is it going to
Ladies
be
and gentlemen, this
from
begins
Kazakhstan,
Teams
which is
compete in a virtual
UEL?
football
Write
match.
down in the
Then they
comment.
take the
Or is it going to
score
be
straight into
Granny
pitch where the
Smith?
game
Write
continues
down in the
real
comment.
football action.
So
And
we will
now
start the
we're
game very,
starting
very
the
soon. And
digital
I
game.
hope that the marshal, the admin, will also give us the information about who will be wearing what jersey on the field. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting very, very soon, where we will see UEL from Kazakhstan will be showing what they're made of. And I believe that team Granny Smith will be attacking from right, while team UEL will be attacking from the left. Don't forget to write down who is going to take the first set of victory. Matt, I know that we used to do prediction, but this is going to be a new territory for us.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And looking at the graphics and stuff, the gameplay looks really good. You know, when I played, but right now it's going to be these players that will be going in. So let's see how they're going to come up with their strategy, and let's see who gets the first goal. That's the most important part right now.
Yes, indeed. So, Matt, what do you think of the lineup that we have right now? I believe this is the lineup of team Granny Smith, if not mistaken. I mean, Haaland as a striker. What do you make of him?
I mean, Haaland has been a natural striker, man. I mean, look at how he's been doing in City, and even before that, he was in Dortmund as well. So I think he got nothing much to prove, but it's all about the game mechanics right now. And let's see if he's able to, you know, show his potential, because sometimes some strikers, they might be a legendary striker and stuff, but when it goes to the game, they might not be performing really well. So we kick off right now between two amazing teams, UEL team up against Granny Smith. So UEL will be attacking from left to right, and right to left is going to be Granny Smith. So on the attack right now. First foul of the day there, man.
Yep, first call of the day, it's going to be an offside. But what's going to be very, very interesting is how these two players actually open the game wide. Because as you know, Matt, when you play in the digital, it's all about how the AI translates the game. But we see pushing forward, I believe that is Erling Haaland, passing it to the left, over the top, and possibly easily pushed away by Adam Militao, I would say, Matt.
Yeah, it just didn't go through well there. Haaland running up in the front, and maybe right now Haaland could not get the ball there, Cypher. I mean, that was a really good defensive display shown by the players from the back, and maybe right now, and here's another chance, and that might be the first goal. Right now, perfect goal there, Cypher.
What an absolute stunner, able to break the two defensive line with a good through ball. And it seems that the first goal for Digital Games of the Future, Abu Dhabi 2025 for Digital Football goes to Team Granny Smith with the first goal, 1-0, but it's not over yet.
Absolutely not over yet there. still got lots of time, but then it's all about how UEL right now needs to work out, needs to find a way, need to find a strategy, because 1-0 might not be too safe for Granny Smith, but then let's see what they have in our hands right now. Another chance for Haaland now.
Yep, go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, Haaland could not find it through, but then the pass right now comes again from Granny Smith. Off they go up against with a couple of players. Just holding on to it there. Some of the players trying to put some pressure just to get the ball back on the line now. Another smart strategy being shown by Granny Smith, but it's just not wasn't enough there, Decipher.
Yep, not good enough. I mean, the passing with the idea was there, but again, it's the final execution. As we can see, the technique, the strategy being used by team Granny Smith is trying to play long ball on the wide, but however, that will leave the central a little bit exposed in my book, man.
Yeah, you got to be really aware of those spaces there, Decipher, because it's not going to be a good moment for you there. Especially if you leave a lot of space, especially if there's going to be a strikers like Erling Haaland that might be terrorizing those kind of spots over here. And let's see, from this attack, UL tries to get a control over here, but then Granny Smith might be showing another opportunity. And here comes Haaland, and Haaland with the second goal. And Granny Smith just showing no mercy to UPL team.
Absolutely stunning. Good awareness over the top. I mean, to say abusing the pace of Erling Haaland. The defense was caught napping, and that is 2-0. Erling Haaland makes it count, and it seems like Granny Smith is leading the charge, man.
Absolutely, man. I mean, they were in huge control right now, and look at the applause there by some of the fans and even the players right now. They are looking absolutely optimistic now. So it's all about, keeping the momentum going. But I would not discount UEL team yet there, Victor. Decipher, because you know why? Things like this is the moment you got to rise up. This is the moment you got to really work it up, because sometimes you might be, the opposition team might be leading 2-0, but this is the moment where you got to come up with a strategy. You got to come up with something, and you got to make a comeback now, because it's now or never, if you ask me.
But again, there is something a little bit odd in my personal view, yeah, Matt. I mean, you're putting Messi, who is a right winger, in a striking position, which is a little bit odd, and he is not in a right side striker. He's on the left side, maybe trying to abuse, or should I say, take advantage of his right foot. But again, he's going up against Virgil van Dijk, going up against Bremer. I mean, that is a little bit tanky in my book. So is it possible if, again, my opinion, switch it to the right and then let him drift wide so he can use his agility to open up spaces, Matt?
Yeah, that could be the way, actually, if you ask me. But then, they pretty much quite comfortable with how they actually set up the team. So it's all about, getting your plan A's and plan B's to work. And if those two are not working, you got to make sure you have a plan C now. So Granny Smith on the attack. You see a couple of switches from the left side towards the right. Then a couple of players still waiting, and let's see what Granny Smith is up to. They are taking their time, the Decipher, because at this moment, nothing to rush. The only team that needs to rush right now is going to be UEL, and maybe from now. Brilliant pass now, Messi. Messi could not find the final pass, the Decipher. Still on for the attack.
Yep. The clearance was a little bit suspicious. Haaland, and good save by the goalkeeper. That was absolutely powerful, venomous, but the keeper has the antidote, man.
Yeah, the keeper read that movement really well. And here comes Granny Smith. They are already 2-0 up. All they got to do is add one more and make the nightmare even bigger. And the goalkeeper caught that ball really well. Thibaut Courtois now the main man to be in charge to start the attack for UEL team. To talk a little bit back about what our host was talking, UEL might not be the favorite team, as one of our hosts said there, but right now it is what Granny Smith are doing now. So Messi for UEL now. So Messi tries to dribble past 2 to 3 players now, and there's going to be an opportunity from here. Haaland got the ball now, still Erling Haaland. It's Haaland! Only for Thibaut Courtois to push the ball out for a corner now. And now, still the attack on for UEL. But Decipher, that is the end of the first half, my man.
Yep. First half ended, so there's going to be a swap of player. And as you can see, celebration for Team Granny Smith. 2 goals in first half. That is absolutely a very, very good move. But however, we still have another 45 minutes. Guys, if you're watching live wherever across the world, this is your big man Decipher and my good brother Matthews as your official commentator for today's match, where it is the opening match, Matt, and we already have 2 goals and 2 stunning gameplay.
Yeah, so 2 goals for Team Granny Smith right now. Remember, they're in the blue jersey. So there you go. We're going to be having a look on what actually happened. This is the first goal. Look at this. Beautifully done. The defenders were caught off guard and just smashed towards the middle there. And they celebrated it like they wanted that victor, Decipher. I mean, man, yeah, there you go. This is the second goal. This is the second goal again and again. They caught sleeping in the middle there, Decipher. I mean, what was going on in the middle there? I mean, something was really off in the defensive position, if you ask me.
Well, as I was saying, that it's all about the selection of the players. Both of them pressed the player selector. That's why there is a kind of, I wouldn't say a delay, but the AI movement, like they become stuck. You know what I mean, right? Because this is 2v2. If it's 1v1, you change the players, the cursor will go quicker. So it's all about communication. They tried for what you call this, tried to activate offside trap, which did not work. The first goal, it's a good cross, using, if I'm not mistaken, Erling Haaland's height to flick the ball central and then a finish. The second goal, again, Erling Haaland was able to be in the half space between the centre back and also the full back, and they make it work. So Matt, after the first half, we will go into second half. How do you see the game going forward?
Well, I think still the momentum is going to be on Granny Smith, but you know, in these kind of situations, you never know, man. Especially UL right now, they might be coming up with a plan B, and then let's see what they have under their sleeve now. See, fist bumping, and of course, you know, it's all about getting a strong start on the second half.
Yes, indeed. So if you're watching live, wherever you're watching, will we have a goal or a comeback from UEL, from Kazakhstan? Or is it going to be all smooth sailing for Team Granny Smith from Bosnia and Herzegovina? Write down in the comment who you think will win the digital console session before we go into physical. So Matt, take it away for a few moments, and they are going to start the game. Let's go, Matt.
Absolutely, and we're going to be going into our second half of the match. Granny Smith this time will be attacking from left to right. UEL on the light blue will be attacking from right to left. This moment, it is just 2-0 for Granny Smith. All going really well for them. Just need to control the tempo and dictate the match. While on the other side, they got a rush with the first goal right now. Maybe now, Messi on for Erling Haaland. That was a little bit too much for Erling Haaland there. There's going to be a throw-in. Still 2-0. Well, brilliant score, if I would say, because, you know, that's going to be a mistake. And here comes Granny Smith again. They're not rushing at this moment, the Decipher, you know. They got nothing to rush at this moment. Just keep the ball, just play it around, you know, make sure you don't lose possession and stuff. And the one that needs to be rushing right now is going to be UEL.
Yep, I totally agree on that notion. As we can see, playing it low, playing it deep, try to pull players to chase the ball. This is a nice strategy, but again, a mistake is going to be very, very costly. That is Lionel Messi with a long shot. Oh, that was a good save by Thibaut Courtois. Lionel Messi on his right foot. But however, Thibaut Courtois saw the ball coming. That is not going to be a problem for him, isn't it, Matt?
Of course, man. I mean, it's giving him some nightmares where he faced in La Liga back then when Thibaut Courtois was in Atletico Madrid. He was still a baby that time. And let's see, talking about baby, there might be a goal from UEL right now. And on for the goalkeeper, Thibaut Courtois to the rescue again. As time is ticking away, 60 minutes has gone past right now. UEL still looking for the first goal and couldn't find it through now. And that is going to be a foul there, Decipher. Oh, this is going to be a big chance. A big opportunity for UEL to get the first goal. It's going to be Rafinha. Valverde, who's going to make it now. The first shot. And whoa! You gotta be kidding me. Decipher, man. What a header. Look at that. Even the players are stunned right now. And even the goalkeeper caught keeping 2-1. UELC is back in the game. Can you believe it, man?
I mean, how on earth Vitinha lifts the ball and then made a powerful header? I mean, look at this. How open you have to be. Oh, that was a big mistake by Thibaut Courtois. I mean, first and foremost, that was a goal. But I would say that was a very, very interesting goal in my book. A header by Vitinha, 1 goal, Kazakhstan, UEL claws 1 back, man.
Yeah, UEL right now will be putting all the pressure onto Granny Smith. Granny Smith is not safe at this moment, Decipher. Let's see from this pass. And it's still on the back again. We still see Team UEL needs another 1 more goal to equalize. Haaland. Vade earlier on couldn't get the pass then. An immediate clearance out of danger there, but then the danger still haven't ended there. 71 minutes on the clock, Decipher. Things are going a little bit on the favor of UEL right now. All they need is just 1 more goal. And the opportunity just wasted over there.
I mean, here's the problem, what I can see from Granny Smith. They are playing a very, very slow game. They thought that, okay, we are 2-0, we are going to play it safe. I mean, you can't do that. Because what I can see right now, what is Granny Smith doing, is they are playing the ball from the rear, the back, and then try to long ball it. It is a good idea, but however, a very high press is being shown by UEL. So every time they are being pressed, they tend to do mistake. And you can see that the coach for Team Granny Smith saying that just clear the ball. You can't do that. I mean, you need as much goal as possible to go in the next game, man.
Yeah, just needs to, you know, even though it's 2-1, but the time might not be in anyone's favor at this moment. Could be on Granny Smith right now, because all they need to do is just hold the ball, play a solid defensive football, and just get it through the next round. But UEL on the other side, they are looking hungry in the second half, the Decipher. So, you know, things could change after this. Things could change at any moment right now after this, once we go back into the match. But one thing for sure is that it's not done yet for UEL.
Yep, it's not done yet. And I'm sure that the fan of Team Granny Smith from Bosnia and Herzegovina want their team to hold the lead, do not want to do mistake. This is what I'm talking about. You trying to play the ball very deep. Look, players are closing it, and then when you send the ball to midfield, it's easily shot close. You are asking for the secondary ball. That is going to be a little bit difficult, and the pass was a little bit awkward. Now we see UEL attacking.
Yeah, here comes UEL right now. As I said, they are pretty hungry right now to get the second goal, the equalizing goal right now. Messi, on for Rafinha. Here comes another shot, and what a save! What a save that was. They are giving a warning shot after warning shot. 10 minutes left in this match. UEL is not done yet. Haaland now. Valverde. Still Federico Valverde tries to find a way to make the pass inside the box now. Camera. A couple of bodies waiting inside the box now. Here comes another cross. Haaland with the header. Still Haaland. It's Erling Haaland! It is 2-2. Team UEL right now are back in the game. It is not over until it's over, Decipher. It is 2-2, and the match is still on with 5 minutes to play.
Exactly, that is how you use Erling Haaland. If you can't get him to be in that danger zone, you must use his height, try to lay off a pass. That is what Erling Haaland was there, and it made it count. It's going to be a 2-all game with only a few minutes left on the clock. Passing it central, Lionel Messi, drag back, pull back, cut back with every ounce of dribbling he has. Tried to go for a long shot. 3 minutes left on the clock. Will this be it? Maybe, because at the end of the day, the ball is going. Oh, this is dangerous. Erling Haaland now in the penalty area with a ball roll. It's going to be a corner, man.
It's going to be. Is it going to be a corner? Is it over there?
No.
Ivan?
No corner.
No corner. It's over. Match is over. 2-2 between the UEL team and also Granny Smith. We got a lots of amazing comeback at the very end of the match, I would say. And Granny Smith, they were taking the lead in the first half, but in the second half, it is all about UEL team making that comeback and got the equalizing goal this time.
Again, and I agree, the comeback was real, but then there was a bit more mistake from the defensive line of Granny Smith. But hey, 2-all is level pegging. They will go into the physical part very, very shortly. So Matt, our job is done for now. How about if we throw back to our lovely host and also analyst on the table? But before we throw, any last word, Matt?
Nothing much. I'm looking forward for the one we're going to be on the pitch.
Yes, indeed. So let's send it to Cool System, Yasso, and also Ish at the host table. Take it away, boys.
Guys, a beautiful job on commentating on that exciting match. Ended up being a draw.
Wow.
2-2. Beautiful comeback as well. Tell me about it.
A normal draw.
Wow, that was electric. Hey, because I thought maybe the team's coming from 2 down. I thought it was done.
Yeah, me too.
Oh my God.
All that was going through my head like, wow, they're going to have to go to the physical one and be 0-2.
Yeah.
That's going to top. But then, comeback season.
That was amazing.
Let me tell you something. While seeing, I noted down the defense of the other team, which is Granny Smith. They were, after 2-0, they only giving it to the goalie. If you see the 2 goals, they are false from them. They gave them the goal and they scored.
The last goal was a fault.
I think they took the lead. They got the 2-0 and they're like, okay, guys, we need to play defensive. We need to maintain the lead. We have the physical as well. We want to go on with 2-0. They started playing too defensive. They made some defensive mistakes.
Overconfidence.
Not really. I wouldn't call it that. It's the opposite. It's not confident. They should continue playing aggressive instead of keeping the 2-0, make it 3-0, 4-0. That's what I think.
Yeah, but for all the gamers out there, they understand how it works.
Yeah.
Anyone, as long as you're already 2 or 3 up,
keep going.
Yeah, you relax. No, you usually, even when I'm playing and I'm 2 up, I relax.
I see, like that's what happened. They relaxed and they got smacked on the head.
2-0 is easy.
Yeah,
is easy.
So now, what does this mean for the physical thing? Nothing. They're just gonna go and fresh.
Down now. No, it all goes down. Everything happens here. They keep the same scores. It needs to get down. They need to bring whatever they've got to the pitch. By the way, our predictions were wrong.
Yeah, they were completely wrong.
Yeah, look at the goals.
Yeah, we can see here, like, you see how they were playing beautifully, attacking, coordinated attacks.
Look at that.
This was like within 10 minutes of game time.
And look at the passion as well.
Yeah.
The passion and the celebrations.
My man got denied the fist bump, but it happens. Yeah, so this is what I mean. Look at them. They're attacking all the time. Beautiful coordinated attacks. Another easy goal. Yeah, they have time. They're chilling. And then I think they're like, okay, guys, this is where the tension started. Let's play defensive. Let's calm down. And when they calm down, like you said, yes, mistakes were made.
Yeah. The problem is that what I see now, with physical, the other team, which is UEL, will be like, okay, we're back. We have to finish this game. We have to score as much as we can. I think if now Granny Smith, they are abroad or they got more scores, they will not stop. They will not back off. They will keep going. They'll be like, we don't want to repeat the same scenario on the gaming in the real life.
Yeah, and I think it's
a lot of defensive errors in this game.
Yeah.
Hopefully they don't bring the same errors into the physical, because here they need to really come through, give it their best. But wow, guys.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a beautiful start. It's a beautiful opening match for the event. You guys can see the players warming up. behind us, excuse me, getting ready for the physical one. The digital one didn't have a big impact since it was 2-2. Basically, they're starting off with the 0-0. I would like production to tell me what happens in case of a draw. I'm not quite sure about that. Do they just like get 1 point?
It
or
goes down to the referee. No, there's no point.
Oh, really? I think it's penalties, right?
It goes down to the referee to decide how the game ends, but we need to have a winner in every game.
Okay, yeah. So that's going to be the case. Looking at the shape of the players, looking at the warm-up, super excited. We can see, excuse me, the roster of UEL. Oh my God, I have to pronounce these names. Bismillah. Ongarbek, Aspalyamov, Anshakov, Kukumbayev, and Chermordov. I think I did a good job. This is the squad.
Well
good luck
well
to them.
Davai.
Yeah, they look like I don't want to play against them. They look like they're gonna, destroy the field. Any thoughts on their warm-up since you said you've seen them?
I saw the team. They're professional.
Okay.
In my opinion, I feel like they're professionals. I haven't seen the Granny Smith, so I don't know because it's going to be a matchup. But from what we've seen on the digital, it was a level game. I hope and I pray they bring the same intensity to the game.
Let me ask you a question, Yas. Look at the UEL squad right there. Does any of them look familiar to you? Look at them, they're wearing white. Any of them? Look at the goalkeeper. Have you seen him somewhere maybe? No? Well, let me tell you something.
One looks like Kamsat.
No, he was the one actually playing in the digital. So this is the overlap that we're talking about.
He was the guy who was playing in the second half of the UEL.
Yes, so this is like the aspect that I love to see because we did mention there has to be an overlap. The rules were made that way. So he's going to be the goalkeeper. We see their captain right here, very serious look on his face, excited to get on the pitch and see what they can do.
Grammy Smith now.
No, they're stretching. All of them are getting, it's going to be an all-round.
Yeah, and the opposing team, we have Kappa, Donatello, Sremak, oh my God, Arna Tutovic and Kaladji is going to be the squad of Granny Smith. 2-2 in the digital, excuse me, basically 0-0. So this is going to be the deciding factor in the physical world. 5v5, correct me if I'm wrong, but to me, it's like the small pitch sounds like it's easy to score, right?
No, it's not easier. It's the hardest.
Yeah.
You need to bring your best skills.
It's more of, no, I think it's more crowded. So we will see more of tension between the guys, more the tackles, and it will be easier for them not to score, but to achieve the goal easier.
What about like far shots? It seems like, from the middle you can shoot a bazooka and like,
That's an option. That's an option.
No.
I want to see a bazooka, man.
In my opinion, the best tactic would be teamwork. You need to pass the ball, you need to dribble the ball, you need to know who's going to score. It's not only guesswork.
By the way, cool system, the goalie is so small.
Yeah,
so the goal
is smaller.
I don't think you can shoot from far. You have to do the tactics.
Well, if you have a good foot and you see an opportunity, you should take it, in my opinion. Ish, what I asked him about if he sees anyone familiar. Do you see anyone familiar from Team Granny Smith?
From Team Granny Smith, how about the Centrals, Chat 6?
Number 6, yes. Close enough. It's actually number 5 who was playing in the digital as well from their side.
Oh.
Is it number 5? Did I butcher that?
So it's overlapping as well.
It's an overlap. Remember, they had 5 minutes to recover. So
there he is,
coming down
Mr.
Here.
Donatello.
Yes, yes.
This is so interesting that he actually played in the digital on a professional level, competing, scoring, and now he's just on the pitch, warming up, ready to do it in real life as well. And you know what? I think I need to touch some grass.
Yeah.
I think I need to get out more. I need to do more things. This is like kind of super exciting for me. But we're still on day 1. We're still on match 1. We have a lot to see in front of us. This is gonna be our first sample physically to see what the players can perform, what shape are they in, and what tactics are they gonna use.
But this game, it all goes down. I think the pressure will go down to Granny Smith.
Why so?
They came third place earlier on this year. So they need to at least come through and get a better position. So they need points right now in order to at least become third place or get a better position in this competition.
Okay. Do you think there is more pressure on a team that already has results and performed and they have certain expectations, or the team that's coming in new, fresh, a new experience?
No, I think now UEL is getting into having the hero soul. Why hero soul? Because they came from a comeback and they're entering now, okay, we want to keep the streak on.
So you mean like their morale is up, like they were losing, now we're winning, and they keep going right in that train.
Experience plays a huge role for Granny Smith. But with UEL, it's not like we know football, it's not only about experience, it's about passion, it's about how fast you are and how adaptive to the team tactics you are.
Yeah, honestly, I will agree more with Yas. It's more momentum. They're in the rhythm. They're already moving now. Wow, we can see the excitement of the pitch.
Look at those bridges.
No injuries yet. we don't even have to worry about that. We have a full medical team on site, so they are ready to go.
Here's an interesting concept for you. Ish, imagine you are right now with them there, but you're the coach of Team Granny Smith. What would be the speech that you give them before they get on there?
Boys, I need us to get better than third place. Our focus is third place. If you're going third place, we need to come out of this group number one.
But coach, there are so many cameras and people and I'm not comfortable and I feel cold, my body's cold. What do I do,
you need
coach?
to understand, with the Granny Smith, they have a little bit of experience. It's not a team that hasn't been doing this. Them having experience, meaning they just need to add on to whatever they can do.
I really like the purple shoes going on there. From number 5, the guy Donatello.
I think he's the perfect player at the moment today.
I think so, for now. This is like my first sample, but definitely. He played the digital, he's playing the physical, he's vibing with them purple shoes, styling, ball out of the court. Beautiful catch, beautiful catch.
But I think, let me tell you this, I think that Granny Smith will be like more of, we have more experience, we have to get UEL down, but try to make it faster.
What's your prediction, boys?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. With one word, because we don't have time, Ish, who's winning this one?
UEL. I'll stick to my team.
Okay.
Granny Smith, all the way.
Well, I think I'm going to go, I'm going to go with Granny Smith. I think I'm going to go with the momentum. Let's toss it to the casters. Good luck to both teams. Let's go.
All right. Thank you, co-sister Miyasho Ish, for your very, very interesting insight. Back to me, Decipher, and also my good buddy Matthews Isaac. Now, Matt, we are into the physical part of football. So it's going to be different, but is it going to be difficult like playing on console, Matt?
Of course, man. This is going to be much more difficult if you ask me, because, you know, lots of physical aspects that will be demanding in this match. And I really love the switch, you know, from you playing in a video game, and right now you're switching it on the pitch right now. So it's going to be a change of mentality. It's going to be a change of how you're going to approach the match and stuff. So things are going to be much more different from what we saw earlier on there this night. So,
and Matt, you know what is interesting about this match?
Have already given their prediction that who's going to be winning and stuff, but we as commentators gotta stay neutral. So let's see who does the job really well. May the best team win. That's the only thing I can say.
And you know what is going to be interesting, Matt, is because between these two teams, they are both in a different discipline. Because Team Granny Smith players, most of them are real-life football players. But for Team UEL, they are all futsal players. So it's going to be interesting because, you know, because futsal players are close quarters dribblers. They are expert in skill, while football players, they like to be more open in their gameplay. So for me, skill-wise advantage might be in favor of UEL, but if you're talking about wide spaces and taking the rebounds, it's going to be from Team Granny Smith. So Matt, starting in the white kit on the left is UEL, and on the right, blue kit is Granny Smith.
Absolutely. So it's going to be a huge difference of momentum in this match. So let's see who is going to be winning this one. And of course, two of these teams are well prepared, especially when you are, you know, getting through the drills and stuff to actually play on the pitch. It's not going to be easy, but here comes Granny Smith with the first shot. And still Granny Smith now. It's going to be Ramak. Brilliant passes so far, and the ball. Still, remember, there's no... the ball's not going to go out there, the Cypher, isn't it? It's all going to be rebounds.
Yep. Now, we already have our first yellow card of the day just after kickoff. And let's see how does the futsal, because playing futsal, there's a few strategy. You can do a 1-2-1 formation, you can do a 2-2 formation, or it depends on how you pivot your main striker. That is the advantage of being a futsal player. But this is a very close type of field. So it may not be in play, but it depends on how you pressure the player, and that is the same strategy in futsal. Is the first shot only to rebound off the wall, Matt.
Yeah, we can see some dangerous moments coming in, and then only for the goalkeeper to hold on. He's furious right now, especially when the defenders are just not pressuring enough. And here comes Team Granny Smith. And the path trying to find Stramak. Kills Stramak inside. Stramak! Again and again. Really soft shots there, Decipher, from both sides. But I'm really curious to see how UEL is going to utilize their strategy right now. And again, the ball has been going to the goalkeepers a couple of times right now. And there is nobody to receive the ball so far. It's still 2-2 on the gaming side, but on the pitch, it is going to be much more different as we are still underway. And UEL right now taking it really slowly, trying to find some space. Team Granny Smith just holding on to it, trying to block every space there is. And the ball right now still on the number 7 Sremek. Back again for Arnautovic. Hopefully I'm not butchering anyone's name. I mean, some of our hosts were even talking about earlier on. But I think compared to commentating this match, Decipher, our biggest challenge right now is to pronounce these players' names correctly. Yeah,
but a good
Here comes another shot. Yeah, go on there, Decipher.
No, I mean, I totally agree with you on that notion. But that's the beauty of football, because we have every nation, we have every cultural, that's include not just the food, the name, and also the style of football that is being shown onto the field. Now passing it forward, try to skip past the defender, the marker. It just did not go to plan, man, in that book.
Yeah, Stramek now still holding on. Stramek again. He's been looking really dangerous in front, but then he's kind of blocked by a couple of defenders. I would really suggest if you could just go a little bit in front there, he might get a much more better chance at taking a shot, because he's been taking shots from quite a couple of a yard over there. The type. It's not going to be quite easy for him. Still 0-0 so far. No goals yet. Maybe. Oh, almost a goal. UEL right now showing some potential again. Back again for Team UEL. They're starting it really slowly again. They gave a warning shot earlier on. Goalkeeper was on full strength. And let's see, from this attack is the number 7 of UEL. Back again, they're just holding on to possession. And here's another shot. Goalkeeper read that move really well. Both goalkeepers are really on form there, Decipher.
Yep, agreed. And then throwing straight to the goalkeeper. And as you can see, Team Granny Smith currently in their shape and form, they are playing a 2-2 format where they are hoping to play on a wider scale. But again, it is a bit difficult if you play it a little bit open, because you will lose, especially in that center half, or should I say the center space. So again, try to take a pot shot, looking for the secondary ball. It goes in. First goal of the day. The keeper parry. However, it rolls straight to this gentleman, and it's 1-0. Now Team Granny Smith takes the lead. As you can see, this is a good setting. The parry was there, but the defender was a little bit slow to clear the ball out of danger. And it's an easy tap in by a number 5, which is Donatello.
Yeah, Donatello, he was in the right position if you ask me, and even the defender couldn't do much if you ask me, that is Hyper, because the ball was actually loose, and no one actually expect, and it seems like Donatello was just right there, tapped the ball inside, but maybe another shot from here coming from UEL. At this moment, Team Granny Smith trying to find a way, but then UEL with another shot again, and the ball goes out of play. And referee. All right, referee's having a word there with the number 18. And that's going to be the ball we are starting from that side, I believe. All right, that's the end.
Time out. And I believe a player is ejected from the field. So taking a quick break, and I believe, it is an half time. But again, Matt, just to explain a bit to maybe our viewers who is not that familiar in futsal, because I was like 3 years doing a national level and also international futsal. I mean, if you see how UEL play with the 3 at the back, they're passing it left and right. They want their striker, the pivot, to actually run into spaces. But what happened to UEL, all of their passing was actually read beautifully by the defensive line of Granny Smith. So that is where the football defending aspect comes into fruition, and it paid dividend very well, Matt.
Yeah, just, sometimes luck could be on your side as well. And both sides, I would say, we're doing really well. The Decipher, it's still a 50-50 for me. And let's see, in the second half, maybe things could change. Just remind me of some amazing teams like Real Madrid. So let's see. Here we go.
And talking about Real Madrid, I mean, like, EPL teams also love to do a comeback. Chelsea loves to do comebacks. Manchester United loves to do a comeback. Liverpool loves to do comeback. But I haven't seen Arsenal does a comeback. Yes, they have done a comeback before. Oh well, that was about real football. Let's focus to our game with a kickoff, where right now is 1-0 going in favor of Granny Smith. Matt, take it away.
Yeah, long shot again from Team Granny Smith. Right now, there's going to be another foul. Okay, so referee's having a word again. So there's going to be a change there, Decipher. I'm not sure.
I think that play was ejected from the game or something. Or maybe there is a little bit of a shout from the technical area. So drop ball given by the referee. Take it away, my brother.
Yeah, right now we're on the pass again for UEL. We need to score right now. Needs to find something out of this. Still finding space. Team Granny Smith trying to defend every attack, trying to close down the space. Find some momentum over there. There's the space, and there you go. Almost a goal. I really thought that was in. Unfortunately, hits the wall, and the ball bounces out again. I would say quite unlucky for UEL, and UEL still have a chance. Still have the opportunity to find something out of this. I look into the players right now. Here is another shot. Venomous shot, but only for the ball to actually bounce off right now for a win. All right.
You know what, Matt? I mean, if you look at my attack, UEL has 2-3 shots that was on target. 2 hit the upright, and then one just now that you mentioned hit the wall. I mean, attacking wise, UEL does show a little bit of edge, but it's just unlucky, as you said, Matt.
I would say more to the finishing, maybe the finishing. If they sharpen up the finishing up in the front, then there's definitely going to be a result in the end, And at this moment there, Decipher, things could actually go in the way for Granny Smith if UL still decides to, play this kind of football. And Granny Smith on the other side, they look much more composed, much more strategized in the back. Look at that. They have been really good with defensive side and every aspect over there. So I would say UL needs to step up the game.
I totally agree on that notion. But Matt, sometimes, as you know, that was the goal. Beautiful by Donatello. Taps it in. A powerful shot by Donatello. I mean, his partner just now. And he was there just to do an easy tap in. But Matt, sometimes as you in real life football, we know sometimes one goal is a curse and a blessing. Why it's a curse is not enough, but a blessing if the whistle finally is up.
Yep, that's the all right. I believe that is the end. Yeah, hearing some final whistle there, the Cypher.
Yep, that's a long whistle. I think that's the first half done. There will be a second half after this, but it seems like player number 5, which is Abs or Absal Yamov, with his call name, which is Abs. He seems not comfortable in this game today. maybe he's not in the right state of mind, I would say, Matt.
Yeah, sometimes, fatigue could come in, and also, especially this is the first match, right? So the pressure is high, it's the opening match, and sometimes some players might not have it, I mean, every player goes through this. No matter how good you are, how professional you are, you might have your bad days, and this could be one of it for some of them today.
Yep, and it seems like there's a discussion between the head coach and also the referee asking for explanation about some ruling. I mean, these things do happen. As you know, you and me, Matt, we've done real life football commentary. There'll be a moment of spark, a moment of dissatisfaction, but again, referee has the responsibility to explain what happened and why that decision come. Would you agree on that notion?
Yeah, it just reminds me of some of those heated moments in the Premier League or even in La Liga or any leagues that you watch in football. It's always the team that is not happy will be having an argument with the referee and stuff, trying to tell them a point or trying to show that it was a foul or something. But the game got to go on, and the referee, they make the decision as fast as possible. Sometimes the pressure is really high on these referees. It's not going to be easy being a referee. I came across a lot of people who said, oh, referee might be easy. It's like, no, the referee sometimes determines the entire thing. So they got to take responsibility, accountability. So they got to tell them why this happened and why this decision was made. So Team UEL can argue home, as much as they want. But right now, they got to just focus on the second half. Just focus, get the goals done, and things could change.
Yes, indeed. I totally agree on that notion. So we will restart our second half with only a slim goal advantage. So the two referees are getting ready, and I hope wherever you are watching around the world, let's give our focus to Phygital Football powered by ADNOC, where we see Team UEL from Kazakhstan will be attacking from right, and also Team Granny Smith from Bosnia and Herzegovina will be attacking from the left. Take it away, man.
Yeah, right now it's going to be, that was the most fastest attack, I would say, there, Gwen. And right now, going to be a chance for UEL, and UEL needs to score, and there you go. As I told you, all you got to do is just focus on the second half, get the goals done, and you will be running in top 9. Perfect equalizer, that is Haifa.
What a equalizer, kickoff goal, a mistake in clearing the ball, good back heel, and a left foot finish from none other than Axel Mov. Sorry again if I accidentally butchered the name. Axel Yamov, number 5, making it 3-all in this game. I mean, that is literally, man, a kickoff goal.
Yeah, that is. In terms of scoreboard right now, it's going to be a 3-2, as you can see on the scoreboard on the top. Let's see where team goes right now. A long pass up to the front, only to find some of the teammates. Right now, Team Granny Smith got back on control. 2 to 3 players running on the top, but they gotta escape this pressure coming through because UEL is absolutely hungry for another one. And the goalkeeper has to go on a full stretch, takes the ball out. Right now, move up again. Here is Team Granny Smith. Long pass up in the front, not find a way through. Been a little bit of a toss here and there. Referee saying stay on. UEL rolling in style. That is Cypher, not finding anything lately there. Just controlling everything so far. Oh, that's going to be a foul, isn't it? Definitely.
Yeah. That is going to be a foul towards the number 6. After a, how do I say this? A very premeditated foul, I would say, just now. The game is starting to become a little bit more physical, and as you can see, that is a very cheeky tackle. And I believe no yellow card given, but we already have 1 yellow card, I forgot for whom. But yeah, it's everything on the line, man.
Yeah, everything is on the line, and the scoreboard is updated. It's 3-3, ladies and gentlemen. So remember, It is not done yet. Job's not done for both sides, I would say. And right now, long pass straight to the goalkeeper again. We restart with Granny Smith on attack. Pass up in the front, trying to find three Max. Then both of them are trying to get the ball away. Then he could not find space again, and that's going to be another foul. This surely might be a card there, I'm not sure, because two rough tackles. And referee says calm down. Well, Decipher, what are you going to think of from this free kick now?
Well, for me, it's going to be a shot. It's going to be indirect. They will not go for a straight shot unless they are willing to risk losing possession and trying to go for an attacking set piece, which is not going as planned. But again, it's all about getting the attack 2v2. Sidestep, ball roll, try to open, and it did not go to plan, man.
Yeah, it did not go to plan. There's a couple of step overs there. But then referee says play on. UEL rolling again. Brilliant footwork there with a long shot only for the goalkeeper to read that again. And clears it off there, Decipher. But what an opportunity. And what a chance that was.
Yeah, it was a good chance, totally agree. But again, here comes UEL again. Tried to ball roll, did not connect. 3v2 over. And it's going to be, the ball does go out of play. And if it is still draw until the end of time, it's going to be penalty, man.
Oh man, something I never liked. But here we go. We still have time now to change things around. The ball goes pretty much out over there. Both teams right now need to find a way, needs to change things around. If something is not working, you definitely got to change. Referees with the thumbs up now. You're going to be kicking off again.
Timeout.
On the ball that actually went out. Yep. It's going to be a water break now. Decipher.
Yep. So what I can see right now is, in the sense of a gameplay, now we seem like the futsal element of UEL is there, is showing. But however, we must give credit to Granny Smith. They are physical. They really want to get stuck in. They want to kill, or should I say close the channel of passing, which is good. Because if they can hold on, they will go into penalty. Like you said, you don't like penalty. I also don't like penalty. But we need to have a winner, because the winner will advance into the next round. And the one who loses this game will go into a lower bracket.
Yep. So we're going to be restarting everything again. So water break is done. Still nothing much to separate between both of them, UEL and also Granny Smith. Let's see who's going to be finding the winner right now. So it's going to be Granny Smith that will be starting this match for now. Then Decipher, I think it's going to be really difficult for both of these teams now. Oh, that's going to be another header, but then the ball goes out. Both teams are under pressure now, because maybe the next goal could change everything, could actually settle the debate right now. But here comes Granny Smith, still for number 7, and the ball goes straight towards the goal. Freeman, we saw a lot of effort shown by him earlier on, but he just couldn't get it on target that time.
Yep, I totally agree on that notion. They are ever so closely on target. It reminds me of David Beckham in the World Cup against Greece, the free kick and eventually an equalizer. But again, there must be a winner. So it's all about strategy. And I'm not so sure if they want to put the keeper forward, because there is a strategy, a shot possibly, and a shot well saved by the goalkeeper. Where it's called a power play, where the keeper advanced joining the attack. It seems that UEL is not using that strategy now, man.
Yeah, UEL is now trying from far, but then Freemax, it's still Freemax now, and then referee blows the whistle.
Well,
this is the end that is like.
I smell penalty.
Oh man, here we go.
I smell a penalty, maybe. So since there's nothing separate, it's going to be a penalty. So basically, this is what's going on. After 2 halves of 5 minutes, if there is a draw, we will go to a penalty, 3 kick until the first miss. That is what I've been told in the rule book.
Right, so I think all of these players are now just getting ready, trying to, get the mentality straight for a penalty shootout, because this is where it is absolutely demanding. You can take good penalties on the digital side, but over here, this is the actual pressure. This is the actual challenge these players have to go through. So I believe both Granny Smith and also UEL are pretty much prepared for situations like this. So may the best team win. I mean, for me, penalties is always 50-50. Penalties is always luck most of the time. But in the end of the day, you got to make sure the luck works for you. You got to make sure that, you are putting in 100% over here.
Absolutely. So I believe that for the goalkeeper, it's going to be on Grabek or call sign Kasia. And I believe that the goalkeeper for Team Granny Smith is going to be Omarajic or call sign Nizam. So, yeah. A little bit of a planning. And for sure, 3 kick will be taken for this penalty shootout, man.
Yep, there's going to be a coin toss now. See where and who's going to be taking the penalty. It reminds me of all those amazing and legendary penalty shootouts that we have seen throughout the history of football. That is like, talk about some of those amazing penalties back when Chelsea up against Bayern 2012. So many others as well. Yeah, I can go on with the list. But over here, this is something new, a new era of football. Digital football and physical football coming together. So it is going to be much more epic, because this is one of the pioneering moments for both of these teams and even for the tournament itself. So it is going to be UEL that will be taking the first kick, that is Cypher.
Yes, indeed. So let's see how Kasha takes this, or should I say defend this. Let's see with silence. Nope, not kicking yet. Waiting. Oh yeah, the keeper needs to wait to the other side of the post. Yep, correct. All right, let's go. The first kick. UEL. Is he gonna make it count? It's very far away, and the goal post is a little bit. Yep, the referee says you need to be behind the line. They're explaining the goal rules. You can't touch the net, you can't touch the crossbar, you can't touch the upright, and you must be behind the line, man.
Yeah, that's the main thing right now. So let's see if he puts it in the back of the net or not. Here he comes, and brilliantly taken by the Cypher. 1-0. UEL with the first strike, and it's the first goal. In the penalty, of course.
Yep. Very powerful, low right corner. And now number 5 for Granny Smith. That is going to be Donatello will be taking this. It wasn't Donatello, it was number 6, and it went high, and it hits the crossbar, man. That is a bad omen.
Yeah, it just didn't go as planned. There's going to be number 5 right now from UEL. He needs to put this in the back of the net to keep everything alive, and yes, he does. UEL, talking about perfect comeback, they can write history today.
Powerful, dead center, and it goes in by a number 13. That is Sardan Kalajzik, making it 1-2. Go, man.
Yeah, this is going to be another one. so far. 2 penalties. Looking really good for UEL. Can they get another one from this? He's the star man of the team. Oh, he's guided. He's guided the Cypher. Unfortunately, the ball flew across.
Oh, that was not the plan. That could have been sealed the deal. But now it's going to be on Cermak. Cermak needs to make this one count. Cermak, he makes it in. So the penalty kick is still alive and kicking, man.
Yep, still nothing changed much. Oh man, he had one opportunity, one chance to seal it all, but then he skied it. But right now, it's all about keeping it going right now. Can he do it? Oh yes, he does. Towards the left top corner. No way the goalkeeper is absolutely touching that.
Yep, no chance. What a good goal by the captain. Again, this is Donatello. Yes, just now it's number 6. Now it's Donatello to keep the hoop. And the ball is not on the spot kick.
The
it
marker,
must be
yeah.
in the rounded area. Yep, that's the rules. I'm sorry, Donatello. Sharp eye by the match official. Donatello. Right foot. Oh, beautiful.
Easily done there by Donatello. I mean, he's been performing really well throughout this entire match, so you can never doubt him when it comes to penalties. But right now, the gates are pretty much closing, are getting slimmer for both sides. UEL needs to put this in the back of the net. Here comes number 14 and done. Simple penalty, and he made it count there, the Cypher.
Wow. The powerful venomous shot. And now it's number 16, I believe. It's going to be Vic Dorte. That's the end of the match. With a miss on the penalty by number 16, Dorte. And UEL wins the opening match after decided by penalty. 4-3 game match.
Yeah, it just didn't go to plan for Granny Smith, but what a penalty it was. What a match it has been. It had to be penalties to decide everything that is Cypher, but I truly enjoyed this opening match of the day.
Wow. So, Matt, I mean, about the match, what do you see? I mean, the first ever digital football that we commentate. How do you feel the game so far?
It's absolutely challenging. It's not going to be easy for any of the teams, any of the players, you know, because we've seen some of them are really good in the digital platform, but in the physical, it's a lot more demanding and lots of things that needs to be done and worked off. And there you go, lots of celebrations from players of UEL. They're pretty much very happy to get things going. It's all about the next match right now, so you got to be prepared and head on to the next one, that is Cypher.
Yes, indeed. So overall, what I can say is that went absolutely stunning. Everything went very, very solidly. Granny Smith had the advantage, leave 0, but come back because of mistake. UEL come back, and Granny Smith scored a goal, but again another comeback by UEL. And then what's the best part of it? They made it work into penalty area again. UEL from Kazakhstan made it happen. So Matt, we will take a short break because our job. But before that, don't go anywhere because we will view session with the winning team. Take it away to the interview. Oh, the interview is already. So Matt, it seems like interview session will not be here, but again, it's a very interesting concept being put forward for Digital Games of the Future 2025 in Abu Dhabi, Matt.
Yeah, of course, man. I mean, it's my first time actually getting involved in such an amazing idea of digital football and physical football, you know, coming in together. I can really see the future, how things are lining up, because if you asked me about a couple of years ago, like 10 10 years ago, people would really downlash on things when it comes to sports or digital games and stuff. But right now, there's no more excuses. You can involve in both sides, and you can involve physically, mentally, and also emotionally, if you want to say it. But there you go. This is how things have been lining up. And I really love the idea of how things are getting forward with phygital football, phygital basketball, or phygital whatever you want to put it there, Decipher. So it is good. I can really say the future is looking bright.
Yes, indeed. So as we can see, earlier on, which one is harder to score? Is it on the digital scene or console on the field? I would say both shares same amount of difficulties, because if you're not good on the side, you will difficulty and also getting goals. We saw that in the first game. But because in the physical part, we battle a futsal trained team, which is EL, and pure team. Two different gameplay, two different types of strategy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. What an exciting game it was. UEL secures the win versus Granny Smith. And it was so close, Hakim, between the digital stage and the physical stage. It went into penalties.
It did. It was quite an interesting beginning of the match, because Granny Smith was actually ahead 2-0. And then there was a very nice comeback from UEL, which I really enjoyed seeing from the Kazakh player. They were amazing. What actually made it very easy to watch the second match, which is the one on the pitch, was because it was a tie 2-2.
Yeah.
So it almost felt like that was the only match that mattered.
Yeah.
Right? And they kept going at it. Granny Smith were bigger, were stronger. They overpowered them a few times. They were ahead in the lead a few times. And then, obviously, UEL came back and forced the penalties.
Even in the physical game, yeah.
Absolutely,
it was
absolutely.
1-0, and then in the digital, it must have been really hard mentally, I feel like, for the Granny Smith. 'Cause
Yes.
you were winning in the digital, and then you were winning in the physical, but you lost in the end of the day.
Yeah.
But they are not out of the tournament yet. As you guys saw, there is an upper bracket and a lower bracket. So now they will be playing in the lower bracket. And I believe there is an interview. Let's check it out.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, what an intense match that it is. Behind the scenes, we have the player from UEL, Vladislav. Welcome to Abu Dhabi. How it feels to be in Abu Dhabi for the first time, playing phygital, and what is the highlights of the match?
Главный хайлайт этого матча это наша победа. Нам удалось сравнять счет как в фиджитале, так и в физической части. Мы очень рады победе. Надеемся продолжить свое выступление также.
لعبنا وقدمنا اللي علينا. He is saying that they played the both world, digital and physical, and we love being here in Abu Dhabi with the one team. They did the strategy of the coach and they won it. What is the most difficult, digital world or phygital world, like we saw in the pitch for you?
Было одинаково трудно, потому что как физическая, так и диджитал часть очень требует большой организации, большого силы духа и физической выносливости.
بالنسبة لهم كان عالم الديجيتال أصعب من عالم الفيزيكال. For them, the digital world needs more mind, more strategy and more time, but we did it. Congratulations.
Большое спасибо, мы очень рады. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Games of the Future. We're about to start the second match.
Mucho spasiba.
Mucho spasiba.
We knew exactly what he meant there.
Yeah.
For a moment, I thought the interviewer was going to start speaking in Russian.
Was that Russian?
Yeah, that was Russian.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the whole area, the whole region there uses Russian, but there are different accents and ways of using it. And we couldn't see the interpreter in the back.
Yeah.
So I was like, how is this going to work?
I know,
but
right?
But it was actually very smooth.
Yeah,
I was very impressed with it.
And also, did you hear him? He said that the digital part was the hardest part.
I don't know what he means by that. I mean, physical is much harder.
Yeah, well, talking about physical, we also have phygital basketball, where I believe we're going to see some highlights. I'm so excited to see how did that game go, actually. You know?
Yeah. So I mean, firstly, I wanna say let's appreciate the answer that he had when he preferred when he said that digital was harder.
Yes.
It shows that there's a lot of level of skill that's important, and obviously we're gonna see this as well. So this was a team I was actually watching as well while we were watching the football match.
Ooh, look at that! Look
so
at the
this is the 3-on-3
so
freestyle. It's actually a very, very cool game. It's very fun. It reminds me of NBA Street back in the day. It seems like the mechanics are a bit complex compared to other games, but even other basketball games are also. But so this one's like not complex, a lot more simplified.
Okay.
It looks like a lot of fun.
Also, I want to let you know that for this, if you reach, either the game is going to end after 10 minutes, or if you reach 19, which was the case here. Actually,
Yes.
they won by getting 19 points.
Yeah, so I was watching Adira All-Stars. These guys were on fire. Like
Okay.
the synergy between so it was a 2-on-2,
Yeah.
right? The synergy between them was amazing. There was a mismatch. One of them was significantly bigger than the other players, but even then,
Look at that shot.
it was insane. It was insane.
Oh, no way. No,
he wouldn't miss.
That's
I saw him.
so
I think he would
good.
made like 4 out of 5 shots if I wasn't mistaken.
Incredible.
Yeah, and the synergy between them was nice. Their screen, the pick and roll movement was insane. It was really
Wow.
I'm telling you,
He's
he
just
was
keep
on fire.
getting
on
shots
fire.
after shots.
I also love the setup. I love the court and the lights on the floor, the LEDs. I don't know if you noticed this, but there might be some shots where you see the body cam from the referee himself. Like he actually has like a full-on body cam suit, similar to the one that we saw on the Phygital Football.
Wow.
So it was very cool, like seeing them like holding the cameras and they're like in the action, and you can actually see the guys do the pick and roll, and you're right next to them. It's not something you see in professional matches.
That's so incredible. And I believe also for the basketball, your score goes from digital, it continues with you to the physical stage, and you have to reach 38 points to win.
38 points, 19 each,
Yes.
and the other team E7 scored 7 points each game, whether it was on the console or in
That's
real
kind of
life.
incredible. They scored the
were
exact
honestly,
same thing.
if there wasn't a limit and there was only a time limit and it was like open score,
Yeah.
the score difference would have been much higher.
Okay.
Adria All-Stars were insane. I think they're the team to watch right now. I haven't seen the rest of the players play. I would love to see that, but it was so nice to see the synergy between them and how they were actually really good in-game, and they kept that communication going in real life.
Do you feel like they have a chance to win the entire thing?
The way they keep playing, 100%. There's a very good chance. Now, unless someone steps up and actually plays, maybe they have the body, maybe they have the height, they don't have a mismatch between them, they match up quite well, and they do well on both the digital side and also the physical side. It should be a very interesting tournament to watch. I'm just loving the mix. I'm loving the synergy between physical and digital.
Yeah.
It really brings things to life for a gamer that also is a fan of sports in general.
Yeah.
It's a very fun watch, and I couldn't imagine how much fun I was having when I was watching the Phygital Football, and now it just translates to a game that I love so much. It's really nice to
And
see.
also how incredibly beautiful the venue is in the arena. Like each time we saw the football, and I was like, wow, this is pretty great. And then I saw the basketball, and I'm like, this is even better.
Yeah.
I'm just so excited to see, the other games, what the arena is going to look like for them. And also the fact that all of these are in one place in the digital virtual world.
Yeah.
This is
Obviously,
just
there's
also
also the
exciting.
Phygital Shooter. There's the
Yeah.
which is laser tag and Counter Strike. There's also
Fortnite.
What else is also Phygital? We have the
We
drone
have
racing.
Drone racing.
Yes.
We have drone racing in real life. And you guys, I'm not going to spoil it for you, but you have to come and see the stage here.
Yes.
It's
absolutely
surreal.
the course is amazing.
It's surreal.
Yeah, and we're also back in the virtual world here, taking a look at the skyline and everything that's happening around us. Obviously, from the best angle, the mothership, and
mothership.
It's really an amazing experience that I've had just witnessing. And this is one of the advantages of having been in the multi-stream. You get to see
Yeah.
all of the games and everything from a different perspective, and you see everything.
Double
from
the
fun-
hype.
Exactly. So you get to have fun and enjoy it, and just be a fan as much as just being here with everyone watching us on stream. What else are you excited about? Have you ever watched Battle of Robots before?
Actually, I did. It was
Okay.
long time ago, and I was so impressed.
Yeah.
Because it's so impressive, and it's like the first time you see something like that. I remember it was really like ages ago, and I believe it was in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'm so excited to see what it's gonna take. And I learned that our strategies, like you could get a robot, engineering. There's a lot of engineering strategies where you could focus on just having a very heavy robot. So when you have a more agile one that goes and attack it, the robot doesn't flip because it's so heavy.
Yeah.
So it's just incredible how many strategies you can do. you wouldn't think of that, but then it's like it's actually more complex than it looks like. It's not just robots.
Have you seen any of the
doing this,
robots
you know what I mean?
in real life? Have you seen them in front of you?
No. Are they big?
So when you see them on TV, you think they're like remote control cars, like
Yes.
as big as an RC car.
Yes.
They are almost as big as your chair, like to the bottom half of the chair, like that wide.
Really?
Yes, 100%. They're massive. Some
Wow.
of them were being exhibited on the side in like
Wow.
a no entry zone. So it's like apparently these are like tomorrow's players or tonight's players.
Well, can they fight humans?
You don't want them to fight anyone else except another robot for the safety
Yeah.
of everyone. And if you put some AI inside, I don't know what else is going to happen. Speaking of a few other things as well. So we've spoken about football and basketball. Both are happening at the same time.
Yep.
We haven't stopped the matches for Dota,
Yes.
the MOBA PC as well. MOBA Mobile also, the MLBB, the Mobile Legends Bang
I
Bang
believe
as well.
this is
So this
actually
one's
happening.
Dota, the
Yeah.
the MOBA PC.
Yep.
And
Dota
we're
2.
also going to have some big matches tonight. Dota 2 is they're playing for $175,000.
175.
That's the price
absolutely.
pool, $175,000. How much is
Football?
football?
Football is 600,000, and I believe basketball is 400,000.
$400,000.
Yes.
Do you know how much MLBB is?
900,000.
$900,000. They have the lion's share of this $5 million prize pool. It is actually so cool to see.
Yeah.
I'm loving that all of these games are getting a lot of love. We haven't even spoken once about the
Just
digital.
Dance?
Yes, there we go.
Just Dance, guys, is my favorite game, and I love it because it's both digital and physical at the exact same time. You know, there isn't an arena where, okay, we're gonna play digital first and then physical. No, it's just everything once. Yeah, it's perfect. You enter that flow state where you're like dancing, you're not even feeling your body, you're like in that virtual world. I'm so excited. So excited.
Yeah, this is not Juilliard, by the way. There are no judges. The game is going to be judging your score.
That's
so
okay.
even if you do a triple backflip in the air and land
Yeah, but you're
on,
gonna
on your
look
toes,
cool.
if the game doesn't see what you just did, none of that matters.
What matters is that the audience loves you, right?
Okay, then. Throw it back to the audience whenever things get awkward. Never mind. All right, so we are going to go back to watch a few more. There's one more match for football.
I
Digital
believe so,
football.
yes.
I'm not 100% sure which teams are going to be going up next because, yeah, so we're going to take a look at
Yeah.
that in a second. And then following that, we're going to continue our evening until like 6 p.m. with more basketball. And then obviously our colleagues are going to be coming in.
So this is the Quetzales I told you about.
Quetzales.
Yes,
I was gonna say
Mexico,
Quetzales.
Mexico. We have the Vinix, Ulibari, Aldair, G, and Roxan. I read it Roxan because they read G as Kha. I'm pretty sure. Jesus. Yeah, I'm sure.
You actually
Habla español.
knocked that out of the park, and that was really
Thank
good.
you.
That was
Thanks
really
so
smooth.
much. On the other hand, we have Red Moon, and I think they're Korean, if I'm not mistaken, or they could be Chinese, because I feel like those are Chinese characters, actually. They have
Yeah.
Ronnie, Jack, Darren, and Sean.
That was very Asian names.
That's very Asian names. That is, okay, sure.
No, I mean, you went through those very quickly. I mean, we took a second in the previous one, but it was nice to see. Did you notice the diversity of today's today's players?
I did, and I love that. By the way, guys, I just want to remind you that this is an international event. So we have players from all over the world. And to me, that is so, so exciting. You get to meet new people, new cultures, and new backgrounds, and share that. That's what love is about.
That's what Abu Dhabi is about. So Abu Dhabi does a very good job at bringing everyone together, and I really love seeing this. This is the third year of this event.
Yes.
But it just keeps getting better and better, and I'm so happy to see that.
Yeah.
You do know that when it comes to drone racing, just real quick, Queen fun fact.
Yep.
It's not just going to be the physical drone race. They are wearing the VR headset, but they also play the drone racing simulator.
Wow.
So it is digital when it comes to the drone racing. We are now ready to hand over to the team. We have Gonzalez versus Red Moon. We
Are
wish
very
them the best of
excited.
luck.
Yes.
Any quick predictions?
I think Red Moon is going to win this, but let's see. Let's have fun, enjoy the show, and take it away, guys.
Best of luck.
Have the warm-up. We call it digital warm-up, and yes, we do have it as the physical world. Abu Dhabi, let me hear you. While these two teams are running now to hit the digital world at the amazing Adnik all day long. Behind me, it's not just a football, it's digital football. I would like to welcome the referees of the digital match. Let's welcome the referees of the digital match.
Mexico Quetzales, I was about to call them Quesadillas, versus Red Moon is going to be the matchup. The beanbags are ready, the players are sitting, the coaches are behind them. They are ready to face up against each other. What do you think they might have learned from watching the first match? Surely they were watching.
It's not over until it's over. That's one. And if they're watching, they really know you need to perform in both areas. You need to perform on the digital, you need to perform on the physical.
Yeah, 100%. One is not enough. They got, let's say, a bit lucky that in the physical aspect they did not get affected by the digital, but now we might see a completely different scenario. We see the players sitting on their seats. Do you have any predictions based on body language? Obviously, we don't have that much info yet. It's day one, but body language, confidence, stuff like that.
I think that Red Moon has a higher chance, maybe, because I believe that Chinese people, they're better in video games.
I kind of agree with that.
Yeah. Hopefully this time I'm right. Hopefully.
Wait, we don't get to predictions yet. We'll do them soon. So yeah, I do agree. By the way, if you look at statistics.
What do you mean? We need to do the prediction now. They're yet to play.
I mean, I like to do the predictions right before we go to them. We will do them, but maybe right now, look at this. This is a new piece of information for me. This guy is angry, but he looks confident. I might vote for him.
Okay.
I'm getting little by little information. See,
I see Jack over there.
Yeah.
From the Red
This is
Moon
the guy
team.
you met?
Yeah, Jack, yeah.
Did you guys speak?
Yeah, a little bit, because they told me a little bit to it.
Yeah.
Not really much. But I think he's going to perform.
Nice.
So with Jack from the Red Moon team, I actually met him in the game room. He was practicing.
Yeah, I also like the fact that they are kind of representing their country. So we have Mexico versus China.
Yeah, China. Yeah,
showdown right here. That's actually beautiful. And look at the vibes there, sitting on the beanbags. And also, is it just me, Yas, or do you feel weird saying we're in the future, we're going to the Digimon world, and now we're going to the physical world? Are we teleporting?
We are in the future.
Are we teleporting? Is this real life?
You can say kind of, as you just said, drones are coming over.
Are you AI? Wait a second.
No, I am human.
You're human. Okay, okay, just checking. You know too much. Okay, let's actually do the predictions now, starting with Yas this time. Who do you think is gonna? And by the way, when I say win the whole thing, not just the digital.
Okay, so I think the Chinese people, the Red Moon, will win because they are. To be honest with you, I see a lot of them, a lot of Chinese people, and they are amazing. They are amazing.
I agree.
In my opinion, I'll go with the Mexico Quetzales because Quetzales. I will go with them.
I think I'm gonna go with the Quesadillas as well. I think
if I won this, I'm getting 2 points over you guys.
No, we just get 0. We just
get one. It gets one.
Okay.
But now, let's be realistic. You're not gonna win because Mexico.
Me. You need to trust my instinct on this. I don't know why you go against me every time.
No, I love you, but
to be fair, he picked first. You went against him.
Yeah.
Oh, valid point. Valid.
He got my back.
Yep. All right, referee explaining the rules. Controllers are in the hands. Seats are being taken. And match is about to start soon. We have maybe a few seconds or minutes to discuss final thoughts. So we watched the first match. Let's zoom out a little bit just for a tiny conversation about how does the event feel for you, man?
Honestly, I've seen have you seen the celebrities, by the way?
Who's here?
I saw Shaki. He's a YouTuber.
Who? Shaggy?
Yes.
Oh,
Shaki.
Oh, I thought
he's a famous YouTuber. You didn't see everybody going all over and taking pictures?
No.
Yeah, he's a famous YouTuber.
I want Luis Figo in the studio with us.
He's around.
Same here.
We're working on that.
Okay. And about me, I feel that the event is literally from the future. It's electric, as you just said.
Beautiful.
And I feel that we will see an amazing match and an amazing tournament going ahead with this physical and digital.
Figital.
I am fidget. From the first match, we need more. This is amazing.
Yeah. I am super excited to see what these teams can do. And one scenario that I think will happen, and this is let's say the downside of such a format, right? Imagine a scenario where you have a team going 7-0 in digital, and then you have to play the physical. I genuinely think you have 0 chance, right?
It depends.
No.
Bro, let's be real.
7-0, it could be tough, but there could be a
You have to
comeback.
go there and like maybe kill one guy so you have an advantage and maybe you can score 8 goals.
You have just seen UAL come back from 2-0, come back from 1-0 in both games.
It's just the
Anything
time.
can happen.
Is it enough to score that?
He has a
goals?
point, by the way,
Anything can
because
happen.
2-2 was very easy, but 1-1 was the
2-2
team
was
were
the eye on the ball.
Yeah.
2-2 was the eye on the ball. There was nothing much to it. But if it's 7, you are on the ball, it's 7. Anything can happen in this game.
Here's another interesting question. Because we are in the group stage, we might get like a team that's like super high level versus a team who's not that prepared, right? So now, which one would have more advantage? Like, wait, let me rephrase my question. Which one is easier to score goals in? The UFL or playing football physically?
I think from what we've just seen, from what I've just seen, I think the UFL is easier to score.
Which one?
The UFL,
Yeah.
the digital.
Yeah.
The physical, the fact that it's too small, requires more skill, and the goals are not that big. The keeper, if he can work his magic around, he can stop a lot of balls. I think the UFL is a fair chance to get whatever you can.
I
Go
agree.
all out.
I think we all agree it's easier in the digital. Guys, I'm hearing futuristic sounds behind me. Let's go to the casters and enjoy the show.
And we are back. Thank you so much for Cool System, Yasso and Ish. Welcome back. This is your big man Decipher and also my good friend, good brother Matthews Isaac as your official commentator for Digital Football match number 2. Matt, right now it's game number 2 and I think it's going to get a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, I think it is getting much more bigger, much more intense compared to what we saw in the first match day, the opening match. But right now, it is going to be much more different. You can see this Chinese team there. They are looking much more prepared, and we know how much they have dominated when it comes to digital platforms. You know, I can go on with numbers of tournaments throughout history. So, but remember, the Cypher, you know, there's going to be digital and a mix of physical as well. So that's where things are balanced right now. So nothing is pretty much unfair. Everything is fair and square. It's all about how you perform in both platforms.
Yes, indeed. So a little bit information about Team Red Moon from China, where we see all of their players except for one, if I'm not mistaken, which is, if I'm not mistaken, just now, Ronnie, number 23, is an esports player, while all of the rest are former and also current football player. Who played in club level and also playing in different tiers of football in China League. But if you look at Team Mexico Quetzales, it's a little bit more interesting, man. Out of all of their players in their roster, 2 of them are professional sports players and the rest are professional, literally professional futsal and 7-side football players currently active in their country in Mexico. So it's going to be a very interesting lineup on the console and also on the field soon, man.
Yeah, this is going to be much more different, much more challenging for both sides. You know, but I gotta give credit to Mexico Gonzalez jersey that is. If I look at that jersey, it's so beautiful. I wish I had one, and it looks absolutely stunning so far. So on the other side, I just can't wait to get things started. And for Red Moon, they look pretty much prepared for the digital part, but I'm not sure about the physical part. But Mexico Gonzalez, they are pretty much, you know, looking like they are ready for both. They're ready for, yeah, they are in zone right now. So I just can't wait to see how these two are going to battle it out.
Yes, indeed. Because if we look at their esports accomplishment, both teams, they have some very good accomplishment. So, for example, Rodrigo and also Max CS7 Caesar, they have wealth of experience in the esports scenes representing their countries, and also among the players that we need to watch who actually played for under 17 and under 19 China, which is this gentleman's name, Li Weiji, who played for Team China under 17, under 19, and also played for FA Cup 2020 in Guangzhou. So that wealth of experience, Matt, on the on the physical side will give an advantage. But again, Matt, as you said, football, anything can happen until the final whistle, Matt.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, maybe in a different country, they don't call it futsal anymore. They might be calling it street football or, Brazilian football or something like that. Or more to like, indoor soccer or something like that, But over in... it just has a different name for different countries there, but that is the entire thing that we're seeing here. And it's what like one of our hosts earlier on mentioned, it's not easy to score in this kind of pitch there because it's really small and the space is tight and even the goalpost is small, so it's physically very demanding if you ask me. So it's all down to the players now, how they're going to utilize it. But here's the catch that is Cypher, some players or some teams, they have the advantage on the physical, on the digital side. So if they score a lot of goals on the digital side, then maybe on the physical part, even though, they just go all out like Jose Mourinho, park the bus kind of strategy, that's another way to win it,
Yeah, agree. And also, here's the thing that I just realized, man, as a futsal commentator myself, futsal do not play, to my understanding, we play on not synthetic grass. So for sure, that will add a little bit more challenging because we play on hard surfaces, play on polished wood surfaces. That artificial turf, I don't think that in my memories futsal played in different areas. I'm not so sure, but throughout my experience as a commentator, we don't play on artificial turf, so it's gonna be a little bit challenging. But again, Matt, that adds a different layer of dynamic in the gameplay for our digital football tournament, Matt.
Yeah, that's for sure, and let's see how they are well prepared for this, because preparation is key for any teams, I would say. And perhaps they might have seen the first match between UEL and also Granny Smith. They might learn one or two, and it's all about, applying that in this match there. But I'm very sure they have the experience that is Cypher. Even last year, we saw some of the champions, Uruguay and stuff. So this year it's going to be much more different. So let's see. For me, it's all about you performing on both sides, and if you can't perform on both sides, you have to dominate one side. So if you're going to really push a lot of goals on the digital part, make sure you don't concede on the physical part. So that's how it's going to be done over here, that is Cypher.
Yep, agreed, totally agreed. And again, it's all about getting the setup correct. It's all about getting the correct setup of the controller, because the last thing that you want is that you did not set up your controller. That will be a bad day in the office. And also, as mentioned, they can select any players that they want in the game. As mentioned, we saw Erling Haaland together with Dybala. We haven't heard that name in a long time, Matt.
Yeah, of course, man. I mean, Dybala, yeah, we kind of remind me of those Juve days, where Ronaldo and also Dybala used to partner up and terrorize Serie A that time. But then it's in the past now. It's in the past. Ronaldo has aged. He got one more year to go, maybe, for the World Cup, because that's what I heard from some of his interviews where he said, he might be retiring after the World Cup, and I'm not sure about that. It's his physical condition and his will to play. But on the other side, he is also the ambassador for the UFL game, of course, that we are actually playing on the digital part. So it's really interesting to see him on the game as well. But you know what's the interesting part right now, that is iPad? I did not see Ronaldo yet. All I've been seeing is Erling Haaland, Messi, and Valverde, Kramer, and a few other players. But I do not see Cristiano. So I'm not sure if he's a meta player or something, or the one that is being highly used or something. But yeah, so far I did not see. Maybe in the next match, match number 2 between Mexico, Gonzalez, and also Redwood, we might see him.
Again, yep, I totally agree, because Cristiano Ronaldo, if I'm not mistaken, he is not as explosive pace as he used to be. That is a fact. But his heading, his finishing, his positioning is always top steer wherever he is in a game. And in fact, even in real life, I mean, he has that attribute. But maybe some players like to play a certain idea of gameplay, like fast attacking. For example, you put Kylian Mbappe. If you put players like on the wings, we have, for example, Vinicius Junior, Rodrigo. Who else in Chelsea who is speedy? The newest younger kid on the block?
Estavio, yeah.
Estavio, yes. I mean, some people like to play those fast players. And some players like myself, I'm almost a tiki-taka player, like passing player. Like to have a Toni Kroos or Modric in my midfield. Maybe not the meta, but that's how I like it, Mac.
Yeah, so that's the kind of players that we pretty much used to see, but then there's going to be a new generation of players that will be coming in as well. And no matter how new or something that is Cypher, we just cannot let go of certain players that has made a huge mark in our hearts in history of football, and also overall, if you ask me, you can't delete or erase those kind of names. But I'm interested to see what kind of players that both of these teams are going to be using in this match, because earlier on we saw the combination of Erling Haaland, Messi, but over here, let's see if there's going to be something different or not, as we are going to be going into the match very, very shortly. This is the digital part. And of course, if you are just tuned in, welcome to Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025. We are underway for the digital football competition now. So it is up against Mexico Gonzalez and also Red Moon.
Yes, and also an interesting fact that Colin, or should I say Wang Qiang, is a former professional footballer where he actually played on the China national team, where he played first place for East ASEAN or C Football Championship in 2010. He played in AFC ASEAN Cup in 2011, and I believe he also played in the Chinese FA Super Cup in 2015, if I'm not mistaken, with Shandong Luneng back then. So we have a mix of former players, former national players, and also currently pro players, which is together in digital football. I mean, throughout, Matt, you and me, we have been commentating esports, we've been commentating real life football for 10 years more. This is the first time we have a tournament that mashes up together under one roof. This is very exciting for me.
Yeah, this is a dream come true for many athletes or many esports enthusiasts and stuff, because you're combining both physical and also a digital part of it. So I think it's a new awakening for me, and hopefully there's going to be more tournaments like this that will be organized, and get more players involved, and you might even discover new talents and stuff. So it's pretty much, if you ask me, the best way to showcase your talent, both physically and also digitally as well. So I guess we're going to be going into the match very shortly. Two teams are getting ready. Mexico Gonzalez and also Red Moon. Red Moon is going to be on the red jersey, and on the left side on the screen, if you're watching, that is going to be the Mexico Gonzalez. They have a very beautiful, unique jersey that they are wearing, symbolizing the Mexican tradition and stuff. So I would really love to get a hands on that, but yeah, at the moment we got to focus on the match that is Cypher.
Yeah, true. And also even in the World Cup, Mexico always comes up with some pretty distinctive design, I would say. Yeah, and we can see players are entering the field, so we will bring you to the live action of the console category very, very shortly. So as we can see, the blue team will, blue jersey, we need to wait first until both of the players are on the field. And it's going to be the same colors, and I believe that Mexico Gonzalez Armadillos FC will be using the green kit, while the blue kit might be used by the Red Moon. We will soon find out very, very shortly. Matt, are you ready? Because I am ready.
Yeah, I'm ready, man. I mean, look at that. This time we see Alexander Isak, the player that went to Liverpool and still yet to shine as how he used to be in the Newcastle colours there. But right now, it is all about this game. It's all about how he's going to be performing for Red Moon. So forget about Liverpool, forget about Newcastle. It's all about he needs to perform for Red Moon. So we are underway for match number 2. This is the Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025. And this is the Digital Football Tournament as we are underway. As you can see, Mexico Gonzalez will be attacking from left to right in a greenish kit, I would say. And from right to left, it is going to be Red Moon on the blue kit. So let's say Mexico Gonzalez right now. Couldn't find a way through. Valverde read the ball really well and immediately makes the clearance, but it's just not enough. And here comes Mexico Gonzalez now with the pass towards Alexander Isak. Straight towards the hands of the goalkeeper, Decipher.
Yeah, Alexander Isak. I believe that he has the agility, he has that pace. However, just possibly in this game, maybe he's a little bit lacking on physicality. If he's going up against defenders like Virgil van Dijk, he might find it a little bit difficult in the air. But good pass going forward. And however, it was offside and a mile away that offside. And the linesman saw that one coming, man.
Yeah, the linesman got that really well. I mean, it's still very early in this match. And that is some passing strategy, I would say. You know, he's just trying to keep everything safe and sound so far. Haaland now for Mexico Gonzalez. That could be a chance now. Isak inside the box. Alexander Isak couldn't get the header inside. And the ball goes out. And immediately we see Red Moon on the attack. They're looking really silent so far. But maybe it's time to break the silence, Decipher.
I totally agree on that notion. As we can see, holding the ball back to the right flank and trying to find option. See, that's the thing. We see a quick switch of the controller. They do not want to press the switch player at the same time because the cursor will not change as quick as possible. Going back to Virgil van Dijk. Opening again to the right flank. Going forward. Possibly we see Mohamed Salah over the top, but the pass was well intercepted in that midfield pivot, man.
Yeah, rumors are pretty much high, you know, in Anfield saying it might be Mo Salah's final year in Liverpool colours, but I'm not sure about that because there's going to be having some controversy between him and also the Liverpool coach Arne Slot. But right now, there's going to be a chance for Red Moon. And the header goes in, only for the goalkeeper to get a unique touch on that. And it is just not enough to put the ball in the back of the net. And here comes Mexico Gonzalez. Up with the pass, and only for the goalkeeper with a full stretch save. Although that was not even dangerous, that is Ivan.
Not dangerous, but at least we see a end-to-end movement. It's not one-sided football. We see there is some dynamic running. We see some space opening. But however, that pass was absolutely atrocious. You need to cut on those kind of passing. But yet, no early goals, man.
Yep, no early goals yet. Still 3 minutes on the clock so far. Red Moon might be finding something out of this. Here is a chance. Still needs to find someone inside the box, but then he could not find it, and maybe right now, and the follow-up is there, and only for the goalkeeper to become a hero with 3 amazing shot-stopping moments. That is Ifa.
What a save by the goalkeeper. That was a rapid-fire attack by Red Moon, but well saved by the goalkeeper. And I believe that the players for Mexico, Quetzales, Armadillos FC, will be saying that thank you, goalkeeper. You did what you're paid to do, man.
Yeah, Alexander Isak now. Back again for Federico Valverde. In number 14, here's Virgil van Dijk. Makes the pass up in the front now. And here is Erling Haaland. Valverde again. It's the another chance coming through for Mexico Gonzalez. Could they finally find the way through towards the back of the net? Brilliant passes now, and that's the goal! Calm and composed. He puts the ball in the back of the net. Mexico Gonzalez with the first strike. And man, that was just not going in the favor there, Decipher, for the other side.
What a shot, what a finesse to the top corner. Absolutely top draw quality. And Vinicius Jr. was able to swiftly swerve the ball 1-0 on the end of extra time. And that is absolutely stunning. What a goal by Vinicius Jr. And that marks the end for the first half.
All right, so I think it is going to be Red Moon that actually scored that, right?
Yep, correct.
Yeah.
So actually,
yeah,
we
it's
got,
Red Moon actually scored that, not Mexico.
Yep. So it's the blue kit is actually Mexico and Red Moon is using the green. But hey, at least we know who scored and it's 1-0, man. Is it enough? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, it's definitely not enough if you ask me, because, you know, 1-0 or 2-1 has never been the safest scoreline, because at any moment the opposition could find an equalizer and then get the game rolling again. So that's the thing. And there you go. There's a couple of chances we saw, and the ultimate save from the goalkeeper. 3 times he denied the opportunity, and also another chance coming from the Alexander Isak earlier on. I saw. There you go. This is the chance I've been talking about, that Decipher. Look at that. Brilliantly done. Brilliantly done. He just swerve on it. And then Red Moon, the team from China, they made it happen. 1-0 right now. What's going to be happening on the second half?
Well, the second half for sure, Team Mexico needs to at least add a little bit more dynamic in their gameplay. They do have the attacking. They have 2 chances on target. They have 2 attacking chances. One of it was 3 times saved by the goalkeeper. They need to be a little bit more clinical, a little bit more open in their gameplay, and not rigid in the sense where you just go one route. You need to be more dynamic. If you cannot attack from the left, switch the side. If you cannot attack with only one player, try to push more bodies forward to make more spaces. That is my humble opinion.
Yeah, I think that's what they need to do right now and change things around. But on the other side, you know, it's all about the strategy on how they're going to be utilizing the second half. Things could really much change, especially when you have, when you have those breaks and, you know, the instructions and stuff. Lots of things will be running in these heads there, Decipher. You know, it's not going to be something very simple, like how we see throughout the years, because every game's in different platform right now has become really complex, and it takes time for us to actually, you know, adapt to it. So UFL is still new, and, you know, they are growing really fast, and even I love playing it, of course. And to adapt that is going to be taking me some time, and even for the players, I believe it's almost pretty much the same as well.
Absolutely, indeed. So, for sure, a swap of players, maybe a substitute, and hopefully we will see more attacking, more dynamic gameplay from both of these teams.
Yeah, you can see the nervous kicking in there, both of these teammates from China. Although they're leading, remember 1-0 is never enough. We have seen that in the previous match between UL and also Granny Smith. So Mexico, Gonzalez, they still have an opportunity. They still have the room to make an improvement in the second half. Nothing is done yet. There's another 45 minutes of action to go. There you go. Cheer it up. And we get back in the game as strong as we could.
Yes, indeed. So we wish all the best to both of the team. Let's restart the game, where we see Team Dark Blue is Team Mexico Gonzalez, while Team Red Moon is using the neon light green kit. So it's going to be a very, very interesting match. Only 1 goal difference, and not much if you look. Oh, Erling Haaland loses the ball almost instantaneously just now.
Yeah, and here comes Mexico Gonzalez, who needs to find an equalizer now. There's 2 to 3 players running up in the top now just to see where he needs to make the pass correctly. And Erling Haaland, still Haaland. Haaland could not find it through immediately with the clearance. And right now, see some of the players from Mexico Gonzalez just trying to hold on to possession, trying to read through the defensive line and find a way through. And there's three options inside the box. Back again for the number 14, Federico Valverde. Could not find the final pass. That's a mistake there, Cypher. And this could be an opportunity to get the equalizer now. Haaland, and still Haaland. Haaland, it's still Haaland. And Haaland keeps rolling and rolling, but he just couldn't pull the trigger. And maybe right now, and only for the goalkeeper to read that really well, Cypher.
Oh, that was a goal, right stick dribbling. As we can see, Erling Haaland passing it short. The first touch was a little bit too hard. But as we can see, this set of players really love to dribble the ball close quarters, showing that right stick dribbling capabilities. And also, look at that. Just holding the ball very, very closely. This is what you want to open up the ball with. Passing through the marker and gets a corner. As we can see, Isak, Haaland, Salah, and also a few others.
So Virgil van Dijk has been the most common combinations we are seeing in UFL games so far. So let's see how long these two are going to be in there, Cypher, because, you know, things are right now doing really well for Mexico Gonzalez. They just need to find the finishing. I kind of feel like they dribbled a little bit too much in the D box, just to, you know, didn't release the gear and stuff, but you got to release it in the next time, you know? You got to pull the trigger for the next one.
Yeah, true. Pull the trigger. It's going to be a in-swinger. Possibly taking it short. Yeah, taking it short. Try to open up spaces. Passing it to the left. We see three blue shirts. Somebody is running, but however, it was in an offside position. Now trying to make a short pass. Floating forward to Erling Haaland. Still Erling Haaland. Erling Haaland! Powerful Erling Haaland with a good dribble, pass 2, pass 3, and hello, there is the goal open, and it's 1-1. Absolutely beautiful. What do you think of that goal, Matt?
I mean, it's Erling Haaland, man. You cannot deny him in front of goals. There you go, the celebration popping up really hard now. It is 1-1, and Mexico Gonzalez are back in the game, and Red Moon pretty much right now are under pressure. I mean, both teams are under pressure now because both are hungry, but the momentum right now is in the hands of Mexico Gonzalez because they were conceding earlier on. They weren't leading, but right now they have an opportunity to lead. So they're going to be staying really hungry to get the second goal done.
Yes, indeed. But again, we have seen a lot of comeback goals. Anything can happen. Running on the right flank. And however, the pass looking for Erling Haaland was easy, intercepted. And now we see Mexico Gonzalez, Armadillos attacking. Maybe a cross ball roll is being done. Try to push defenders away, opening a chance, possibly, maybe, but they have to fall back because they want to make sure that the final pass, Matt, is accurate in the D-box.
Yeah, you got to make sure your passes are right. Cannot be affording to make any mistakes at this moment. You got more than, yeah, still a couple of times now. You see mistakes being done, especially inside the D-box, but then there is time to fix everything around. But talking about fixing, is going to be Mexico Gonzalez, who are looking really composed. And then I feel like the extra touch inside the box was a little bit unnecessary, but then here comes Red Moon. Red Moon with the back pass. Yeah, yet to find the right man inside the box now. He's trying to not rush it through the process. You already saw how Mexico Gonzalez are really lining up to get the second goal now. Now it's all about defense for Red Bull. They really have to defend it really well, or else you got to pay the price of sleeping that Cypher.
I totally agree on that notion. Erling Haaland using his height, try to do a volley, however.
Is that the end? No. I think that is the end.
No, that's the end.
They're already handshaking that Cypher. Yeah, that is.
My goodness, that was so fun. I do not want it to end, and suddenly it's finished. 1-all in the console section, Matt.
Absolutely, man. I mean, time flies until we didn't realize what was going on at the timing board there. But man, of course, I never wanted the match to end as well because it was too intense. I was just waiting to see who's going to be scoring the next goal. But then, you know, it is over. We're going to be switching right now to the actual football, the actual pitch. You know, this is where your physical requirements are going to be in demand.
Yes, indeed. So from what I can see, on the console side, both teams had attacking, but it just did not connect well. At least they had a goal, but what an equalizer, but what a beautiful goal by two teams. And I believe, Matt, it's going to be a foot again. The physical side, football versus futsal players. Two different disciplines and two different distinctive game style. It's going to be a banger match.
Absolutely. I'm really looking forward to that. Just wondering how things are going to be lining up for the next one, because I've yet to see a team like Red Moon, you know, getting involved in the physical part of the football pitch. But there you go. The Mexican team, they are ready. Look at that. They are already running through some drills right now, making sure, you know, they're going to make a comeback. So talking about comeback, really love the jersey again. I'd love to mention 1,000 times if I can. And yeah, these guys, they are looking really much more prepared. But, you know, you cannot discount anyone here over there, even though it might look like, you know, they might be having it. But, you know, Decipher, in football, the ball is round, not anything can happen.
Yes, indeed. So we will take a short break, and we would like to pass back the mic to our analyst and also host, Cool System, Yaso, and also Ish. Take it away.
Thank you so much for the beautiful casting on this game. Number 2, Digital is done, and straight up to Ish. What are we thinking?
Second draw of the game. Wow. yeah, guys. Everybody loves the hero, and everybody loves the comeback. That's the best comeback from Mexico. I wasn't going to be happy if they lost 1-0. I'm glad that's a draw.
And also we're glad because that's what me and you voted for. I can see my man, visibly tilted. What's up? What happened?
Let me tell you this. It's 1-1. I know what you guys are talking about, but Red Moon had a really good strategy.
Look, was Haaland. He was just uncontrollable.
Look at that goal. Look at the finesse. Look at that R1 and square.
Look at the passion.
Look.
The passion.
Brother, after seeing this game and also watching the warm-up behind me, I'm seeing some agility, some aggression from the Chinese players.
Vamos.
That's the passion. I think we had all the colors
look,
are
I might change my. Bro, look at them. They are so agile.
The colors are vibrant.
Yeah.
The yellow.
Look at this guy. Look at Mama.
Guys, we need you on camera. Don't run. I know we all want to be on the field.
I know. It looks great.
But the players are on the field, and we have a little team meeting now. What's being said right now, Ish? What do you think he's talking to them about?
Honestly, they need to come through. I don't know if they know that me and you are rooting for them. Okay, me and half of you, because I don't know where you stand at the moment.
I mean, man, the agility of the Chinese players is swaying me in the other direction just a little bit. But now, let's see. For now, I think...
understand, the Quetzales are the champions of this year.
Okay.
They have won 2025. So they're here known just to perform. They're here for dominance.
Well, the lineup for the physical aspect, physical football from Mexico Quetzales is gonna be Magana, Eder G, Alder G, Giovanni, and Eddie S. is gonna be their official roster representing Mexico. They are now having a team meeting behind us while they are warming up, a pep talk from the coach, and of course they're going to be facing up against the Chinese players. We're going to see them just in a little bit. Very exciting stuff, man. Very exciting stuff. Loving the energy out here. Loving the matchups that we are having. Loving that there is like a flag attached to these players as well.
Yes.
Beautiful stuff.
Continent too.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, the opponent, Chinese players, Colin, Yat, Tan, Darren and Sean are going to be...
played also in the digital, by the way.
Yeah, Sean is going to be the one playing in both these aspects. And yes, I see, like, I know you're excited, you're disappointed,
No, I'm not disappointed.
At the comeback, what do you think about that?
No, it's not a man, it's only 1-0. If it was 2-0,
not a big deal.
Okay. 1-0 is fine. Now it's time to speak on the pitch.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't know where you think the Mexican stand, but I'm so rooting for them, and I know they are going to give us the match of their life.
Look at this guy, he looks like Maradona.
By the way, just to tell you, both Sean and Darren were playing in the digital, and now they're out there on the field physically.
Jack too. Jack started the first half of the.
Also HR.
So I guess everyone is just playing there. Okay, guys, we did vote. We did both vote for Mexico. You voted for China. Now, because we're seeing a little bit of a different aspect, maybe we want to change. Would you like to change your vote?
Red Moon to the win.
And
I stand my ground. Mexico Gonzalez, let's go.
Hey, you know what? I'm switching to Red Moon, baby. I'm with you. Let's beat him.
Welcome to the house.
Right.
Cool system.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's toss it to the casters and enjoy the match.
All right, thank you, Cool System, Yasso, and also Ish, and we are back together with me, the big man Decipher, and also my brother Matthews Isaac as your official commentator for our Phygital Football powered by ADNOC. Matt, it's 1-1, and we again facing a game where we have one team specialized in football, the other team specialized in futsal. How is this going to end up, Matt?
I got no idea, man. We're going to be watching it, and then we're going to be finding it out how things are going to be. You know, both sides have their strengths, both sides have their pros and cons, but it's right now, it's all down to how they are going to, you know, play over here. This is the real deal, especially when you're on the pitch. Both teams looking really ready and stuff. So may the best team win. That's the only thing I will say there forever, anytime.
Yep, and here is witnessing the marching in of both teams, where we see Team Red Moon representing China, wearing the red, their famous red colors, and also representing Mexico Quetzales, Armadillos FC, wearing their very unique design in the white kit. It almost looks like Aztec, is it, Matt?
Oh, absolutely, man. Yeah.
The design looks stunning throughout the World Cup, you know.
Yeah, of course. And every year, I mean, not every year, every World Cup, we are used to see, you know, very unique jerseys, and Mexico is always one of it. And even for this tournament right now, the jersey looks absolutely stunning. Look at that, the detail, the finest things on those jersey looks really incredible. You know, hopefully we can get our hands on that someday. But at this moment, you can see nerves kicking in for Red Moon, as they know this is the real deal. This is where you got to win it, or you'll be, you know, might be dropping out, or you might be packing your bags. Things could change. The pressure's always going to be piling up. So. Quick snap with the referee. We're going to be going into the match very shortly this time.
Yep, just now it was Darren. Darren is the captain for Team Red Moon, who's also a former professional player who played in Hong Kong First Division, if I'm not mistaken, for Team Happy Valley in the 2012-2013 season. So we have a lot of ex-players and current pro players. So the kickoff will be done by a Team Mexico Quetzales wearing the white kit, while Team Red Moon will be attacking from right in the red kit. So counting down 2, 1, and kickoff starts. Let's see who will win this set of games. Take it away, Matt.
Yeah, so right now we see a really good start so far by Mexico Gonzalez, who is on the white jersey, and a goalkeeper asking all these players to surge forward now, as they might be the one to find the ball in the back of the net. So right now, still holding on to it. There's a chance, looking for the right man to make the... Oh! That almost went in. That is nearly there, nearly. I thought that went in, but then just kicking past a little bit. And look at that, look at the replay. Oh, it just hits the upper bar. Man, that was close.
That was absolutely close. It skimmed past the crossbar. First effort on target.
And as we can see, how will this end up for Team Red Moon? Attacking a little bit deep, giving it back to the goalkeeper, and over the top only to go out. And just now, if you see for Team Mexico Quetzales, Matt, when the keeper goes up in futsal, as you know yourself, is called a power play. So I was wondering, when will a team advance the keeper in the gameplay, Matt?
Yeah, the goalkeeper also plays a very huge role over here, of course, to stop the ball, to stop everything coming into the net, of course. But at the same time, he's also an extra player that could actually change the dynamics of the game and give more opportunity in terms of, being the extra man to make the pass and also to open up the play. So there you go. He's doing it, Decipher. He knows what he's doing. He's on the roll. He's very clear about his instruction. Makes the pass. Right now, we can still see the possession is being dominated by Mexico Gonzalez. They are giving a little bit of a warning so far. We saw the ball earlier on with the shot just hitting past the post. But right now, they're taking their time, not trying to make any mistakes. They know the pressure could come really easily from Red Moon. They're trying to put pressure, trying to escape the pressure right now, Mexico Gonzalez. And he needs more players up forward now. Referee got in the way a little bit. And the ball goes for a stoppage over there.
Drop ball given. I mean, the referee did not have time to skip away from the ball. But again, as we can see, I totally agree. It's all about dynamic spacing, dynamic possession of the ball. And also playing on a turf, a pitch, opening, ball roll after ball roll, left foot, good save by the goalkeeper. What a shot, man.
What a shot and what a save that was. Credit goes to the goalkeeper for stopping that, despite it was really close to him. But then he found a way, and talking about finding a way, here comes Red Moon. And the ball straight goes to the hands of the goalkeeper, immediately makes the start. Mexico Gonzalez still not rushing the attack. They're taking their time. We got 2 minutes left in this match so far. As you can see, the timer is ticking down on the top left corner. And now, goalkeeper's involvement again. He's the one that is guiding the Decipher. He's the one, I think most likely he's the captain for the team. There you go, he might be making a shot. And then the ball was just not on target. But then he gets the ball back again. Let's see what he can utilize from here. Oh, there's a clear chance, but the goalkeeper still making the save happen. He's the boss, man. He got no time to play around that Decipher. He's showing who's boss on the pitch.
Wow, that was absolutely stunning. And I believe it's going to be a timeout. And
really?
while everybody's taking a quick break, a water break, I would say. And but that was entertaining football, would you say, Matt?
Oh, absolutely, man. I really love how the Mexican goalkeeper coming in and also helping out. It reminds me of some of those legendary goalkeepers that does those scorpion kicks and stuff, So, but he's more of, getting involved in the game, commanding the players what to do, when to receive the pass, when to open up. That's the qualities that you can see from a captain, from a leader. So he got that. So it's all about this upcoming minutes on how Mexico Gonzalez is going to do something about this there. On the other side, Red Moon looking a little bit subtle there, Decipher, but then they could, change things around if they put the pressure on. Maybe we might be seeing that in the final few minutes.
I totally agree in that notion, but here comes Chance over to the left flank, possibly try to make a driven pass into the D box, into the penalty area, but still no options. Good closing by Red Moon. Now we see a nice through pass, through ball, opening, back heel, golazo! A very, very futsal goal with a back heel by this player. As we can see, this is what you call good ball control, good vision and awareness where the goal is. The keeper was brought out of his line, and a nice back heel goal
Mexico Quetzales is leading 1-0 and aggregate to 1.
Yeah, that was a perfect goal. Perfect goal, I would say. Masterclass. And right now, it is going to be Red Moon that needs to find an equalizer. All right, there's going to be a stoppage of play now. Referee's not happy about something. And there you go, drop kick again. So Red Moon needs to do something about this. They are right now not leading this match, but they need a goal. But talking about needing goal, it seems like Mexico Gonzalez that might be getting another one. They're looking really composed, looking really sharp as well, reading every movement, keeping it really calm, not losing possession easily. And always you see most of the restarts comes from the goalkeeper who's commanding the players to take their positions. And here comes the number 10, brilliantly passed, only for the goalkeeper to get the ball right now. And Red Moon again losing possession. Is the goal scorer. Couldn't find the final pass. But here he comes again. Could this be the chance? But no, that is Cypher. That is the end of the first half. And Mexico Gonzalez are looking really sharp in going to the next round.
Yep, only having a 1-goal advantage, but it could be enough if they can defend. But we must give credit to Team Red Moon, who is actually trying to find a way to break the defense. It's all about changing their gameplay, changing their understanding of the game, because again, looking at Team Mexico Quetzales, they know how to open spaces. In fact, not many people that I see using the barrier to actually make a rebound pass behind a marker. So maybe that option can be put into contention. But overall, just like in the console, I mean, this is actually a very interesting. But here it is. We have the score where Aldair had already scored 1 goal in the console, and just now was number 7, Magna. Okay, who scored the goal? Matt.
Yeah, I mean, we see a couple of highlights from here on what happened earlier on. And this was the opportunity that actually skid past there. This is another opportunity he had. It was very close, but the goalkeeper read the movement really well. But then this was the goal that is Cypher. This was absolutely beautiful touch. And the back heel looks really, really exquisite. And there's nothing the goalkeeper or the defenders could ever do about that. Well-deserved goal, 2-1. But remember, it's not over yet. We're going to be going into the second half.
So here it is. Maga is considered one of the best futsal player in Mexico. And also, if memory serves correctly, in 2022, he was crowned MVP of the year for futsal in his country. So not surprising how he can come up with that kind of goals. He has the skill, he has the vision, and now we see dividend where he got the opening goal. So Matt, we will restart the second half and let's get it on, Matt.
Yeah, Red Moon right now restarts the match. I mean, on the second half right now. So let's see if Team Red Moon is able to get the equalizer or not. But looking at how things have been going, look at how Mexico Gonzalez are controlling this match. Not getting any mistakes done or something. They just, you know, keeping possessions really well, just holding onto the ball. And even the goalkeeper is taking his time. He doesn't want to rush. He makes sure he baits the defenders to come forward, and then he releases the ball. That's a really unique technique. But for how long? Because the pressure is slowly piling up. You might be seeing the Chinese players who might be putting the press in. And until there's going to be a third goal coming in, then that's where things could change. And oh, nearly deciphered, nearly things could have changed. But then here comes Red Moon. Red Moon still finding a way, still fighting for the light, and the goalkeeper nearly bounces it off there, but then he got it all under control, man.
Holding the ball with
full authority, but what a chance to make it 2-0 just now. Almost adding one more goal to the tally. Passing it left and opening with a long drive. And it went a little bit too high for the liking of Magana, also known as Maga. Right there, man.
Yeah, he's the one that's looking really sharp. I mean, just like, talking about that, here comes Mexico again. Oh, they're losing possession over here. And the referee, for the first time coming out with the yellow card, he's really not happy about what actually happened over there. And straight away goes to his pockets. And look at that. Oh, that's a dangerous challenge, I believe. There you go.
Eddie decides to pull on the hand of the player just now, man.
Yeah, so it's going to be a free kick. From this free kick, things could change. It is only 2-1. Can we see Red Moon rising at the very end? And a long shot, and there you go! All they need is just one opportunity, one chance to make it happen. And they did it, that is Cypher.
What a thunderous shot from Wyatt, aka Li Weiji, the player who played for China national team under 17 and under 19. His experience and his accuracy in his kick made it 1-1, level pegging 2-2. Oh, this is going to be absolute stunning game indeed, man. What are we going to go for a penalty again, man?
I have no idea, man. But then I surely do not like this equalizing scoreline right now. It's 2-2, you know. Let's hope that's the winner. Oh, talking about winner, there's the goalkeeper trying to do some playmaking inside. And now that could be another opportunity. Is the number 13 still looking for the space, being really closed by the Chinese players now. Red Moon, all they needed is just one set piece to make it happen, and they did it right now. And Mexico Gonzalez have all the time and possession, but can they make it count when it comes to taking the shot inside or nearby the goal now? Here they come again. Still trying to find space. 2 minutes left on the clock. And that pass is just not going anywhere, but still, there's an opportunity. Brilliant footwork. And only for the goalkeeper to actually get a touch, and the clearance coming off from the Red Moon defenders there, Decipher.
Yep, pushed away by Sean just now. And we see time is ticking away. Eddie falls back to his partner in defense. Try to find an opening. And the referee says calm down. And no power play activated. Maga passed the ball back to the goalkeeper, finally pushing forward. The number 31 tried to find that opening. Only one goal that separates between these two teams. One goal is needed to make sure that they will have a victory. Good save in the volley! Oh my word! Rebound from the cushion. Falls back to number 10 with that volley from this angle, and the keeper was a little bit too slow to drop down, but it all started from the goalkeeper, and the volley was not venomous, but it was enough power to find its way to the back of the net, Matt. That was beautiful.
40 seconds left for Team Red Moon to make something out of this. They're going to go for a very short water break, but man, you got to give credit to the goalkeeper. I mean, just like our host talked about earlier on, we got interesting names like Donatelli, and right now, our amazing Mexican goalkeeper right now, he's being the playmaker in this, that is Haifa. I mean, it's not something that you see this every day. A goalkeeper, you know, commanding from the back, and almost, you know, acting as the engine and also the creativity department there. And he's just doing his job really, really well. He took the shot, deflected, and with the volley, amazing finish. Just what you said, that is like, not enough power, but just enough to put the ball in the back of the net. Frustrations now building up in the faces of Red Moon players, but they know their time is ticking away.
Yep, their time is ticking away, but still, we still have a final whistle. Not yet being blown.
So we still have time. Oh, he just sends it straight out of the field, man.
Yeah, he just kited it over there, but then here comes Mexico, Gonzalez again. They're in control. They know they're leading this game. Just need to be calm defensively and also even on attack. There you go. There could be another chance, and easy as you like. 4-2. They got that rhythm going again.
Wow. That was a very, very acute angle. That means a very tight angle. 1-2 pass, and then able to send the ball back. And with that opening, there is no one in the keeper. That is goal number 2 for player number 10. And it's almost done and dusted with 2-goal difference, man.
Absolutely, man. I mean, oh, here comes another card, another yellow card for the Chinese player this time. But looking at how time is ticking away, for once, that is Cypher, we might not be going into penalties. I mean, we both can be happy about that, but here we go. There's a quick replay on what actually happened. Well, I think at this moment, it is going to be looking a little bit of mission impossible for Team Red Moon. Not even Tom Cruise could save them. But here comes another attack, final attack, or they're going to be holding the ball towards the final whistle.
And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That marks the end of game number 2 after a very, very dramatic game. It went 1-1 in the console department, but it is on the field that it all matters. 3-1 with a 4-2 aggregate. Mexico, Quetzales, Armadillos FC will advance into the later stages, but Red Moon is not over yet. They will drop by to the lower bracket, man.
Yeah, they still got a chance now and correct whatever they did wrong in this match, you know, improve, come back. Sometimes some teams go through this kind of stages or this kind of process only for them to come back stronger again. We have seen history writing that way there, Cypher, but what a match it has been.
Yep. I mean, we can see that it is a little bit difficult again because I would not say that football players, because the console is not their forte. They are not esports players, they are real life football. It's not to say that real life football don't play games, but their forte is on the pitch. And it shows they played their game.
What a beautiful game that was, Hakeem. Red Moon versus the Mexicans, and the Mexicans ended up winning in such a style. Did you see how that player scored without even seeing?
Yeah, the first heel attack was amazing. I actually thought it was going to go to penalties because they were tied even in the physical match.
Yeah.
But then they just came out of nowhere and just managed to score 2 more goals. It was a lot of fun to watch them. Kudos to them. Hard luck to Red Moon. And we're really, really excited about this. This second game,
Yes.
I would have loved to see a difference in score during the digital match.
Yeah.
So it actually applies a little bit more pressure and drama into
Yeah.
the actual physical game. But
Absolutely.
it didn't matter. The Mexicans, they were amazing,
Yeah.
and they scored 3 goals, 2-1. Some of them were like very fancy goals as well.
Mhm.
So it was really cool. Hopefully we'll see some of the highlights at some point.
Yeah, they won in such a fashion style, you know?
Yeah, it was really cool.
Yeah.
But they were bigger and stronger, right? So there was a
True.
big difference in physical
True.
strength as well. So
But I'm a huge fan of penalties, believe it or not. So I would have loved if it actually went into penalties. But that's okay, because we can maybe see that in basketball, which is what we're going to be checking out very soon. I'm really excited to see the strategies. Is it also going same as football? Like, are they always getting the same score in digital in the game, and then after that they settle up the score in the physical, or maybe it's completely different, and so there is that stress, you know?
yeah. So I mean, in basketball, it's going to be a little different. It's going to be a lot more high-paced, a lot faster, fast-paced game. It depends on the matchups. So we saw the All-Stars previously.
Yep.
They had a very big disadvantage. They had a big advantage,
Yes.
and there was a big mismatch between them and the players. Plus, one of them was a sniper, the other one was a tower. Like, none of them were like slowing down in their shots, and
Yeah.
they were dangerous in and out of the court behind the 3-point line. So it was nice to see. The game is also very cool. Like
Yep.
it's like reminds me of like NBA Street Games, and 3-on-3 freestyle is such a fun game. It's just so ironic to see the athletes come in as athletes first, as like sport athletes, and they're learning how to play the video game so that they're kind of like qualified to this tournament. So it's really cool like that. We're gonna take a look at the schedules. We're gonna see what games are gonna be played today, but we have 2 more matches today before we move on to the Battle Royale as well as the Battle of
Fortnite.
Robots. Yes, exactly.
Yes, all very
But in
exciting.
general, how did you feel about football before we jump into basketball?
You know, I wish I was playing. I'm not gonna lie. I really like sports and video games, and it made me feel like, okay, after this, I'm gonna go play football. But unfortunately, I don't have people to play with, so I guess I'm just gonna stick to playing it in video games.
Or you can be a portero.
Yeah, actually, that's what I used to play when I was in school. I used to be portero. I love being portero, aka goalkeeper, in case you were not here with us earlier. That's what it means. I believe in Spanish. I believe.
Yes.
At least that's how we call it in Morocco.
Yes, in Morocco, they don't say it in Arabic, they don't say it in French, they say it in Spanish.
Portero, amigos.
Okay, fine, fair
Hola,
enough, fair
hola.
enough. You left all the languages that you're used to using every single day and you use portero for this specific one.
Portero.
It's still good. It's still good. Full respect, portero. I'm never gonna say goalkeeper again.
You know, talking.
You ruined it.
Well, it's okay. It's a fun one, portero. But
Yep.
we have also something else in basketball. We say, well, it comes from English, but we pronounce it completely differently.
What is it?
Like dribble. We say dribble. Yeah.
Dribble.
Dribble. Dribble.
Dribble.
Yeah. Like, so if you want someone to dribble, you like tell them dribble, dribble.
Nice.
Yeah.
What is that? French? It's not French.
No, I think it's just Arabitizing English.
Dribble. أيوة dribble.
أيوة.
أيوة. Okay.
أيوة.
Okay. Marqué.
I believe we have incoming matches for basketball that we're gonna see, like which matchups we're gonna have. Upcoming is PBC Astana versus Bad Boys.
Yeah.
Bad
I'm loving
boys,
the
bad
logos, by the way.
boys.
Have you noticed
What
the
you gonna
logos of
do?
the teams?
Yeah.
What you're
Which
gonna
one?
do when they come for you?
Yep. Which one do you prefer? I have a
Obviously-
feeling you prefer Bad Boy.
No, I like to go for something more classy, more
Oh, really?
artistic. No, it's the Bad Boys.
I actually like Astana.
No, I'm going for
so
Bad Boys for
obvious.
sure. I was very happy about Granny Smith
Okay.
and their logo.
Yeah.
The very cool logo was an apple playing with the joystick. It was a very nice logo. I like when they put an effort in the branding. But then again, obviously the Kazakhstani players did a very good job and they managed to destroy there. So
Yeah.
it was nice to see. We are gonna. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. By the
Basketball.
way, these teams that are playing, PBC Astana is one of the favorites to actually win this entire tournament. So I'm very, very excited to see how they're going to perform. Are they going to win this game, or are they going to go to lower bracket?
And just to remind everyone, they're playing for a $400,000 prize pool. This is a 2v2 in-game and also 2v2
In the
physical
physicals.
game.
Yes,
So
absolutely.
it should be a lot of fun for us to see. Are we going to start the game soon?
Yes.
Yeah, let's move on to the match.
Let's check it out.
Best of luck.
Let's go.
Absolutely, it is game time. Thank you, Steve, Coach Hernando, and Dan Beebe. We are back for match number 3 of the day, starting off with the digital, and then we'll get into the physical half of the match straight after. How are you, Beebe? How's your morning been? Are you impressed so far with what you've seen of the Phygital Games of the Future?
Honestly, great games so far. We're finished with Group A and now we're into Group B. The teams are quite astonishing. I've enjoyed the whole vibe of the Bad Boys. They're really living up to their name. The way they got on the stage, the way they're acting. Literal Bad Boys, right? But we're only about to find out if they're Bad Boys in the games as well, or they're just all talk and they're just all look. So the draw starts
Look at the
and the away team
characters.
goes first.
Look at the characters they've chosen. I mean, bad boys all over. Now, who have we got playing for each team? Let's take a look. 4 players on the team, 3 on the roster, but 2 can only play the digital game. So, for the Astana team, who have we got on court, baby? Let's take a look. It's a massive long name. Kabach Okarad. Oh, I mean, I'm just screwing up that name, but it's a long one. And then his
name
his
is
teammate is Vlas. Much easier. And we've got on court for the bad boys, Le Peripuna. And we've got, I think, who have we got else there? Noven and Noven. But they've got different names on their jerseys, so when we see the physical game, they will have different names on their jennies. Well, let's get into the game. We've got just under 9 minutes to go. The score is 2 apiece. Nice and easy. Phoebe.
Pushing right through. So La Peripuna is a sneaky little one. He's playing better. I think he's a gamer by heart. He looks like he knows what he's doing. He's very into the game. The game, as we saw, as equalized, not so different between skills. His name is really hard. Cabacho Akared is doing really well. Meanwhile, Noven is just there blocking, trying to go for the smash, and he's doing really well. And another smackdown from Leper. I told you, this guy's a gamer. He's born a gamer. He looks like a gamer. The guy knows exactly what he's doing, and he takes his team to the lead now. And he's going again for another shot. Passes it, and they go for the smackdown. I love it. I love it. Guys, the game is going well. The bad boys are showing that they are really the bad boys, living up to their name. And now we've got another retaliation by Villa, but the bad boys get back at them and they score, making it much more better. Sarah, it's quite incredible.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad you took a go at his name live on air, same as I did, and completely made a hash of it. But anyway, I guess the best way to put your team together for the Phygital Games of the future is to have one really strong gamer, and perhaps 3 that are better on the physical side of it, and maybe one of those 3 being a combination of both, an esports gamer plus the physical, because I would say that's the best way to balance out your team. You can have 2 on the main court and 2 here, but it seems if you have one really strong gamer, you can really make a move on this game.
I mean, sometimes the gamers are athletes themselves. There's always a mix. You get to see that sometimes. But not just that, but I'm looking at the boys playing, and you can tell that they're very chill. They're not stressed. They're focused on the game. Yet at the same time, they're just chill. They're taking it easy. They're currently not on the lead, as the Astana team really showed us that they can get into the lead again. And they just took a shot where Noven was not able to block it. Glass is a really good gamer as well from the other side, and he's been dribbling so well, going for the shot, misses. Noven tries to go for the retaliation, but Kabachika Red goes for it and he scores! Yeah, I said his name right. I'm so proud of myself. And now Astana's on the lead with 2 points.
I'm proud of you too.
Well done, Glass, well done.
Let's see, what are we at? 5 minutes 30 to go. 10-7 to Team PB Astana.
Astana's doing really well, but the bad boys have shown us that they can get on the lead. They just need a little bit more focus. What I'm trying to see now, what I'm realizing is Blas keeps taking a shot, no one gets it, Kabachaka Red takes it, and then he scores. So there's a lot of routine going on, same play, same gameplay. The Pearl goes for the shot, misses again, and as always, Kabachaka Red takes it, passes it, and Blas goes for the shot and gets 2 more points for the Astana team.
They just keep taking it to him.
Another 2 points again coming. But this time for the bad boys. Blas on the dribble, tries to make a move. Right and left, and gets blocked by the Pearl. The gamer goes it and scores. But Kabachika Red was able to take it and score 1 more point for the Astana team. I mean, it's at this point, it's just Kabachika Red catching the retaliations. He's getting the rebounds, and yeah, that was a nice shot.
Great block, great rebound there from Noven. I mean, is he sweating on this game? Is that heat coming out of his head because he's wearing a tracksuit? But he's playing a very similar tactic as we saw staying up by the basket, just blocking. There we go, really holding that space and making sure that no one else can play into it. Now, what have we got here for Vlas? Gonna look for the three? I mean, you've played this game yourself. How easy is it to set up a three? Well, counts for 2 points in this game, but set up a three outside of the arc.
I mean, it's all about the timing. You know, when you're playing the game, it's all about, you know, you press the button for a certain amount of time. And, you know, there are bars, and there's a lot of factors that take into consideration. So, like, positioning of the player, the timing of how long you shoot or how strong you shoot, combos as well. There's a lot of combos in these games. So, I think the gameplay is quite straightforward, but to become a professional and to really stand out in these games, it takes a lot of effort. And you gotta practice the combos, practice your timings. And yeah, it's all about timings in this game. Like, you know, you jump, you block, you jump right, you block. If you don't jump right, you miss the shot. And we've, like as you guys can see, Astana just scored another smackdown going in. It's all about the timing. La Perle is going in, trying to dribble again. He was doing very well in the beginning of the game, but unfortunately not doing as much towards the end of the game. The difference between the scores is becoming bigger and bigger, which gets a lot of worrying considering the bad boys are not as big as the others. So we've got the Wounded Wolf, I believe, who's playing right now, but he will be their star in the game as well. Sarah, what do you think?
Well, BB, we are just 1 point away from PBC Astana from taking this match. They need to reach 19 or all the time, and there it is. Big layup and in the hoop it goes. Now, straight up to get ready for the physical game. PBC Astana have put themselves in the lead going into half time. Now I'm looking forward to seeing the physical game very shortly. Back to Steve on the desk.
Okay. Wow. Thank you, Sarah, for that great commentary there for the digital side of things. Okay, Coach and Dan, what are your thoughts about that matchup?
Well, let's talk about Astana, and let's talk about red, all right? Cabacho. Now, is it Cabacho aka red, or is it Cabacha a.k.a. red? We don't know. But all I know is that he scored a lot of points for Astana, which showed in the scoreboard because now they're up 19-12.
Yeah, we see PBC Astana taking a head lead, and they have 13 on 10 on the first point goal. And then also, something actually Sarah said, in the digital, somebody was sweating. Oh, did you see that?
Well, you know what? There's one thing I've noticed so far. The bad boys have not been really bad at all. You know, they're down 7 points right now, 19-12. Let's take a look at digital 1 point goal, 10-13, Astana by 3. Let's talk about now with the digital 1 point goals, 2. Again, like I said earlier, 10-13 earlier. We're looking at the stats right now. Well, what do you see in the game, Coach?
Well, I think what we saw, of course, we always talk about how they play digitally may end up being how they play on the court as well, too. So Astana was a little more patient. They were taking right to the basket, look for screen and rolls. And the bad boys, quite frankly, were taking quick shots. Not a bad thing, but hopefully that doesn't happen on the court because they are bigger and stronger. And let's see if they're going to go inside and play to their strengths.
Yeah, on the digital part, we saw lots of lovely passes, and they made it happen. Astana were playing a beautiful game, and that's why their victory was actually very much appreciated, even by the crowd.
Now we're going to find out what happens in the physical game because it's a different ball game now. The bad boys, you can see them, they're more physical. Here right behind us, they're warming up. Let's look at the size difference, Coach. What do you see now?
Yeah, if you're even looking at, right, number 6 is out here shooting free throws, and just he's more physically imposing. Now, he may not have the height as Vlas from Astana. If you look at Vlas right here, number 12, can really shoot the ball. He has great length, but I think it's going to be interesting, the skills versus strength.
But what I'm seeing now is, look at Astana. They're taller, actually. They're much taller than the bad boys. I mean, from where we're standing now, I could probably say on average, they're taller by about 3 to 4 inches.
Yep, I would say so myself. The gap is really high up in terms of the size, but we still have also the agility of Team Bad Boys, which is being clearly seen by the warm-up session.
You know, it's going to be a defensive slugfest happening now because what Astana is going to do is they're going to try to avoid the Bad Boys to score because it is crazy now. They're down by 7 points. So, on the part of the Bad Boys, they got to keep scoring minute after minute. So we expect this is going to be a very intense game, and I can't wait for it.
It has to be, and you know, they've got to make up 7 points. That, in some ways, is not easy, especially in a 2-on-2 game, because you got to try and catch up to the 7 to stop them, and then you got to play defense, right? That is a really hard thing, and we're going to see the transition part for sure.
Dan, if you were a player for the Bad Boys, what are you going to do?
If I were a player for the Bad Boys, I would first of all give a little intense on the threes. Okay. I would be more intense of the threes outside of the D, getting them shots, closing the gap, and then I would try to drive inside because, as you see, this size matters a lot when it comes to defense.
You know, if I was the coach of Bad Boys, there's only one thing I'm going to tell them. Keep putting those balls in the hole. That's it. Score more points, tie the game, and hopefully win. Now, on the other part, Astana, keep your composure. Don't rush. Play good defense.
Absolutely, Steve. You're amazing. And this is the games of the future. So anything can happen. Whatever happens in the console, next is now on the physical.
All right, just a quick one. Prediction, who's going to win, Astana or Bad Boys?
Astana.
Coach?
Wow. I was thinking he was going to say Bad Boys.
No
but
way.
You know what I'm going to say? It's Astana.
Okay, I'll go with Bad Boys. Anything can happen. The ball is round. It's game time. Here we go.
And we're back. We're very excited. Bad Boys, you gotta make it. Yes, as you all agree, they do have a bit of a slight disadvantage with the height, but I believe the stamina and the agility is gonna take them through. Meanwhile, Vlas has got the height. He can easily score. All they gotta do is just defend and make sure that they're not getting any points for the team Bad Boys, and this will ensure their victory. I can see LaPearl very disappointed, even though he played well. I feel like this guy is a gamer by heart, I can tell. And the game starts. Bad Boys is on for the attack, trying to dribble, trying to find a space, and he goes for the shot, goes in, really good. Game is quick, game is fast. Another shot for Astana, and we're going really well. Sarah, tell us more. What do you think about this game so far?
Well, predictions were in from the desk. 2 for Astana and 1 for Bad Boys. Bad Boys have got some work to do. They've still got a gap of 7. They've both scored 1 point each here. We have 7 minutes on the clock. Now, let's see. One of the Bad Boys hitting the floor there on the replay. Picked up a free throw from a foul by Astana. Kabacho Kored has got himself back in the starting lineup for the physical game. Well, I say he got himself. It pretty much is himself because there are no coaches involved in the decision-making as to who will be out on the court. There will be 3 players that can substitute in. And we also have number 88, Lamska, here in the starting lineup for the Astana team. On the other side, we have Novan and the King for Bad Boys. There was a lot of talk on the desk about physicality, and boy, are we seeing it straight away. Twice now someone's hit the deck. Let's see, it is still 21 into Astana with 6 minutes 10 to go.
I honestly just want to highlight on the beauty of the digital games. You know, these players are not just talented in one skill, not just talented. They get to be the coach, be the player, be the gamer, be the athlete. You know, this is the beauty of the digital sports altogether. And I feel like just being here, every participant in the tournament is a winner in their own way. Just having the ability to be able to take different roles in a team is just astonishing in itself. So far, Astana is still taking the lead, and I love that rebound. He was just able to take it so quickly. I feel like the height difference is really doing an issue here for Team Bad Boys, and I feel if they don't manage to start to sneak in from behind or try to sneak in from the bottom low, they wouldn't be able to get any rebounds so far. Player 47 is really taking a push at the bad boy player 5. He's not allowing him. He keeps taking the ball, trying to get for the steals. He's good at the blocks. And I feel like Team Astana is just going for the 2-pointers at this point. It's very easy for them. They just get the easy shots and they're just increasing the lead. Sarah, do you think, is it going to keep going like that, or do you think Team Bad Boys will have another answer for them?
Well, I'm hoping Team Bad Boys are going to realize what is happening here. They also need to use a bit of height, a bit of elevation, get themselves up off the ground, jumping to counteract the height of Team Astana, who are just literally not even using elevation themselves, just reaching to get the rebounds at the moment. Beautiful 3 there from number 88. Now, Bad Boys back on the offense. Let's see what they can do here. Thinking about it, going for the 3, but misses. I think that was a bit of a wasted shot there from number 6 of the Bad Boys team. I think they should try and work it up, but they are struggling with the physicality a little bit. I would say Astana are playing quite clean in a way. Like, they're just looking very comfortable, very composed. Look at that fist up there in celebration from number 47. Nice little layup from the Bad Boys. And the score there. Astana now leading the physical game at 9-2, increasing their lead overall. And it's currently 28-15 with 4 minutes 10 to go. Bibi.
I mean, it's pretty straightforward. The game hasn't been really evolving. It's just Team Astana taking shots while Team Bad Boys resiliently trying to get the shot. And we've got a foul for Team Astana after they already scored. The difference is just it's just increasing goal by goal, shot by shot, basket by basket. And Team Bad Boys really need to either do a substitute or try to find a different strategy, because this is definitely not working for them. I mean, so far we've noticed that we've noticed every team that was we've noticed that every team that was leading in the digital game ends up also leading in the physical game as well. And I feel like it's very important to kind of keep the score as close as possible, because if you have a big gap, you're already walking into a physical game a bit mentally not as confident as you should be, and that kind of plays around with your mental stability, and it could actually affect. So I've noticed player number 6 missed a few shots, and I think that's really getting into his head, and that keeps taking him further away from the goal, further away from the good gameplay, while Team Astana is just scoring, and that keeps building momentum and increasing their score. They're literally matching the digital game. They're literally 4 points to matching it, and I believe they just got another 2 points. Well done, Team Astana, and we still got 3 minutes to go. Sarah.
Absolutely, yes. Well, it is tough when you start in the physical game on a deficit. You've got to mentally get yourself through to be able to pull it back up. But anyway, Bad Boys heading up now for a layup, blocked by number 12 of Astana. Oh, he shakes his head there, not happy with the call. Looks like he's saying there was an elbow in the lead up to that. We couldn't quite see on the replay. But anyway, they're now still comfortably in the lead. 3 minutes to go. There was a foul called and a free throw that was missed by Bad Boys. What's he going to do this time? Trying for the layup, using the physicality, shoulder in there, and he gets 1 more point there for the team by the King. I mean, what a name to pick for yourself. Now number 88 on the ball. And that's a silly foul there, really, isn't it?
I'm yet to see some gameplay from the One Beast. Honestly, he played both the physical and the digital game, but I haven't really seen him shine. King has been taking most of the shots, doing everything, while in the digital game, the Pearl was doing most of the work. I feel like there's some potential power in there that's not really coming out, and I really want to see it in the next 2 minutes. There's enough time for them to at least, get some points in there, because it will help in the group stages. Having more points, even though you might lose the game, just having points in general could potentially be the difference between you getting qualified or not. Like the goals just keep coming. At this point, Astana's equalizing their digital score, and I feel like they're gonna even go further and further, potentially maybe hitting 50 points, which would be the first high score for us in today's games.
You think there's still time to get 50 points in 2 minutes? I don't know. Let's see. We're 13 away. You think they can do it?
With the momentum they've been going through, I feel like it is very, very possible. And I guess it's just about fate to see. But I want to ask you a question, Sarah. What do you think is your favorite part of the whole digital ecosystem altogether?
I think it's just seeing how you put your teams together, because there's a lot of strategy. I spoke about it a little bit earlier. You know, do you try and get everyone super good on the esports side of things as well as the physical, or do you set up the team so you've got strength across both?
That's exactly right. And I feel like it would be hard because you either want a big puffy athlete or you want a skilled little gamer. So it's basically sacrificing one or the other. But you know, you can be very lucky and sometimes get a player who's both big and buff while being a good gamer. Those people do exist. I mean, nah, I'm just kidding.
Are you one of those, BB? I mean, yes, they definitely do exist. If you can get a team that's full of those. Well, they've done it. They managed to reach the points cap before the time was out, PBC Astana, and there is a lot of atmosphere building here in the stadium. A lot of love for PBC Astana, who will now go through to the knockouts, but we get to go back to the desk to hear from Steve, Coach Hernando, and Dan.
All right, so that was a great match. I would probably say that was a total domination. PBC Astana.
I'll say the same.
What do you think? Oh, it's a good match. I like it. Domination.
Listen, you know, we take a look at this game. Red, 6 for 12, 5 rebounds. Lamsko, 4 for 10, 2 rebounds. They really can shoot the ball.
Yeah.
That is one of the great things about their height and length. And Bad Boys, they only played 2 guys. They did not get the third guy in, and the King was trying best they can.
All right, here we go. Post-game interview. Let's hit it.
Congratulations on a dominant win in both phases of the competition, but I think we can all agree the physical aspect is where you really took over and all the shooting and the shots started to fall through. How do you prepare yourself to be that consistent in shooting and delivering it on a stage like this in front of this crowd?
Thank you. Congratulations. We play 2 teams. I like it shoot 3 points. I like it shoot hard shots. It's for all win for my team.
Thank you very much. Congratulations on that win. Thank you for having us.
Honestly, I think there's it's either a curse that anyone I'm predicting is gonna win is not gonna be, or hear me out. This is a very interesting theory. All right, it's the logo. It's the logo.
What?
If you don't have an artistic logo that looks really cool,
Okay.
you're not gonna win.
Yeah, so the team that I go with wins. It's just it is what it is, man.
Or that. Or that.
It's probably that.
All right, friends and folks, welcome back. That was an amazing game. It was a lot of fun. Clearly, Astana was dominant on all levels, digital and physical.
Yes.
Best of luck to them in the future because they're going to be playing some very hard teams.
Yeah.
Adira All-Stars or Adira All-Stars, I'm not 100% sure. But they were extremely strong. I think you have a strong opponent waiting for you. Hard luck also to the Bad Boys.
Yes, but also Bad Boys, they were really, really doing a bit of a comeback here in the last 2 minutes. They scored so many goals. Unfortunately, but I think they will go to the lower brackets, so their journey is not over yet, and we still have so many games of basketball upcoming. But before that, I would like to see just like a summary of today and what games still we're going to see throughout the day here in the digital games of the future. That would be great if we can see, you know,
I'd still love to talk a little bit about the match itself. So as you can see, Astana actually had a very good... Before that, let's talk about what's happening later today. At 6 p.m. Abu Dhabi time, Battle Royale featuring Fortnite, and also at 7:30 you have the Battle of Robots. This is going to be with Normal and Cooch. the battle of the butts. All the other matches are actually happening at the same time.
Yes.
It says those are the ones we're going to be highlighting.
Yes.
We haven't talked about Battle Royale or Battle of Robots today at all. Those are going to be with Coach and Normal later today, which is actually after we present the next match. It's going to be fun.
Yeah.
You're going to have different faces. Not necessarily that better looking, but probably fun.
I love that.
Yeah, so, but talking about the game itself, so Astana did a very good job at getting the rhythm early. So they were taking a lot of shots from the three-point line. And they were missing their shots early on, but they kept going until they found the rhythm. Both of them were on fire at some point. Bad Boys took a moment to get back. And when they started sensing the heat, it was a little too late. It was like one or two points left. It was game point. But we saw these guys can do it. The nerves probably got to them.
Yeah.
It's quite difficult, and you can't ignore the fact that even though these are professionals, nerves do play a big part. We've never seen people doing online and offline stuff or physical and digital stuff before, so there might be some pressure to it. The lights on the floor might actually create some distractions as well, so it's just a new vibe for them.
Also, Hakim, if you are not a fan of basketball or football, you can still watch the other games happening on different streams. There's MLBB as well going on.
Yep.
You're going to see also Dota, I believe, is still going on. So you don't have to continue the stream. You can watch the other games that you personally prefer.
Yes, but if you want fun,
yeah, you can
good
stay with us,
content,
of
you
course.
stay here with us. That's
Yeah.
We have the teams for the next basketball game. Game number 4 of the day for the Phygital 3-on-3.
I want you to go first. Pronounce the names, Hakim.
AK-49. This is very obvious. Okay, for first, this is Uzbek. This is actually an Uzbekistani team.
Okay.
Uzbek, which is I'm actually looking forward to this this team. AK-49. We have Miron. We have Nizarub, and we have Ruslan. These guys,
Close.
Ruslan is actually going to shine. In this.
Really?
Yeah. I have high hopes for him.
Okay.
He does a very strong pick and roll with his teammates, and it should be fun. They're also going to be playing against Moskovsky or Moskovsky.
I think it's Moskovsky. You got it correctly.
Academic, and then
Gote Dilucha.
Gote Dilucha.
Gote Dilucha, Josh and Sam.
Josh and Sam. Yeah. Supernatural.
Your predictions, just so I tell the viewers that whoever you predict is going to lose and whatever I predict is going to win.
Who's bigger than your face? Not your face. I mean their face.
What does that even mean?
I don't know. It's just
I
Uzbek.
think that Moskovsky is going to win.
You just want them. You just want to go against what I choose, but
No,
that's fine. That's
I just
okay.
have a hint.
That's okay. A little bit of hate goes a long way.
What matters is that you guys are enjoying this, whether you are here in the National Exhibition Center in Abu Dhabi or you're watching from home, you know, having some snacks and chilling.
Having some snacks and chilling. What was the thing you said it earlier today?
Sit back, relax, and get some snacks.
If you
I
didn't
should
hear it
trademark
this
that.
morning, she said it at 10 in the morning. 10 a.m.
I think I should trademark that. What do you think?
You can. مثل صباح الفول والفلافل, remember? That's like snacks and chillax. What?
And edamame? Edamame?
What? No,
Falafel is
I
that.
was talking about what the statement you said.
It doesn't matter. What matters is basketball is still going. And I believe that the game is about to start very soon, Hakim. Any last words?
You get very cranky at the end of the day. We need those snacks, guys. Anyways, thank you so much for staying with us for this long. Once you come back, or once we come back to the studio or to the mothership, you are going to be accommodated and hosted by Kuch and Normal. Best of luck to Uzbek and also Moskovsky in Game 4 of the Phygital Basketball 3-on-3 Freestyle, brought to you by M42. See you in a bit.
Well, BB, we are back for match number 4, Group B. Big game coming up here. We just heard from the desk what their thoughts are, and they also think this is going to be a big one. It is Games of the Future here in Abu Dhabi, part of the Phygital series. BB, what do you think between these two teams? We've just seen the lineup announced.
Honestly, I am a bit keening forward to the Uzbek team. I believe they have a good potential, just like Steve said. And I'm really excited to see what they're about to show us in the game. Obviously not to undermine the team Moskovsky or Moskovsky. They have come all the way here and they are definitely going to show us some good gameplays. We're about to start and both the teams are in with their characters Honestly, this game has insane character recognition. It's just the characters are so interesting. Okay, we've got the game going, starting with. I think they do. I think they do. So we've got
I think it's part of like Psych. We're going to pick this character, but they keep picking the women with heels, which is quite an interesting selection. And then they'll have a big character on guard. Now, what a slam dunk there! Great start.
I think it's a part of the gameplay. They have to pick one big character and one small character. I think. All right. We've got AK going on, trying to dribble, taking a shot, which turned into a pass to Nazura. That was a nice gameplay. Well done. So far, the teams have been playing equally. No team is going ahead. I feel like GOTF is just faking it most of the time, pretending to shoot, ends up passing it to Nazura and then scoring. But he ended up shooting this time, scoring 2 points for his team again, making the score 5 to Uzbek, my team, and 4 to the Moscow Ski.
Coming up on the buzzer.
I'm not sure what exactly is going on in the game right now, but there seems to be a lot of connection. These guys are just like connected to each other. Not much passing going on, just a lot of tackling. And we've got a miss from AK-49. Pass it to Koka and GOTF for the 2 points again. Well done, guys. Well done. I feel like at this point, it's every other goal, one other team takes the lead, and now the lead goes back again to the Uzbek. Oh no, it's a tie now. But GOTF takes on and he misses. Go ahead, Sarah. Go ahead.
Well, Phoebe, it is 6-6 with 7 minutes, 45 to go, even between Moskowski and Uzbek. Now, what are they doing here? I mean, hanging on to the ball there. Now, back with goated Yucha going for the 3 that gets blocked. Second time up, and it's in! Taking them into the lead. Great rebound there.
Looking at the players, they're just so calm, so focused. You don't see that tension until it goes into the physical game. This is where really the sport starts playing into consideration. So far, it's a bit tied, so there's not much stress for any of the teams. But we've just got another shot for the Uzbek team. These guys keep taking the lead once more, and again, I'm voting for the Uzbek team. You guys got it, but good luck to all the players. Everyone is a champion. Everyone is a winner. Just being here at the Games of the Future.
Well, I think this is when the stress goes up, when it's nice and hard, nice and even, because they don't want to be going into the physical game having, on a deficit. They want to be in a lead. And the last 3 matches we've seen so far today have all headed out with a lead into the physical game. But here we go. We can see Moskowski taking a bit of a gap there. 11-8 with 6 minutes, 13 to go. This is Group B, as I said. Just closing out the other match that we had earlier on today to show us the last 2 teams in that group stage. For the whole of today, we have group stages and again tomorrow, and then we'll go into the knockouts on Saturday. Now let's go back into the game. Let's see what we have going on here. Feels like it's a bit scrappy in a way. It's not the cleanest digital game we've seen of basketball so far today. There's not really much strategy, or they're just going for it. So I wonder if these teams are more physically trained in the game of basketball and perhaps less so in the esports version.
I definitely agree with you, Sarah. It feels like they're just tackling each other, just trying to get the ball and shoot, and that goes for both teams. Or maybe it's just the Uzbek and Russian way of doing things, I feel like I feel like at this point it's just one team starting to take the lead, which is the Moscow team, and another shot getting scored, and now it's starting to make a difference between the two teams. 6 points ahead and another shot, making it 5 points difference between the two teams. Do we get to see a tie? Do we get to see a win? And unfortunately, one more point to go for Team Moskoski. Is that shot gonna make it? Unfortunately, Team Uzbek was able to reduce the difference once more. Is GOTF gonna get another shot? Is GOTF gonna dribble more? He goes for the shot again, misses it. The rebound is in.
GOTF
AK starts to
keeps
shoot.
going for the threes.
From downtown.
GOTF keeps going for the threes. Now the pass in, pass back out. Another three coming. No, we're back. Now here we go, another three, and it lands, taking them up to 20-13, which means they win the game as they hit 19 points first. Look at them, straight up, confident, and now getting out on the court to warm up. Now just the physical match coming up after the quick half-time break, where they will warm up on the court. I mean, the guys on the desk were talking about their clean uniforms, and I think it's been my favourite one of the day. It is looking clean.
Those big guys seem to be a bit stressed at the moment, and I feel them. I mean, they were just doing as good as the Moscow Ski, but yeah, I feel like now that the tables have turned, it will be a bit challenging. Sarah, do you think we should go to the desk?
I think we should. Let's pass back to Steve to get a little bit of a pre-game warm-up ahead of the physical game.
All right, here we go. So our digital match is over. Of course, your guys, Moskowski, have won the clean uniform team. But I will say this before even you guys talk, okay? We at Uzbek are not going to give up on a physical game, because on a physical match, we go big like Uzbek.
I don't have any words for what you just said, but I will say 20-13. Moskowski showed what they could do on the digital side, right? They were very efficient. They scored at will. Uzbek did try and make a comeback there. But Dan, I thought Moskowski had a good showing.
I actually was leaning on towards Uzbek at the first, because if you see the round one, they did have a head of at 7 points on the 1 point goal.
Yeah.
And also right after the 5th minute, Moskowski came back on.
Hold on. Earlier you said you were going with Moskowski. All of a sudden, now you're leaning towards Uzbek. I'm not mad. I'm saying welcome to the club.
I said I was leaning into it, but the way Moskowski threw away the consoles.
You're back at Moskowski again.
I'm just saying, the Moskowski, they are really pumped up. They threw the consoles and ran to the physical part like their lives depending on it.
Well, they were good. Virtual basketball, I would give him that. No doubt it was a complete domination, I would probably say. But in terms of real basketball, Coach, what are your thoughts?
Well, here's the thing. I mean, we got Ruslan is the only big for Uzbek. So they're going to have to go to him early and often to really cut this league. And Moskowski, again, they are bigger, they're more athletic, they can move the ball around. I think they're going to overtake it. But again, 20-13, that's a 7-point deficit that Uzbek has to come back from.
You know what? We always say that Dan is the man with a plan. But guess who else has a plan? It's Ruslan.
Ruslan has a plan.
Yes,
but
sir.
we also got Sam. Moskowski, we got Sam. And Sam has a jam.
Yeah, there you go.
They got
all right,
we got the goated, the Ultra as well. He's been goated. He's the greatest of all time.
Yeah. He looks very young, and it's a big kid. All right, now let's go on to the court and see our warm-ups happening now. You got both teams just, really shooting some baskets and chilling. I think the game plan here, Coach, like the first previous games that we had, is just, if you are Uzbek right now, be careful of turnovers. Make every basket. Don't rush. You have time. 2 points at a piece.
Well, first of all, if I'm Uzbek, I would be very, very concerned about GOTF. Anytime someone has a Justin Bieber haircut, it could be baby, baby, baby. Oh. So they could end up losing. It'll be a tough day for Uzbek. We'll take a look at their game plan.
Uzbek also have number 3 over there to watch out for. He might be short, but he's really good on the outsides.
You know, if there's one thing I would give props to Moskowski right now, okay, it's the shoe game. Look at his shoes, man. Just really fresh. Perfect fit for games in the future.
You know what? I didn't even notice that until you said it. Now I'm watching them. We've got a variety of shoes out here. I like the shoe game. Right?
Yeah. Well,
you gotta match the shoes with the LED display, yeah?
Yeah. All right, so we've heard the final whistle from our game officials. You're seeing the screen now on the digital side, 13-20. Moskowski up by 7, but the physical match is about to begin. And so, Stevo, Coach H, and Dan, it's game time!
Well, from shoe game into real game, there is some work to do for Uzbek. Moskowski lead so far coming out of the digital game. Let's see, we heard all the predictions there. Bibi, do you think Uzbek can have a massive comeback here?
Honestly, it's going to be a bit tricky, looking at their physical aspect as well. But you never know. So far, our predictions have been on spot throughout the games. So I feel like it would be a bit towards the Moskowski team. But you never know. The Uzbeks have the determination. They seem like they were discussing things. They seem like they really want to talk it through. I feel like they have a plan in mind. Let's see if it rolls out well for them or if it just gets stopped by the Moskowski.
Well, you did say earlier on there has been a pattern that the team leading out of the digital game has come through to then lead and win the match. Well, I really want to see a comeback. Let's see who we've got on court for each team. So for Moskowski, we've got number 93, Sam, in the starting lineup, and number 13, Josh. And then over for Uzbek, we have got, let's take a look 1 second, see who's on the court. Now, still looking at number 13, let's take a look at the other players and I can tell you who we've got here. Number 21, Ruslan. I mean, Steve was talking about how strong he is. And number 3, Nezarab. Well, bit of a tussle to begin with. Moskowski got 2 points on the board already. 6 minutes, 37 to go, Bibi.
Sarah, believe it or not, I feel like I've seen Ruslan in real life before. I feel like he had that familiar face. I feel like I know the guy. But honestly, as we already are seeing, Moskowski is already ahead with 2 points starting from the beginning. And they go for another shot that they just missed. But I feel like the control is with them at this point in time. The Uzbeks are trying really hard, but oh wow, he just slipped and he was able to do it. And that was a nice layup. Well done guys. That was a really good gameplay. As I said, they see the determination, but the determination is not enough. You still need the gameplay, you still need the skills, and you definitely need the points to win this game.
Well, it is getting physical now. Foul call. Let's see, we have a restart at the top. Can he work his way in? This is the best way to go. I think this was the trouble in the last match. They were just a little bit scrappy. But here we go, going at 4-3, and miss is picked up by number 21 of Uzbek. You could see his knee give way there.
Well, another nice shot from the Moskowski, but as I'm seeing, this is really reflecting what they have done in the digital world. So, again, just a lot of tackling, shooting. I feel like it is indeed true that the players play digitally the same way they play physically. And it's really fun to see these kind of patterns, especially in a tournament like the digital tournament, Games of the Future, because if it wasn't for this tournament, we wouldn't have realized things about us. These patterns really emerge, and we get to see what humans do when they put in situations like this.
That is such a good observation. They are playing real basketball like they have been in the game. Well, let's see. Now, we've got Uzbek back with the ball. Pass over to number 3. Whistle's gone. Let's see, there's a slight difference in physicality, but I feel like Uzbek are trying with the agility. They're just not super tidy. A few little like fumbles here and there. You see, just like this one, he wasn't touched. Now, 4 minutes, 52 to go. Moskowski leading 25-14. Can Uzbek close this gap? Easy pass over the top. That was a sloppy foul, I would say.
I do agree. I mean, there's a lot of fumbleness in this game, which is fun to watch, to be honest. I feel like if all the games are just the same, it will get boring. I feel like for the audience, this is really fun to watch. Different players, different strategies, different gameplays. Here we've got a little squeaky entry, but it just got locked all together. I feel like number 3 was just so shocked with 3 big players just covering him, overwhelming him just before he shoots the ball. Nice pass there, and with the shot for Team Moskowski. And it's a lovely, great shot, making a difference of 7 points, leading on just 4.5 minutes away from the whistle.
Oh, here we go now. The momentum is rolling for Moskowski. Just putting them away one after the other now. I think Uzbek need to stop just trying to use physicality, just running into the players. It's not working, so they need to use the agility to sort of get around them. I mean, look at this court. It's so fancy, and the crowd is building up around. I heard the desk earlier on. Dan was saying if he could have one of these in his house. He was talking about it being an aquarium, and it made me think, imagine if it had a glass floor with fish underneath it. That would be pretty cool. But back into the game now. We got 3 minutes, 57 to go. And Moskowski leading 29-14. I think they're going to run out of time here, Uzbek, but let's see if they can close the gap, because all points matter in the group stages.
Exactly. I mean, Sarah, I don't know if you noticed, but the dots on the court follow the players. So it's somewhat like little fish. And knowing Dubai, I feel like they can make anything come true. So you never know, maybe in the future tournaments leading on, we could have an actual aquarium, or the courts could happen on an actual aquarium as well. So this is something that I believe Dubai is capable of doing at any point. But yeah, moving on to the game, another shot for the Uzbek that is failing, but nice rebound coming from Ruslan. But Loki, I really feel like I've seen this guy before. I'm not sure, but he looks exactly like a person that I know. Moving on, 3.5 minutes going on, and we've got 10 more points that could potentially end this game. We go in for a timeout. The players seem to be tired, especially the Uzbek team. I feel like this could be a good chance for them to rest, freshen up, just drink a bit of water, and, you know, get back into their mindset, get back into the game. I feel like they're discussing a lot, but it's just discussing. It stops there. The execution part is kind of still falling behind. I mean, like, they are discussing, they're talking, but I feel like what's in their brain isn't really reflecting on what's going on in real life. What do you think, Sarah?
Yeah, well, it's tough, isn't it? Because there's no coach, so they're all self-coaching, self-making the decisions, deciding themselves when to make the substitutions. They're heading back on court now. It says 3 minutes 23 on the clock. I mean, we did have a 30-second countdown, but we're now up to 3 minutes 23 left to go. Moskowski 29-15, pretty comfortable lead here. This incredible Digital games of the future brought here by Adnoc, and the basketball brought here by M42. Down in Abu Dhabi, crowd is building. I don't know who is hyping up the crowd, but they're doing a very good job. They're getting into this game, and I don't blame them. They get to watch another match every hour on the hour. And what a three! Baby, 3 minutes to go.
I mean, it's starting to get routinic as well. So we see one of the players rebounding, passing it back, and he goes for the three-pointer. While I don't know if you noticed, Sarah, but this game has already over 8 fouls, and we're not even like close to the ending. Other games would have 1 or 2 fouls max. This game is already at 9 fouls. I feel like we're getting more points on the fouls than the actual scoreboard, which is insane.
it comes back to what I was saying earlier. Uzbek just seem to think the way to go is just running into these big Moskowski guys, and it's not working. They need to use that agility to get around them, not try and take them on. But let's hope. Oh, we're now up to 9 fouls. Little pop in there by number 93. I mean, the gap is huge now. I think they just need to focus on using this as sort of training time, ready for their future matches, and just tidy up their physical basketball.
Definitely. And as you all know, guys, we are closing in to half of our matches right after this one. We've already finished 2 stage groups, and we're moving on to the next group stages, C and D, right after this game. We're very excited. We're also going to be doing interviews with the players. Make sure you make your way to the stadium if you're available in Abu Dhabi at Adlek. Come around, go watch the games in real life. I mean, me and Sarah are just here stuck in our rooms. We're commentating for you guys. But if you get the chance to go there, make sure you do it. And then watch our streams there, obviously. Like, don't just let us go, you know? We still need you guys on the stream, but make sure you go there and enjoy your time. Moving on to the game, it's still doing the same. Rebounds, passes, a lot of tackling, a lot of physical contact. I feel like at this point we could just switch to rugby or American football at this point. It's pretty cool.
No, BB, we are here for digital basketball. We don't want to switch to rugby. What are you talking about? We're seeing a lot of threes go up, but they're missing, but it's good practice. Now, as I said, missing. There's one in from number 13 from Moskowski. Another attempt from Uzbek. I mean, I'm not too sure what their strategy or game plan is here, but it looks like they're all just chilling and practicing throws from outside the arch at the moment. Another one in there from number 13. That was stylish. Now, what has number 21 of Uzbek got? Up it goes, misses, gets the rebound. Can he go again for the layup? Again, just plumbing that shoulder into the player for another foul. 1:40 to go. I mean, the gap is getting huge.
We're already hitting a double digit on the fouls, so I feel like it's kind of clear where this is going. But I want to also highlight that
was a great spot by the ref, because I thought the foul was going to go against Uzbek, but it actually went against Moskowski. Did you see that hand come down on the replay?
Yep. Good catch, Dara. Good catch. But yeah, you can tell the players are really tired. You can see the fatigue on their face. I feel like at this point it's just a matter of passing the time, trying to get as much points as possible, trying to also strategize, get to know the players later, because you never know. Maybe you'll end up with these players in the later stages. In basketball, a lot of things could happen. Maybe they end up both of them qualifying in the group stages and end up being put into the finals. But you still gotta learn about your teams every time you play a game, learn about the players. And I feel like the game just ended. Congratulations to the Russians, Moskowski. Well done. Hard luck to the Uzbeks. I was vouching for you guys, but it's okay. I hope you get me in the next game.
Well, Moskowski take that win. We're going to take a look at the leaderboard shortly. We have seen both Group A and Group B so far for their first round of matches, so it gives us a good idea of what's in store for the rest of the week. I mean, Adria All-Stars started the day with their win. Now, very shortly, we're going to see the leaderboards to see the difference between them. We have a bit of a replay here of the last shot that went up. Now, in it goes. Oh, we're seeing all the highlights of that match. To be honest, I thought Moskowski were going to win that a lot quicker than they actually did, given there is a way to stop the game by winning the points needed before the timer. We're seeing all the best bits here. Incredible few shots. I mean, seeing all the highlights, it really is. The highlights, see the team here. They look really happy to have taken their first win, and we'll get to hear from them shortly. They're going to head over for some interviews with our MC on the ground. Well, BB, the crowd is really building out in that stadium. Yeah, I mean, the atmosphere there. I mean, we're streaming from home. I mean, it's quite gloomy and wintry out here, but at least it's raining basketballs here in the Agnek Stadium. We'll,
I'm a bit jealous.
Hopefully get the leaderboard
I feel like I should be
shortly.
There.
For the vibes and the
Don't you think?
atmosphere, I mean, it is buzzing over there.
Definitely, definitely.
I think so.
Well, congratulations to all our winners today, and hard luck for the ones who didn't make it. But it's never the end. Make sure that you still practice. You still got days of games, and we've got a whole week of basketball with you guys. All right, let's move on to the desk. Sarah, thank you, and let's go back to the interviews. All right, we're gonna do the interviews with the players now.
Congratulations on that performance. A very dominant display. Do you feel that you're going to be this dominant for the rest of the tournament? So I was saying congratulations on that performance. And are you feeling that you're going to be this dominant for the rest of the tournament?
Ну, в любом случае, конечно, да, мы потому что приехали только за победой, и с каждой игрой будем все сильнее и сильнее наращивать и показывать хорошую игру.
I hope yes, because we come here only for win, and hope that next game will be better and better.
All right, thank you very much. Good luck for the rest of the tournament.
And we are back. And I was wrong. My team Uzbek didn't go all big today, but they had fun. If you're watching right now, broadcasting live and worldwide from Abu Dhabi, the beautiful country of UAE's capital. Well, we're having a great time here at Games of the Future. Guys, what are your thoughts about that game?
Well, you know, in today's game, I tell you what, that one, 19-7, Moskowski did such a great job. But I think what we saw here is we saw number 13, Josh, is maybe the best shooter in this thing so far. And you notice in his interview, he was stone cold. No emotion. We won. We came here to win. That right there tells me everything I need to know about Team Moskowski.
Am I on?
Yeah, you are, man.
Because I keep hearing somebody in the back. Yeah, all right. Now, let's talk about number 93 Moskowski. Real name, Semen Devda.
Okay.
Nothing about the name, but he really gave it all out there, right?
Yeah.
He gave us our first slam dunk of the competition.
Correct.
Amazing performance. And he really gave his all out there, giving Moskowski
a difficult time. Actually, no. He was giving Moskowski the power to the other team.
Guys,
as I was saying, you were saying that he did the first slam dunk.
Guys, I can't hear myself.
Now, when he did the first slam dunk, I would probably say that is the first slamma jamma. What do you think, Coach?
Well, I think, you know, when we take a look at everything, is that we've got Moskowski, Sam, number 93, may be the best versatile player right now.
Yeah.
Besides the guys from Astana. And I thought that was really, really good in terms of versatility. What I saw also from Moskowski, which I haven't seen, I mean, we're going to talk about basic basketball stuff. Closeouts and ball fakes.
Yep.
I haven't seen that from anybody except from Moskowski.
Now let's take a look at the stats on the screen as the Moskowski Uzbek team. So if you would see now, Uzbek has actually more digital 1-point goal. But I think the biggest difference was in the physical. Physical 2-point goal, Moskowski has 2 and only 1 for Uzbek. Plus, also, digital 2-point goal, Moskowski had 9, Uzbek only had 3.
Yep, absolutely. As you can see, in the physical, we actually may be having a best player of the day, number 23. He had really many shots that's going in, and we saw an amazing performance in terms of ball work. They were opening up the spaces. In the first instance, Uzbek were really close to each other, not opening up. That meant they were clashing into each other.
Yeah.
And then they were not actually getting the ball across.
Well, here goes Sam, number 93 for Moskowski. So let's take a look at his scores. He's got 1 digital point, 3 physical points, and 4 physical 2-point goals. Awesome.
Yeah, that's big. When you take a look at the versatility, the 1, the 2 points, but also doing something digitally. When you pile up points, then it becomes really, really difficult for the other team to come back, which we saw with Uzbek.
Yeah, and as you have seen from the start of the tournament, it's all about gathering the points and winning ahead of the team. Especially if you win in the digital, it's very high chances that you're going to win in the physical.
And what's going to happen now is they're moving on toward the next round. But of course, we're still not over because we got more games coming up right here at Games of the Future. Let's take a look at the schedule right now. So you've seen our first 4 matches that happened earlier today, and we have more coming up later on this evening.
Yeah, watching Group A and B today, I'm really impressed with just the tenacity, but we saw that height, strength, and athletic ability just trumps everything. I think when we look at Group C and Group D, we're going to see probably the same thing, but I'm excited to see what those teams can bring to the table.
My advice to the teams which are coming up in the following matches, be really good at the digital. We have seen the trend, be good in the digital, and you get your heights up. When you come over to the court, it's going to be a landslide.
I agree with that. I think digital sets the precedent for what's going to happen during a physical game, because if you can make up a big lead towards your digital game, I think that makes it easier for you towards the physical game instead of vice versa. Imagine you're down by 5 or 7 or 10 points in the digital, heading into the physical, that makes it super hard for you to get back to just actually, equalize the game back again.
Yeah,
now,
when you
Coach,
dominate both sides, right? You dominate both sides, you're going to come out on top. I think that's anything on the offensive or defensive side. But when you go ahead and take a look after today and then after tomorrow, which are the teams that could really, what they call pound the stone, just there's a stone, you have a little nail, you're just pounding it. Consistency, consistency.
Pounding.
So that you go ahead and you get that championship.
Now, this competition, do they have any coaches? Do you think it affects the way the players play? Because we didn't have any subs for the Moskovsky team as well as the Uzbek team. What would you take beyond that?
Yeah, I think it's tough anytime you don't have some sort of guidance. But when you have veteran leadership, as a lot of these winning teams do, they could play off each other. Now, what happens when there's adversity? What are they going to do? How are they going to react? We're going to see in this tournament.
We're going to find out more later on. For now, we're going to pause for a break and be back right after this.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous robotics and many other activities.
Ladies and gentlemen, competitors and creators, viewers around the world, welcome to Games of the Future, Abu Dhabi 2025. I am Yusuf, aka Normal, your host for today, alongside the spectacular, the handsome Kush.
Oh, you're making me blush, man. No, we got, my name is Kurosh. You can call me Kush. Let's stick with Kush. We're taking over the ship from now on until the rest of the day. Hakeem and Momo.
Yeah.
Did a fantastic job. They talked a lot about snacks. I bet they're kicking their legs up right now and having their snacks. They're probably watching us. Hi, Momo.
Hello.
Hi, Hakeem.
Yeah, today was filled with excitement, filled with a lot of games. We saw a lot of things we need to talk about. But first of all, we need to talk about the basketball match we just saw. We just witnessed Moskovsky, or is it Moskovsky, or what do you prefer?
I was debating with that, but let's Moskovsky.
Moskovsky.
Okay. Yeah, let's go with that.
We could go with that name, sure, yeah.
Correct.
And we have Uzbek too.
Uzbek team, yeah, they tried to go big, but they started panicking towards the end.
True.
The strategy was just like all over the place. I think if they would have, took a breath, stepped back, they would have had a better time to, get more points. But unfortunately, Sam was just way too hyped.
Exactly.
And he was just killing it out there, right?
He was excited for the first day. It was like going on and on and on.
It's $400,000 price pool. I will be going at it as well.
Yeah, we were talking about a price pool. We were talking about the first here. We're talking about like a huge end of the game results. We're talking about 20 on digital, and we're talking 19 on physical. So Moskovsky, on the other hand, just killed it. They were going like hard on that game, especially on the physical. They didn't give any Uzbek any chance at all to regain and come back to the match. It's like they have their full mentality on, and they were like going non-stop, just like scoring over and over and over.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it was not a fair game. Uzbek really tried their best to, get back on
True.
get the scores back up, but it was a strategy. If you paid attention in the game, obviously,
yeah, it was.
They had a lot of strategy going on. They were, relaxed. They were connected. They had the Bluetooth connection between the two, especially in the physical one, and they were just in sync with each other when to pass. And as you saw from Uzbek team, they were trying to just shoot the second they get the ball. I think that was their mistake, and I think their next game they're gonna hopefully do better. They're gonna learn from their mistakes.
Yeah, hopefully, and we'll be waiting for that. Actually, I'm excited to see what's gonna happen. What's their next step in the future, in the upcoming days? But I've noticed something on the commentators when they were talking about the game, the match. Moskowski had no sub to actually play for them. So if anyone got injured or anyone got hurt, like, they cannot change players. But Uzbek, on the other hand, they have a sub and they didn't change. Even they were losing the whole time by a big time. They didn't consider, like, okay, we need to change one of the players, maybe just get fresh blood on the field and maybe he'll do something. Do you think if they did that change, something would have happened, the outcome would have been different maybe?
I don't think that would have changed the scores much. I mean, yeah, we'll never know, I guess.
Yeah, true.
But I don't think it would have changed much as the it was just a quick one as well. And yeah, I mean, I guess we'll never find out what would have happened. Maybe on the next one they will change with their physical.
True. It's on this one on basketball is just like a lot of ups and downs. You can never find out. You can never think. You can never actually imagine what's gonna happen. It's a surprise, basically. So on this one, we're finished with basketball for now, but we have the upcoming segment, one of the most loved games we're talking about, and here we have the MOBA live on feed, and I'm guessing this is your specialty, Kush.
I used to. Well, not anymore. But yeah, this was a game growing up, especially in the game nets, having the drinks next to you, just playing Dota with your friends. This is match 3 as it is going on. And yeah, as we have a 5v5. Do you have any knowledge about the game? Have you played it before?
Actually, I remember trying it one time. For an esport, let's say an esport enthusiast, I used to watch a lot of Dota games, League of Legends, and all of that. Most of the time, it's like you have different roles, and each role in this game is important. So that's the maximum of my knowledge.
It is. No, it is. You need just give you a little bit of context about the game. Yeah, I mean, you start your game, you have 3 lanes. You have the top lane, bottom lane, the middle. This is the middle, as you are seeing. You can also see it on the bottom left side as well. Each team, usually the goal is to have 2 supports, 1 tank, and 2 agility, which are the attackers. And yeah, all you have to do is, try to level up, try to get the coins, trying to get the XP, and flank. Yeah, you need to flank and try to get as much kills as possible. That's how you level up real quick. As you can see, the left team, the Radiant side, they have 17 kills right now, and the other side, they only have 2.
So basically, you have to just flank, go behind the enemies.
Well, you do need to level up first, obviously, and you need to farm. You need to. It's a whole lot of.
But you have to flank.
Strategy into it. The middle one, obviously, the middle lane has the power. Right, and you just try to get as much levels as possible. Try to build up your weapons in the secret. You have to choose which style of weapons you want to build. Do you want speed? Do you want damage? Do you want tank? And the tricky part in the game is as well, I'm sure the viewers, they have an idea about what exactly going on. The support. So we have magic, we have agility, then we have tank. Tank obviously always goes for health, but agility tries to either go for speed or damage, or they can mix it up together. And the magic side as well, which is the blue side.
Yeah.
It's the magic side. They're
Yeah.
usually there for support, but they can also be a DPS.
Okay.
Or they can, try to support just the whole team.
Yeah, so basically you're talking about a role that actually can help both sides, can be attacker, and at the same time you can be supportive for the team to help them, whatever.
Yes.
But I'm still sticking on the flank side because for me it seems my role. It's like I love flanking. It's like whenever you go, I don't need to level up. I can flank. I can do whatever I want, even with the lowest level. But some of the players, not all, don't take my words for it.
Okay, all right. Speaking of flanking, let's jump to the football side. We have phygital football going on. It was going on since the morning.
Okay, and we're talking about the match, the third match actually just ending. We're talking about Penarol and Z10, and it finished 2-2, so it's a tie for the third match, and it's actually for this. Oh, you're talking about 5-3 actually finished.
5-3, yeah. I mean, the physical ended in a
2-2.
2-2 right now. I guess the physical, they look like they can play.
Yeah, and
I'm not gonna lie, they look like they can play.
But not on the digital side, because we're talking on the digital side.
Digital.
We're talking,
Unfortunately, Z10 takes the loss in this one. But yeah, I bet it was an interesting game as well.
It is. Well, it is always when you're talking about like a small pitch, then it's like you have fewer players on the field.
Oh yeah.
It's like everything is gathered up, so you don't have to get confused. It's like a huge field. You have to run. You have to get exhausted.
No, I mean, this is kind of my favorite as well,
Yeah.
especially when it comes to stamina. That will be showed as well. We have 0 yellow cards. And for the digital one, we have Martinez, who scored 1 goal, and T-Ray 2. And when it came to the physical one, we have just Diaz with 1 point. And total scores is 5. This is for Penarol.
Yeah. And
for
this
the
is Z10.
Yes.
And also they have 0 yellow cards. And we're talking about Markovic having 1 on the physical, and we're talking about Matic having also 1 on the physical. So everyone did so great on the physical side.
They did. Paul Palisevic, correct me if I'm wrong. He scored.
I was trying to pronounce the name, but I left it to you because you're the expert.
Yeah. No,
I
really.
can never do that. Yeah,
Not
yeah.
really.
That's a huge new skill for me to actually learn. But Z10 were not the best on the digital side, but on the physical side,
They did their best, and we have the interview going on right now as well.
Okay,
let's go to that.
You should listen
we
to that.
have the team Penarol, of course, all the way from Uruguay to Abu Dhabi. We have the Thomas, the goalkeeper, as well as the captain of the team. Tell us about your experience. This is your first future game, phygital football in Abu Dhabi. How you feel Abu Dhabi so far?
Well, thank you very much. Well, it was a great game. We have been feeling great. This city is amazing, and last time when we were champions in Russia, we didn't came here for vacations. We came here for win the trophy. It was a really intense game, and we are very happy for getting the win.
For the captain of the match, we saw you starting digitally very well. You were winning, and then we saw you drawing all the time, equaling with a Serbian team Z10. What was the most difficult part of the physical match?
Lo difícil de lo físico.
Bueno, muchas gracias primero por la bienvenida a Abu Dhabi, que la verdad estamos muy contentos todos. Y nada, en la parte física, ellos eran un equipo intenso, inteligente. Salían mucho con el golero, entonces siempre tenían una superioridad, pero bueno, se nos puso cuesta arriba el partido, nos empatan el partido y bueno, gracias a nuestro golero que tiene una gran pegada y un buen juego de pies, pudimos sacarlo adelante y estamos muy contentos.
Gracias.
Gracias.
What is the translation for that?
Thank you. Well, it was an intense game. They were so physical. We have a great keeper that was able to get those 2 goals for us.
So it's you.
I'm translating right now. No, I'm not I'm sub goalkeeper, just in case. But yes, it was really hard when they equalized it. But I think that is what gives the best from our team when you are in a bad moment. I think we showed why we are the champions from this competition last year, and we hope to continue going that.
We wish you all the best. Peñarol team, the winners of the third match today, ladies and gentlemen. And we here, it's all about digital minds and physical hearts for sure at the future game of Abu Dhabi 2025.
Abu Dhabi and UAE
interview, not gonna lie, a lot happened.
They were very excited. He forgot to even translate. Yeah.
He was the sub goalkeeper too, and they misconfused him with the goalkeeper. Yeah. But at this point, we're talking. We just finished the football, the digital and the physical side. We are going in some really excitement, some really heavy material game. We're talking about the most loved game.
Yeah,
One
but
of the
before
most loved
that,
games. Yeah.
let's do the schedule for the day. We have 6 p.m. We're gonna start with a Fortnite Battle Royale. It's gonna be a 40 duo with 20 teams, 40 people total. We're gonna have 3 rounds of that. That's gonna be day 1. Then at 7:30, we're going to have Battles of Robots. Obviously, this is all timings for Abu Dhabi. But yeah, like you said, Fortnite, the most loved game out there, which is going to start at 6 p.m. right now.
Yeah.
We're going to have the... What mode was that again? That's going to start?
That was the game mode that was reloaded, lunch. We're talking about, it's like a fast-paced game.
All right.
So basically, it's not like the fully one. You're talking about classic guns and all of that. And we're talking about like people having second chances until they get wiped. So basically, we're just going to see fast games. And whoever's the fastest is going to win.
All right, let's go watch. I hope you guys are all excited for this. We're going to go to the commentary now.
Sure.
Of course, I love the confidence. All right, we're going to move over to you. Hello, gents. Sorry to interrupt. How's it going?
Hi, man.
How are you? Where are you from?
Argentina.
Argentina as well. Do you know these guys over there as well?
Yeah, we come with Henry.
Oh, you came together, yeah? I love that. I love it. Welcome to Abu Dhabi.
Thanks so much.
All right, thank you so much, gents. Let's make some noise for our teams.
And now we're back at the desk. Welcome back. We've seen all the teams. We've been introduced to multiple nations here. It's, as I said, 40 players, best of the best from the Fortnite world, gathered here in Abu Dhabi. And we've seen some couple people from the US, from Canada, from Brazil, from Serbia, a lot of people. We've seen all kinds of different nations. Which is nice to see.
Yes.
A lot of representation from all over the world. I'm excited to see how they're going to perform, which nation is going to be on top, which duo is going to take the lead here on day 1. And I'm also excited to see if they are actually going to improve from day 1 to day 2. So, Rihanna, do you have any experience with like competitions? After the first day, maybe you've had some nerves shaken off, maybe you've experienced the stage and the settings and all that. You have to get used to that as a player. Do you think they're gonna perform better on day 2, or is it different for different teams?
I mean, as a ex-pro player, after day 1, you're kind of used to your setup, kind of used to your teammate. Most of the players here are playing for the first time with their duo.
Oh.
So they're going to get used to this, and we're going to have day 2 tomorrow. Everything can happen. The last place can jump to first place. Anything is on the table.
Anything is on the table. I've seen a lot in my past years that either players exceed with the pressure of being in a competition, or some crumble under the pressure. So I'm excited to see if they perform better or worse during competitions. But as we can see, it's all in good fun. They're all having a good time. And I'm hoping to keep that up today.
Yeah, and you know, it's all about the consistency, because even if a player performs good the first game, but then nothing happens after that, sure, you got a victory royale, but all you have is maybe 10 points and plus the eliminations that you got. So what we need to see is a mix of stamina and also skill level, because that's what's going to make the teams actually be able to win and become the Games of the Future champion. And I keep looking at the trophy and I feel like I want to go down and steal it and take it home, but
Just grab it.
it looks very good. And
Nobody will notice. No.
Yeah, I know. I
For
look
sure.
very thin, right?
Yeah, sure. No one will see. No. Yeah, looking at the point system again, we have 10 points for victory royale. The second place gets 9 points, third 8, and so forth. Which means you get 1 point per kill, and also different placement points regarding on where you place. Which is also a very kill-based point system, I would say. But in duos, as it works out, you can respawn if your mate is still up. So I think teams are going to look at playing it as aggressively as possible if they need another duo, and just try and eliminate both so that they don't respawn at that time, because that's kind of the gist of Reload. So I'm excited to see how they're going to play it out. So Janne, how would you approach that with a duo mate? Imagine you would be sitting down there right now. What would you recommend your teammate you do together?
I think we're gonna start playing safe first 2 games, 3 games. We're gonna play safe a little bit, and then we're gonna start playing aggro at the end, like last 3 games. So maybe 3 safe, 3 aggro, and then we're gonna wait till day 2, see where the leaderboard is, and act on that.
Really? I think they will play aggressive from the very beginning, man. I think they're not going to waste any time. They're going to try to gain and rack up as many eliminations in the beginning as possible, because keep in mind, before people loot, before they get the good stuff, you need to start taking those gunfights, don't you think?
I think, yeah, it's an elimination-based point system, but we still have 10 points on the line from 10th place till 1st place. So these count 100%.
We'll see what tactics they'll go for. I'm excited to see the differences in that. But I would probably, if I were a pro player, it's of course not that far off, I know.
Never too late.
Nope. Well, kind of. In esports, at some point it's too late, especially with FPS shooters. It is too late at some point. But I would approach it in the same way and look at how others are playing. Maybe if I haven't met them in competitions, I don't know what they're up to. And also, it being a duo format, how aggressive they are going to play. And I'm also intrigued to see the map rotation, which map we're going to go in first. And the surfing in, I'm really intrigued to see that, just as a turn of events.
I think it looks like we're going to play it the first time, but let's not skip everything and let's find out, because as you know, rotations change in the game every 20 minutes. So we might play Surf City, we might play Oasis, we might play Venture. In all cases, I think playstyles shouldn't really change much, even if the islands are different POIs, different tactics that you can play it in. But honestly, I think everybody's going to play consistently to the playstyle that they're used to. They're going to play together. But the most important thing is obviously communication. In a team-based game like this, without communication, your mate runs off, he gets eliminated, he doesn't tell you, even though you could see it in game. But everything moves fast in competition, and you could end up being eliminated very quickly. Do you think we're going to have very early eliminations in the game?
I hope so. As a viewer, I hope so. I hope to see a lot of action. I hope to see a lot of early engagement and early fights. But also, I wouldn't be mad if they play it safe at first, because that's how you would handle it safely. Cool. Someone is happy to be here. Yeah, let's go. Also, Soriano, I want your opinion on, if you play with a duo mate for the first time at a competition, how do you prepare for that? Do you practice in advance? For how long? What are the stakes?
I mean, pro players, they know how to play the game, you know. Even if you're first time playing with your duo, you're gonna have the knowledge of the game. And the most important thing today is about the map knowledge, actually. You have 3 maps. If you practice 2, you didn't practice the 3rd, you're not gonna where the loot is, where the chests are. So the map knowledge today is very, very, very important.
The Brazilians are in a good mood.
You know what's more important than map knowledge?
What?
It's the outfit. You can run around with Peter Griffin, you know? How scary is that?
I think you were going to say aim, but of course the outfit. Yeah, sure. So we're still waiting on a map number 1, and we're excited to see which one it's going to be right this second. Players are still preparing for the first match, and I hope they all got their nerves out. They practiced somewhat for the last couple of days on this setup, so they should be fine to go, and I'm excited to see who is going to be the winner on top and who's going to snatch that trophy before you do, John.
I mean, it looks like people are already preparing. They're seeing where they're going to drop. They're mapping it out. So players are also using this kind of time until we start the first game to discuss, because that was your question earlier, how to prepare. I mean, it's all about trying to stick to the original plan, but at the same time, you need to be able to adapt, because things move fast. Things are moving around very quickly. Somebody has a hamburger plushie.
That's an emotional support burger. I see it right there. Oh, yep.
I think it's referencing the burger from the game.
That's a good burger.
Where's the cheese, though?
Is there cheese or not? We need to find out. For the second match, we're going to find out if there's cheese on that burger.
Maybe eggplant as well.
Important. So if you play duos, how do you decide on who is going to be the in-game leader? Who's going to call the shots?
Based on previous tournaments, of course, based on previous experience, we have in-game leaders that are famous in Fortnite, so it's easy to know who's the IGL from both players.
Have you noticed playing on teams the difference between a really good IGL and just someone being somewhat average?
Yes, you can tell from the first minute, actually. So the rotations are very important today, because you're going to have a very fast storm that's closing, and you can't build. So that's very important where you rotate from and when you rotate from your POI.
Have you been the IGL before?
I've been the IGL for 4 years.
For 4 years?
Yep.
Wow. Okay, we're still waiting up for the players to enter the lobby.
Players are discussing plans, maybe.
Tactics and the Brazilians. They're just cruising on vibes.
How is
They're
he
just
seeing
cruising on
through
vibes.
the sunglasses? I mean,
That's the secret. Aww. Yeah. So we're still waiting on a map number 1, as are the players. We're trying to enter the lobby, but we're gonna have 2 days packed full of Fortnite action. Maybe we can go back to the schedule one more time to look at the matches for today and tomorrow. We're gonna have 6 matches each day. We're gonna have a 5-minute break after every game and a longer break after 3 games. And after 6 games, the day ends. And of course, we're going to continue on tomorrow with another 6 matches. So only half of it is decided today. Of course, that's going to impact the second day, but we're going to see who's ahead. Maybe someone is going to actually go out on top on the second day, because sometimes it's a daily performance. It depends on how you feel. And
there's actually something very interesting that we can like put more highlight on, which is that this tournament everybody is a champion in their own way. Because usually in other tournaments you have the underdogs, you have people still trying to prove themselves, they're at the beginning of their career. But right now, through invitations only, we're having the best of the best playing out against each other, and I think that is part of what will make this tournament very entertaining on the 2 days. And even though you have a very good point with day number 2 being changing from day number 1, but keep in mind that there's always a comeback. If somebody misses out today on their performance, but they come back the next day and they're able to dominate at least 3-4 games out of 6, they're going to rack up points very quickly. They're going to be able to jump in the leaderboard. So until the end of day 2, I think we're going to have more surprises than we think. And even if a team doesn't start off on the bright foot, some people are already dancing, some people will be eliminated, some people will be able to get the eliminations, and yeah, I mean, it's definitely packed, as you say.
I hope they all match up skins.
Do you think so?
Yeah, I hope so. Different. And there we can see the trophy again, which they are playing for tonight and tomorrow night, of course. And that is going to be up for grabs for whoever comes out on top after these 12 matches in total. We're still waiting for one more player to start the matches. And then we're going to have all of the Fortnite action here tonight.
Actually, I have a question for Soriano since he played for 4 years.
Sure.
If you don't mind me asking. So, when I used to play Fortnite, obviously for fun, not on the same level as you, I always played against outfits that are very thin and one color. I know that gives you a type of advantage in the game, but how much of an advantage does it really give you? Does it really matter that much what outfit you play with?
So for you as a player, your POV from inside game, it gives you the thinner view. Yeah, if you have a big skin, you're gonna cover your screen. So when you have a thin skin, you're gonna see more players, and it's like a little bit, but it makes a difference at this stage.
So it's like a visual difference, but the hitbox is the same.
It's the same.
Okay.
I think we're gonna have, from past experiences, I think we're gonna have so many superhero skins today, and I think most of them are gonna be in gray or green. Two colors, so many superheroes, maybe other green skins, but we're gonna see so many superheroes, that's for sure.
So green is to hide in the bushes and the grass, anything, and gray is to just disappear in general, to not be able to be seen.
Disappear.
Disappear in general.
Become a shadow in the game. But you don't want to play with the green one in Oasis, for example, no? Because it's mostly a yellow.
I mean, it depends. I think we're gonna have first game at Surf City, so depends on which map we're getting.
We can see some
we
green
can see
there.
some green skins, yeah.
Yeah. I know some games actually don't allow you to play with skins during competitions, so they avoid that topic altogether with that. But of course, it's a tactic to play by each map. And we're going to see which skins they're going to go for. We've seen a lot of gray, we've seen a lot of green. But I'm hoping to see some sand color, maybe some water, if they serve in. And I think we're almost ready to join the lobby.
We are currently in the spawn island. Oh, let's go. We're in the battle bus.
In the battle bus, and we're still waiting for the casters to take over. And then we're gonna go into match number 1 here at the Games of the Future 2025, live from Abu Dhabi. Okay, we're still looking at the skins, we're still looking at the lobby. They have to restart, unfortunately. Some technical difficulties, no problem. You've seen already his live flashes before his eyes, no problem. We're gonna fix it, don't worry. We're gonna fix it, yeah, we will.
Bro's acting like he already lost the competition.
But dude, we didn't start yet, it's fine.
He's watching you.
Oh, whoa.
Slow-mo.
Wow, he needs an emotional support burger plushie as well.
He's aura farming.
Yep. Oh, he might lose his aura. No, okay, he didn't lose his aura. All is good, all is fine. Yeah. So we're already seeing some skins in game, but we have to rejoin that lobby. It's gonna take a sec, but no worries, we're gonna be in game as soon as possible. But John, as a casual player, do you have a favorite skin you go by?
I mean, I picked the outfit based on my vibes that day, so it depends on the mood, but maybe it's colorful, maybe it's not. In all cases, I like to spam dances everywhere.
Everywhere. Mid-fight?
The original, the mid-fight. The original dance, some of the new ones. If I buy one, you know, I need to show that I had money to buy one, so I have to keep using the dance. But honestly, because we kind of saw a glimpse of Surf City, and Surf City is known that it is the mini version of the current chapter. It's kind of interesting to me that in each chapter, Soriano, they changed the island, they kind of updated. So we had Slurp Rush, we had Squid Grounds, obviously based on the previous chapters, but the two main ones that keep on going is Venture and Oasis. I'm not sure if that's going to be the case for the future. Maybe the main maps also change, but I think most people kind of like the OG one. It's kind of their favorite. Even when Fortnite released the OG season, everybody just got back. They started playing again. Pro players that have retired for a long time, content creators as well. So it's good to see a mini version of that in Reload. Because as you know, most people don't really have the time to play a very long game. So Reload is kind of a fix for that. It generally takes like 15-20 minutes to finish the entire thing, and the respawns keep it interesting, right? Because if I want to play a game as a casual player, back to your question, when I get eliminated, I just want to keep playing, you know?
Yeah,
I don't want to wait until he gets my card, he goes to the reboot van, and then I need to wait, and then he gets third party, then we go out losing and we say last game until 5 a.m. You know, we want to keep playing, we want to keep respawning, and for me, as a casual player, I would tend to prefer Reload more, but that's obviously not the purpose of the tournament. I think most players don't mind it. Maybe they're more used to Battle Royale, they're more used to the bigger map and more POIs, but all in all, I think Reload was a good addition to the game.
What do you think about that, Soriano? Do you agree?
That's 100% what John said is 100% true. As a pro player, I don't prefer this Reload, but I prefer the Battle Royale because you just don't die, you know?
Get good.
We
That's
have
true.
the trophy here, it's amazing. Everyone has his eye on it. Everyone wants to lift this amazing trophy. Look at this stage. It's amazing.
I think it lights up in the middle as well.
Do you think?
It's an RGB
We
trophy.
might only be able to see it in the end for the winners.
2025 trophy, you know? We have to adapt to the modern times.
RGB plus 10 name. So coming back to the Reload OG map, because I think it's a workaround for Fortnite, because bringing back the OG map, a lot of older players, as to speak, really like that, but they couldn't just bring back the OG map and not have any new maps, not any new additions. So that's their workaround, to have the OG map back in, but with more action and be it more sustainable for long-term play. So that's why we see a lot of players coming back, actually a lot of casual players as well, coming back to play the Reload mode and actually having really a lot of fun playing it, because they just can rejoin and have more action like that. Might not be the same for competitive players, but for casual players, I think it's a great addition to the game.
Just brings back the memories, you know. The nostalgia plays a big effect as well. But even when OG season came out, you know that they also kept updating it based on the timeline when it first came out in 2018. But it comes to a point where it ends. You can't do it anymore. You just have to go back to the storyline that's current. But with Reload, obviously, it's more fixed.
Yeah. And I think we might be able to enter another lobby here. We might head into the game shortly. Our first match of the day of the Games of the Future 2025, live here from Abu Dhabi, with 40 of the best Fortnite players worldwide gathered here, right on this stage in Abu Dhabi. I'm excited to see what we're gonna play against, what we're gonna see, how much action we're gonna get displayed on this stage. And we're gonna look at some more map playouts. We're gonna have to walk through that, and we're gonna see if we can enter the game shortly, but we might have still some delays on that, which is fine. We're gonna see if we can actually look at some of the teammates again. I think the Brazilians are pretty happy to be on camera whenever they are. They just realize, and then they're
just cool. They're cool
just happy
guys.
to be there.
You know what annoys me most in Fortnite? The treasure chest sound. I mean, I can't shake it off. If I walk in any POI and I hear that sound, I have to open that chest. Even if it means I get eliminated, it doesn't matter. But at least I don't hear the oh in my ear all game long. But sometimes it's hidden, sometimes you need to break stuff to find it, but
yeah.
At least it pays off.
Also, shout out to everyone who's here tonight in the crowd. Woo! Make some noise for the crowd. Yeah. Thank you for the support. Thank you for showing up. And thank you for supporting other players on stage and actually supporting it live here from Abu Dhabi. So happy to have you here. glad you came, and we are now ready to head into the game. Match number 1 of day number 1 is about to start, and I'm gonna throw it over to our casters.
Waiting period to get into today, but I'm sure the amount of experience that's going to be on that stage, there'll be no strangers to this experience. So super excited here, Adam. It's going to be a great day, and of course it's spread across 2 days as well. Lots of competition, lots of money on the line, lots of prestige as well, and this is really where we get to see who's the kings of this mode.
Exactly right here, and you can see players already kind of, resource management here, inventory, very important early on, already kind of trying to get themselves as far into zone as possible, kind of giving themselves the best opportunity here, because obviously, as we know, in reload, the majority of players will try and get themselves as many eliminations, a bit more gung-ho than they are kind of towards the mid-game areas, where we kind of start to see players kind of playing more for standings. Now it's about kind of like sustaining, obviously respawning or rebooting if a teammate is still going, gives you an opportunity to come back into the game pretty quickly here. And I mean, as you said, like the kind of like the leaderboard we saw here, which is going to be kind of populated very, very soon with the first matchups and first points of this competition. Players already, we've seen previous FNCS winners. We saw the likes of Swizzy and Cammy, a duo here, Queasy and Mr. Savage. Players we've known synonymous with the game. We've seen for a very long time here, which kind of goes to show kind of like the star-studded lineup we have here is hopefully going to make this next 2 days very, very interesting indeed.
Oh, I mean, this is what it's all about, isn't it? We love these days. We love these sort of extra opportunities to watch some of the best players compete, and what a stage to do it on as well, in front of a live audience, in front of a crowd. It's always just changes things a little bit, right? When you're playing at home, you're playing online, it definitely has that element of pressure, but nothing like what it's going to be like for these players when you're actually playing on LAN. Of course, we mentioned so many big names as well. Maybe some players that haven't got as much experience on this LAN stage. So lots of opportunities for players to really make a name for themselves, and for those that are already at the top, just to continue that domination. I know you mentioned Cammy right there. He's just, if not the LAN GOAT, one of the LAN GOATs in Fortnite. One of the players that just seemingly wins all the time whenever he's on LAN. So really excited to see how that duo can do, of course, paired up with Swizzy. So that's definitely a dynamic duo to look out for if you are looking for a team to support, and that's going to go all the way. But we're on Oasis right here, of course, as well. So we do have a multitude, 3 different maps to cycle between. I don't think the players are going to know, actually, when each map's going to be, because it's obviously on a timer. So they have to be prepared at it, and they have to know where their drop spot's going to be for each map. They have to plan out different rotations. So that in itself, I suppose, adds a whole new dynamic to this sort of format.
Yeah, it does. Well, obviously, the map's being a lot smaller than traditional map, that we are used to seeing on Battle Royale as well, being reload. But you're right here. We were talking about this prior to kind of kicking off. The POIs, will players stick to the same one that they kind of traditionally would be used to rotating out from, or they kind of switch things up as the competition progresses? We'll find out. But you can see in the distance, Queasy on the mountaintop. Players aware. I think we see Kaiki here, who kind of is very aware of the shots being fired from high up. That vantage point they have there, and presumably we're seeing Mr. Cabbage is Mr. Savage. Who's with him, who is with my surname being Savage, I'm very used to being called Cabbage all through my childhood. So a lot of PTSD I'm suffering right now. Help me, please
crazy.
Help me.
I mean, your surname is Savage, and you're getting called Cabbage. That's ultimate disrespect.
Yeah, I think one person took it really far once, so they called me cab driver and just shouted taxi in my direction, which was so far from the point, but it happened. But you can see here, I mean, these are 2 players as well here, as you say, Mr. Savage and Queasy, who have been around the block in so many different kind of iterations, different duos, different trios we've seen over time. Queasy coming off the back of an FNCS Globals win as well, and which just goes to show the caliber of player that we're talking about here. But in these situations, it's interesting. I think when you don't have builds at your disposal, when that dynamic shifts or changes, you can't rely on that as heavily as you would do in terms of, like, from a defensive standpoint in particular, obviously giving yourself cover or those vantage points as mentioned. I think, Swizzy now very happy to ride out in the storm right now, getting as many kind of heals as possible, preparing for potential kind of like end game later on. Those mists coming into effect as well and how important they are. But I think it's important that you have, kind of the close. I think most of our players will kind of regularly rotate. For those of you guys watching at home or kind of in Abu Dhabi, shout out to all you guys watching as well right now with the team live. You're seeing kind of close combat. Can we see the kind of the shotgun right now, which can be very, very effective in those close combat situations. However, also shooting from range, trying to get yourself as much distance as possible. Any tags, any eliminations you can get as this early on. With only 4 players eliminated already, we see the kind of the storm phases coming thick and fast as we kind of look at in shafts right now. But having that kind of like way in which you can kind of keep players at bay defensively from afar does give you a big advantage when the map is still as open as it is right now.
Yeah, and a lot of players will be doing this. They'll be playing the Storm. The Storm ticks aren't too dangerous at the beginning of the game, so a lot of the more experienced players like Swizzy and Cammy right here, these guys will be looking to play the Storm as much as possible. You can sort of see their loadouts as well, very focused on heals early on. No shield in the inventory for Swizzy, and you can sort of see one of these weapons as well if you maybe have played Reload but haven't played it in a while. He's got the Morfight assault rifle, and they have Morfight shotguns as well, and these actually will level up as you do more damage. So as Swizzy does more damage with that assault rifle, he can level it up, then make it blue, then make it purple, and then make it gold. So you're going to see some players that are trying to get some damage to level up those weapons. So just to clear up any confusion about what that weapon could be, you can just sort of see them there, Swizzy and Cammy, just chilling out in the Storm, not having any issues whatsoever. And for the players that are in zone, of course, it is 0 builds, so covering angles is super important, staying elevated, as you can see here up on top of the hill, and just ensuring that you have that cover with the bunkers, right? The usage of bunkers is super important as to when you go about using them. You can only carry 4 in a sack, and of course, you only find a certain amount, so making sure you use them at the correct time is going to be really important as well. So lots of different intricate strategies in Reload and in 0 build particularly that you don't necessarily see with other events and traditional Battle Royale things that you may be used to. So there's lots of homework that teams would have needed to have done for this event, and hopefully we'll see it all come through.
Queasy right now obviously spotted a team on the horizon. Leo the Crack, Chico in the vicinity, and eager to push them as well, which I think those porta bunkers coming into effect and giving that kind of extra element of defense in these face-to-face kind of conflicts. We're going to see a lot of them as we progress in this competition. Again, with this being the first kind of the round as well of 12 we talked about over the 2 days. Players kind of getting their feel of the field right now. As we mentioned, Reload's not one of the things they play as traditionally, but players like Queasy are never going to fear having to go on a 1v1. They'll always, they're capable of so many clutches, so many kind of big moments. And Mr. Cabbage on standby, just in case with the heals. So anyone see him kind of just having a moment, camping out the bush.
See right here, just having that ability to spray the players through, and also Queasy, Savage, 2 very experienced players. Lots of fans at home will know about these 2 players. They'll be more than aware. And as the zone continues to close, of course, the reboots will end at a certain point here. So it's very important that players will focus on that. And of course, you are able to reboot early on, but even if that's the case, you don't want to be really going down too early. So for players that are looking for that, you need to make sure you prioritize yourself, staying alive for as long as possible, gathering all your loot, because you're not always going to find extra bunkers, extra heals, extra guns, and other items. So it's really, really important for these guys to continue that. But you can see the elevation is super important as well. As Queasy here on the screen, you can see them just in a perfect position.
Well, interesting as well, you saw a second ago that experience we talked about, the chokehold point and the mine shaft, waiting for players to kind of to move, and obviously being in the storm to kind of cut them out. And Yuma is taken out by Mr. Savage from high up the porta bunker, making no difference whatsoever. And as his teammate tries to get the advantage point again, going above Savage and Queasy as they press for that elimination to secure that point. They're very aware. Queasy knowing, oh, but press there again. We just took away from the action. But Queasy looked like he was in trouble there as well, Mini.
Yeah, really difficult for those guys. They actually had high ground right there as well. And you saw Yuma trying to make that dead side rotation. Looked like a really nice rotation if it wasn't for Queasy and Savage up there cutting them off. And now, because they went down for that loot, they're going to be in even more trouble with, I think, another team that have come in through the storm as well. So you can see Yuma there in the feed that did eventually get eliminated. So lots of players that are now going down. And this is about where reboots will be ending. So anyone that goes down after this time and gets finished, they will not be able to reboot and respawn back into the game. So this is what's most important for these players right now.
You can already see that in the bottom of your screen, the map there, we're seeing at Shady Springs. Already the circle has significantly lessened as well here, the kind of the area they're working with, and it's moving kind of more southerly as well. So all those players kind of caught in the north part of the circle, the storm, will have to start pressing, and already we know with the reboots disabled, that is going to cause a big impact now because players will have to get more aggressive, and this high ground is going to really come into effect. Yuma's being rezzed just in time as well, and we saw them going down to Queasy and Savage, and now putting it on to Gorillan and to Phaser as they kind of try and shift their way around into that kind of safe zone. But it's good to see that, all the players coming in now. We can see loads of them kind of making their way from that kind of that right-hand side, trying to get into zone before things are too late. And these shield bubbles will come into real handy if you choose to carry them in your inventory going into this next phase.
Yeah, and then Yuma went down, so he's going to have to try and pick up the pieces and try and get one of his eliminations. Perfect opportunity to do that. Trip does fight back, but Yuma goes down. So does his teammate, and Trip and his teammate will be able to roll on through and find some of that loot as well. So many players now getting so close to each other. Remember, it's zero build. The players are not going to be able to build their way out of danger. They have to have all of that pre-saved loadout in terms of the bunkers to keep them out of these situations. As Zrul and Trip do make their way inside of the zone, but Zrul does go down just inside of the building right there. So many players that are in this situation. You can see Threats and Chembeans there all the way up on top of that height, which is really difficult to get in a low elevation zone like this, but they've been able to build up with some bunkers and look down at the rest of the lobby. But oh no, look at this. Rapids lost his teammate. Phaser is looking to spray back with his teammate as well, and yeah, they're able to take them out inside of that bush. So really nice work from this team. They don't go for the loot. Crucially enough, they prioritize their position.
Well, their position as well, they're kind of caught on the edge of the map right now with not too much they can shelter behind here, other than the storm, and using previously kind of erected bunkers here. We can see that they're kind of holding it steady to see exactly how the other teams in the vicinity move around into position as that storm shifts, and trying to give themselves the best opportunity possible, using the rotation here. I mean, we're seeing Threats as well, a player we know so well from previous competitions here. Kind of a double whammy of a bunker here, holding with Chembeans, but now pushing forward as it shifts once again. This very sort of 15 players left in the map here. The circle is tiny, flying left, right, and center, Mini.
So much action right now. Threats and Chembeans, they already had that high ground, so they've done a really great thing to get on top of this building and retain that upwards position on the rest of the lobby. They're looking down on everyone else and ensuring that nobody else is going to be able to contest them at the top right here. Top 6 teams remaining, 10 players in total, so they're just going to be looking down to rain fire on the rest of the lobby. And they still have 2 bunkers remaining and 2 shockwaves, so everything that could go wrong right now is just whether another team will look to try and attack them, which is what's happening as Chembeans does get cracked as well. Threats down to the front side of zone. Shockwaves coming through. Chembeans tries to attack another player as well. Threats supporting from behind. Just trying to stay alive right now. The big problem for that team is that they don't have too much help. And look at this, Cammy and Swizzy front side of zone. Another bunker goes down. Protection for them as they're in the nice position. They're just trying to stay alive, stay together, which is super duper important for these guys right now. So many players inside of the lobby are so weak, and Quanti looks like he's going to get even weaker. And back to the lobby as well goes Quanti. Dom lost his teammate down to a solo. Super difficult situation for him to address through. Couple of shield bubbles as well. Players rolling all over the floor. That was Chembeans, so now down to a solo as Threats, but Dom takes him out. It's now a 1v2. Dom only down to 1 HP, but it's not enough to keep him in the game, and it's Swizzy and Cammy that take game 1.
What a surprise, Swizzy and Cammy. 6 eliminations there and ensuring themselves, using those shockwaves to great effect, making sure that they remained in the final zone and not succumbing to any of that kind of storm damage, instead holding forts, holding position, and making sure that they can get those final kind of cleanup eliminations to take the very first game here in this competition. We see smiles on the faces of our competitors as well here. Frowns on others, where we are not a great start to proceedings. We know how important these games are, particularly the early ones, to kind of give yourself the kind of the best opportunity at the top of the leaderboard here. But it'll be interesting to see kind of how they adapt that kind of first kind of like, you know, brushing the dust off, kind of, you know, thinking reload's done that first map here. We've got ourselves in there. Now we know the kind of competition afoot, who's around us. How do we go about proceedings going into game number 2? From us here at Game to the Future, myself and Minnie, we are going to go to a short break here. Exact few moments time, to stay there, and we'll see you back here in just a second.
Well, good to be back. That was an interesting game that happened. I don't know much about Fortnite. I believe you said you've played Fortnite in the past?
Yeah, I used to, but that was long time ago. That's a history I don't want to go back to.
Oh no, it's just filled with a lot of rage, I would say. No, especially at my age right now, like playing the game is just.
Oh, come on, you're not that old.
It's about my patience is old.
Dude, you didn't even reach 30 yet. So
it's the reflexes these kids nowadays have. It's crazy. We call them sweats, right?
Okay,
they will, before you even think of clicking that button, whatever it is that they're gonna build a whole tower, they've already clicked it like way in advance.
Yeah, but okay. If you want to fasten up your reflexes a little bit, you should try go for a walk with me at a late night. That should at least boost up the oldness that you have.
How is that gonna help the reflexes?
It's gonna help. It's gonna help. You refused it 2 times.
Am I gonna get into a whole new phase of?
Yeah.
I'm sure my patience is gonna grow, but I don't think my reflexes.
It is. Trust me, it is. When you're dodging like cars and all of that, like on the streets and like grabbing water. So trust me, it will boost everything that you have. You're not gonna feel any old at all. You're gonna have the exact same reflexes as these guys have.
As you can see, yeah.
Yeah, and we have the final moments, like what happened in the game. We're talking about like Fortnite Reload is a fast-paced mode that Fortnite actually launched on 2024. So people used to play it a lot, and your teammates actually can respawn. And you're talking about like 4 seconds to a 10 seconds period of that time. So everybody has a second chance until you wipe the whole team. But it's the same exact Fortnite, same exact thing, same exact players. But this time you have less weapons to deal with. You're not talking about like Golden Scar, like the old things, double bomb shotguns or whatever they have. it's like a huge difference between the original one and this mod. This mod makes you like play so much faster. Like if you don't have, for example, your patience, you don't want to wait too long in the game.
No,
you can basically try that mod.
No, it's not only that as well. Yeah, the map is super small in this one. As you can see, everyone's just pushed to each other.
Yeah.
You can't really camp this one out. So you just have to face the consequences, meet the consequences. We got the team over here. We have the green team as well, who they're just like screaming, "We're here!" But again, there's no camping in the game, so you just have to face everyone. And yeah, I mean, it's a great game. We're gonna start off with the game 2 very soon.
Yep.
Game 2. Who do you think is gonna win?
To be honest, in Fortnite, you can never know.
Yeah. Right?
So-
All right. We're gonna start the game 2 in 5, 4, 3.
Let's go.
And
we have it on.
Second
game is
enjoy the game.
Yeah, second game is gonna be fire. Fortnite is one of the best games, so
We have Queasy at the early game with Savage having a kill. That's an early engagement. We have 36 players left. That was very early. Here we jump into the end game and we are watching Phaser lasering some rapid in the bush. This is the end game where Kami is in action.
And we can see a lot of gray skins actually being used during that time. And we've seen a lot of gameplay here, a lot of defensive gameplay at the beginning. And then after being forced by the storm, a lot of action in the end. And Kami was able to achieve that win for the first match. And you can see they're pretty happy about it. Coming into match number 2, what do you expect from that?
Yeah, I mean, people already spoke about Kami and Swizzy, and I think they did not disappoint. They ended up getting the victory royale for the first game. I mean, I want to look at their eliminations. I want to see how many eliminations they got. Maybe it was in the replay, but I didn't have the chance to look at it, so we can see how many is 6. Soriano is telling me that it's 6. I'm cheating for him. But they have 16 points basically, so it looks like their standing is good in the beginning. 6 kills is good.
6 kill win, that means 16 points from first game. That's huge.
It's also huge for the mental game. If you start off with the first match being a win, of course you got to be careful that you don't get in over your head and maybe be too confident coming into match number 2. We're going to see if they can keep that up, if they can keep the win streak going, or if they're going to get destroyed and maybe even targeted in match number 2. What do you expect out of match number 2, Soriano?
Let me call Kami is the king of first games. He is used to this. He's used to winning first games of every tournament I watched. He won first game in LANs, Globals. He won first games of FNCS. He keeps winning first games, and that's so important for the mental.
True. But after winning first game, what usually happens? Does he win the second, or?
I mean, it's not usually, because it's very hard to win 2 games in a row, but he did it before.
Match number 2, it looks like we're going into a different map with a different approach, and we're going to go into that match in just a second, and we're going to see if Kami can keep that up. Of course, we have another awesome setup of different teams, duos, we can highlight after this very match to see the other teams thriving on that pressure of being able to keep up with those early points getting achieved by Kami.
It was a beautiful beginning, to be honest. I mean, I loved the first game. I loved seeing how players were able to kind of play passively, but at the same time aggressively. It was a weird balance that we saw, but basically that means that everybody's locked in, everybody is talking to each other, the communication is at that peak, and they are able to use that to their advantage. So whenever they decide to push, they push together. Whenever they decide that, okay, we need to take a step back, so it's not that risky for us, they do take that step back, and they wait for the perfect opportunity to strike back again. So we saw that balance in the first game, and I think after seeing that, I think it's going to continue the rest of the day.
Yeah, and we've seen in the last zone, the storm actually shifting, the zone shifting is quite an interesting move that actually forces the players to move alongside, which makes it even more interesting and even more eventful in the last couple of minutes. And of course, important information, respawns are blocked at a certain time. And I think it was quite early. So players are not able to come back after a certain amount of time, which makes the late game a bit more fair, because not everyone can just drop back in all the time. And some of them, I noticed some of them like waited out that kind of time period in between it being end game and starting to not have that ability to respawn.
Yeah, I mean, because if you wait until the end, at least you guarantee the placement points, but at the same time, if the zone is forcing you to take the gunfights, okay. I can either take the gunfight or keep running like a chicken, you know? So it's always good to try and take the gunfights and get those eliminations and get your points up. And I think Kami and Swizzy, even though they won, but they also did a good show of that. They tried to also play it safe. In some cases, they weren't that aggressive all of the time, and that's what kind of rewarded them into getting those eliminations and those placement points. But as you mentioned, other duos are also doing a pretty good job, so it's not just Kami and Swizzy. They got the victory royale for the first time. Maybe they don't for the second time, like Suriano is predicting, but we're gonna see, because I think the competition is more tough than people think, and it's hard in all cases. Even if you're the best two players in the world playing together, it's hard to win every single game. So I think the leaderboard will still change a lot. We're going to see a lot of switches, especially if we start changing islands. Maybe the playstyle will also change a little bit.
I mean, they're gonna have to adapt a lot to that. We also have our different favorites, Mr. Savage and Queasy, still on the line for first place, and of course all the other duos here, but Queasy is known to be one of the best in-game leaders, known to the competitive Fortnite world. Interesting to see how he handles different kind of maps with different strategies.
We have the Brazilian duo always vibing together.
Yeah, that's true.
That's amazing to see. I love the energy.
We couldn't find out about the emotional support burger, if it has cheese on it or not. We need to find out at some point.
What was that Brazilian song again? It's like boom.
With the sunglasses, with his Spotify on, and let's do this.
Vibing. Yeah, awesome to see. Mental is still high, which is important in competitions like that. You cannot get really down on just like one match. And of course, there's always day number 2 to catch up on. And I'm sure they have a lot of tactics to discuss. And I'm hoping we can jump into match number 2 in any second now.
Honestly, Carlo,
yeah,
I'm loving what I'm seeing. But at the same time, I don't think that pro players at this level will matter to them much, the amount of hours that they play. Because these guys play, as Suriano kept telling us repeatedly, like 11, 12 hours a day practicing behind the screen, trying to be the best that they could. So I think they're used, kind of Suriano, to the effort that they put. But do you think that we might see some players kind of fading out towards the end?
I mean, everything is possible, everything is on table. This is Fortnite.
Diplomatic answer, man.
This is Fortnite, man. You never know what's gonna happen. Last place can jump to first place anytime, any day. So we still have 11 matches to go. We're in game 2 still early to talk about who's winning and who's not. We have Kami and Swizzy, not disappointing first game. So let's see. I think we're gonna have Surf City soon.
It's going to be interesting to see the entrance the players make to that map. Let's hope this lobby holds up and we can go into match number 2 shortly. Oh, we can see he's riding that wave. At least he wants to. And we will wait for that lobby for a bit, and hopefully we can head into match number 2 here live at Games of the Future from Abu Dhabi.
Hot topic.
In a second.
Let's do a hot topic.
Thank you. All right, we can go into match number 1. I'm throwing it over to our casters.
Brand new map, maybe some settled nerves going into things, or maybe a switch up of strategy now that things have changed up a little bit. But game number 1 there didn't disappoint. Lots of action, lots of players that we were expecting to do well, doing well, and maybe a few surprises here and there as well, as game number 2 gets off to a very hot start already, with Yuma taking out Cheat Show there. But how do you think this is going to go? The second game, change of Change of map, change of sort of little drop spots and rotations. Gonna be exciting.
We're keeping our players on their toes. I think I actually like the rotation of the maps. It changes things up, on the regular, which is great. So there's no complacency at all here. But I think it's a really good point. We've heard both on the desk and we're talking about it previously in the last game, is that mobility in Reload with the limited items, shockwaves, Flowberry Fizz, is kind of limiting. They can't really. It's quite hard to get that high ground unless you get the porta bunkers to give yourself that kind of extra ascension. It's quite hard to find that kind of a way in which you can gain an advantage. But Canada here, we've seen time and time again, season upon season, always seems to find a way, particularly with a shotty in hand. We catch up with Zerial as well, who has found himself a way in which, the rotation I mentioned as well. In terms of rotation, there are other ways in which you can get around. We just saw there as well. I think with Canada, if he can hold down here when he's being pressed by Aegis, another player he's very familiar with, having been a previous teammate of his, he's taken out for now, but we'll get a chance to respawn in and reboot, courtesy of those still being active now until later in the game.
Yeah, still reboots alive. And this is quite a large map as well here. With the new map for the reload mode, which is nice to see. Of course, you get to have some of the different weapons as well, which is something that reload also brings. Of course, you have this new Deadeye assault rifle that you can use in this map and this map only. But for Queasy and Mr. Savage, I think we're expecting some big things from them. They made a nice play in that last game, but then, of course, it all fell apart a little bit for them. They made it to that end game, though, which is exactly what you'd expect, and expecting more big things from those guys as things develop. And this is what we were talking about. Players flying from the sky, rifting through after getting eliminated, and they do get a reboot. But, of course, this is an opportunity for some of our players to actually find more eliminations as well, and you will see that with some of our players. Maybe they don't take out the second player after eliminating someone off spawn. They want that extra elimination point. So for Cooper and Webster here, they try to get it going, but wasn't quite going to come through for them this time. And I think that last game was very stacked as well. We saw Ken Beans and his teammate threats up on height. Lots of control from some of our more experienced zero build players, and I think that's something that is super important when you think about zero build as a game mode. It's difficult to gain that control. You don't have the builds. You are at mercy of the zones, but getting that calmness, that control over the rest of the lobby is going to be really, really important. There's Rule here looking down towards Cammy and Swizzy, our Game 1 winners. Really impressed with their performance, but I don't think I should be surprised at their performance in Game 1 here, Adam.
No, I'm absolutely not surprised whatsoever, actually. I think the expectation we heard from the desk as well there, can we a track record, proven one of getting a first dub most times in competitions, and giving them that kind of like a accelerated head start here. But Canada been knocked again and taken out a second time in as many minutes, which just goes to show the kind of like the frenetic nature of every single So we used the word contestation before, haven't we? The contestation. I'm going to use it again. Why not? Having fun over here. And Mr. Savage down as well, courtesy of Cammy, the man in question. We talked about loads as well here. Just get my head around the other mobility items there, as we saw just a second ago. The launch pads. There's also grapplers we talked about. So there actually are a few different ways in which you can get around. But I think it's kind of maintaining. We can see already that the storm is already starting to shift here on Breaker as we follow Rapid and Zyro kind of around there around the POI. But Quanti and Bolts as well kind of currently are needing to make they're using that grappler to get themselves towards towards I guess it's Aegis, who we saw kind of take out Canada a short while ago there. So it's all kicking off already. It's game 2. I mean, we talked about it. The leaderboard changes all the time, but when you see kind of confrontations like this, it makes us very excited.
Yeah, very exciting indeed. I mean, lots of action early on, and I think this is courtesy of the changing maps, I think, right? When you play traditional Battle Royale, the map doesn't change. You get to play out your games. You have those off-spawn fights against the same people every single game, but when the map does change, you're fighting different people. You have different third parties to worry about in each game, and especially in this sort of format where there's 12 games, things can change over the course of that as well, and that's where we're seeing a lot more action here at the beginning of the game, because you genuinely don't know who's going to be around you in each particular game. So for teams like Bolts and Quanti, they're really benefiting off of that right now with their 4 eliminations and great loadout at this point in the game. And you can just sort of see them. They got their weapons nicely upgraded. We got an epic and a rare weapon inside of Bolts' inventory, and so much loot spare as well. Even the ammo is so important in Zero Build, particularly the assault rifle ammo. And again, we see players just playing inside of the storm. A little bit of a sneaky play right here from this team, trying to sneak up on Scissor and Reet, but is it going to pay off for them? We've seen these work.
Full ninja right now, just creeping up. like the assassin from behind, and suddenly the bush has been placed down. However, Reet is just trying to get himself a little bit of an idea of what's coming out around them, kind of peeking and going to be in his position away there. But those bushes are coming into effect. I'm seeing a lot of players actually pinning those bushes. Again, here comes the electric. It's absolutely outrageous. I feel like they're kind of like watching like a Star Wars Emperor there, just kind of causing devastation on the map. But it's interesting, I think, with the bushes as well, proving a really good opportunity as well for players to kind of like camouflage, also to heal as well, to kind of get those heals down, those shields down, gives them that kind of little kind of like in the moment kind of I guess cover, so they can kind of like make those things play out there and give themselves a better opportunity. But Hero happy to sit in the storm now. The tick is slow; it's not creating too much of an issue. Whereas others are happy to wait it out. They know maybe perhaps a sense that there's someone right below them, and we can see that just on our POV right now, there are a team just down there that they can hear right on the front door.
Lots of sneaking at this point. Of course, you have the frenzy at the beginning of the game. Everyone trying to fight, everyone trying to claim as much loot as possible. And then we go into almost phase 2, where everyone's trying to stay alive for as long as possible and don't want to make too many risks and make too many crazy plays. So that's why we can see a little bit of a standoff here between two players and two teams who do know that there are other players in the vicinity, but don't quite know where, because they don't have the pleasure of seeing them through walls like we can. And Mr. Savage down early.
Beamed.
Zruel taking him out. Queasy now having to pick up the pieces and stay alive to keep that team in the game. But the more times you go down early, the more times you get knocked and have to reboot and have to rift through the sky. You don't rift with all the loot that you got knocked with, so you have to almost restart and start again from stage 1. So you really want to be staying alive for as long as possible. And that's why we can see inside of the city here just sort of so many players sitting, waiting, not making any big plays, because it's so important to stay alive here.
Yeah, no rash movements. Let me ask you, the arc lightning gun.
Yeah.
Fan or not a fan? Tell me.
Well, I don't know. No, not a fan, I think. I like to try and justify it for Zero Build. We saw someone trying to use it earlier. I think it was
I saw.
And he went down. So that's clearly not great evidence for its use. But it does have benefits. I think in Zero Build it's better than Bills for sure. But I would be prioritizing other things over it. But nice elimination here.
Louis zapped on the staircase. Yeah. I mean, that's a great utilization of a bush here, using that window, using the cover, even inside a building here, and giving that kind of like that extra layer, which they can kind of like pursue their competitors and still manage to try to kind of keep their anonymity and kind of keep away from them.
Yeah.
But pressing here, cute. I mean, is very, very keen there to put down the portal bunker and can maybe get to that bridge, get that height we've talked about. The storm is starting to shift now. We can see in the top far corner, we see Cooper, previous Globals champion, kind of waiting kind of in the wings on the top side of the map there. And you see Webster as well. They're kind of starting to migrate now towards the right-hand side of your map, towards the east, as the map starts to shift. And again, trying to find any eliminations in the peripherals that they can prior to their movement, prior to rotation. You can see a little bit of work coming in from the distance there, the bubbles perhaps, giving their positions of one of the opponents away. But King there, low ground, trying to do what they can behind the truck, using the porta bunker to try and sustain as Trip, and it really puts it on them.
Yeah, Trip and Zruel are really forced to be reckoned with, actually. I mean, you wouldn't necessarily associate Zruel with high-level competitor. I know he does stream it, I know he does play it, but, you know, comparatively to the rest of the lobby, definitely one of the lesser decorated players, you could say. So nice to see him able to hold his own here. The two Danes locking it down against previous World Cup player in King, as Dharm and his teammate. Really solid performance from Dharm in that first game. Really nice clutch there at the end. Wasn't quite enough to take out Cammy and Swizzy, but a really nice clutch nevertheless. And you can sort of see Dharm and his team, Keon there, can just chilling inside of this bunker again, making sure they don't get eliminated. Again, for Queasy and Savage here, Adam, it has been a bit of a scuffed game. It's been going down, getting rebooted. You can sort of see that reflected in their loadout and their loot. It's not looking the greatest, and it's the great players that will be able to clutch up from these situations, but they haven't given themselves any, or doing themselves any favors so far today. So a big mountain to climb already.
Yeah, they're right on the kind of the western side of the map here as well, over the cliffs, trying to get themselves into. But happy to kind of get more loot perhaps before going through into the kind of final phase. You can see 40 seconds left before the reboots end. The reboots end for this second game. Threats has got themselves. They got Flowberry Fizzes. They've got themselves a launch pad. They've got kind of that kind of like escape route if necessary. But right now, kind of sitting pretty as Zyro soars across the sky are riding a playing card. Let's see how let's see what the odds are of surviving this confrontation here as his teammate joins him. They have the high ground. They know that Hero and Adapter are close, but probably in the bush just in case above this building here to give themselves that opportunity to spring like a spider in their web, like a trap. Should the opportunity present itself.
Yeah, nice positioning from these guys. Actually a nice amount of cover that they're getting from that building. And sometimes you do have to be quite resourceful here in Zero build. You're not always going to have the optimal situation, but if you can work with what you've got, then that works out for you. And that's the strategy you need to go with. Again, Kembies and Threats looking from that high ground. There is that electric rifle, the lightning rifle coming on through. And Kembies and Threats are now getting aggressed by Quanti. They do have the exit plan, as Threats does decide to pad on out. Hembeans, of course, now down. That's isn't going to be able to be rebooted, so it's all up to Threats here in these final few moments. 13 teams remaining. Webster and Cooper looking really strong right now in their position as well. They do have to make that rotation. Planning that out right now. Looks like they do have a shockwave in Cooper's hand right there, so that's going to be used. They're going to try and get together, and it's always difficult to use the shockwave and then gather yourselves and get back together, but they're doing that quite well on the nice dead side of the zone. Same with Dom and his teammate just sat inside of this bunker, looking back at all those players that are rotating through. And I like this strat, the double bunker X bush play, always a double protection, which is great. And look at this, Threat's actually going back for Kenbeans. Is he going to be able to get him up? No, he's not. So I thought the play of the century, the heroic rescue, was going to be on there, but it didn't happen.
Didn't happen. I mean, we're talking like microseconds as well there. That was surprising that you missed out on getting Kenbeans rezzed. But however, this kind of phase of the map as well, the game, we can see as we really start to see those kind of like those teams get quashed, points really start to kind of rise from a leadership standpoint, from a position standpoint, which is really lucrative. So I think players want to try and survive as long as possible. Obviously, as the storm closes in, there is a level of RNG here, kind of seeing where the storm goes and how it migrates and where you can get to give yourself the best possible vantage point. But we see Mr. Savage and Queasy top of your screen now. They have got themselves back in. They're healed up, to a degree. Queasy's full health. Savage there slightly diminished. However, they do have a position here with Hero and Adapter across the way. A team behind them. Storm is shifting. They need to move with it, but will they manage to do it in time without being spotted, without being sprung, whilst they try and get safe?
Yeah, nice plays here from Hero and Adapter. They're ahead of everyone else on the edge of the zone, so they can just look back and spray through all of those players that are looking to rotate. Now they've got to rotate themselves, though, but it gives them the opportunity to spring forward to the front side of zone and likely find themselves inside of that safe zone. Again with the lightning gun, trying to look back, and it's not quite doing too much damage right now, but maybe this is the strat to get people out of those bunkers and out of those bushes, which is doing so well right now. Maybe I was wrong earlier. This electric rifle is electric and doing some great damage right now for Hero, who springs himself forward yet again. Another bunker gets used. Adapter's pretty weak though in the backside, so they do need to try and find their way forward. Webster taken out as well by Zyra and his teammates, so important moments for these guys inside of this bunker, but it's all to play for here. 6 teams remaining.
Those slurps being vital right now. Cooper, lasered out the sky by the arc. Lightning, that was incredible. We can see Zyro there trying to give himself the best possible opportunity here as that storm moves. They're right on the edge of zone. Hero and Adapter exposed. The port bunker's gone down, but then the arc lightning comes out again, and is causing devastation from afar here, really keeping other players at bay here, and now pressing. They can see exposed players coming through. It's a 1v1. It's a shotgun frenzy out there right now as they rotate, and Hero, one pump takes Hero out, and he is exiting this map right now as his teammate continues. Already down to 5 players, 3 teams. This is where points get really delicious here as Zyro tries his best to survive here, but it's not going to happen to with Dam in the back corner, already waiting here.
Yeah, huge plays here. Lovely stuff from Rapid inside of this bush. Zyro goes down, so it's down to Rapid as a solo. Takes out Bolts down below as well. Down to a 1v1 situation. Dom again in this endgame 1v1. Can he make a better display of himself than he did in game number 1? He can! And it's Dom that takes out Zyro and Rapid to win game number 2. And look what it means to them. They're super happy with that. What a performance from Dom right there to close out their game and take home game number 2.
Superb. 12 HP remaining, but Dom does it again. I mean, this goes to show consistency of managing to get into that end game to kind of ensure that standings points are there. Cammy and Swizzy nowhere to be seen, but Dom there with those standing points, that'll make a big difference. The eliminations as well here will be interesting to see. Obviously, as we know, each of our eliminations get you a point. Be interested to see how the leaderboard shapes up after that second game here. But once again here on Games of the Future featuring Fortnite, we are going to go to a quick break. We will be back with you in just a few moments' time. Stay where you are.
We are back, and what an amazing game we just witnessed. Darm is actually
Pretty
insane.
intense, yeah.
Holding that top mountain and just waiting for the last man to push him, the last player, and that's what he exactly did. Zyro had the advantage, got the pick, got the last elimination. He was on a 1v1 situation, but he got stressed. I want to know your point of view. That was amazing. You were so focused on that game more than me.
I was. So as you can see on the screen, we got the final moments showcasing. And yeah, he just wanted to finish it all off.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he was going for. And I think with a little bit of patience, it's usually the first person who gives in. Usually, as you can see, he took out the last one. That was a 1v1 situation. If you would have waited for him to drop, maybe.
Yeah, because the zone was closing on him, so he had the advantage of that.
Okay. Let's see. You're the Fortnite expert. Yeah, I play like a whole different game, like Call of Duty. But I mean, yeah, similar.
It's the same. It all has weapons.
They're all battle royales.
Yeah, battle royales, weapons. Just like, but this one has no buildings. So the thing is, you have to be clever. You have to be smart. You have to manage every step that you do, and every place that you go, you have to be careful at any corner. Yeah.
How can you stay focused? I don't know how they do it. I mean, they've probably have 20 hours a day, I would say, of practice.
Maybe around that. Yeah, that comes to the point that we're too old for that.
It's when they start when the circle starts closing, as you saw, like everyone was camping.
Yeah.
I want to get eliminated. Don't want to do anything risky. So when it comes towards the end, it was just a lot of people. Like 80% of the map was just, just saying hi to each other, next to each other. And
everybody was next
that's when
to
it
each
got
other.
very, very hectic. And as you saw, the electric guns, those were,
oh my God.
I have not seen them. Those were...
That actual, like, you're talking about minigun sniper at the same time, but the same gun just electrifies everything. He literally had someone almost killed. He almost had an elimination during using the launch pad, but at the same time, you're talking about not that long distance gun, so it's pretty hard to focus on one person at the same time. You have to literally just like get damage on the first team, then switch to the other side, because you never know when the other team is pushing you. You just said it. A lot of people are next to each other, but they don't know it. There's like walls, bushes. You're talking about fortress. They're making their way, their homes, their towers, without building anything. So it's not kinda. It is hard to maintain focus during the whole last push or the last string, and there's no reboots. So if you die, you die.
It's not. Yeah, you're right. And it kind of gets to a point where you get that boost of confidence as well. You take out one, you take out two, and you want to go for the
third, fourth,
for the final one, for the final kill. It's yours. And if you go through it, you're going to get a whole clip. You're going to start going viral on TikTok and Instagram.
Yeah,
so,
true.
yeah, you can put it in a whole montage. But
I have a question for you. Okay,
Tell me.
so me and you, Coach, if we participated in the Fortnite
I'm losing like the
oh, come on. Oh, wait.
I do not believe in myself.
We talked about the mentality, dude. What do you mean? That was the start. So Hakeem and Momo told us that we're too old, we're not that beautiful, and we don't have that wisdom. So we have to prove them wrong. Either way, we have to do something else. We're talking about a tournament. We're talking about being the best and the best. Either it's here or on the stage.
I'll do it if we start challenging them.
Okay. So
yeah, we can. Yeah, we can definitely go with a 2v2 against them. But as you can see on the screen, we have Digital basketball going on right now. We have the robots fighting. We have Dota 2 as well.
And we got the digital football too.
Yeah, digital football as well. Pretty exciting games. Everything's happening all at once. It is your choice to watch any of them as you want, as you can go on the YouTube page and select whatever live stream, whatever game you want to watch. I would say stick around for the 7:30 for the fight of the robots. That's going to be something I look forward to at least.
Yes, just looking at like not small. Yeah,
Not
we
small.
had that discussion.
We did
literally 10 minutes ago.
the sizes of the robots.
Yeah, that was huge.
Let's just say me and you will not survive against one of the robots.
Yeah, combine me and you as a team, nah. Yeah,
No, I mean, to be fair, if we have Momo and Hakeem, maybe.
No, I don't want them on my team. No, after
Oh.
too many things has been said about me, and they even said you're not that beautiful. Kush, that's something you should hold on to. That's your legacy right there. So, for me, I'm saying if I want to team up, I'm taking you as my dude. That's that.
Oh
point.
yeah, 100%. You know what? Let's prove it to them.
Yeah, that's what I like
in
to
the
hear.
game. In the game, as a matter of fact, let's not do Fortnite. Let's do Battle of Robots.
Ooh,
2v2. I mean, I'm really excited.
But we
for
need
this
to
one.
build a little robot with a lot.
I'm
of
sure
things.
if we talk to the guys backstage, I'm sure they'll help us
Maybe.
out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm looking forward for it. Yeah.
All right, we got the next match, which is on the screen. As you can see, it is happening live. We have a little bit of replay from the last game.
I'm still wondering why Zyro chose to bounce on the mountain.
Like I said, it was just a boost of confidence, and also his circle was closing as well.
Sometimes
as
ego
you
too.
mentioned.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ego kind of grows as well. Like I said, everyone just goes for the whole clip. They want to get that clip. They want to get that ace. It just looks cooler on TikTok. That's all it's all about.
I don't blame
I mean,
him, yeah.
that and the $700,000 prize pool, which is there for Fortnite as well. I'm sure that's it's a life-changing money.
It is. But you're talking about money and competition at the same time. So there is a lot of variety of things that need to be focused on. So when you're talking about making your first step, making history here in Abu Dhabi in Games of the Future, you're talking about doing a lot than just TikTok. You're talking about writing your name in the papers and the sky of Abu Dhabi, and in Fortnite too, because a lot of pro players actually participating in this tournament, let alone a lot of content creators actually watching this. And also shout out to the viewers who've been watching this stream and watching these games since the start. Thank you so much for being here. You guys are the heart of this whole event. At the same time, we would like to extend our gratitude. Actually, I want to also shout out the players. They've been giving their best all day long, and this is just the first day, and where do you have all of that? Kush, we still got one more thing. Not one more thing, a lot of things actually. I take that back.
A lot going on. There's like 4 different games happening online.
I just remembered.
Up next we have Battle of Robots, the moment we have all been waiting for, where you put robots inside the cage and the rest is history. So the rules are there are no rules.
Exactly.
That's something that's going to be interesting. So they're going to be inside the cage for 3 minutes and they're going to do damage to each other. Let's go check that one out. Yeah? Hope you guys are ready for this. We're going to pass it to the commentators now.
And another champion we have right here. Another battle right in this arena. Hall 9 has seen nothing but champions today. What does it feel for you guys to be part of the group of champions?
It's feeling good. We're pretty confident. We're smashing everyone 2-0, so we're owning this tournament.
Well, it's in the name.
Good evening from Abu Dhabi. We are live from the Battle of Robots Arena here at the gorgeous ADNEC venue for the Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025, where 16 teams have arrived to display exactly what Battles of the Robots mean. So if you love innovation, esports, and next level competition, you, my friend, are at the right place. I'm Maddie, and I'm here with
Ground Zero
and Morgan. I'm excited to be very lucky that we are the first game coming on broadcast in the first day of the Games of the Future in Abu Dhabi 2025, because Battle of Robots is a part of the festival, which of course does mix the physical and digital, just as the beautiful Maddie here explained, in a world where we call it the phygital games.
Yep.
A mix of MOBAs and shooters and of course tech and engineering and some technology and stuff that we're going to be seeing here, especially in the Battle of Robots Arena, where I grew up watching Sabiq Walahib, okay, which is basically this stuff, but this is way more extreme, this is way more aggressive. To be seeing this IRL, it definitely feels like way different, because we're all new to this. This is the first time the Battle of Robots is appearing in the Middle East, and when I watch this stuff on camera, they look like toys. But you come here and you watch these robots and
they are big boys.
Oh yeah,
they are not tiny.
Big toys. Not small at all, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
Ooh, man, like looking at these and like I said, it's deceitful imagery when we're looking at it right now. They are not toys at all. They are not cute. Some of them may have cute designs, don't get me wrong, but
they're not
they
cute.
are
Looks can be deceiving.
Yeah, looks can be deceiving, and that is the theme for today, especially because some of the teams, they got like names like Crazy Bunny. You might think, oh, we're looking at cute little toys. No, they are big battle bots, and they are here and ready to go.
And there's 16 teams that have came to Abu Dhabi to show us what Battle of Robots means. So let's get into the tournament schedule for the 3 days that this is going to be running.
Oh yeah, so we're coming in for today. For the bracket, we do start off with the 16 teams displaying their skills, one of the 8 finals for tonight, and then tomorrow we have the lower bracket. Continuing on after that, we have the quarterfinals, and that's going to end off on the half finals. So semifinals at that point alongside the lower bracket to decide the remaining robots, and then for that at the end, we're going to have the third place qualifier to decide who takes third place between these 2 remaining robots at the top of 1 and first, and then the final to settle it and reign the champion King Robotics team and their robot as well.
Oh, this is exciting. But you know what? We've talked a lot about what is Battle of Robots. Or Battle of Robots. But GZ, Morgan, tell me, what is the Battle of Robots?
What is the Battle of Robots? I'm
Good
guessing
question.
nobody can explain it better than GZ here. But
So-
what Battle of Robots to me is, it's hype, it's energy, it's aggression. If you're not here in the venue, in this big arena, you're missing out.
Yeah,
Now,
100%.
onto the technical parts.
So the technical
What is
parts,
Battle of
oh yeah, when it comes to the technical side of robots and overall, like my brother's a fanatic, he's an engineer, he's also studying it. So coming in from a somewhat of a family background with that kind of thing, these teams are building up their robots from scratch. Like think of Tony Stark, but they actually have the materials ready at their side. And let me tell you, materials, they have military grade materials for some of these robots coming in. Each of them with their own perfect design, each of them remaining to their own branding, and each of them with their own innovation. So variety galore here. I'm going to be very excited to see what they have and what these teams, and depending on which one we will see today that's going to be fighting each other off here, that's going to be the most interesting part, because some of them repeating tactics, some of them repeating style, but each of them with different people running them at the back.
Well, we're going to see what's new here. I think we're going to expect to see some destroying robots here today.
Ooh, flying parts all around.
Ooh, hopefully not over here.
Hopefully not. Thankfully, the stage is very much set
I
for
think
that.
we're protected considering how big the arena is and considering like how much effort and enthusiasm they put into building this big arena behind us. The last time I saw an arena this big, it was wrestling maybe.
Ooh, okay guys, this is super exciting, but you know what's even more exciting? Let's check the bracket out.
Oh yeah.
Let's head
Can't
to
wait
it.
to see. So we're looking at those robots here for today. We're going to be starting off with actually DS Robotics versus Team Rubbish. Then we have Team Eruption versus Crazy Bunny. And then Team Cobalt versus Team Chili Condor. And then Team Monsoon with Team Kinetic Energy Robotics. For the other side, we do have...
We have Switchback against Team Sane, Fierce Rock against Outlaw, PG Robotics against Toon, and Daddy Bots against Magnetic Reboot.
Yeah, I like how you both looked at me when you said Daddy Bots.
Yeah.
Of course, that is going to be my favorite team, okay? I love Russian innovation, all right? And them adding that name to the bot, you got my vote already. You know what? I'm set. before you ask me that question, Morgan and GZ, who are your favorite teams? You already know my favorite team. You got my answer already. I'm
I don't
vouching
need to
for
ask
them.
that.
We're Daddy's Bots. I like the name. I like the name. Like we've got Crazy Bunny Labs, Team Cobalt, Chili Condor, quite literally from Chile, but Daddy Bots. That sounds interesting.
I'm so excited to see when these teams are going to play. So let's look at the tournament schedule once again. We do have a small update. Team Cobalt is going to be moving to the last match of the day. So I know, Morgan, you were excited for Daddy Bots to be the last match. But now it will be Team Cobalt against Team Chili Condor Machine.
Okay, so technically that makes Daddy Bots get preponed, not postponed. So I'm happy with us watching Daddy's Bots at the end of the day because it's okay. Keep the best for the last. And the times that you, our lovely viewers, see on the left side of the schedule is the estimated time when each and every match and battle should start. Sometimes it takes way too little. Sometimes you might see them wreak havoc in less than a minute and it may end up way too quickly. And sometimes it takes up to 3 minutes. Now, each match can have a maximum of 3 minutes, which then the judges are able to decide who won, who moved forward, who's disqualified, and etc. But I promise you, some of them take less than 20, 30 seconds, and you already got flying parts everywhere.
All right, what are your guesses for the shortest match of the day?
Shortest match?
I'm going to say 5 seconds.
Okay,
I'm going to be
enough. 5
enthusiastic.
seconds?
Or 10 seconds.
That would be a world record at that point. That very much could be a world record set
I
here.
feel like in Abu Dhabi, this is where world records happen.
Yeah, honestly, these came prepared. From what I saw in backstage and from what we all saw in backstage while talking to the players, or the engineers, innovators, as I shall say, I think 15 to 20 seconds sounds like an average of what we're going to be having in these days. So I'm going to go with 20 seconds, shortest match.
20 seconds. I give them at least 30 seconds because, you know, I think you guys are underestimating the capabilities of some of these robotics here.
Okay.
They are not to be underestimated. Like I said, military-grade equipment on some of those, so defense stats are very high right now.
Yes.
Or overestimating some of the power of these robots.
That too. That is actually an angle I did not say. That could be the case.
Could be
Who knows?
possible.
Who knows?
Well, either way, history is going to be made here for the first ever Battle of Robots right here at Games of the Future, Abu Dhabi. Let's get into the first match of the day.
Ooh. DS Robotics versus Team Rubbish. DS Robotics with their robot, which is Godspeed here alongside Brutus for the other team. And we're going to be going with the stats for the Godspeed side. DS Robotics have a vertical spinner weapon type, a spec of 8,000 RPM on that vertical spinner. So that thing is very, very fast. And so is the bot as well, because the max speed of 38 kilometers and 110 kg for the weight.
Yeah, going against definitely an opponent that is not going to be easy to face. Brutus from Team Rubbish is going to be using the heavyweight push/ram style. Pushing power, pushing its way to victory is going to be the tactic. Definitely much slower than Godspeed. A bit, almost half the speed by 20 kilometers per hour alone. And of course, the robot weight is also going to be 110.5. And essentially, remember this robot weight because in each and every matchup, you're going to notice that all of the robots have almost the same weight because this is quite near the maximum. And in a competition, where getting flipped over like hash browns is what makes you lose the match. You don't want to lose. You don't want to be lightweight. So we don't have distributions. This is not UFC.
No.
Every robot here is heavyweight. Every robot here is beyond 110. Less than that with like 1 or 2 kilos. So that robot weight is going to be repeated again. This is not wrong. You're not in a deja vu. They're all huge.
Oh yeah, they're very, very big here. But you can't forget the other teams that are coming up as well for today, because we have Team Eruption versus Crazy Bunny Lab. Here, we're looking to talk about Team Eruption. Let me tell you this. Already, if you're thinking some flamethrowers are involved, it's not.
So Team Eruption is going to be a flipper, and their weapon spec is 1,200 kg. Their max speed is 15 kilometers per hour, and the robot weight is 113 kg.
Slow but strong.
Wins the race. And again, going from that straight away to Crazy Bunny Lab with their Bull Patron. 9,000 RPM on the vertical spinner again, and you're going to be noticing a lot of vertical spinners happening. The only time I saw that many spinners was in the pandemic, maybe. 25 kilometers per hour, and the body weight is also 110. And going into match 3, I think we're going to be watching more and more spinners again.
Oh, yeah.
That's only 15.
You can take a gamble on that one. It's going to be pretty accurate.
Yes!
Yeah, there we go.
Yes, we're getting that in match 3. Thank you.
Yeah,
Match 3.
Thank you so much. I didn't want to wait until the end of the day for that one.
It's going to be Daddy Boots versus Magnetic Reboot.
Oh, I think it was a bit of a typo there, unfortunately. But yeah, Daddy Bots, or Papuchka as the actual Russian word is. So, привет to my Russian viewers over here coming in to watch us for tonight. I'm going to be excited to see that one because they got some very, very good stats to be backing up this one. So I guess instead of the best for last, we're going to get the best early here.
I like
right
the
now.
accent.
We actually saw them back there, and
yeah.
they were really getting ready. And let me just say, I would be intimidated if I was against Daddy Boots.
Daddy
Bot.
Bots.
Daddy Bots.
Daddy Bots. Can't be forgetting that part. There was a type on that part, but that's fine.
Okay, it doesn't matter. We're seeing Daddy Boss today. That is all that I'm happy with. And again, since we're playing knockouts, I don't want to see Daddy Boss get knocked out. Match 4 coming up next, and we're going to be speaking again about more and more matches. If you remember correctly, if it was Team Monsoon against Team Kinetic Energy Robots. Yes, exactly.
So Team Monsoon against Kinetic Energy Robotics. Their weapon type is vertical spinner, and the weapon spec is 4,000 RPM, 20 kilometers per hour, and again, the robot weight is 113 kg.
Ooh, heavy boy. Can't wait for that one. But coming in for the composition, we do have Kinetic Energy Robotics with their robot Jasper. They have an electric lifter here, so this one is going to be looking to lift off just like a Buzz Lightyear, because you'll see the design is actually very, very similar to Buzz Lightyear. That's what they took their inspiration from Toy Story, actually. That's the background. But the weapon spec, 50 volts electric lifter, 30 kilometers per hour, and alongside, once again, 110 kgs there for the weight. But for game number 5.
Match 5 is going to be Switchback versus Team Saint. Now, I'm rooting for Team Saint. It's such a cute name. It's going to be exciting.
Ooh, but
who would have thought that a robot would be called Jasper in 2025? Jasper.
So you call your dog.
Switchback, their weapon type is again a vertical spinner, 10,000 RPM, 20 kilometers per hour, 113 kg. And now that's scary.
Yeah, we're in the 5 digits now, baby. We thought the 8,000 RPM was the highest record.
Yeah.
And now we got 10K.
10K. That's pretty impressive. But yeah.
Team Saint is going to be having a face spinner, 1900 RPM, 16 kilometers per hour. That's slower than usual.
Also slow but heavy.
And 113 kg.
Yeah, for game number 6, Fierce Rock, the Chinese team, all the way from Harbin Institute. This one has a very, very equally fierce robot as well, but they're coming in versus Outlaw for that game.
Again, flying deep sea shark with another vertical spinner, again in the 5 digits. Apparently the robots do get innovated, not just as fast as the games go, but as fast as the schedule goes. Like, we've been switching scenes, and the RPM is already flying high. Another spinner, this time Spitfire from Outlaw.
And their weapon spec is 2WD, 16 kilometers per hour, 113 kg.
Another big boy.
This is getting very exciting. I'm seeing a lot of spinners, horizontal, vertical, even face. But that's all the matches we're going to show you for now, because we're going to dive in to the first match of the day. Any predictions?
Ooh, TS Robotics versus that one. So Team Rubbish.
You know what, guys? Let's get to the countdown. Let's get to the countdown.
That's one.
1. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for our first matchup of the day. Are you guys excited? Give me some energy. Here we go. Let's take a look at DS Robotics' own robot, Godspeed. The team that's been training to take everything away from them. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Brutus presenting Team Rubbish! Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our robots!
Ooh. We are into the stage. About to begin the 3 minutes of action-packed robotics. Gonna be clashing here, sparks galore. And I'm excited to see some things gonna be clashing more than this. Is gonna be the two teams behind it. Godspeed with DS Robotics. And we've seen the other side with the Brutus and Team Rubbish. Some fantastic engineers here for today. But I have to say, looking at their stats again, bring it back if anyone's coming in late to the stream. It's 8,000 RPMs for the vertical spinner, 38 kilometers. Very fast boy over here. And robot weight 110 kg. You'd be surprised how fast this robot actually moves around the field. But coming in for the next robot team, Brutus's Rubbish. Well, you got the Team Rubbish with Brutus.
With Brutus.
Big boy over here.
Honestly,
as you can see.
you said nothing wrong. With how big he is, it is Team Brutus.
Yeah, Team Brutus.
That is not one battle bot. I promise you, that is not one battle robot. 110.5 kilograms. That's like 500 grams extra. It matters on the field. A lot slower than Godspeed, definitely, with 20 kilometers per hour. But no spinners on that one. Heavyweight push slash ram coming in from Brutus, from Team Rubbish, depending heavily on being slow but steady, unflippable, unspinnable, uncuttable, whatever bull just added at the end of every sentence.
Good adjective.
And you got Brutus looking to flip Godspeed. Will Godspeed be quicker? Almost double the speed right here. Or will Brutus hold its ground against all odds in our first match? Again, no pressure for DS Robotics and Rubbish, I'm guessing. Of course, that's nothing, because I'm guessing they're very, very tired now that they're going to go against the first game. You got all eyes on you, Maddie. I wouldn't want to be in the first match, ever.
They're in that cage now, but once that match starts, of course, no one is allowed, guys. We got cut off for predictions. I want to know, who are you rooting for?
Oh, good question, good question. See, looking at them right now, I've seen some earlier iterations of this and seen what their battles have been in other tournaments that this team has been part of. They are a very, very passionate team, and equally passionate is their robot. So the speed factor is very, very good. You know, honestly, for Brutus, it's relying heavily on being able to be the one-touch killer here. But will it be enough, really? Because the powering ram, it's a great plow, don't get me wrong. But with speed, there are points in the armor that you can exploit, you can overtake, and you can beat. So any wrong move on Brutus' side, and I'm right now rooting for DS Robotics for Godspeed. It has my vote right now.
Morgan, on to you. Who is your predicted winner?
Okay. GZ's very, very, very convincing, to be fair. Very fair points.
I am.
And of course, he's the pro here, so I'm going to go against him, just for fun. You know what? Brutus is going to take this one.
What? Okay,
Guys,
you manipulative.
I like crash baiting.
You put me in a difficult spot.
Yeah. You're going to be the decider now, Maddie.
I'm going to uneven it out. Can I just be like on each side? I'm in both corners.
No.
Okay, fencer.
You cannot be that. You cannot be that extra half kilogram in Brutus. You have to be decisive. You're either siding with Godspeed or with Brutus.
You know what?
Yes.
Let's see Godspeed's speed.
Okay.
And then I'll tell you my answer.
Oh, so you want to make a prediction midway through the match?
I think it's allowed. It's the first Battle of Robots match.
True. There should be some leeway.
100%.
I can give you that. But yeah, no. Brutus looking at it, like we said, big hefty boy. The imagery is so deceiving because it looks so small, as you mentioned before, right? But you look at it so much more closer. It's like looking at a lawnmower.
Yeah, Brutus looks like... I think that these spinners are not even going to damage his outer frame, considering how big of a robot this is. And I like seeing that we have different styles for the first match, because imagine if we had both spinners playing against each other. For example, when Team Rubbish competes up against Team Eruption, they both kind of have these spinners. One of them is phase, the other is vertical. We can get a horizontal spinner against the vertical spinner, but the variety had been set pretty well, so we get to see pushing style versus spinner style. Eventually, we will have mirror matchups where both robots have a vertical spinner, or both robots have a horizontal spinner, or etc, etc. You can get both robots having vertical spinners. So this match will show us the difference between the two decks, who can control his robot better. And again, kicking off with Battle of Robots from Games of the Future in Abu Dhabi 2025 with DS Robotics versus Team Rubbish. Maximum amount of time that this matchup can take is 3 minutes, and there is no minimum time. It can just end in a second.
Honestly, we need to give appreciation to the beautiful venue right here
Yes,
in Abu
thank
Dhabi,
you.
the cage, the players, the time.
Before we can start our first match, let's give it up for our robots one more time.
Yep, we are nearly ready. Took some time because, of course, safety is our #1 priority, and to make sure everyone is safe doing so. Because, like we said, these two robots pack a punch, and more than that, pack a slice. Because we're gonna have some vertical spinner versus push power ram battle. So close combat, no one really staying at a distance. They're gonna have to employ every tactic they have. And not only that, because the teams and information, they're going to be running around all over the stage just to make sure they get the better angles. And if they find any weakness, they will be trying to exploit it. And that is one of the main things I'm sure that they're gonna be able to relay back to their captain, the one who's likely gonna be holding the controller.
At this point, it's a bit hard to anticipate how long the match is going to take, but again, a maximum of 3 minutes is the rule, considering how much effort they're putting into these robots. Again, I want to give a lot of points straight to Shaddy.
With me, the people on this side, the people on that side, and everybody will be doing a countdown before we start our first match. Here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
3 seconds already passed, and they are in here. Brutus actually flipping right above Godspeed, and as we can see, some parts are already flying low. Oh! Brutus, you've been knocked down. You've been the one stab in the back. What is happening right now? Already away! Oh! The blow machine has gone. What is happening, Brutus?
Apparently, Godspeed is not just fast, but also extremely aggressive. We thought that it might be Brutus stepping up against him, but Godspeed goes in with a very strong acceleration, and I think Brutus is already down.
His trick is just trick shot. He's running over here doing some wheelies
at this point.
He's drifting. We are in the Middle East, guys.
Yeah, Brutus has lost his main weapon.
Is
Well,
that
that is
it?
oh, no,
Let's
oh
go!
my God!
He's still in it. Wait, did it move? Is it
No,
not?
it's
a
knockout!
knockout!
Oh my God! Already didn't
That was a
last
roller
30
coaster of
seconds.
emotions, man.
First match of the day
my
and a
God.
knockout already.
Okay,
Incredible.
that was very quick. Oh, it died? No, it didn't. It got knocked down. It didn't get knocked down. A
We
huge
had
roller
no
coaster of
idea.
emotions, and we had no idea what was happening, but
How
I'm
many
guessing
seconds
Brutus
was
was
that?
more shocked even than us. So let's head to Shaddy immediately.
Those robots are and how fast these matches can end. I'll now wait for the judges to render their decision officially.
Wow, that was a quick one. How many seconds was that?
40. Counted it.
Oh God, our first Battle of the Robots match here in Abu Dhabi. Games of the Future, a knockout! Guys,
Instantly. And we talked about it, our earlier predictions being so short. We were saying 20 seconds, 5 seconds for you, Matty. I
How
said
long was
30
that?
seconds.
You
I
said
said that
30
was 40
seconds, okay.
seconds. So I'm already right.
Okay, let's be fair. It took them 30 seconds to make up the decision that it was knocked out.
True.
But I'm
I
guessing
can
that
give
this fight ended in 5 seconds just as she predicted, okay? She said that it's going to be in almost 5 to 10 seconds.
A little
and
bit of leeway.
I thought Brutus would be the one surviving that much. Godspeed, apparently speed does make a lot of difference in these matches.
I can't believe he was signing on him afterwards.
Yeah, the drifts after it were just so...
Doing the Middle East
Donuts.
drift.
Oh my God, the donuts were fantastic.
And the wheelie.
Oh my god. I thought I was hungry. No, yes, Robotics, they're hungry for the win. As we know the history between Brutus and Caesar, Brutus was the one to stab Caesar in the back, but it seems they're the one.
Guys, we're going to find out what exactly happened with Shadi here.
The winner in our first match of the day, via KO, Godspeed from DS Robotics!
Okay.
That was a quick one. That was intense. That was short. That was emotion-filled. Guys, how are we feeling?
I'm feeling great. I got no other feeling other than ecstasy flowing through my veins right now, because that was the kind of standards I set. I wanted fiery explosions. I wanted a good battle. Hey, I got it. Quick pace. All I can say.
All right, we're going to look back at the replay at exactly what happened.
Thank you. That was too fast. We definitely need to take another look again. And going straight into the arena, we saw that Team DS Robotics and Team Rubbish, they both showed stress, they showed confidence, they showed a lot of trust in their robots, but apparently DS Robotics were more ready for this matchup than Team Rubbish. Brutus did not stand going into the match straight away at the first second. Already got flipped like a hash brown, just as we said by Godspeed.
My god, that flipping over action, and especially you can see right at that moment, that was the one. That's like an animal limping towards you, asking for mercy here, and that's what DS Robotics was able to deliver. Far more merciful than I expected here for the first game, but fantastic. At that pinpoint moment, you saw it was all over. That last flip, and Brutus was finished.
And now for the winner interview. Let's see what Shadi is going to be asking, how that felt.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm now here with the engineer and main man from DS Robotics and their amazing robot, Godspeed. Your robot did incredibly well. It finished the fight in Godspeed-like timing. It was an incredible KO. How do you feel about your game plan, how it was executed, and your robot's performance?
First of all, it feels really great to be in the winning side. We made some strategies and plans to go aggressively. That's what we did, and we got the good results. Thanks.
Congratulations, that was amazing. And after seeing such an incredible performance from your robot, how do you like your chances in the competition going forward?
There are many good competitors in the competition, so we cannot have a word on that now. But yes, we are ready for every one of them. We'll see when we face them.
You heard it here first. They are ready for all of them. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for DS Robotics and their robot, Godspeed.
Abu Dhabi and UAE.
Well, we heard what Godspeed had to say, and that was true happiness.
Very confident.
Imagine working on your robot for that long and getting a victory such as, I'd be happy too.
Yeah, that's another win under their belt for themselves, and they've gone on the other competitions going 10, so that's 10-2. That's a very good ratio, and you can see why right here, right now, why they uphold that underneath their belt. They are champions in the making right now.
I was on their side the entire time. Let's not forget, guys.
Oh wait, right. I said Brutus, right?
Yeah, you did.
But
you
know
lost today.
1-0.
Yeah, 1-0, and
give
I'm G0.
appreciation to Brutus as well. That was a great job. They put a lot of effort into that. The players came in, and great job to them too. And I'm sure we're going to see better efforts from them next time.
Definitely, yeah. But unfortunately for today, it is single elimination knockout, and that will be the last that we see them for today, though. But in comparison, DS Robotics will be moving on. And we also got to talk about the future games that are coming up as well, because we do have a very, very tightly packed schedule. Let's not forget about that, because next game is going to be Team Eruption versus Crazy Bunny Lab. Coming in next one.
Yeah, and again, Team Cobalt will be fighting Team Chili Condor Machine. Team Monsoon is going to be against Kinetic Energy Robotics. Switchback is going to be against Team Saint. And Fierce Rock against Outlaw. And then to the two final matches of the day.
PG Robotics against Toon. And then we're going to have Team Cobalt against Team Chili Condor Machine.
Yeah, Daddy Bots and Magnetic Reboot should be coming up either in the third match or in the final day. We still are not pretty sure when the match schedule is going to be set up, because again, a lot of stuff happens. Sometimes the team is more ready to play against, and of course this happens with the agreement of all the players and the judges. And I think the reason that this is a single knockout and the reason that there is no loser bracket, I guess we all just got the answer like a few seconds ago. Will you have to rebuild the robot that got destroyed like this? got destroyed, not God.
Yeah, got destroyed.
That fast? I don't think so. So again, huge shout out to Team Rubbish coming in here. We lost 1 team out of 16 teams participating in the tournament. And I think DS Robotics, just as he said, they're sending a very strong message to all teams.
I would be scared, honestly. Seeing that as the first match, as you said, they sent a very strong message. We're here to win. Right here, in this amazing venue, we're gonna win, and you're gonna watch us. We knocked out the first team of the first match. It's about to get crazier, guys.
Right.
Crazy is what I want.
And that's what we all want. That's why we're going to be looking into the next match between Team Eruption and Team Crazy Bunny Lab. Again, we did view them at the start of the day, but just in case you missed us, we're going to be riding again in depth in the second match of the day. Team Eruption with Crazy Bunny Lab giving you a bit more information about their robots, what's their style. Apparently, the vertical spinner does pay off.
Ooh, yeah. Team Eruption versus Crazy Bunny Lab, and we've already seen what they have to offer here for us. I'm going to be quite excited to see which one's going to be winning, because this one should be a little bit more interesting. Definitely going to be, hopefully, longer next time is what I'm really hoping for here. Otherwise, if we don't get that, then we're just going to get straight A games that go just like that.
Hopefully, it takes a little bit longer this time, Maddie.
Hopefully.
All right, GZ, give us some interesting facts about these two teams that are about to compete in this very cage.
So we talked about Team Eruption before, and we have seen some of their stats. They are a very, very big boy here for sure. But their main thing is definitely going to be close combat. Again, you're going to see close combat all the time. But when it comes to Team Eruption, they're going to be trying to flip over their opponent more actively than Godspeed did here. So definitely you're going to be expecting to see more turtle shelling here. But hopefully on the other side as well, they're going to be able to equally respond. Crazy Bunny, just like their name, are definitely crazy with some of the innovations that they managed to do. Each of them putting in their own little, personalities into these bots here. So Team Eruption versus Crazy Bunny Lab. I'm kind of on Team Eruption side, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm gonna be Crazy Bunny Lab because my cat's name is Bunny, and I feel like they added crazy in front of that, so it has to get legit.
Oh yeah, hopefully.
Are you expecting any knockouts in this round?
I wouldn't know, honestly.
Honestly, two spinners going against each other is the matchup that I'm going to be waiting for, but I think with what we saw in that first one, and Brutus was supposedly supposed to be the tank in this matchup, I'm guessing we're also going to get a very quick knockout.
Could be the case.
All right, back to Shadi.
Shadi's hype.
Let's go.
All right, let's take a look at the next team. The Robot Ignition representing Team Eruption. Their opponents that come with a lot of finesse and speed, representing Crazy Bunny Lab. Make some noise for Bull Batron! Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for our robots!
I loved the bunny ears, and I love seeing I love seeing female in esports, so it's nice to see that a lot of these teams do have females in them. Guys, what are the predictions?
Well, we've already seen one flipping happen because of the Godspeed vertical drum, and this one actively has a flipper. Its main job and its main advantage is that very thing. You see the 4-prong hook coming in to flip the other side. 1,200 kg is very capable of lifting some heavy weight here, so more than 10 times the actual robot weight we've seen all day today with the maximum. That is light work for that flipper today.
Okay, and going into Crazy Bunny, we're going to be seeing yet another spinner, and I don't think the spinner into flipper matchup is going to be favored for the spinner at all. Again, could be proven wrong. I still have no idea how this matchup is going to go, but seeing these big flippers on Team Eruption's robot definitely makes me want to support Team Eruption and go for their side this time. But I'm going to have to agree with you. I love the bunny ears, Benny.
Crazy Bunny Lab coming in with the weapon type spinner once again.
Bunny ears is the weapon type.
Oh, I would love to see that.
Bunny ears is the weapon type. Imagine it's a flipper, but with bunny ears. and it's just 2 of them. And it actually does a bunny sound whenever like you press a specific button. That would be so good. Just like we saw Godspeed drifting after the matchup 1. Imagine it makes bunny noises when it wins the matchup. That would be more defeating than getting my robot actually flipped up.
Yeah, but see, the thing about bunnies though, they can hop. You know, their main thing is hopping. So if even if the other side do flip them over, if they land, you know, like a wheel slide up, they should be fine. But if they land on her head, I don't think that's trauma that they can actually get over here. That is like we saw last game versus the DS Robotics and the Team Brutus. That was one knockout and just a couple of flips and it was all over. So for the vertical jumper with such great speed, I think it could somewhat match. You talked about like, you know, not the bad matchup. I think this should be a bit more even. Because there is with the case. I love that money. They light up. What? They light up. They light up more. Okay, you know what?
I would love to look that calm before a match. I'm gonna be team.
Crazy Bunny Lab. Honestly, they nearly won me over. They nearly won me over with that.
Right, forget the robots, forget the military-grade weapons, forget everything. This is real technology. She has a gaming bunny hat. Where do you guys get that kind of stuff? I want one too.
Honestly, if it's handmade, even better. But like, it looks like they're definitely sticking to the branding for the Crazy Bunny Lab side. A lot of fantastic teams.
I bet you there's going to be bunny hops on victory.
I wish.
If they win, bunny hops are coming.
You know what? I don't want to be like, you know, overtly on one side, but if I had to, just to see that little victory dance, if that was part of it, I'm more than happy to go for Crazy Bunny Lab here. But, you know, when it comes to Team Ignition, fiery team, fiery passion, and that's exactly the kind of thing you need. But it won't carry it all the way through. Front flippers like these only have one disadvantage, that if the other side is more flat, so if they land right side up, like I said, you know, recovery period doesn't really take too long. So for this could be a bad matchup for the front flippers, but flip them long enough, and one screw gets loose, and it is all over. Curtains close at that moment for the other side.
Hoping it goes well for both sides again. Second match of the day for the Battle of Robots at the Abu Dhabi Games of the Future 2025. We saw DS Robotics absolutely crush the teams of Team Rubbish going into game number 1. A knockout that took less than 10 seconds to achieve, maybe. In the second game against Eruption and Crazy Bunny Labs, I'm gonna be seeing a maybe slightly lengthier matchup. Again, the maximum time is 3 minutes. But I don't think that's the issue because what we saw in game number 1, I don't think we're gonna get close at all to that maximum time.
No, I agree completely. But GZ, you know what? While we're waiting for that match to start, why don't you give us some fun facts about these teams?
So when it comes to Team Ignition, alongside a lot of the other teams here like Team Cobalt and other ones that have been delayed, these are some of the teams that, not only that, but they have such a massive fan base behind them because they've been so cultured, such a rich history that is involved behind these teams, and they've had a long time coming in with some adjacent tournaments. And coming in for today, they're hoping to carry it on for the Middle Eastern side and hopefully gather some Middle Eastern fans as well, because I'm not gonna lie, first time in gassing for some of these, I've been, you know, adjacent to robotics. I'm not gonna, like I said, family history and all that, but it's just not enough because these guys take it up another notch.
Absolutely, I agree.
Shortly, we're gonna be looking at Shadi with the lovely countdown and the energy coming in from everyone watching at the arena. But again, one final time, we're reminding you that this is match of the day number 2. And Team Eruption is going to be against Crazy Bunny Lab. Flipper is going to be coming up from Team Eruption. And the vertical spinner is going to be the weapon from Crazy Bunny Labs. Yeah, that trophy looks pretty nice.
Beautifully designed trophy. Honestly, if that was the one thing I had in a glass, like a shelf for just display, I'd always point to it every single time. That is very beautiful. Of course you'd be proud. Who wouldn't be proud? But for Bulbatron, it's
Bulbatron!
I love that name, I have to say. We've said the Crazy Bunny Lab as a team, but Bulbatron is the actual robot's name there. And saying that on the casting part, actually no, challenge for you, Morgan. Say that 5 times fast.
Bulbatron, 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 Bulbatron.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I thought you should be more challenged. I actually feel that.
Yeah, I used to have. Okay, while these guys were designing robots, I was singing Eminem when I was like 5 or 6, so I think I have some sort of technology somewhere.
Morgan speaks so fast. That's not a challenge for him.
I get that a lot, but Bulbatron definitely does sound like a fun name, and I really like that it isn't just a team competing. No, they give a name to their robot. They give a soul to it, so this feels like they're kind of connected to the robot. If you had seen the despair looks from Team Rubbish as soon as the robot got crushed, it feels like their hearts got broken with it.
It is heartbreaking.
They're very connected to the robots, and this is what this is about. They're passionate, they're adding technology and love and competition all in one arena for one robot to come out victorious. So, I cannot wait until game number 2 starts again, GZ.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about the passion that they've built into their robots. It's the life that they've given in because of the welding that they've done. Every wire has been hand-picked and hand-connected. So, a lot of going behind it there today.
All right, guys, I think we're getting ready to start. Predictions, final predictions. Who are we rooting for?
I'm with Eruption.
I'm gonna go Bulbatron. I'm gonna have to separate myself from you this time.
Okay, let's get it to Shari again.
Next matchup, we'll be doing a countdown in 3 seconds. I need everybody to count down with me. Here we go. Let's go, everybody. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
It begins! Team Eruption again going against Crazy Bunny Lab. And apparently we got a very direct collision again from both of them. You can see the sparks already running up.
Oh my god! Oh, there's a flipper being utilized. You're perfectly pushing them back. They wanted some space because they are rammed right into the back there. Oh my god. That is far more sparks than I expected. You can see them. The clashing is perfect. So much noise occurring.
And that is very loud.
My god. But that flipper, you see the hook trying to build that right underneath Bulbatron here. Bulbatron is able to evade at the perfect moment, but that flipper is the one thing they gotta watch out for. When they time that right, this is the moment to utilize it. But right now, some more sparks.
Yeah, Bulbatron has been flying around so many times, keeping its pace up until now, but it's not. Is it moving? It is moving!
Oh, it's still got some fight left in him.
Was a pretty strong hit from Crazy Bunny Lab this time.
Oh, they're upside down!
But wait, no, is it not moving?
It's not moving. It's too dark for me to see, but I'm definitely sure from the other angle that it's
Another
not moving.
knockout?
Is that another knockout? The judge is
referee
counting.
This is a knockout!
Oh my god!
Team Eruption flipped their way to victory.
Another knockout, our second match of the day.
Oh my god, that ended a little bit
Let's
longer.
look at it again, the replay.
The highlight moments here. Oh! This is perfect. Some good sparks. You saw the interactions between these two sides.
Yeah.
And they really wanted that
That
fight.
one seemed like the most aggressive so far.
That push at the wall, but just hitting that moment there was all over, and you can see the despair on the other side. Ah, so much hope for Bulbatron, but it just wasn't enough to beat. They couldn't bun it up there. They're
off to Shadi we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, our winner of the second match via knockout, Ignition, representing Team Eruption.
Absolute cinema. What we just saw? Absolute cinema.
Guys, 2 knockouts.
Back to back.
2 matches.
Back to back.
Whew, that did not last long.
That one took a little bit longer than the first game at least. At least this
give or
time we
take.
got to see like 20 or 30 seconds of constant sparks and bam, bam. But cherry on top of the cake by Team Eruption. Crazy Bunny Lab definitely did not have their bunny hopping. It fell with one flip. And again, just as I said and I predicted, I think the spinner matchup against the flipper was absolutely unfair. Crazy Bunny Labs did not have a single chance to get near Eruption, and Eruption was absolutely stable on that ground, holding its ground again, taking the throne away from Crazy Bunny.
Yeah, when the interactions happened the first time, you saw that front flip, keeping some space, and they were able to employ the advantage against them. When that front flip came in, and the first time I saw, like, you know, getting squished at the back there was such great sparks, especially here, but just Bulbatron couldn't keep it through the course. This is the first one, exactly the first time you actually saw that flip occurring. Using it only one time goes to show, and they're trying to time it. It's very difficult. There is a bit of delay there with the remote control, but Bulbatron with that 8,000 RPM on that spin, getting pushed back there, going upside down, and it was all over. They tried utilizing them upside down as well, but it just wasn't enough. That was the last flip. One screw probably loosened at that moment when that last flip happened, and it was all over. Couldn't speak more for Bulbatron here, but Team Ignition's Eruption.
Again, as usual, after each and every matchup, we would love to hear the opinions from the winning team. So let's throw it to Shari, our lovely MC, again on stage for a winner interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was an incredible performance. Another win by knockout. I'm here with the engineer, main man from Team Eruption with his incredible robot, Ignition. Tell me, was that how you guys set the strategy, and was that your game plan for this matchup to go like this?
Absolutely, yeah. The front is really strong, but Bulbatron hits really hard. So if we kept the front pointed to them, we could take the hits. If they'd got round the side, it would have been really nasty. So that luckily went to plan.
Congratulations, that went incredibly well. And now that you've seen this matchup, I see that you have strategies for a lot of the matchups that you have. How do you see your chances in the competition going forward?
I would hope. Well, I mean, there's so many nasty spinners ahead of us, so you've just got to take each one as it comes. But we did really well in that fight, to be honest, a little bit better than we were expecting. I expected it to be a bit more of a slugfest than that. And we haven't taken too much damage, so I think we're okay. But the next opponent looks fearsome as well, so we've just got to take each fight as it comes.
The less damage, the better. Congratulations on an incredible performance. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Ignition from Team Eruption.
Wow, that was a wonderful display of aggression and competition. We are back and we're gonna look at the brackets really quick.
Yes, only 2 out of 8 matches done today. So let's say we're only done with like 25% of the day. We still have a whooping amount of 75% of our matches remaining today. 2 only done out of 8. We have seen DS Robotics crush Rubbish, and we have seen Eruption crush Crazy Bunny Labs. We still have Cobalt against Cherry Condor Machine, Team Monsoon against Kinetic Energy Robotics, and then we're only halfway through.
And then after that, we do have a switchback on the other right side alongside Team Saint with Zadkill as a robot, Fierce Rock for Outlaw, and for the last 2 again,
PG Robotics against Toon and Team Cobalt against Team Chili Condet Machine.
Yes, and then my loveliest match ever, DaddyBots against Magnetic Reboot. I don't know still yet whether DaddyBots is going to be pushed as the 3rd or the last matchup. It doesn't matter. What matters is that I'm seeing DaddyBots in front of me again.
Hopefully soon.
On camera. But these are our 8 matches. We were done with just 2 of them, and we still have 6 more robots to be crushed today in that arena.
Are they all gonna be knockouts?
I
wish. I wish. I want to see more. You don't want to see more of that?
I want to see not knockouts. I want to see some more games. I want to see them go for the full length even.
You like Sparky action?
I like the Sparky, yeah.
Honestly, I'm on both sides. It would be nice to see longer matches for sure. I want to see the 3 minutes being utilized. But I would also love history being made here in Abu Dhabi. All knockouts?
Good point.
That would be amazing.
That would be game changing, yes. And again, by the looks of it, it does seem like we're going to be having 8 matches where they just get knocked out. Feels like it.
Feels like it, and hopefully soon. But I think we're going to a break here as far as I recall. So whenever that break does occur, hopefully soon. But we'll give you guys these lovely messages.
Don't go anywhere. It's a very short break, and you're going to want to tune in for that next match.
We'll see you soon.
And guys, we are back at the ADNEC venue at Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025. We are at the Battle of Robots Arena. I am Maddie.
And I'm Morgan. And apparently you're still?
I'm Ground Zero. Haven't changed.
Nothing changes in these very small
Nothing
breaks
changes.
again. Same energy, same hype, same destruction, same brackets, which we're going to be looking for an update for now and again. Hopefully the same knockouts and the same energy and hype from our lovely visitors at the venue and from our lovely robots and teams competing today in this cage.
The venue is getting filled up. People are excited. Maybe the
So am I.
knockouts have been very small.
You know, it could be the appeal. Like I said, you know, who doesn't like robots fighting against each other?
Shadi?
Who's going to hit that?
Take it away.
Our next matchup. Let's take a look at Monsoon representing Team Monsoon. opponents, the team that's been training to take everything away from them. Let's make some noise for Kinetic, Energy, Robotics, and the robot, Jasper! Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your robots!
Guys, we're
We can do a
back.
bit better
Team
than that.
Monsoon versus Kinetic Energy Robotics. GZ, hit us with those facts. What are we expecting?
Ooh, looking at those stats here, we got Team Monsoon for the first one here. And now you can only see those 3-prong hooks. We've already seen some lifters here for today. And that was the previous game we watched, how that one managed to shake it all up here. But when it comes to Team Monsoon, their vertical spinner displays a weapon spec of 4,000 RPM. Not as fast as we've seen DS Robotics, but equally just as good with a max speed of 20 kilometers per hour and a robot weight 113 kg. And I've good information to know, some of the military material is called AR500. Some of the stuff is there on display, not just cheap aluminum. This is actual military stuff they use on tanks for some of these robots here.
Did you just say tanks?
Tanks, and I'm saying that, genuine tanks. For Jasper, we do have the electric lifter with a 50-volt usage here for the weapon spec, max speed of 30 kilometers per hour, so a little fast boy. But at the same time, with a robot weight of 13 kg, I'm honestly surprised how fast that is. But you know, these guys are very smart. They're able to use physics to their advantage, and they know how to employ it.
I'm running at them just because of the name, honestly. Jasper sounds like your favorite neighbor. He sounds like that one best friend. He sounds like your childhood best friend, okay? Yeah. Jasper sounds like someone I would love to have in my friend group. Definitely make him my best friend. Again, lifters, spinners, we've seen that matchup before, and based on my experience, lifters win. Now, this is not a fact. We could be surprised by what Jasper could do. We could be surprised by what Team Monsoon has to put on the table. But lifters against spinners has definitely been a very straightforward advantage to lifters, because the spinners, again, cannot miss with these heavy lifters on the ground. But maybe Team Eruption just had a trick under the sleeve with their lifters. Maybe Team Kinetic Energy is not going to be able to do something.
Well, we saw that back of the jersey rain down that pain on Team Monsoon's jersey. I feel like they're not here to play. It's about to be painful, and it's about to be quick.
And, you know, it's a lot of clashes that we've seen, you know, for the pain part. The pain isn't experienced with the people, it's the robots themselves, and by God, are they really feeling it right now. Some amazing people here coming from the Team Monsoon, very passionate. I had some chances to talk to the people behind the scenes here, especially some of those there, and talking to them, you can definitely tell they built their passion. Every bit of it you can see in the robots, welded with beauty here for today. But Jasper's original design had a Buzz Lightyear inspiration. They've gone full purple here and went instead of the hammer type, and they've come in with an electric lifter. So some new changes and iterations for this one here. So something has changed since the last competition. Hopefully, let's make sure that their choices actually manage to get them the win today.
All right, guys, both robots are in the cage. We are getting high predictions.
I'll give it out to Jasper.
I'm going to have to go with the Team Monsoon. They look very threatening. Very big robot as well.
Team Monsoon definitely has my vote as well.
Staring daggers at us and at the rest of the competition as well. Should strike fear into everybody's hearts and for the future competition. Let's see. They got to manage to get through for today, though, first. Team Monsoon. Like a monsoon, let's see if they wash away their opposition. Jasper, will it be strong enough to handle that wave, though, Morgan, do you think?
Yes, I'm definitely giving it for my boy Jasper here. Oh, Jasper, sorry, Jasper.
It's not Casper the Ghost, it's Jasper, your friendly neighborhood dog.
Who do you call Ghostbusters again? Shortly beginning with that one. And of course, as usual, we're going to be having the countdown with a lovely Shady until these bots begin their absolute domination and raking of each other's havoc in the arena.
And just to keep you updated, we've already had 2 knockouts. A third one on its way. Perhaps?
Who knows? That's how, you know, not just the winner. We should actually make a prediction for, is this going to be a knockout or not? Is it going to be a fast game or is it going to be a slower game?
All right,
it's
guys,
gonna be a fast game.
Go for it. Fast game?
Fast game.
Fast game.
Knockout. And back to Shady we
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for our next matchup. When I start the countdown, I need everybody to count down with me. Give me some energy before we start the countdown. Let's go. Here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go!
We are ready to begin the next game here, game 3. After a subsequently short break, coming in straight away for the action, we do see them clashing. There's that vertical spinner employed there. Oh my god, it's just knocking him around. There's no way Team Monsoon is throwing kinetic energy like that. Oh my god, some sparks already. Oh no, Monsoon. Have they been flipped around? No way!
And he does the victory dance as well! Didn't have to sit down straight up in your face and does
the referee is counting it down. Is it a knockout? Is it a knockout?
That's one of the most stylish wins I've seen in my life.
It's
nothing yet?
It's a knockout! The victory dance and the sit down BM as well.
Oh my god, that was perfect. That was perfect. Oh.
Very impressive again. That was pretty quick. That was pretty quick. And just in case you thought DES Robotics was BMing, that was the most massive and fast performance I've ever seen. And again, the cherry on top of the cake with the sit down emoji.
Oh, I'm not gonna lie. Look at that clash. There was a bit of a flying part there, right there at the outer shell for Jasper, but that consistent moment, that moment right there when they were turning backwards, trying to get a better position, that was it.
I told you, Jasper
right
sounds
there.
like your childhood best friend.
Apparently Jasper's got hands.
GZ, I want you to explain what happened right there. Did they knock themselves out, or what happened? Explain to us.
I don't really think it was a moment of the terrain. I think it was just them, just one missed feedback here, and because the speed and the weight of it.
We're going down to Shadi.
Representing Kinetic Energy Robotics, Jasper!
Well, amazing win for Kinetic Energy. I would say not a lot of effort on their part, because the other side were ready to take themselves out of the competition, it seems.
Honestly, it seems like what happened there was, I think Team Monsoon lost like 2 wheels from that impact before it. So when it went back to try and steer backwards, they didn't know that this would result in them flipping themselves over, because that first impact, I saw wheels flying. So apparently this is why when they tried to go in reverse, it was not the best choice. Should have just kept moving forward. For the only chance to win.
Honestly, it could also be the weight, because of the weight. My god, like exactly when you see that moment of the 4 prongs, maybe it tripped over itself. Honestly, anything, looking at it closely now, hopefully we do see it at that given moment when that clash happened, when that mistake came in, just moving over its own way, tripping over yourself. It's like when you trip.
That's when it lost the wheel. You saw that?
There we go. That was what caused it all. Their downfall began right at that moment there. And it seems because one screw came loose or something given out of that moment, and that's it, because the lopsidedness, that's what caused the loss. Truly unfortunate for Monsoon. They were really in it for the fight, and unfortunate for them to get a one on.
This is the clip of the day for me. The victory dance, the sit down emoji. I think you guys are in the wrong hall. This is not Fortnite, but that emoji definitely does fit again to Kinetic Energy Robotics and your childhood best friend, Jasper, winning with style points, plus 100 aura for that sit-down move, honestly.
We're gonna go down to Shadi for that winner's interview. I truly want to see how that winner is feeling.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with the engineer and main man from Kinetic Energy Robotics and your robot, Jasper. Listen, not only did your robot get the job done, but it also did a victory dance at the end. Does your robot mix performance and flair at the same time?
Of course. It's like, what use is a victory if you don't have a dance? And Monsoon, he posed perfectly to watches.
That's incredible. We'll keep that. That's probably going to be a hashtag that people are going to use today. After that incredible win, your robot came out with like almost no damage. How do you like your chances going forward in the competition?
Oh, we're more confident now. I'm sure we won't get as lucky twice, but who knows our next opponent. We've got Jasper in really good condition. Apart from a Monsoon-sized hole in the side of him, we'll get that fixed. We've got plenty spares. We're good to go.
Okay, and I didn't ask you in the beginning, but what was your strategy for this matchup?
Our strategy was go head on. We didn't know if our ground game would be good enough. We seemed to be pretty equal, but once we knew that we couldn't reliably get under them, it was try chase them around, hopefully get to the back of them, and then just one lucky deflection seemed to pin them on their front. Couldn't do it twice.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Jasper at Kinetic Energy Robotics.
I love that esports athlete attitude. He just said
love it.
Team Monsoon posed perfectly to
For the
watch
viewers.
him PM. That is insane.
Oh, I love it.
Apply rainwater where burnt, guys.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a monsoon big enough to cover that burn, that's for sure.
No, you guys are being a little bit harsh now, but I like it.
I
Keep
love
going.
I love monsoon, don't get me wrong. That was one of the robots. I placed my bets on them.
Yeah, yeah. Honestly, I did love what Jasper did. It was a massive performance coming in from him. And again, just as you said, the esports energy coming in. Again, one more time, you're in the wrong hall, Jasper. This is not Fortnite. Luckily enough, we do have it at Games of the Future. And we also, lucky enough, still have 5 more matches to kick off for the rest of our day, Maddie. What games do we have?
All right, let's take a look into the brackets.
We got some interesting changes, hopefully soon. But we got for the first one, we got Switchback coming in versus Team Saint here. That was for the other right side. But we also got Fierce Rock versus Outlaw, PY Robotics versus Toon, and then the Daddy Bata Magnetic Reboot here.
All right, guys, we're going to go off for a little break, but don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back here with our next matches. A lot of actions. 3 matches, 3 knockouts.
Ooh.
Off to the break we go. See you right back here. Guys, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that short break. We're back with more action here in Abu Dhabi at the Battle of Robots Arena. I am your friend here, Maddie, and I'm here with...
Ground Zero again.
And Morgan and Jasper. At this point, I'm going to be cheering out with Jasper. He's my best friend now. Seeing that last match, I'm calling myself Morgan and Jasper right now.
I don't think there's techno romance coming in with you and Jasper.
Yeah,
that's an unwanted addition right now, but good luck to Jasper.
It is. Why is it no wanted?
Shadi.
And also, if I gotta say, an awesome victory dance. Are you guys ready for the next matchup? Here we go. Our next matchup, introducing first, Switchback, representing Team Switchback. And one of the teams that I've been looking forward to all day, their opponent, Zadkiel, representing Team Saint. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give some energy to these robots. Let's give it up, make some noise.
Back with the fourth match of the day.
Yes.
Switchback against Team Saint. Now, GZ, I know you have some very, very interesting facts about some of these teams. Hit us with them.
Yeah, I had an opportunity to talk to Switchback here. They have had a lot of iterations, so for today, it's a lot more changes. They're gonna use a very heavy shell at the top, at the you know, the around there for their plow to defend them, and they're using AR500. That is alongside carbon fiber. That is a heavy-duty military-grade material alongside a vertical spinner of 10,000 RPM, 20 kilometers per hour max speed, and 113 kg. So we got another big boy here, but coming in for the next team as well here.
It's gonna be Team Saint against Team Switchback, and Team Saint, I think you had a very lovely fact to say about them.
Yeah, this is a whole team of family members, actually. They got, I believe, 3 sons, 2 daughters, so I don't know who's going to be running or manning this today, but for the weapon type, they have a face spinner. Yeah, this weapon's face spinner here actually drags all the way to the ground, so it's like having a walking stick to direct yourselves to the direction of your opponent for tonight, but this whole family all here, bloodline together to fight, and also put that adrenaline flowing through their very bloodline as well. So a lot of passion in building this robot as well at the same time. So let's see how that clash does work.
I mean, I think it's lovely that it's a family building this robot together, competing together. There's so many memories being made, and so much family bonding happening as well. I mean, I hope, let's hope they win. No family affairs coming to play if a loss happens.
No favoritism, hopefully, but when it comes to it, they've definitely shared their duties equally between each other. Individually, I believe that there are 2 team durations, so one of their sides has had the Sun manning it but I believe today it is the Sun running the show here on their part, their father being the main supporter. And you can definitely tell his passion and to how much he's helped and aided this whole development of this robot, actually sticking to the very original design. So it is that big wheel here. This is honestly, I think, size-wise or height-wise, one of the biggest robots we've had right now.
I love how they stick to the theme of white, their name being
Team Saint, yeah.
Yeah, it's a huge robot. I don't think we've seen one bigger than that. You're right.
Yeah, no, exactly. Looking at it right now, the 2 wheels, I think, honestly compensate for all of the weight, but the distribution of it being so high. So this matchup could be very interesting to see. Will this robot at any given moment, because look at the size differences right now. That is like having David versus Goliath there, but you know how the story goes. David won against Goliath here, so size versus power. We'll see which one wins today.
All right, guys. Is it going to be a 4th knockout of the day?
Good question again.
I feel like...
I think that this one might be going for a little bit longer, though. Depending on how Team Saint play out this one, I think that how do you say this, cylinder-like shape? The way the cylindrical. Yeah, thank you. I would have never been able to spell that. Cylindrical. Spelling bee competition. But now, I think that this is gonna be very hard to flip, especially with the edges on both its vertical and horizontal sides. Like, it cannot land without flipping itself back over. Unless that robot gets destroyed, I don't think it's getting knocked out anytime soon.
Durability and strength is definitely at a stat that's very high.
That's the only thing I might be concerned about. You are unflippable, but how durable are those wheels?
That is true. But, you know, coming in from the other team, Switchback, very passionate. I had an opportunity to talk to some of the engineers alongside the team captain. He was very open with giving some good details here, but they have tightly welded this robot with the iterations that have come in previously. For today, they're just going with that spinner, sorry, the drum, the very, very fast drum. So I would say this robot the other time for Team Saint, since it's such a big robot, it's gonna be very difficult to crush. So, but we're coming in, the robots are ready, and we're ready to get this battle on soon as well. The cage should be prepared for another tussle.
All right, the safety clearance has been done. The match is about to start. The door has been closed of the cage.
I am so excited to see how well this game is going to go, because like we talked about, we've given you all the stats, but what matters most than anything else is how these 2 teams operate, and these robots operate in the cage itself here, Morgan.
Yes, again, the only thing that matters now is the execution. Execution coming in from both teams, because again, the only thing that matters right now is, well, Team Saint be able to hold their weight, or a Switchback as strong and as durable as it looks, going to be able to flip it. Shortly, we're going to be getting into match number 4, and as sad and as good as it sounds at the same time, we are going to be heading straight away, but we might be losing another robot after a few seconds.
Oh my god, it's been very interesting. Don't get me wrong, everyone praying that the robot wins today. But we'll see now how this goes. We're slowly taking a little bit of a moment just to gap it again. It seems some things have to be fixed here, but we'll see how this goes. I'm excited to see, like I said, this fight is definitely one to watch. I think, honestly, like you mentioned, the knockouts are, we've seen abundantly, so much abundance of knockouts today. But do you think this one can go all the way through?
I have a feeling it will, but the way Team Saint's robot is built, it's so high up.
Yes.
That's
It's
true.
so high up.
That's true.
I feel like it's gonna be an easy knockout. That's my prediction.
Oh, okay. I'm on the other side of that completely. I'm gonna be saying that this might be our longest match. Considering the size disparity, this is the first time that we're gonna disagree, Maddie.
Let's hope so.
All right, doors are back locked up.
Yes.
And we're gonna be heading back straight to Shadi to tell us what's happening after the countdown. To begin with, again, Team Saint against Team Switchback for our 4th match of the day.
Teams are looking good, looking prepped. Well, let's see how that preparation will actually stack up. Seems we're taking a moment to prepare here. That, oh my god, that spinner looks so threatening, the way it drags down to the floor.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you guys ready for this next matchup? Here we go. We're about to start our countdown. Let's go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
And we are here. 3 minutes already starting, and look at the speed on that spinner. Oh my god! Okay, we were talking about how it's unflippable, sure, but it is getting smacked around here. Look at that wheel, it's perfectly adjusted. It will mesh back into its original shape. So this is definitely be a long fight, it seems, because we've already surpassed the 20-second mark right now. Once again, smash close again. Oh, it's already on its front facing. Oh my god, Team Saints robot Zadkiel doing so well. Wow. Switchback looks like it's under some pressure because they're trying to combat this, but Zadkiel is tanking everything right now.
Very smart to try and hit it from the side, knowing that definitely it's weaker on the edges, going back and forth trying to fight it, and I think Switchback definitely has a nice advantage. Zadkiel is just trying to survive at this point, getting hit many times, but still has not been flipped once. It has been in the air, it has landed pretty nicely, and again, now it's just tanking shots back to back. So far, this has been our longest matchup. 1 minute passed. Oh, and it's likely trying to go again, but it's tanking more and more shots, pushing it to the wall, making sure that this time it doesn't recover from that one flip.
Honestly, looking at the stamina of this robot Zadkiel, he's deliberating a lot of the moments, but at the same time, you gotta watch out for your own parts. Not one screw loose, one given moment, and it's all over. One wire that can give away here, because to be fair, Zadkiel is keeping up, but the attrition values could knock itself down. Looks like some loosening of the wheels here at the same time. It's lost its durability on there. It is struggling to orientate itself to actually launch its first attack, because it's been switchback this whole time.
But it just doesn't get flipped. It just doesn't want to give up. Hits back to back, and I think that's it. One of the wheels broke down. It's not moving anymore, and there goes the victory dance from Switchback. Judges are counting. The referee's about to give us the final answer because it's still up, but it's not moving. And it seems like this is it for Zadkiel, and Switchback takes it with a pretty nice knockout. That was longer though. That was longer than the last few matches. At the very least, it was actually longer than the first 4 matches we watched.
Thank goodness, some more action that we have seen as of this given moment here. Longest game, what I wanted, but look at the replay as well. A lot of action to be displayed.
That was brutal to watch. It's like Team Saints had no chance. They were suffering in there.
Oh my god, it definitely was. It's like watching your favorite superhero get knocked around by a villain. And well, there's definitely one hero and one villain here. It's Switchback, the villain of Zadkiel tonight.
Again, the longest matchup we had seen, just as we expected, but let's head to Shadi again.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your winner by KO, Switchback!
That was amazing. 4th match, 4th knockout. Guys, what are we feeling?
I'm feeling great. 4 for 4, all knockouts. I'll prefer this one longer game, sure,
yes,
but it's fiery nonetheless. Not equally as passionate as all the games we've seen today.
Yeah, as we expected. Just we could tell that the durability on Ezekiel was definitely a lot higher than the durability we've seen in any other robot, but maybe sometimes defense is not the best offense. It has not attacked once. It has not once attempted to go against Team Switchback's robot, and we have seen that this doesn't always pay off. Yes, time was going by. This is the longest match that we have seen, and this is the only time that we almost got to less than a minute remaining on the clock counting down.
On that.
But that one flip definitely gave it the most damage from Team Switchback.
Yeah, and then the next one followed up at the same time. You saw the screw
started bending at this point.
Yeah, that's where it started happening. You
That's
can
where it
see
started bending.
a little bit loosening there, and when that loosening of that screw happened, that was all over. It was nothing more than a countdown stopping them that kept them in that fight.
At this point, Switchback definitely did have a lot of speed, a lot of power coming in. And I'm excited to see how Team Switchback's robots is going to be playing against maybe a flipper type robot, because durability, and again, I like how they all have their own designed victory dance. So again, bonus aura points for that. Thank you, Switchback.
Loving that, loving that.
I love some competitive banter.
I do too, guys. Now we're going to see the winner's interview with Shadi.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with the engineer and main man from Team Switchback and their awesome robot, Switchback. I gotta say, that was one of the most vicious performances that I've witnessed. It's the first time I personally ran away from the cage while a fight was going on. It was banging and banging all over the place. Tell me, what was your strategy for this incredible matchup, and did it execute it perfectly?
Our strategy is pretty straightforward. We have a powerful weapon, and we just want to get in there and stay on them and just keep pummeling them until the match is done. So we want it for the box rush at the beginning to try to get it at the beginning, and once we've slowed that weapon down, we were just not going to let that weapon speed up. So it kept backing up a lot, taking my shots, but this was just pretty general Switchback stuff, which is just spin the weapon up, point it at the opponent, and just do as much damage as you can.
That was an incredible performance, and I'm personally a fan currently, looking forward to how you guys do in the competition moving forward. How do you like your chances moving forward in the competition after that incredible performance?
Hey, we wouldn't be here if we didn't like our chances in the tournament. The robot's good. We've got some incredible robots that are going to be in the next rounds, but look, we're a preparation-based team, so what we do is we take every single match like it's the hardest match we've ever had in our entire life, and we're just going to keep doing that and hopefully pull out 3 more wins and take home the big prize.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Team Switchback!
That was amazing. Gotta love that American confidence. And I love that interview done by Shadi. It provided so much insights to what Switchback's mentality was going into that game. Into that match. Now, guys, let's look at the brackets one more time to see what lovely matches we have remaining.
Ooh, looking at that right now, we will have Fierce Rock versus Outlaw here. I'm really excited because this is going to be a Chinese team coming in here, all the way from Harbin Chinese Institute of Technology. So this is going to be very interesting to see what kind of more foreign power can bring, because we've seen all today, foreign power has been very, very vicious. But at the same time, we do see some other robots coming up as well.
So PG Robotics against Toon and
Daddy Bots against Magnetic Reboot are going to be facing each other, and we're not yet sure if we're going to be coming up with the final match being Cobalt versus Team Chili Condor Machine or not yet, but we have 4 matches remaining. We're halfway through there as of setting, and as happy as also sounds at the same exact time. Double-edged sword that we're halfway through, but we still, look at the bright side. We still have 4 more matches going up, and we still have 4 more battles to see, and we still have 4 more robots to see get wrecked in that arena behind us.
Are they going to be knockouts?
I'm guessing.
I'm guessing it is.
I don't think.
Honestly, it's a trend.
I don't think we're gonna see any robot
trend.
bigger than the one Team Saint had. So I'm guessing that this was the longest and the lengthiest match we're gonna have today.
I feel like we're going to have one that goes 3 minutes.
Really?
Fully 3 minutes?
Fair enough, fair enough. We're here for the Day World Records. We've already got a couple of knockouts. 4-4-4. Very, very good ratio here. So it could be the case. You honestly never know here at this point.
All right, guys, you're going to want to stick around for these matches. But for the meanwhile, we're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. Join us right back here. welcome back from that short break. I'm Maddie, this is Ground Zero, this is Morgan, and down to the stage we go again.
Gentlemen, it's now time for our next matchup. Are you guys ready? Introducing first, representing Team Fierce Rock. Give it up for Deep Sea Shark. And their opponent, one of the most intimidating team coming out, one of the most intimidating robots. Give it up for Spitfire, representing Team Outlaw. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some energy and give it up for our robots!
All right, guys, we're diving into the 5th match of the day, Fierce Rock versus Outlaw. I am so excited for this. One team from China, Outlaw being from...
Yeah, Outlaw. I believe they're also a British team. I could be wrong about that. I haven't really done my research on that part properly. But Outlaw here, just like their Outlaw name, they are ready to face off against competition. But my God, Deep Sea Shark. Now that is a threatening robot.
Yeah, it does look pretty scary. I also like the color correction because this is like the only colorful robot that we've seen, alongside maybe the Crazy Bunny Lab robot. And now we're gonna get back to the vertical spinners. This time, Fierce Rock is bringing us Deep Sea Shark with 10,000 RPM, and this is the first match that we see getting us to the 5 digits when it comes to the speed lineups. And again, Spitfire from Outlaw also looks pretty scary, and I love that it has its name on it. Spitfire.
Yeah, Spitfire.
Written in red. Against all rules, baby. Outlaws at the end.
Yeah. But coming in now with Spitfire, they have a horizontal
Spinner versus spinner.
So it is going to be vertical spinner versus horizontal
spinner.
spinner. We'll see which axis wins for today. But the weapon spec has 2 WD. Fast robot as well, equally as heavy-weighted as the last one here versus Deep Sea Shark. But we'll see if Deep Sea Shark has the fight versus Outlaw, who is evading that very law here. We'll see how fast they're going to be operating today. But the speed of their spinners is equally so as important. Getting ready, getting a beauty shot at the same time at the start here in the stage through the very trophy which the teams are hoping to win at the end of this tournament overall. I have to say once again, beautifully designed gauge, beautifully designed trophy, and beautifully designed robots.
And it's a lovely venue here, right here in Abu Dhabi, guys. 5th knockout. Are we looking at a 5th knockout?
Oh, honestly, I don't know. I'm not gonna lie with you, Morgan. I actually genuinely don't know because horizontal spinner, this is the first one we're seeing for today versus a vertical spinner.
Yeah, a mirror matchup is something that we have been anticipating since the start of the day, and we did say that we're going to be seeing this starting from match 5. And again, it's not just that it's spinner versus spinner, it's also the amount of power scaling that we're going to be having. The maximum before this we saw was 8,000 RPM, and now we're going to be going into the 10,000 RPM. That is a 2,000 RPM difference. All of these robots are obviously equal 110, or over to 110. We have not seen yet a single robot less than that weight. But both of them standing next to each other, that seemed like a fair fight to me. These robots seem pretty identical when it comes to the size comparison. But now, again, spinners both rely on being low to the ground, so you can spin against the enemy while keeping your robot stable on the ground. So, high difference in this one, Maddie, is not that high.
I mean, this is amazing. If you look at the referee giving the safety clearance for both of these robots, it happens before every match. That's the only time you're going to see that door open. And yeah, let's get ready for this match.
Yeah, I'm ready to see, but one thing we haven't mentioned, we've seen the vertical spinner short, but the horizontal spinner has one advantage. It's the actual distance it encompasses, that it can actually keep the close combat, close combat that we have seen from vertical spinners, the verts as they say in the robot community. So with a horizontal spinner such as this, the distance right now could be the one advantage that actually could get them the win here, but it's going to require a lot of power, so that 2WD could be the one thing, but we've seen 10,000 RPM from the other side as well. So I feel it is balanced, but at the same time, there's just something about this that is giving me the heebie-jeebies with another knockout heebie-jeebie type,
Power scaling just keeps getting higher and higher. And again, speaking about these two robots, I think that this is the most balanced match that we have seen coming up so far.
I don't think so.
Really?
I believe it's not going to be balanced.
Oh, I love that she took like a deep breath, and I was like, oh, is she
want to make sure her
leave?
opinion was right.
I believe
no, I don't think so.
I believe Fierce Rock is going to take this so quick, and this is going to be our fastest match of the day. Fierce Rock is very popular. They have a lot of fans.
Hot take from Maddie. Okay, I'll hold you on to that.
Yeah. We're going to call back to that given at the end of this fight for sure, but we're looking at some very, very fierce competition, as we mentioned, with Fierce Rock's Deep Sea Shark. I'm going to have to say, that already is a very threatening name, but other names that they have come under has been Hammerhead Shark. I'm not going to lie, the Hammerhead kind of makes more sense, because have you seen the size of the thing horizontally?
And gotta love the energy from
the energy
Crazy
of this
Bunny
crowd.
Lab.
Thank you.
They got knocked out, but the energy is amazing, and that is the energy we're feeling at this venue right now. People are happy. It's the first ever Battle of Robots in the Middle East, right here in Abu Dhabi, and is the match about to start?
Yes, they're just testing it out, testing the waters, testing the grounds, more importantly.
I know, water makes more sense. Deep Sea Shark here.
yeah, I'm glad you got the pun, thank you.
Yeah.
You see, that's why I like you, GZ.
I understand you, bro.
All right, now, Maddie said that this match is gonna be the fastest. Now that I think about it, viewing both of the robots, and now that the arena is getting secure, and that they're putting the final locks, ladies and gents, I know that this is your favorite time, Maddie.
All right, guys, predictions.
Exactly.
What are we doing? what are we doing?
Two
Hit me with the
predictions.
predictions.
Okay, I'm going to start. I'm going to go straight away. Deep Sea Shark, and it's going to be a knockout as well.
A quick knockout. Okay, I'm sticking with you on that one. It seems like it's Deep Sea Shark, honestly.
All right, guys,
Ni
off
hao
the
to our
chatty
viewers.
we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, our robots are ready. The doors are closed. Are you guys ready for the countdown? Here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
A lovely countdown for another game that begins for us. It's going to be the net timer for 3 minutes only. Smack against Outlaw here. Deep Sea Shark wanted some action. The horizontal spinner seems to be not active right now, but Deep Sea Shark clamping Outlaw into one part here. Spitfire is going to have to employ a lot more if they want to get some space out here, but Deep Sea Shark keeping them in one corner, keeping them gridlocked here, and that is definitely what is not because horizontal spinners here from Spitfire, not able to, oh my god, we see a crack in the shell against Spitfire. Deep Sea Shark
already? Is the referee counting?
The
oh my god,
and there goes the victory dance.
Here it is, and there's the wave.
Spitfire again against Deep Sea Shark is one of the fastest matchups we may have seen.
I predicted it.
And you called it. All right, I'll give it to Maddie for that one.
Yeah, gotta give her credit for that one. That was a good call out here, but even better, even fight. We thought that horizontal spinner would keep the other side at bay here, but Deep Sea Shark, no, they wanted that space. They wanted that clash here, and boy, did they get it. No answer from Spitfire, it seems. It's been, I don't know what, the gun got jammed. I don't know what happened.
Now, this is my favorite moment to see because we can see Shaddy announcing the winner again by knockout, and it has come from Deep Sea Shark. Is going to be taking this one just as the name says. Fierce Rock has been quite fearsome in this battle, ending it quite quickly against the Spitfire coming in from out low, and apparently horizontal spinners are better than the vertical ones. Oh wait, is it reverse? Vertical spinners.
The other way around.
Are better than horizontals, yeah.
Down to Shadi we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your winner by knockout, representing Team Fierce Rock, Deep Sea Shark.
Yeah, we gotta keep clapping.
Now I know you guys are wondering, Maddie, how did you predict that? Why was it so?
Maddie, how did you predict that?
You know what? I've been walking around the venue. I've seen the look in their eyes, and it was killer instinct, and that's exactly what we saw in this cage.
Well, they are predator like that Deep Sea Shark, known for their bites here, and my god, did they deliver a powerful bite right into that robot. The outer shell cracked wide open, and that's it. This team just didn't have what it took at the end there, but Spitfire tried their best, but they just couldn't hold on. The first smack, the one jump around, that's what started it all here. They tried, but that horizontal spinner really didn't have any time to employ itself to its advantage. I have to say, Morgan, this was one Spitfire that ran out early.
Yeah, at this time, the Outlaws are gonna have to abide the lows of the Fierce Rocks. Getting it from the side was such a very smart move. They addressed their vulnerability, and they knew that definitely the horizontal spinner against the vertical spinner matchup. Lots of spark coming in if we both hit each other face to face. So why don't we just try to backstab them? Make use that the fact that your robot is faster, is driftier, according to the way it's engineered and the way it's built. So that drift on the back, the first shot that got it absolutely flying in the air, and then collateral damage when you got down, it had started bleeding since that point. Maybe oil started spending down since, again, they're robots.
It's our favorite time of the stream. It's the winner's interview with Shadi. Let's hear what they have to say. I'm looking forward to this.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with the engineer from Team Fierce Rock and the man behind the Deep Sea Shark. That was an incredible performance, great strategy. Please tell us, did this strategy go as you guys planned?
Yes, my strategy is to stop my enemy from spinning up. So if his big blade didn't reach top speed, then he will do. He cannot do many damage to me, and then I will try to find a chance to hit him, and the whole match almost went as my plan.
That was incredible. You stopped their blade from spinning, and as you said and as you had planned, you got your hits in and you finished the fight. And that was our 5th fight, I believe, in a row that ended by knockout. How do you like your chances going forward in the competition now that your robot hasn't taken much damage?
I will try my best. First, I need to find out if the robot has any issues, and then we will fix the issues and prepare for next fight.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Team Fierce Rock and their opponent, Deep Sea Shark. And
Guys, that was amazing. The happiness, the moment of excitement in Fierce Rogue's eyes, and the tactics that he gave us for his victory. I'm sure the other opponents are taking notes, but let's take a look at the bracket once again for the day.
Woohoo! It's gonna be started out with P-Ride Robotics for the next half, and we're gonna get them versus Toon and Morgan's favorite.
That is Bots against Magnetic Reboot, and there is one match that we also will be seeing. It's gonna be Team Cobalt against Team Chili Condom Machines. We have 3 matches remaining. Sadly, we finished the lion's share of today's matches. 5 out of 8 are done, and we still have 3 matches remaining, but we still have 3 matches remaining. Why would I say it in a sad tone? We have 3 matches remaining. No, we should be happy. 3 matches remaining.
Exactly. So I believe we are taking a very short break. Is that correct?
You are correct. We are going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere. It's going to be very short. You're going to want to be back here for these 3 remaining matches.
Get the snacks quickly. Get the snacks quickly.
Let's go.
Daddy's Bots. I just keep repeating that name over and over in my head. That name is...
It is a catchy name, which won a lot of hearts
yeah, exactly.
in the game. Yeah, everyone's just been talking
Morgan.
about it. He's won before even winning. Or if he's going to win or not, he is going to just... the whole team just won over everyone. What a crazy night.
Exactly.
Where do you see something happening like this? This is honestly... This is my first time, actually. I'm finding out about the robots fighting. I gotta say, it is more entertaining than most of the game.
Yeah.
Like anything out there, like just putting 2 robots together. And it's crazy how much time you put into it, and it's unpredictable.
Exactly. Exactly. You're talking about like a lot of robots, a lot of time putting effort into that design. Like you have to look at each inch and every angle of that little robot to make it full compatible to like literally fight in the field, in the ring.
And you don't know if it's gonna win or not.
Exactly.
Like, I feel like the game goes on for like what, 10 to 15 seconds. The rest, we're gonna find out if it's a knockout or not.
If it's gonna be back on the field or not.
Yeah.
We saw a lot of robots just like flipping around, trying to go back in the track.
Correct.
The one match that I saw, and I was like, okay, what is happening? The one with the big wheels, the little helicopter thingy. It literally did nothing.
Yeah,
actually.
I mean, a lot of people were getting fooled by the size. Okay, this guy is going to just destroy. He's gonna eat the other robot, but it was not. The robot just kept its ground, and the other one was just like flying up in the air.
It literally did nothing. When the first analyst said it's gonna be like Tony Stark's inventions, I was like, okay, I'm gonna see something amazing. I'm gonna see something like really actually fight. And then I saw like 2 big wheels just like humpling and mumbling around the field. I was like, is this guy okay? Is this robot should be doing that? Is the little fidget spinner on the middle should be destroying the other robot?
Yeah, I feel like hopes really died really fast in the first 5 seconds. Imagine you put so much work in, like. Going backstage, we both saw how hard they've been working in the past few days on trying to upgrade the robot, trying to just, with the hopes of the prize pool especially happening right now. And they go in, 5 seconds in, hopes die.
Yeah. 5 matches went on knockout. And I'm actually, I want to see more of Battle of Robots. But before speaking of that, we have the football right now, the digital football. They're playing the physical one right now, and actually this is where we started when we switched between me and you and Momo. At this point, we're talking about the football. We're coming back again. We talked a lot about football. We talked about like Fortnite. We went on the Battle of Robots. We're gonna be catching on Dota 2 at the end of the day. But now our focus on this game right here. This is life, actually.
It is. Yeah, it is a very busy day. I would say football is the most popular one right now.
Sure.
And we have actually a digital basketball match coming up as well, where They're going to play the digital, and they're going to move to the physical afterwards.
I'm excited actually.
I
Like
am too.
each category that we have for today in Games of the Future, every single game speaks for itself. Every single game should be exciting at its own. So we've seen a lot of things, a lot of action happen during the day, but we yet have a lot of coming. So football at this point, you see like 5 players on the pitch on the field. You expect like it's just a normal game that like there's nothing's gonna happen. But actually, some of them are pro players. Some of them have actually experienced the real football. Actually, how is it played? So when you're watching these kind of games, it gives you excitement too.
And that's the advantage they have as well. And we just had a goal. There we go. The scores are
3-0.
Let's see the replay on that.
Oh, that was almost a foul, but it's for some reason.
Football is the most popular one right now of the audience watching. Yeah, it's a quite exciting one as well, and basketball as well, where a lot of fans are. I kind of expect like the robot side will have more because it just has a lot going on over there, and it's something super exciting.
True.
But football and basketball, or just the audience, are going crazy with it. And now we got the basketball starting in right now as well. So we're gonna pass it to the commentators right now.
Yeah, true.
And the normal game. But we'll get back to that in a minute.
All right, here we go. Play intros coming up right now.
Let's call on our first team to the stage. Let's hear it for the Interstellars! Let's hear it for the team! Thank you, gentlemen. Please take your seats. And let's meet the opposition team. Come on to the stage. Please welcome to the stage, Club Ghana. Let's give it up. Here, a round of applause to Club Ghana, everybody. Thank you, gentlemen. Please take your seats.
Okay, here we go. So now we've met both teams. Coming up next, we're going to have your digital basketball battle. What are your thoughts, guys?
First of all, let's talk about the names. I thought Matthew McConaughey was going to come out because of the Interstellars. I was highly disappointed. But that's okay, because right now the Interstellars from the Coach AI test doesn't look good, Dan.
What?
Team Ghana looks like they're going to sweep this last game.
I think you're right, because Team Interstellar are about to be hit by the break, by the Big Ben. All these names look very fierce, man. Whoever chose the names really knows what they know about it.
Listen, man, I'm going to go with Team Interstellar. So let's take a look at the lineup now. Look at Fred, man. He's just smiling. Look at Kadeem and DeBell. See? These are my guys. They're smiling. And first of all, I like their uniform. I like the fact that they're wearing purple and black. So I'm with Interstellar because we about to take some basketball in the outer space.
Listen, I'm going to tell you this. First of all, they look physically imposing, but I love the names. They go from Fred, Kadeem, and I'm going to say his name is Dubois.
Oh, Dubois. What did I say? Dubois? My man. My bad, actually. Dubois. Okay.
Steve, I'm going to go with you on this one. This team has been known to play amazing digital basketball.
Yeah.
And from the previous stats, we have seen them win a couple of matches. They can be also matched up to the previous winners, Team League Pro.
I mean, I agree because, you know, we always say teams are going to shoot the lights out. Interstellars will shoot the solar system out.
Yep.
With some great basketball. Now let's take a look at their opponent's team. Let's take a look now at the screens. Have a look at this. You have Team Ghana.
I mean, look at these guys. Big Roo, Brick. I'm going to say Brick House. Changes. Great song from the 80s.
No smiling.
I know I'm aging myself.
Changes.
And K2, tremendous length, height, brutality with it. And I don't know where you guys are comparing Interstellars to Team Liga Pro. I'm more inclined to say Team Ghana is ready to run Nana over Interstellar.
All right, we're about to see how that match will come out. But for real, my full bet, Interstellar will take us to the skies and above that.
Exactly. You know, we got a great match coming up. First of all, let's take a look at the name. Try reading that. Brick changes K2. It sounds like a sentence, right? It's awesome. We love Games to the Future. By the way, we had a word. We'd like to make a shout out. A very big basketball fan, Hedwig. She loves Games to the Future. That's awesome.
Hedwig, salute to you.
You're the best.
Super.
Now we're looking at the teams now, ready for our digital basketball challenge. You got Interstellars to the left of your screen. To the right is Team Ghana. Coach, with a look at the physicality of this, what is your bold prediction in terms of the score?
You know, with all jokes aside, I mean, this is going to be a really, really good match in the beginning with the digital part. We've seen a lot of teams start with the pick and roll action on the digital side, and it's been very, very effective. We'll see now either Ghana or Interstellar is going to take that extra step. And as we always say, you need a big lead so that when you go on the court, you have a cushion and could get the win.
Now, Sarah has also talked to us about the choice of characters. I would think that the choice of characters in the digital also plays a big role because you've seen every team pick the big man on the digital stage, and they have actually won some of their matches because of that.
Well, we're going to find out what happens here in the digital stage of our basketball tournament, of course. Games to the Future live here in the country's capital, in the beautiful city of Abu Dhabi. There's only one thing left to say, ladies and gentlemen. I always buckle up every time we introduce the game.
You're excited.
I'm so pumped up, man.
You are pumped up.
So excited. You know what?
What?
There's only one thing left to say.
What is it?
It's
game time.
Here we go.
Well, guys, it's only taken 8 matches to get that perfectly synchronized. Thank you so much, Steve, Coach Hernando, and Dan. Well, I am here. My name is Sarah Esser, and I'm going to be taking you through the last match of the day with Bibi Zumot. I hope I said that right, Bibi. We've been on air all day today, and I don't even know how to say your last name. But we've seen some incredible matches so far today. We've been through Group A, Group B, Group C, and here we are for the last match in Group D. Our players will go through a digital version, which they're getting ready for right now, and then they'll go into the second half of the match, which is a physical version. 7 minutes of classic 3-on-3 basketball. Well, let's see. We've had our teams introduced to us, and it's looking spicy. We have Interstellar, and we have Team Ghana. And they're looking stacked. Now, let's see what characters they have picked. Looks like they've both picked the very stocky player. Toss is up. And it is away team first. So Team Ghana with the ball. Bibi, last match of the day. Are you there?
Don't blink, yo.
Bibi hasn't joined us just yet. So it will be me.
So let's see who we've got in for our teams to begin with. Now, for Team Ghana, we've got Big Roo. Hope we said that correctly. And we have got Changes. Number 9 changes to Big Roo, and number 9 changes. And over on Interstellar, we've got number 3, which is Fred. And we have got Dubois, or Dubois, we think it's said. Number 14. They're just 3 players on their team. So let's see how they get on. Nice and even so far. 1 minute into the game. Team Ghana are leading by 1. Now we've got Dubois on the ball, and he tries to slam dunk, but misses. Now, both big players going up for the rebound. Dubois resetting, heading back out, holding on to that ball, and he makes that slam dunk land. It is 2-2. Now, Big 3 misses on that attempt, heading back out. Now, Dubois back on the ball, having a lot of ball time in terms of holding on to it. Got to get it through that hoop for it to count for points. It is 2 minutes into the game, and it is 2-2. Now, ball back with Dubois, but just not sinking those shots. Going for the 3 again. It goes, changes, and makes it land. Taking Team Ghana 4-2. And again, trying to take on that momentum. And again, straight into the hands of Changes. Dubois trying to get that rebound, but a little bit all over the place, fumbling the ball. And back out to Changes. Looks like this team are really just getting their path nice and clean, but another 3-pointers for Changes. Trying again. Good rebound from Dubois. And it is 5-3 to Team Ghana. It's so important to make the difference here in the digital game, as we've seen going into the physical game. What a difference it makes, and how hard it is for the trailing team to make up the deficit. Well, back out again to Changes, going for the 3, makes it land. And 6 minutes 40 to go. 7-4 going the way of Team Ghana. Now Changes going again, just keeps attempting those 3s on about 50% at the moment, but made that one land, making the accuracy percentage a little bit higher. Fred trying the same, but getting blocked straight away. Ball in the hands of Dubois. Goes for the slam, but blocked by Big Roo. Now, back in the hands of Changes. Loves a 3-pointer, does Changes, but not this time. Back out. Working the ball in, looking for the pass. Misses that one. And rebound taken by Dubois. Reset. Playing the role underneath the basket. Changes, finding the favorable position down the side, didn't make it stick. Now, back in the hands of Dubois, looking for that slam dunk, and slams it through this time. 9-5 to Team Ghana. And again, back in, and again. Just 8 points away now from taking this, or 5 minutes. Got to be holding the lead just by 1 point. Now heading back out. Is Fred gonna go for this time? Blocked immediately by Changes. Good timing there on the fingers, on the controller. Yeah, game says you're stashing some nice moves. Now it is 12-7, 4 minutes 37 to go. Fred just isn't looking comfortable out there going for the 3s, but trying, blocked again. I mean, the timing from Changes is spot on. Back in the hands of Big Roo. looking for Fred. Now Fred's going for the 3. Makes it land. Now, here we go. That one bounces off the rim. Big Roo with 7 rebounds. Now taking the lead up to 16-9. Moving nice and fast this game. Back out with changes, going again. Taking the big shots. His changes. Now, what can happen here? Just 1 point away, I believe. When the score updates, it's now 16-11. No, it looks like I was wrong on that score. It is 16-11 with 3 minutes 30 to go. Now Fred is working it up to the post, but decides to go for the pass with Dubois. Look at that nice close-up shot of that slam dunk. Now closing down the gap, just 4 in it. This is very manageable going into the physical game. Definitely a good feeling today as the game tells us. Lovely block from Big Roo, using that height and stature, and tries for the slam dunk. Now it's running out of time there on that play. You hear the crowd getting into it, calling the countdown. Just 2 points away from taking this match. Our Team Ghana. And 5 points in it. Good block on that slam dunk. Timing is perfect on the blocks from Interstellars. And again, Fred picking up the ball. Fred going for that big 3. Closes that gap down to just 3. Oh, I hope the physical game is as exciting and as close as this one. Taken by Big Roo. Back out to changes. I want to see Big Roo lay up for a 3, and Team Ghana have taken it by 5 points. Looking confident, rub of the hands. Job done for the first half. Now we'll go into the second half of the match, which will be the physical basketball, and I am looking forward to this team getting on court, seeing what they can do. I think it's going to be impressive. How about you, Steve? Down to you at the desk.
All right. Thank you very much, Sarah, for your endgame analysis during the digital part of our basketball event tonight. Guys, what are your thoughts about that match?
Well, Interstellar was on its way back for the comeback. The Team Ghana was hitting key shots. What's really, and I love watching the digital part, is the way they dribble, they do step back into the jump shot.
Yeah.
It is such a beautiful way to play basketball digitally, but also physically.
I think so too. Team Ghana was really out there pushing it, but also entertaining the crowd as well. It's really entertaining to watch such a lovely match. And for the final to have this kind of score, it's beautiful basketball right there.
Exactly. You know, we got a lot of box scores now. Let's take a look at round number 1, of course. Team Ghana Interstellar, digital 1.63 for Interstellars. And digital 2-point goal, Team Ghana had 8 and only 4 for Interstellar. So that's the story here at the digital basketball. Now, moving into the physical, Coach, what are your thoughts about the teams?
Well, Team Ghana is going to have to continue putting pressure, right? Whether they're getting the ball inside, they're doing some crazy in and out dribbles, finishing at the basket. They're going to have to do that. I don't know if Interstellars has enough defensively to stop Team Ghana.
I think it's a really small margin, and Interstellar are really going to catch up in the first 5 minutes. I can bet on that.
Exactly. You know, I mean, we're talking about a score, 19-14, only 5 points. I would probably say that's still manageable. If that would have gone more than 6, it's going to be really hard. Now, as a coach, what's the game plan if you're down 5?
Well, if we go in and take a look at the last game, it's the physicality, controlled physicality is going to go ahead and push this match because the referees aren't going to call every single foul. So you play in control, defensively, great pressure. Now it's harder for the other team, which in this case, Interstellar, offensively to operate.
Offensively, Interstellar are going to go hard on this, and they need to because they really need to dribble the ball, take the layups, also try to attempt all the outside shots and they're gonna see maybe within, I told you, 5 minutes, they're gonna catch up to them.
Yeah, now let's take a look at the warm-ups happening behind us. Here we see Interstellar just taking a couple of jump shots, of course. Team Ghana pretty chill. Let's look at the height differential, Coach. I could see number 7 of Team Ghana. He's probably like what, maybe 6'3", 6'4"?
He's got to be. You know, there's not a lot of 7-footers or 6'6" guys here. But Dubois has impressive height for sure.
Yeah.
Big Red, he's probably about 6'4", 6'3".
Yeah.
You know, changes, he's out there, he looks athletic. I think it's going to be a contrasting of styles, but this should be interesting, right? Because toughness and disciplined defense wins games.
We also got the man Fred over there, number 3. You see he's really good on the outside, the 3 shots. They really need to depend on him. This is a good guy. You need to see how he plays.
Hey, I want to see some dunks on his game. Some dunks, some tomahawks.
Watch out for Karim. Like Karim is a dunker.
Yeah, I mean, on a screen now you got Dubois and Kadeem. Look at him from Team Interstellar, of course. We got a last match happening here in Abu Dhabi for your Phygital Games of the Future 2025. And now we are just moments away from starting this match. Bold prediction, who's going to win?
Well, I think Team Ghana for sure. I don't care what you say, Coach. Team Ghana. But I will tell you this. I think one thing we only spoke about once earlier is the fact that these two teams have been sitting all day. Soreness, tiredness, fatigue will set in.
I think they've been out there enjoying this beautiful city, man.
Yeah.
You've got so much to see. They don't just sit all day and wait for the game. They have so much to see. Abu Dhabi is beautiful this time of the year, man.
Of course, exactly. I'm going to go with Team Interstellar winning by 3 points. But now it's time to witness the game. Here we go.
Point toss. Team Ghana will take the ball out.
Well, we're getting into the physical game. Sorry about the delay getting in there, a few technical issues, but here we are for the last match of the day, and I am excited for this one. This, I feel, is gonna get close. Currently 1-1 in the physical game. It was great to hear the thoughts of Steve, Coach Hernando, and Dan, and they're putting their predictions in. Well, I think Interstellar might close it up, and I think we might be in for a thriller to close out day one of the Phygital Games of the Future here in Abu Dhabi, powered by ADNOC at the ADNEC Center in the heart of Abu Dhabi. Well, both teams just settling in 1 minute into the match. It is 1-1 in terms of the physical game, but a lead was taken in the digital game by Team Ghana. We've currently got number 7 on court. And that, I will tell you who that is. That is Brick and Big Roo wearing number 8. That is Team Ghana. Then over on the other side for Interstellar, we have Kadeem and Dubois. Now, let's see what's happening. Kadeem is there, taking the ball, working his way in. Both teams quite well matched in terms of physicality, so this should get exciting. But Team Ghana already racking up 4 fouls in just 1 minute and 13 seconds. I guess they're, as you say, Fernando, they've been sitting all day, eager to get out there, itching to get out there. Another foul. They've got to keep this clean, and Interstellar have got to capitalize. Let's see that foul there. It was just a little bit of the hip, I think, on that replay. Now up goes Interstellar. And a point getting added there, closing down that gap. Interstellar just need to play their own game here, not allow the fouls to get in their way. Up it goes. Let's see what the ref has made of that one. It is now a free throw for Interstellar. Kadeem on the ball, makes that one land, making the gap just 3 points with 5 minutes and 10 seconds to go. That was not a smart decision, I would say, from Team Ghana. They're actually playing quite, I would say, more physical basketball than on the digital game. Laying up goes Kadeem again, number 14 for Interstellar. We get to see the replay of that foul. Yep, coming across on the arm. A little bit late getting out the way. Team Ghana need to tidy this up. But just 3 points in it. Oh, that was a poor decision from Kadeem. Or was it Dubois? Let's have a look again. Oh, yeah. It was Dubois. I mean, the refs are busy here. We need more buckets than we need busy refs, to be honest. Come on, guys. Let's make this clean, clinical basketball. They've got the talent. Just need to tidy up the scrappiness. Up it goes. Up for the rebound, but no good. And 20-30 going the way of Team Ghana with 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go. No teams making a substitution just yet. 1 player on the bench for each team. Another shot there for Dubois, closing that spot down just to 2, but reopened up again by Team Ghana. Now, Interstellar getting well defended there by Ghana. Getting told by his teammate, shoot bro, go for it. Famous saying, you only miss 100% of the shots you don't take. I believe it was LeBron that said that. I'm sure one of the guys on the desk can verify a little bit later on. So you've got to go for those shots. Gap down to 2. And 3 minutes 48 to go. And we get to see the replay. Up it goes. And in it goes. Timeout. 58 seconds. Well, if you're just joining us, this is just day 1 of Games of the Future here in Abu Dhabi. Digital games, a mixture of digital and physical. I mean, the future is here now. We're seeing it. And we're seeing how the talent has to cross over from the mental gaming side of it into the physical game as well. And basketball is the perfect sport for that. And we're here for the Digital Basketball powered by M42. On your screen now, you are seeing Interstellar. They are coached by themselves. There are no external coaches to help them make the decisions, talk through strategy. But it looks like Fred has taken that leading role, number 3, from Interstellar. And he says to his players, get back on. Come on, you've got this. You're just 2 in it. You can do this. And he's got Kadeem and Dubois on the court for Interstellar. Quick word with the ref. Been lots of fouls going on so far in the first half of this game. But 3 minutes, 48 to go. And we're going to get that ball back in the hands of the player and play underway. Couple of words there again from the other ref. Looks like, and here we go, back into play. This is what I want to see. I want to see it nice and close, straight up for 1 point for Ghana. And in again to match that. It is just 1 point in it now. Pulling out, taking the ball. I mean, no shot called by the ref. Still just 1 point ahead. Team Ghana. It is gonna get exciting. Is that a timeout call? Let's see. It is not. Now let's see what Interstellar can do under the basket this time. Taken by number 7 of Team Ghana. This is the closest and most physical game we have seen all day. I mean, Group D is an exciting group. Last match has a team that's going to be very interesting playing against these two teams when it gets to their time in the group stages. But they do need to clean up in terms of discipline. Now, this is Big Roo going up for the free throw. Misses that one. Taken cleanly by Interstellar. Up for 3. Well, it's up for a 3, but it counts as 2 in this version of the game. Now Ghana leading by 2 points. Come on, Interstellar. I feel like they've got the skill, but they're just not quite using it to their full advantage here. Perhaps they're being distracted and put off by the physicality of Team Ghana. They've really had the pressure on as soon as the whistle went. Oh, that was a very unfortunate miss. And now second time, Dubois. Ref is saying to him, don't touch the ball after. Let's have a look on the replay. Now 2 minutes, 16 seconds to go, and just 1 point in it. This is what we want from Games of the Future. Picked up by Interstellar, reset. And these two players are going to go back in. It looks like both teams are not making a substitution, keeping what seems to be their best players out on the field. Let's hope that's not an ankle injury on day 1 of this competition. Looks like he just landed funny there on that left ankle. But he is up and walking. That is Kadeem. Snazzy trainers. And he makes that one. Important bucket there. Tying the game at 24-24. Well, they are leading in terms of the physical game of basketball, are Interstellar. 10-5, but it's all about both halves. Both halves, 1 minute and 50 to go. And it is 24-24. Interstellar on the offense. Looking for the pass. Oh, beautiful pass, but didn't. And a no shot foul by the ref. Timeout called by Interstellar. Kadeem shaking his head a little bit. I think he's disappointed by that one, but a perfectly timed timeout. They need this one to break, catch their breath, catch their thought. It's going to be an important last minute and 30 of the game. Can they take the lead here? They just need to be 1 point ahead to take the W. Now for Team Ghana, they need to keep it clean, no more fouls, and they need to tidy up to take the win. Going for the 3. Now Kadeem back on the ball, seems to be taking his time a little bit more, thinking about it strategically. And put by Dubois. Now, first time they are leading this match. Just for a couple of seconds though, pulled back, tied again, 25 with 1 minute and 6 to go. Another foul called on the hand. Now we get to see that again on the replay. Oh, it was actually around his waist. Really going for the grab there. Now we've got, I believe it's Dubois for the free throw. Important shot this. Penny for his thoughts. Now, as he goes to put this up, a lot of prize money on the line for this competition. This is just day 1. First one has been missed. He's got another one. Let's see if he can really make this work under pressure. And then Dubois. And straight through the basket this time, taking them back into the lead by 1 into Stella. 26-25 with 58 seconds to go. I mean, it's been a game of a lot of fouls, which is disappointing, I would say, because I thought we were going to see some clean, classy basketball. Okay, number 7, known as the Brick, now on the ball, looks over his shoulder, can't make it land. Beautiful passing by Interstellar, but we need beautiful shots. Shots mean points. Look at that block from Dubois. And again, both teams very fit and well trained. They're not changing out their players, both playing for the full amount of time. Out goes Brick to reset. Now 21 seconds left. Interstellar leading by 1. Could it get any more tense? Now we're getting to see the replay. I mean, all the replays have been of fouls. I want to see replays of shots and skillful talent. I hope these teams leave that type of play here early in the tournament. Kadeem looking a little bit puffed. They're also looking for blood, I believe. Yeah, there is blood around. They're trying to work out where it's coming from. They're all checking their hands. I mean, it's on their shirts. Easy to see when the shirts are white. Anyway, we're going to continue. 21 seconds on the clock. Interstellar lead 26-25. And it is tied to 26, 13 seconds. Ball back out in the hands of Team Ghana with 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4. And they miss and 1. And it is tied. So we will have both teams go in for a free throw, I believe. Now it is tied. I mean, BB left me for this one, and it's been the best match of the day. What he picked out. Look at the scores so far. Big difference in the physical game. Both players waiting now. Who is going to take the throw? It looks like it's going to be Brick. Few words from his teammate, Big Root. Looks like we're going to have overtime first. Let's see how much time that will be when it gets added to the clock. Great to see this level of talent in the group stages. It's going to make it an exciting group. Now getting some fluids on board. They're looking pretty chirpy and upbeat, Team Ghana. Catching their breath, having a think about what they're going to have to change going into the overtime. Refs are checking something on the screen. As soon as I hear what that is about, I will let you know. But perhaps we won't be going into overtime. Let's see. One of the teams has queried something. I wonder what that could be. Sounds good. Well, if you are just joining us so far, this is the Phygital Games of the Future in Abu Dhabi at the ADNEC Center, and boy, it has been one event put on. I believe it. I'm not there, unfortunately, and I wish I was, but it's filled out with lots of different sports. So if you haven't been down, make sure you head down to check it out. And this week has been made possible by ADNOC, supporting this massive event to close out the year in Abu Dhabi. What a sporting calendar it has been. And especially on the esports side of things, definitely growing. Abu Dhabi Gaming putting a lot of investment in that, along with Abu Dhabi Sports Council. And next week we do have the World Sports Summit, and no doubt Games of the Future will be discussed there, because the future is now. This is exactly what is around the corner. Now it'll be interesting to see what the refs are discussing, but both teams are sitting tight, waiting for the decision, looking nervous. I mean, they're looking hot and sweaty. They both did put a lot of work into that match. Oh, there's some noise coming from the crowd. Perhaps a decision has been made. I think they're going to show the players perhaps what they've seen on the screen. Now the refs have decided there is 3.6 seconds left on the game. 3.6 seconds to make a difference, and the ball is going to be in the hands of Interstellar. He is laying up, but it misses. That was so costly. One opportunity, and he missed it. Now it is the end of regular time, and we will go into overtime, I believe, or perhaps a free throw. Let's see. Perhaps it will be the free throw. That's what I read earlier in the rules, but it's my first time out with Phygital, so we'll see very soon what that will be. It looks like the ref is briefing the players. I think they get 3 free throws each, is my understanding, and also from what they're gesturing there. And that is 3 until the first miss. Well, pressure is on. I wonder which player each of the teams is going to select. Who can handle the pressure? Refs are just clarifying the rules with both players. Both teams, sorry. Who are they going to select? Oh, hand on the back there for Kadeem. Does that look like he will be the player? It is. Toss to see who will go first. We've got Big Roo going for Team Ghana.